I had firmly believed that I had succumbed to death. Yet here I found myself, dazed and disoriented, awakening within the confines of a forsaken edifice, ensnared by creeping vines. The scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic landscape. A tightening sensation gripped my heart. Where could I possibly be? Was this a distortion of time? The concrete walls shed their outer layer, revealing the steel reinforcements beneath, while unknown tendrils climbed voraciously around them. A chilling wind, laced with rain, struck my face as I hastily rose to peer outside. Beneath the somber sky, my gaze was met with a thicket of steel ensconced in verdant foliage. A wave of desolation washing over me. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed from a nearby vicinity, causing my heart to race. I lifted my gaze to behold a gargantuan mantis. Towering at 3 meters, its body adorned with menacing spikes, as it leaped effortlessly to another high rise. Following this spectacle, the air was filled with the cacophony of insectal cries and the sound of crunching, reminiscent of the crackling of fried rice. Terrified, I hastened to conceal myself beneath the window, pondering my circumstances. Was I in a post-apocalyptic world of years hence? Outside, I could hear the sounds of leaping, gliding, and landing, accompanied by the unfurling of a feast. Cautiously, I peered out, witnessing the colossal mantis entering another structure, and before long, silence enveloped the surroundings. After several minutes of quietude, I mused that perhaps the creature had satiated its hunger. Summoning my courage, I rose to investigate, calculating the distance to that building and noting that there were 10 colossal edifices between us. If the earlier encounter was any indication, the mantis could traverse the distance in 5 bounds. I needed to escape, to widen the gap, and to discern the true nature of this place. I began to scrutinize the architecture of the building, formulating a hypothesis that this structure was a landmark in the heart of the city, with a single-floor area exceeding 3,000 square meters. A cursory glance revealed a central core that penetrated the entirety of the skyscraper, which appeared to rise to approximately 20 stories. Its height rendering me unable to ascertain its upper limits. I resolved to descend the stairs, distancing myself from the menacing mantis. At that moment, a series of sharp, crackling sounds echoed from below, reminiscent of a blade slicing through concrete. My heart tightened as a troubling thought struck me. What could that mantis be consuming within the confines of this building? Was there anything here for it to feast upon? Leaning over the banister, I peered down, the crackling noises drawing ever closer, my back drenched in perspiration. Suddenly, an enormous dark green figure, reminiscent of an oversized scarab, emerged beneath the floorboards. Its carapace was adorned with menacing spikes, and a discernible slit hinted at its potential for flight. Its abdomen boasted 3 pairs of sharp limbs, the source of the unsettling sounds. The creature scuttled back and forth at the edge, its intentions shrouded in mystery. Abruptly, it halted, and my heart raced, compelling me to withdraw my head hastily. The insect lifted its gaze, fixating on my floor with dozens of quivering compound eyes, an unnerving sight indeed. I pressed myself against the ground, paralyzed by fear, my heart pounding as I strained to discern any sounds from below. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, my body grew numb, yet the silence persisted. I could no longer endure the wait. Retreat was imperative. Cautiously, I began to back away, fully aware that the creature below was beyond my means to confront, possessing no weaponry at hand. How could my bare hands contend with such a creature, bristling with sharpness? I swiftly retreated into the building, my body tinged with a sense of numbness, unable to quell my anxiety. Memories of past adversities flooded my mind, each painful episode flickering before my eyes like a cinematic reel. Even in times of starvation, I had never resorted to violence or theft, relying solely on my own efforts to survive. Yet here I was confronted by this small insect. A surge of defiance coursed through me, beneath the heavens and the earth. The children of Huaxia shall not cower. As I took a moment to breathe, I began to contemplate my surroundings. I found myself in a dilapidated construction site, undoubtedly replete with materials such as steel bars, shovels, and wrenches. If I could locate a few items, I could devise a trap, easily ensnaring that insect. Cautiously, I began to search the premises, yet to my astonishment, the building was eerily pristine, devoid of any construction materials or even a scrap of refuse. The only usable element was the creeping vine along the walls, lacking anything lethal. With no alternative, I resolved to ascend another level. I dared not venture downstairs, where the monstrous insect awaited. Upon reaching the next floor, I was met with a stark contrast. The walls and floor were riddled with cracks. Approaching the wall, I traced the jagged markings with my hand, as if a colossal blade had cleaved through, exposing the steel reinforcement beneath. On the ground lay a viscous, dark green liquid, now congealed, likely the creature's bodily fluid. Just as I contemplated retreating, the crackling footsteps echoed from below. The creature was ascending. I glanced at the marks on the ground and walls, secretly hoping that this level posed no danger. However, the sound behind me grew increasingly closer, prompting me to hasten my search. Fortunately, the entire structure was built with load-bearing columns and sheer walls. As I surveyed my surroundings, I found nothing terrifying. Cautiously and swiftly, I continued my search, but as I turned a corner around a sheer wall, I was startled. There lay a colossal mantis on the ground, and a wave of cold sweat washed over me. After a moment, I realized it was merely a corpse, a mantis nearly 2 meters long, its abdomen sliced open and its insides completely devoured. Gazing at its enormous pincers, a rush of exhilaration surged within me. Was this not the weapon I had long desired? I stepped forward quickly, tugging at the joints, relieved to find that time had loosened them. Even when it emitted a sound, I paid it no mind. With a sharp crack, I detached the razor-sharp barbed foot blade. At that moment, silence enveloped me from behind. Gripping the foot blade tightly, I turned slowly, only to discover that the rotund golden beetle had approached me from the rear. Its compound eyes were in motion, seemingly assessing whether I was edible. Once assured, the beetle emitted a piercing shriek, its 6 legs propelling it toward me with a furious charge. Reacting swiftly, I leaped into the air, raising the foot blade high. Just as the beetle was directly beneath me, I swung down with all my might. Thud! The sound echoed like a drumbeat, resonating with a firm and powerful reverberation. Yet, upon inspection, the beetle's shell bore only a faint white mark, failing to injure its core. The beetle, quick to retaliate, thrust its hard shell toward my abdomen. In a moment of peril, I instinctively shielded myself with the pincers. Thud! Another dull sound resonated as I was sent flying, my grip on the foot blade firm as I anchored myself to the ground like an anchor, halting my retreat. The pincers carved a deep gash into the earth, severing even the rebar within, a testament to their sharpness. However, such keen pincers could not penetrate the beetle's hardened shell. Undeterred, the beetle spread its shell, unfurling its wings and soaring into the air, charging at me with even greater speed, its momentum leaving me no chance to evade. I dropped to my knees, lying flat on the ground, eyes tightly shut, raising the pincers high to meet the oncoming assault. In an instant, I felt a resistance that swiftly dissipated, only to be followed by a thick, foul liquid splattering across my face. Opening my eyes, I beheld the golden beetle split open, its innards spilling over me while its 6 legs twitched aimlessly. Among the viscera, I spotted a gray, diamond-shaped crystal glimmering with a faint light. Suddenly, a luminous screen appeared before me. Kill the soldier golden beetle. Promote to soldier of the multiverse battlefield. Soldier system activated. Please check it yourself. Chapter 2 Greetings from Motherland. A warm current coursed through Chu Feng's body, enhancing both his physical capabilities and mental fortitude. As a laborer in society, strength and stamina were essential attributes. With this invigorating flow, he felt emboldened to challenge the muscular giants on the construction site. Name: Chu Feng. Race: human. Rank: private. 0-100. Title: none. Military achievements: 0. 1. Can be exchanged for items in the military achievement shop, which opens after reaching 100 points. Battlefield skills: none. Equipment: none. Faction: none. Base: none. Map: basic private map. Communication: basic private communication. Privates are the most fundamental and numerous soldiers on the battlefield. All generals and marshals in the myriad realms have risen from the ranks of privates. Privates represent the purest form of warriors, undistracted by external influences, intoxicated by the thrill of combat, with the pursuit of becoming a military master as their lifelong ambition and ultimate honor. Anomaly detected, please wait. Upon receiving this unexpected message, Chu Feng's mind momentarily froze. What was happening? What was this myriad battlefield? He began analyzing the stream of information. Being identified as human suggested the existence of countless races within this battlefield, such as the golden armored insect, representing the insectoid race. Was this not a fusion of gaming and literature? He examined his rank, private, realizing there was no lower designation. As for titles, none were bestowed upon a mere private. If there were one, it would only denote expendability. A meager military achievement of 0-1, a pitiful score, particularly in comparison to the unfortunate golden insect, and even more so regarding his own situation. Next came an array of utterly basic features, with a few added. Upon glimpsing the map, Chu Feng felt a surge of excitement. Understanding the terrain was paramount in battle. He opened it, revealing a vast map that quickly focused, with a blinking red dot marking his location. The only named area was the vicinity of the Sky Tower, shrouded in the fog of war, rendering the rest pitch black. Judging by the speed of zooming, the entire map was intimidatingly large, and his sector was but a speck upon it. At the top of the map was a toolbar reminiscent of an Excel interface, featuring options for marking and route planning. However, there were only two rudimentary tools available. Far from sophisticated, they were rather rudimentary. Finally, the communication feature left him isolated and alone. Whom could he communicate with? Closing the interface, Chu Feng needed to digest this information and formulate his next plan. The gray crystal that had fallen to the ground occupied his entire field of vision, its soft gray glow enticing him to consume it. He stepped forward to pick it up, and information materialized before his eyes. Basic skill crystal. Upon consumption, it grants the individual corresponding basic skills. Individual is human, can acquire skills. 1. Mastery of firearms. 2. Mastery of tactical movements. 3. Mastery of cold weapons. Each entry was accompanied by a display of effects. When he clicked on the video for Mastery of Firearms, he saw a solitary figure standing behind a defensive structure, surrounded by an array of firearms, all familiar product from Earth. Beyond the construction site lies an endless tide of insects. A figure skillfully wields various firearms, shooting with remarkable precision. Alas, the armor of the insectoid foes is exceedingly resilient, often requiring several shots to bring down a single creature. Despite an impeccable aim, the proficiency with firearms feels somewhat futile. Next, with mastery in tactical maneuvers, the figure deftly navigates the trenches and fortifications, evading the relentless assaults of the insects. The movements are practiced, fluid, and agile, yet, ultimately, they are engulfed by the inexorable swarm. Lastly, possessing expertise in cold weaponry. The figure brandishes a scythe reminiscent of a mantis, wildly swinging it amidst the tide of insects, the motions simple and direct, crafted solely for the purpose of slaughter. Yet, despite such ferocity, the grim fate of death remains unavoidable. This predicament leaves Chu Feng in deep contemplation regarding the selection of skills. Proficiency with firearms is not an option. Without a gun, one cannot choose it. The synergy between tactical maneuvers and cold weaponry could unleash formidable power. Observing the dismembered, golden-armored beetle and the scythe in hand, Chu Feng formulates a plan. Mastery of cold weaponry emerges as the most prudent choice. Having acquired the skill, slaying the golden-armored beetles should not pose a significant challenge. Just as Chu Feng prepares to ingest the skill crystal, a notification materializes before him. Detection complete. Information regarding the human race on the multiverse battlefield has been confirmed. This marks the first ascent of humanity onto the multiverse battlefield, and the implementation of the racial support plan will commence. You are permitted to select one close kin. Both parties may exchange resources. Please choose your kin. Upon reading this notification, Chu Feng's immediate reaction is one of disbelief, perceiving it as a jest at his expense. As an orphan, having survived to this point is a remarkable feat. He has no family, nor even a handful of acquaintances to converse with. The only person who comes to mind is the elder brother who introduced him to the construction site. Like him, the elder brother hails from an orphanage, having struggled to establish a life for himself. The implications of involving someone else remain uncertain. He cannot drag this person into peril. Gazing out at the sky, a wry smile crosses Chu Feng's face. You truly have a sense of humor, compelling an orphan to find a close kin. My growth has been solely the result of my efforts, supported by the benevolent policies of my motherland. If I were to name my closest kin, it would undoubtedly be my motherland. Please, assist me in this matter. This self-deprecating remark, tinged with irony and resignation, unexpectedly receives a response. Your kin has been selected, motherland. The multiverse battlefield will facilitate communication and persuasion. Please find a secure location and remain ready to receive communication and resources. Restrictions on resource transportation for soldiers. Frequency: once every 7 days. Specifications: 3 cubic meters of inanimate objects. Chu Feng stands in a daze, swiftly followed by overwhelming joy. His motherland. If the multiverse battlefield can indeed establish communication, he would possess an unparalleled and robust support system. Who might it be that communicates with him? His mind fills with images of the kindly elder he has seen on the news. Communication has been established. The parties will commence a holographic conversation in 3, 2, 1. Nervously, Chu Feng wipes the green viscous substance from his face. Before him appears the familiar figure of the elder in holographic form, as though they are conversing face to face. Child, you have endured much. The elderly man's first words made Chu Feng's nose tingle and his eyes brim with tears. This sensation was akin to that of a wayward child encountering family after a long separation, a tumult of grievance, heartache, and joy erupting within him. Tears cascaded down his cheeks uncontrollably. The old man raised his hand, intending to wipe them away, only for it to pass through his own body. Such extraordinary technology. The elder marveled, while Chu Feng regained his composure. Greetings, sir. Chu Feng stammered, his voice quivering. The elder surveyed the surroundings. Chu Feng's disheveled state. The corpses strewn across the ground and the devastated environment. Do not hesitate, my child. Please recount the situation. The nation will provide you with utmost support. Chu Feng nodded and recounted his recent experiences. Please wait a moment. I shall summon a professional, the elder said, turning away. Xiao Chen, come in. Shortly, a robust, middle-aged man clad in a black suit approached Chu Feng, his hand instinctively moving towards his waist. Do not be alarmed. I shall explain shortly. For now, please provide your expert opinion. The elder reassured him. Understood, sir. The man replied. This is my special agent, Chen Bo. I kindly ask you to repeat your account. Chu Feng reiterated his story, simultaneously demonstrating the 3 skills contained within the skill crystal for both men to observe. Following this, a prolonged silence ensued, lasting 3 minutes, during which Chen Bo's expression shifted rapidly. Sir, the situation is somewhat challenging, yet there is a way to break the deadlock, Chen Bo stated. Chapter 3, the first transmission. Heavy machine gun, armor-piercing rounds, what do you think we should do? The commander gestured for him to express his thoughts freely. Chen Bai pondered for a moment and replied, Commander, given the current situation, the foremost priority for Chu Feng is to ensure his survival. The known circumstances are: 1. Resources can be exchanged, with 3 cubic meters of dead matter. 2. Chu Feng possesses a remarkable skill crystal core, enabling him to acquire a battlefield skill. Therefore, my suggestion is for Chu Feng to choose proficiency in firearms. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback before stating, but the demonstration of the skill shows that the power of firearms is quite limited. Not so, Chen Bai replied, a confident smile illuminating his face. From your description and the traces on the ground, it is evident that these insectoid creatures possess an unparalleled and formidable armor. As a physical laborer, your downward strike must exert a force of approximately 400 kilograms. Furthermore, examining the sharpness and resilience of their limbs exceeds all our cold weapons here. Thus, if we still cannot breach their armor, it is clear that mere human strength is insufficient for such a feat. Therefore, opting for tactical maneuvers or cold weapons would be tantamount to inviting death. Chen Bai's direct assertions deepened Chu Feng's understanding, prompting him to nod in agreement. You speak wisely, uncle. Returning to the demonstration video, Chun Bai continued his analysis. If I am not mistaken, the ammunition used in the video is merely basic, thus inflicting limited damage. Now, allow me to introduce the QJZ-171 heavy machine gun, which delivers a muzzle energy of 18,000 joules, equivalent to an impact force of 900 kilograms. This is far beyond human capability. Furthermore, with the addition of the DVC-12 armor-piercing incendiary round, a single shot could obliterate these insects. The elder nodded. Is there a related video? Let young Chu take a look. Certainly, Commander, Chun Bai responded, retrieving his phone to play the video while providing commentary. Commander, this is our military's newly developed ammunition, featuring high firing rates and formidable power that surpasses all existing individual armor-piercing projectiles on the market. There is also a new model of the QJZ-171 currently under development, which employs electromagnetic acceleration technology to significantly enhance initial velocity, making it capable of penetrating 30mm alloy armor within a distance of 100 meters. As the video played, a soldier lay prone, operating the heavy machine gun to sweep fire across the vehicles ahead. Whether it was military jeeps, armored personnel carriers, or tanks, the heavy machine gun unleashed a storm of fire, illuminating the rear of the vehicles with explosions. Once the 50 rounds were expended and the smoke dissipated, all that remained was a scene of utter devastation. Chun Bai was exhilarated, exclaiming, "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Who can rival this armor-piercing capability?" Chu Feng too felt a surge of excitement, thinking how insignificant the flying mantis would be, reduced to mere debris in the face of the metallic storm. Imagining such a scene, charging through the tide of insects while wildly firing a machine gun, brought back memories of yesteryears. Cough, the elder interrupted with a cough. Chun Bai, suddenly embarrassed, apologized. "I beg your pardon, Commander, I got carried away." "Not at all. Young Chu is no outsider. It's just that your battle-hungry nature seems to have remained unrefined over all these years." Despite Chun Bai's middle age, he appeared as childlike in the presence of the elderly. The elder turned to Chu Feng and inquired, "So, have you made your decision?" "Of course." Chu Feng répondit, his blood surging with fervor. Uncle Chun resembled a battle-hardened warrior. "If I do not heed his words, who shall I listen to?" Chun Bai remarked, "You are rather premature in your excitement. I suspect that in the world you inhabit, there exist far more formidable entities. Hence, I have another weapon to recommend." As he spoke, he scrolled through his phone, revealing a firearm of particularly robust caliber, equipped with a high-powered scope. It was, without a doubt, a piece of artillery, the QLU-131 sniper grenade launcher, featuring a 35mm caliber, capable of penetrating 50mm alloy armor and an effective range of 400 meters with armor-piercing ammunition. The lethal projectile had an effective range of 600 meters, with a shrapnel coverage radius of approximately 8 meters. Additionally, there were airburst and incendiary rounds, fulfilling all your needs for hunting significant targets. A video commenced, showcasing the QLU-131 as a weapon of unparalleled destructive capability. The visuals, filled with bursts of flames and scattered debris, accompanied by the exhilarating roar of explosions, set Chu Feng's blood racing. His face flushed, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his pupils constricted as he entered a state of complete exhilaration. Observing Chu Feng's reaction, Chun Bai remarked, "Commander, this young man is indeed a combat enthusiast. The greater the destructive force, the more it invigorates him." The elder nodded and then queried, "With these two weapons you mentioned, does Chu Feng stand a chance of survival?" Chun Bai's expression turned grave. "Commander, he is in an unknown world, and no one can guarantee his survival. What we can do is prepare the necessary supplies and impart some knowledge of wilderness survival, but I fear it may not be of much use." The elder shook his head slightly. Proceed with the preparations and gather everything you can think of. We must transmit in 10 minutes. A delay of even a second could place Chu Feng in peril. As Chu Feng regained his focus and listened to the dialogue between the elder and Chun Bai, he expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Commander. You are a child of China. Such words need not be spoken. I can offer you the support of the entire nation, the latest technology, and the most formidable weaponry." The elder paused momentarily and continued, "Of course, I have expectations of you as well. Do not falter, survive, and thrive splendidly. You are a descendant of the land of Huaxia, and countless ancestors are watching over you. Upon hearing these words from the elder, Chu Feng was enveloped in a fervent state of spirit. Such sentiments, spoken from the lips of an elder, would ignite the blood of any man of valor, propelling him forward. Indeed, Chu Feng executed a somewhat imperfect military salute. The 10 minutes passed swiftly, during which the elder engaged in lengthy conversation with Chu Feng, growing increasingly pleased with the young man. The cataclysmic onset had not led him to despair. Rather, he was striving to survive. Xiao Feng, I believe in you. You will endure and display the valor of the Huaxia people. At this moment, Chun Bai returned, and the elder accompanied him outdoors, where numerous olive drab metal boxes were arranged in a small garden. The commander noted that it was precisely 3 cubic meters, containing an array of weapons and various scopes, a base stock of ammunition, 7 days' worth of potable water, and individual rations. Clad in a full Kevlar-lined tactical uniform, he possessed a multifunctional telescope that integrated night vision and omnidirectional infrared capabilities. Additionally, there was a military-grade action camera to document all of Chu Feng's combat activities, facilitating analysis and feedback after the 7-day period. The elder nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Excellent. Your considerations are quite comprehensive. Preparing this much in 10 minutes is commendable. Xiao Feng, do you have any further requirements?" Just as Chu Feng was about to respond, he heard a cacophony of footsteps from downstairs. The elder and Chun Bai also noticed, their expressions abruptly turning grave. The sounds indicated at least hundreds of individuals approaching. "Commander, we must transmit the supplies immediately." "Understood. Initiate the transmission at once." In this crucial moment, Chu Feng cast aside his dagger and the corpse of the golden beetle, confirming them as items for transmission. He hoped these would prove beneficial for research purposes. The elder regarded Chu Feng with an approving smile. "Both parties have initiated the transmission. Please maintain a stable position. Countdown commencing. 10 seconds. 10 on 8. At that moment, the golden beetle materialized before Chu Feng, unfurling like a carpet, its chaotic mandibles emitting a hissing sound as it surged toward him. Chapter 4. The potent armor-piercing shells these golden beetles differ from the deceased one. They appear to be underdeveloped, lacking the wings necessary to support their bodies. Discover species beneath the rank of private, detectable. Golden beetle larvae. New recruits. The larvae seem to be fundamentally inferior to the private rank, yet their armor is not significantly lacking. If they have truly mastered cold weaponry and tactical maneuvers, their fate would be sealed. With mere seconds remaining before the teleportation, I swallowed the gray skill crystal. Please select a skill. Mastery of firearms. A torrent of knowledge surged into my mind, simultaneously transforming my physique. Thick calluses began to form on my palms, and my shoulders underwent a notable metamorphosis. This skill crystal is utterly remarkable. My body is evolving in tandem, undoubtedly crafting a physique suited for prolonged firearm use. My index fingers trembled slightly, as if searching for the pressure of the trigger. A dual-wielding style, indeed. The swarm of golden beetles approached, and a phantom of a green metal box materialized before me. 3, 2, 1. Teleportation complete. Please check your inventory. 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes until the next teleportation. The golden beetles were now within 3 meters of me. I opened the topmost box to reveal a pristine, gleaming QJZ-171 nestled within, its right side already affixed with a magazine. I swiftly retrieved it, and, as my hands gripped the weapon, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over me. Expertly, I pulled back the bolt, revealing bullets adorned with a black base and red ring, confirming they were DVC-12 armor-piercing incendiary rounds. I disengaged the safety, switched to automatic mode, and settled the stock against my shoulder to align the sight. The entire assembly, with the magazine, weighed nearly 40 pounds, yet in my hands it felt weightless. Chimbo had not installed an optical sight in advance, which fortuitously saved me time. My right index finger gently rested on the trigger, applying a slight pressure until I felt the brief resistance, halting just before the firing point. The golden beetles began to encircle me. I pulled the trigger again, click, boom. The trigger engaged the firing pin, producing a subtle yet melodious metallic sound. Boom! The distinctive low-frequency rumble of the QJZ-171 erupted forth, with the armor-piercing incendiary round effortlessly piercing through the bodies of two golden beetles. Upon impact with the ground, an explosion ensued, sending shrapnel flying and toppling several nearby beetles. The zirconium powder within the projectile ignited, producing searing flames reaching temperatures of 2,000 that engulfed all insects within a 1-meter radius. Listening to the agonized screams of the beetles and feeling the heat wash over me, I was taken aback by the overwhelming power. Close-range shooting was ill-advised. The swarm was momentarily stunned, allowing me to seize the moment and fire towards the rear of the oncoming tide. Top, 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 top. The gunfire transitioned from awkwardness to fluidity in just 6 shots, followed by a symphony of gunfire and explosions. Coupled with the beetles' cries, an indescribable exhilaration surged within me. Ignoring the searing heat, I smiled as I recklessly harvested the lives of the insects. Click, click, click. After firing 3 consecutive shots, I realized the magazine had been emptied. Private for 100, with so many golden beetles around, only 3 could be considered as experience for a private, indicating that this swarm was not particularly formidable. After reflecting on this, I gazed at the floor before me, a scene of utter devastation. The ground was shattered from the bombardment, revealing glimpses of the lower level. The concrete had been reduced to powder, and the steel reinforcements lay deformed and limp. The tide of insects had vanished, with far more incinerated than slain. I quickly replaced the empty magazine, remaining vigilant. A gust of cold wind, laced with the dampness of the rain, brushed against my face, whisking away some of the heat and allowing me to regain my composure. Aside from myself, there was not a single moving entity within the building. At this moment, I emerged from my exhilaration, only to be overtaken by fatigue. The combat with the golden beetles, coupled with continuous gunfire, was taxing even on my enhanced body. The extreme fluctuations in my mental state weighed heavily upon me, leaving me particularly drained. I noticed the words survival supplies inscribed on a nearby box. Upon opening it, I found it neatly stocked with drinking water and individual rations. I uncapped a bottle and gulped down nearly half in one breath, pouring the remainder over my head. I sat down, leaning against the box to rest, allowing my mind to go completely blank. After a brief moment, clarity returned, and I accepted the reality of the situation. Setting down my weapon, I stood to assess the supplies. The drinking water and rations were undoubtedly sufficient for a week. Continuing to open boxes, I was pleasantly surprised to find toilet paper, something I hadn't anticipated. Uncle Chun truly was considerate. I also discovered disposable underwear, numerous pairs of socks, and even a complete set of combat uniform. Upon opening another box, I uncovered a full array of individual equipment, including a multi-functional battlefield watch displaying various parameters. The current temperature was a mere 21 degrees, and clad in my worksite attire, I felt a chill. I quickly donned the combat uniform, which provided some warmth. Grasping the multifunctional binoculars, I approached the window to observe the outside world. As darkness fell, I adjusted the view to full infrared, revealing countless heat signatures densely clustered both near and far, some as large as 4 or 5 stories. I hastily retreated indoors, unable to suppress a shiver. This world was far more terrifying than I had imagined. A basic supply of ammunition was utterly inadequate for the situation at hand. I had to prioritize survival and development. Setting down the binoculars, I donned the W-15 helmet, adjusting the night vision and thermal imaging settings for further observation. The lower 3 floors appeared safe, devoid of any biological entities. However, beyond that level, numerous heat signatures were in motion. The commotion I had just caused seemed to have had a deterrent effect, as the insects did not venture towards my location. This temporary safety allowed me to relax, and I resumed my inventory, discovering the QLU-131 sniper grenade launcher. I caressed the body of the weapon with excitement. This 5-meter behemoth would be my solution. Once I had completed the inventory, I donned all the gear I could, feeling both warmth and a semblance of security. The time has come to cleanse the battlefield. During the recent skirmish, Chu Feng noticed a plethora of flickering gray lights, emanating from crystalline cores. Armed and resolute, he commenced his search. The battered floorboards resembled a giant sieve, revealing through the crevices that most of the crystalline cores had fallen below. Upon descending, he discovered the gray cores scattered across the ground. He picked up one before him. Enhanced crystal core slightly enhances physical capabilities upon consumption. Without hesitation, he consumed it and waited for a moment. It seemed he felt something, yet at the same time, he was uncertain. Was this substance truly effective? He found himself perplexed. Ahead on the ground lay a dozen more, all enhanced crystal cores. Unfazed by the prospect of an upset stomach, he retained only one and consumed the rest. It was then that he began to sense a subtle change. If his previous maximum strength was 500 pounds, it now appeared to be 501 pounds. Fortunately, there were no adverse effects. Any improvement, however slight, was welcome. If the quantity were sufficient, a gradual accumulation could lead to a significant transformation. Chu Feng did not feel disheartened. These crystalline cores not only provided a sense of fullness, but, despite their lack of flavor, proved to be a commendable choice. Returning to the upper floor, he gathered all items into a corner and retrieved the surveillance equipment. As darkness enveloped the sky, he set up a perimeter and nestled into his sleeping bag, drifting into a deep slumber. In Blue Star, an ancient architectural ensemble adorned with red walls and yellow tiles, a group of silver-haired elders sat together in companionship. Chapter 5. The shocked national leadership. Such are the circumstances. What are your thoughts? The elder, communicating with Chu Feng, pointed to the enormous mantis claw on the ground. Number 1. Is this truly as bewildering as it seems? The first individual on the left wore an expression of skepticism. I understand your disbelief. Old Zhang from the Academy of Sciences will arrive shortly, and then you shall comprehend. Before long, an elderly man clad in a white lab coat and thick spectacles pushed the door open. Number 1. Why have you summoned me at such an hour? We are at a critical juncture in our research, and any breakthrough could propel us to surpass other nations in alloy technology. Our space program could advance by several years. Old Zhang sat down, visibly irritated. The assembly of elders chuckled at his demeanor. Once he regained his composure and observed the items in the room, his eyes widened in astonishment. The previously skeptical elder spoke up. Old Zhang, you must see this. Are these two specimens genuine? Can Blue Star indeed yield insects of such size? Old Zhang rushed to examine the claw and the corpse, scrutinizing them meticulously and confirming repeatedly. Indeed, these are insects. This resembles the forelimb of a mantis, and this one appears to be a scarab, albeit vastly oversized. Furthermore, the patterns on this exoskeleton, along with its texture, lead me to believe that this material is even harder than alloys. Please, allow me to retrieve my equipment. Excited, Old Zhang pulled out his phone to make a call. The equipment is already here. Follow me, Number 1 asserted as he rose to his feet. Chenbo entered through the doorway, accompanied by 5 individuals and a massive box, which they used to transport the claw and the corpse out of the room. Old Zhang walked alongside Number 1. Where did these specimens originate? We shall discuss that later. Let's first examine these items, Number 1 replied. Navigating through passageways and courtyards, they arrived beside an artificial hill. Chenbo lifted a stone slab, revealing a concealed screen. After undergoing 5 rigorous security verifications, retinal scan, fingerprint, password, voice recognition, and manual confirmation, the artificial hill split apart, allowing everyone to enter. Number 1, this is a secure facility. Chenbo explained. It holds the highest level of security, and I have already commenced renovations. Descending further, they soon encountered a spacious area, nearly the size of 2 football fields. Hundreds of soldiers busied themselves assembling various advanced devices. A colossal sterile chamber had already been constructed. Its ceiling and 4 walls comprised entirely of glass, with instruments prepared inside. Old Zhang, the next phase is your domain. Number 1 stated as he and the other stood outside, awaiting his command. Old Zhang and Chenbo entered the chamber, unloading the corpse and claw before the latter departed. Without further ado, Old Zhang activated the instruments to commence testing. Time flew by as his astonishment grew. Remarkable. Truly extraordinary. My experiment must be halted. I need to recalibrate my approach. No one interrupted him. All watched in silent anticipation. After half an hour, old Zhang emerged. Number 1. This is indeed a biological specimen. Perhaps even one from the realm of myth. You may now disclose the origin of this creature. With a smile. Number 1 recapitulated the situation concerning Chu Feng and the myriad battlefields of the multiverse. The species of that world possess extraordinary skill cores, which hold unparalleled scientific value. Old Zhang was exhilarated, gesticulating animatedly, as I envisioned a world where the Hua nation stood at the pinnacle. Chunbai, do try the power of these 2 items. Chunbai turned to the first device. Let everyone see. Soon, in a vacant area, a tank appeared as if summoned from nowhere. Old Zhang, somewhat apprehensive, remarked Chunbai, is it appropriate to bombard the shell with artillery? Chunbai smiled. Academician Zhang, this is for the experimental claw. With that, a forklift lifted the claw, securing it in place, its tip aimed directly at the tank. Chunbai looked to the first device. Commander, we are ready. Please instruct. Gomos. The forklift propelled the claw towards the tank at a brisk pace. What purpose could this serve? Academician Zhang was perplexed. It lacked both speed and sharpness. Before he could finish his thought, the claw made contact with the tank. Goodness! The elderly spectators could not contain their astonishment. The claw effortlessly sliced into the armor, exhibiting no sense of hesitation whatsoever. Academician Zhang stood in stunned silence before dashing forward to examine it closely, running his hands over it repeatedly. This is impossible. Why is my hand unharmed? He could hardly believe it. I need to observe it under a microscope. Chunbai glanced at the first device, which nodded in affirmation. The forklift promptly transported the claw back to the laboratory. Academician Zhang scrutinized the specimen through various microscopes, shaking his head incessantly. Is what you said truly accurate? The previously skeptical elder's tone softened. Old Zhou, you have witnessed the phenomenon. Do you still harbor doubts? Old Zhou shook his head. It's not disbelief. It's disbelief in what I see. While they conversed, Academician Zhang shouted, Bring me the atomic-level microscope from the Academy of Sciences. It's already en route. The necessary equipment will arrive shortly, along with your esteemed students, the first device replied calmly. Ever since the supply transfer, preparations had begun, with experts and cutting-edge scientific apparatus moving towards the underground base. Just as he finished speaking, the large gate on the other side of the underground base swung open, and several trucks drove in. Academician Zhang swiftly assembled his equipment to continue the research. Chunbai had prepared an array of supplies while the dignitaries sat down to sip tea and wait. After half an hour, Academician Zhang exclaimed once more. This evening, his fervent shouts filled the air. Incredible, utterly extraordinary. How many times had this old fellow exclaimed about the miraculous tonight? Old Zhou couldn't help but jest. Academician Zhang emerged holding a tablet, displaying a constantly vibrating atomic structure diagram. Look quickly. This astonishing atomic structure undergoes splitting and recombination in a mere thousandth of a second. This is precisely why it can slice through hardened armor with ease. Hurry, let me examine the other specimen. Academician Zhang eagerly began his investigation of the gold beetle's shell. Another half hour passed. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Once again, he dashed out with a tablet in hand. A similar situation, an equally wondrous atomic structure, albeit more inclined towards defense. Perhaps this creature is still small, with limited defensive capabilities, if it were to grow to the size of this mantis. Even ordinary projectiles would be incapable of penetrating its defenses. Chunbai felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this. Academician Zhang, if we truly encounter the scenario you described, do our current weapons possess the capacity to handle it? Certainly, he replied. The latest model, the QJZ-171 with electromagnetic acceleration, paired with the DVC-12, should be able to resolve the conflict in a matter of seconds, provided there are no constraints on firepower. Chunbai was taken aback. Such formidable firepower still required several seconds? Academician Zhang, are there any single-soldier weapons capable of delivering a lethal blow? Academician Zhang shook his head but then nodded. Fear not. As long as a layer of armor-piercing coating is applied to the warhead. Armor-piercing coating? What is that? Zhang pointed to the pincers, It is the coating that mimics its atomic structure. Chapter 6. Disturbing the nest that night. The team engaged in extensive discussions regarding their subsequent plans. With the acquisition of 2 types of biological materials, academician Zhang initially intended to halt all current research. However, he was interrupted by the First Authority, who argued that a sudden cessation of significant projects would attract the attention of hostile forces, jeopardizing the secrecy of their ongoing endeavors. Within the battlefield of myriad realms, there undoubtedly existed beings of godlike strength. If humanity could establish a foothold there, the potential benefits would be immeasurable. Everyone recognized the gravity of this matter. Academician Zhang devoted himself wholeheartedly to his scientific pursuits. The Elder Ko, the Supreme Commander, clandestinely mobilized elite soldiers from various military districts to the underground base to familiarize themselves with the new weaponry and to acquire knowledge about the battlefield of myriad realms. They believed that one day, Chu Feng would lead them there. All were eagerly anticipating the material exchange in 7 days. And academician Zhang had prepared a comprehensive list of items he wished Chu Feng to procure. In the battlefield of myriad realms, on the first night, Chu Feng found himself restless and unable to sleep due to anxiety. Time remaining until the next transmission. 5 days, 17 hours, 59 minutes. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced, and his spirit was invigorated. It was imperative to contemplate the next steps. A secure refuge was essential. Now armed with weaponry, he needed to commence a thorough cleansing. At the very least, he aimed to ensure that there were no threats present within 10 stories above and below him. After tidying up his personal hygiene, he opened a packet of individual rations labeled fish-flavored shredded pork. By adding water to the pouch, it became self-heating. Within minutes, the delectable fish-flavored shredded pork over rice was ready. After consuming it swiftly, he concealed any remnants that might emit odors within the carcasses, masking the scent, a survival tactic learned from the wilderness. Subsequently, he donned his combat backpack, which contained 4 ammunition magazines, with an additional 1 hanging from his firearm. 300 rounds of ammunition would suffice to handle any crisis. As dawn broke, the entire city seemed to awaken, alive with the incessant sounds of insects. Chu Feng peered out the window to observe insectoid creatures resembling dragonflies soaring in the air, while others, akin to centipedes but measuring over 10 meters in length, navigated through dense vines. Swarms of insects blanketed the area. It became apparent that the smaller calamities he had encountered the previous night were merely a precursor to far more formidable entities that roamed during the day. The city had transformed into a battlefield of insectoid warfare, punctuated by the sounds of violent collisions and shrieks. Chu Feng discerned that this place resembled a colossal breeding ground for venomous creatures, where only the mightiest could survive. Hiding behind the window, he observed insect carcasses descending from the sky, along with white and even green crystalline cores, which were devoured by other insects before they could hit the ground. It was evident that these cores were beneficial not only to Chu Feng, but also to the other insects. This presented both a crisis and an opportunity. With the support of his homeland, he was determined to prevail in the end. Adhering to the established plan, Chu Feng commenced the cleansing of the building. Despite the commotion outside, the insects appeared to remain preoccupied with their own affairs. Thus he felt secure in his actions. He began by sweeping downward, easily locating the insects concealed behind the walls with the help of infrared technology. As rhythmic gunfire erupted, the golden-armored insect larvae were systematically eliminated. The number of privates is woefully insufficient. After accomplishing the established clearing plan for 10 floors, my military rank experience only increased by a mere 10 points. Privates, 13,100. The majority of my gains were gray attribute crystal cores, and despite the presence of numerous privates, no skill crystal cores emerged. Evidently, the drop rate is exceedingly low. The absence of floor indicators in this building has greatly vexed Chu Feng. With no other choice, he designated the starting point as the ground floor, labeling the levels below as -1F and those above as 1F, and so forth. After consuming a substantial quantity of enhancement crystal cores, Chu Feng felt a comprehensive improvement in his bodily functions. Not only did his strength increase, but so did his agility, skin resilience. and even the strength of his digestive system and internal organs, all receiving varying degrees of enhancement. It appears that the enhancement crystal cores provide a holistic boost to the body, albeit at a minimal scale. Gazing at the crystal cores in his hand, he couldn't help but ponder how many he would need to consume to elevate his life level. After a brief respite, he continued his ascent. Passing the corpse of a mantis, Chu Feng mused that this creature must exceed the private level. The entity capable of vanquishing it must be exceptionally powerful. It seems that the skyscraper is no ordinary structure. The search became significantly more fruitful as he ascended. Golden beetles were nearly invisible, with only a few remaining at the private level. Upon reaching the 10th floor, the building underwent a dramatic transformation. The ceiling was overgrown with a brown substance, resembling either moss or fungi, reminiscent of the creeps spread in StarCraft. Through infrared vision, the entire floor appeared akin to a colossal organism, radiating warmth. Chu Feng hesitated to continue his search, sensing that this could be the base. Just as he prepared to turn back down the stairs, the fungal carpet suddenly began to undulate like waves. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a conveyor belt, and shortly thereafter, numerous suction cups emerged from the carpet. The golden beetles descended upon him like an airdrop, targeting Chu Feng's head. To his astonishment, all of them were privates. "Good heavens!" Chu Feng exclaimed, rapidly retreating down the stairs while unleashing firepower at the stairway entrance. Any golden beetle that revealed itself was swiftly dispatched with a single shot. The bullets penetrated, striking the ceiling and igniting a conflagration that engulfed the fungal carpet. In agony, the carpet writhed violently, and the rate of beetle deployment decreased. Yet their quality seemed to improve. Even among the privates, the later arrivals exhibited noticeably different sizes and lusters. They had even developed tactics. The weaker ones huddled together, functioning as a moving shield, rolling down the stairs, while the stronger individuals concealed themselves within, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack on Chu Feng. Are they employing tactics as well? Chu Feng was taken aback, but fortunately, his proficiency with firearms endowed him with remarkable control. His index finger remained firmly on the trigger as the QJZ-171 unleashed a torrent of fire. Utilizing the recoil of his weapon, Chu Feng adjusted his aim, sweeping down the airborne golden beetles poised for ambush. Suddenly, more golden beetles appeared behind him. These creatures even attempted to encircle him. The magazine of his gun was emptied in an instant, leaving him no choice but to swiftly replace it, bringing the insects dangerously close, within 10 meters. He quickened his pace, retreating while firing, striving to elongate the line of battle and deny the beetles an opportunity to encircle him. The sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the entire building. Flames extinguished only to reignite as the relentless swarm of insects surged forward, seemingly inexhaustible. The second magazine was emptied, and the third was swiftly loaded, followed by the fourth, and finally the last. To his astonishment, Chu Feng found himself retreating to the ground floor, where the golden-armored beetles had become sparse, pausing only to hiss menacingly at him. Observing the situation, Chu Feng checked his ammunition, discovering fewer than 20 rounds remaining. He had no choice but to return for a resupply. Slinging the gun over his shoulder, he turned and fled. Suddenly, a shadow flickered within the core chamber. Buzz! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a powerful gust of wind swept through. What was that? Chu Feng halted, directing his gaze towards the core chamber. In the next moment, a massive shadow, adorned with 4 pairs of cicada-like wings, descended with a thunderous crash. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a nearly human-sized beetle, its body bristling with sharp spines, its chitin exuding a metallic sheen, a far more advanced golden-armored beetle. Hiss! The piercing hiss resonated painfully in Chu Feng's ears, prompting him to raise his weapon and fire, but only the clattering sound of ricocheting bullets met his ears. Chapter 7. Nearly perished at the hands of the insect, the violent impact of the bullet interrupted the cry of the massive insect. Chu Feng shook his head, dispelling the pain. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was face to face with a grotesquely magnified golden beetle. Private First Class Golden Beetle. Chu Feng was astonished. Merely a single rank above a private, and such a tremendous transformation had occurred. Observing the creature's armor, he noted that the armor-piercing rounds only left minute white marks upon impact. The impregnable shell could not be breached. The only recourse was to target its mandibles. The beetle's mouth parts, divided into 8 segments, resembled a cutting machine when fully opened, capable of shredding anything that was ensnared. When closed, they fit together seamlessly, their luster surpassing that of the shell itself. The golden beetle charged towards Chu Feng with alarming speed, causing the very floor to tremble beneath its weight. The QJZ-171 erupted with flames, specifically aimed at the compound eyes and other vulnerable joints. To his astonishment, the beetle exhibited an acute defensive instinct, raising its pincers to shield its eyes from the onslaught of bullets. After several ricochets, he finally struck a joint in its pincer, causing the projectile to penetrate. Boom! The explosion was accompanied by a burst of light, severing the appendage. The golden beetle let out a pained howl before much of its green bodily fluid could escape. The searing flames charred the wound, sealing it. Witnessing this significant result, Chu Feng's aim became increasingly precise. The creature's combat instincts were terrifyingly acute, as it recognized that the black stick in the diminutive being's hands posed a threat. In an instant, it altered its tactics, utilizing the cover within the building to evade the fire. Yet, the cover was futile against the armor-piercing rounds, and the intense heat from the subsequent explosions inflicted great agony upon the insect. It swiftly leapt from the core tube, disappearing entirely from Chu Feng's line of sight. Realizing that his firearm and ammunition could not deliver a fatal blow, he determined to acquire the QLU-131, a weapon of substantial caliber and power, hoping to obliterate the creature with a single shot. As the private first-class golden beetle retreated, Chu Feng hastened towards the supply area. The QLU-131 was already loaded, the bolt drawn back. He merely needed to disengage the safety to fire. An unsettling uncertainty gripped him. He had no idea when or from where the beast would strike next. He needed to swiftly obtain a formidable weapon. Before him lay a green metal box, atop which rested the sniper grenade. Chu Feng's heart steadied slightly, but just then, a sudden tension seized him, prompting an instinctual halt. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as the floor ahead shattered, and the monstrous head of the golden beetle emerged. Had he not paused, he would have become a meal for the creature. What a treacherous fiend! Chu Feng's cold sweat drenched his clothing. After the initial terror came an overwhelming fury. Without regard for the remaining ammunition, he unleashed a torrent of fire. The golden beetle stubbornly withstood the barrage, looming between him and the supplies. Damn it! He could only watch helplessly as the devastating weapon lay within reach, yet unattainable. At that moment, a more harrowing event unfolded. The sound of clicks echoed ominously. 2 soft clicks signaled the empty magazine. With no bullets to impede its advance, the beetle lunged forward, its remaining pincer aimed directly at his chest. In a critical moment, Chu Feng rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack. As the mouthpiece launched its assault, a foul stench wafted through the air, nearly causing Chu Feng to retch. In a moment of desperation, he caught a glimmer of light. Raising the QJZ-171 in his hand, he shielded himself from the onslaught and swiftly dove beneath the armored body of the golden beetle. Utilizing all 4 limbs, he hastily crawled out, with the QLU-131 just within reach, hope shining brightly before him. Suddenly, a muffled grunt escaped him as he felt a piercing pain. Meanwhile, in the underground research center of Blue Star, a young researcher lifted his head from the microscope. Academician Zhang, I have discovered something peculiar. What is it? Academician Zhang, with disheveled hair and a weary countenance, clearly had not slept through the night. Please take a look. The researcher pointed towards the microscope, where a scratch on the inner wall of the golden beetle's shell resembled an artificially inscribed mark. Do you see? Doesn't this resemble a type of insignia? It's merely a scratch. It could very well be a remnant from battle. What significance does it hold? Academician Zhang failed to grasp the researcher's implication. Look at this. The researcher operated the adjacent computer, revealing 2 scratches that matched the golden beetles exactly, but with 1 additional mark. Academician Zhang felt a sense of unease. What do you mean by this? If this represents military ranks, then this mantis is merely one level above the golden beetle. The researcher explained, likening it to the distinction between a private and a sergeant, a minor difference. However, the actual disparity in combat prowess was alarmingly vast. Furthermore, there exists considerable individual variation among privates, akin to the difference between ordinary soldiers and elite warriors in our ranks. Academician Zhang nodded in agreement. That is plausible, very plausible. If an elite-level golden beetle were to exist, could the weaponry we provide to Chu Feng suffice? The QJZ-171 paired with armor-piercing rounds would struggle. The researcher pondered for a moment before responding, the QLU-131 should not pose a problem. Academician Zhang's expression darkened. Summoned Chunbai. Soon, Chunbai arrived. Academician Zhang. What is your command? Academician Zhang relayed his recent discovery, causing Chunbai's demeanor to shift to one of gravity. Logically, the numbers of privates and sergeants were vast, and Chu Feng would undoubtedly encounter more. If what you say is true, the QLU-131 would not resolve the issue. Its firing rate is too slow, and the ammunition is insufficient. Academician Zhang nodded. Just as I feared, it seems we must alter our research direction. Xiao Wang, relay the message. The electromagnetic acceleration modification of the QJZ-171 must be completed within 2 days. The new armor-piercing coating must undergo test firing in 3 days. We must bet on Chu Feng's ability to endure for 7 days. After that, we will equip him with weapons capable of unparalleled devastation. Understood. Chunbai updated the situation to the first authority, whose brow furrowed with concern amid his myriad responsibilities. One could only hope that young Chu could hold on. Inform Academician Zhang and the others to expedite their research efforts. Should young Chu return with anything, they shall have priority for its use. The researchers, invigorated by the prospect, knew that this wondrous new world would undoubtedly yield further surprises. All hoped fervently for Chu Feng's survival. In the battlefield of myriad realms, Chu Feng let out a pain groan. The robust pincers of a golden beetle pierced through his thigh, blood pooling upon the ground. The creature emitted an exultant cry, its head raised in triumph. Damn it, even if I perish, I will take you down with me. Chu Feng cursed vehemently, disregarding the tearing of his wound as he forcefully crawled forward several inches. His thigh grotesquely cleaved in two, exposing raw bone, with blood gushing forth. Fortunately, his fingers grasped the gun rack, and with a sudden pull, he seized the formidable QLU-131 into his embrace, twisting his body to confront the monstrous insect. The beetle's mandibles were mere inches from his face. In that critical moment, Chu Feng thrust the barrel into its mandibles. Die for me, he snarled, fiercely pulling the trigger. The tremendous recoil caused the weapon to slip from his grasp. Looking at the golden beetle before him, it appeared superficially intact, save for wisps of smoke emanating from its mandibles. However, a gaping hole the size of a basin had erupted in its back, rendering it utterly lifeless as its carcass collapsed with a thunderous thud. Simultaneously, 2 gray crystal cores tumbled to the ground beside Chu Feng. Chapter 8. Harvest and ascend upon vanquishing the elite soldier, the golden beetle, and achieving the requisite conditions for advancement. A vibrant green luminescence enveloped Chu Feng, emanating from a defeated creature. This powerful vitality facilitated the swift healing of his wounds, significantly augmenting his physical strength. Within 5 minutes, Chu Feng was fully restored, possessing more than twice the strength and resilience he had prior. Attempting to leap, he struck his head against the ceiling with a resounding thud, creating a dent in the floorboards. Chu Feng felt only a slight discomfort, devoid of any further unease. Now he could effortlessly contend with a soldier-level golden beetle in unarmed combat. The status panel underwent a transformation. Name, Chu Feng race, human, rank, corporal, 0, 200 title, none military merit, 0, 3, can be exchanged for items in the military merit store, which opens after accumulating 100 points. Battlefield skills, mastery of firearms, equipment, QJZ-171 heavy machine gun, QLU-131 sniper grenade launcher. Various auxiliary gear, faction, none, camp, none, map, corporal communication, corporal transport restrictions, Frequency, 7 days per instance. Item specification, for cubic units of inanimate matter, to his surprise. With the elevation in rank, the transport limitations had also been eased. It seemed the time required for future transports would diminish, the space would expand, and even living beings could potentially be transported. The thought of the National Army entering the myriad battlefields filled him with exhilaration. With great effort, he reached for the skill crystal. Upon inspection of the other enhancements, the map and communication features showed no notable changes. They remained akin to those of a mere foot soldier. It appeared that significant upgrades would require further advancement. Additionally, regarding communication, it was inevitable that he would eventually command subordinates. Basic skill crystal, upon consumption, grants corresponding basic skills based on the individual, human skills available. 1. Battlefield intuition. 2. Tactical maneuver mastery. 3. Mastery of cold weapons. Having already mastered firearm proficiency, he opted for the somewhat enigmatic skill of battlefield intuition. This skill seemed elusive, perhaps akin to a form of instinct. Chu Feng could not fully comprehend it, so he decided to forego this option for the moment and would consult Chen Bai later. He examined the other crystal he held, discovering it was yet another basic skill crystal, thus eliminating any indecision. He learned both battlefield intuition and tactical maneuver mastery. While the mastery of cold weapons was not immediately useful, with the selection of these two skills, the panel became even more comprehensive. Battlefield skills, mastery of firearms, battlefield intuition, tactical maneuver mastery. Chu Feng felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. It was imperative to secure the bodies of the elite soldiers, as they undoubtedly held greater scientific value. Through his 2 recent promotions, Chu Feng discerned a pattern. After reaching maximum experience, one must defeat an enemy of the subsequent tier. The next rank he sought was sergeant. Considering the formidable strength of a corporal, he could only imagine the extent of power a sergeant would possess. Simultaneously, Chu Feng realized that his ambition for advancement had become somewhat impatient. The new recruits can yield enhanced crystal cores without any usage limitations. Furthermore, the honing of skills has commenced. Although the cores have established a baseline, after a period of combat, his marksmanship has become more adept and instinctive. It is certain that with sustained high-intensity battles, his shooting prowess will only improve. The same principle applies to tactical maneuvers. Once these 2 skills are intertwined, further refinement and familiarity are required. The notion of integrating shooting within tactical movements or executing precise shots evokes a thrilling image. Amidst the enemy ranks, dodging attacks, while simultaneously delivering relentless fire to claim lives. This encapsulates Chu Feng's interim objective, to master his skills to perfection, making them second nature. Moreover, the elusive battlefield intuition must be clarified in specific contexts. After a brief respite, changing into one of the 3 outfits prepared by Chen Bai, he hydrates, dines, and optimizes his mental state to peak performance before advancing to the 10th floor. This time, Chu Feng has equipped himself with the QLU-131 sniper grenade launcher, and upon encountering the elite soldier, the Golden Beetle, he is confident in dispatching it with a single shot. Upon swiftly returning to the 10th floor, he notices the crystal cores left from previous battles strewn across the ground. Paying little heed to hygiene, he collects them hastily, savoring the minuscule enhancements they provide. Consuming 100 gray crystal cores might yield slight improvement. However, Chu Feng is in no rush, understanding that gradual accumulation leads to significant strength. Raising his weapon, he directs fire at the fungal canopy above. A multitude of private golden beetles descends, and Chu Feng discovers a loophole, as long as the canopy remains intact. These beetles become mere targets. This is fortuitous, as he has located a prime area to farm enemies. Chu Feng begins to fire in bursts, each shot eliminating a beetle. After an indeterminate number of kills, he notices no change in experience and 0. 3 military merit remains stagnant, suggesting only kills of equivalent foes will contribute to his advancement. For nearly 10 monotonous minutes, the golden beetles seem inexhaustible, prompting Chu Feng to contemplate ascending to assess the situation. Suddenly, a sense of alarm surges within him. His instincts warn that ascending now would lead to dire consequences. Could this be battlefield intuition? Chu Feng suspects this skill embodies a form of instinct. To test this theory, he allows the golden beetles to drop without rushing to eliminate them, waiting until dozens surround him before springing into action. His agile form weaves through the swarm, skillfully adjusting his position to shoot. Being encircled inevitably leaves blind spots where beetles could exploit opportunities to attack. Yet each time, Chu Feng instinctively evades their strikes. Initially disregarded, the frequency of such occurrences leads him to realize that this may indeed be the effect of battlefield intuition. It is a miraculous skill, alleviating concerns about blind spot attacks, allowing him to focus on expediting his kill rate. After nearly 2 hours of relentless combat, the ground is littered with remnants of his foes. Strangely, no skill crystal cores have appeared since. He begins to hypothesize that perhaps only those slain during a promotion yield such rewards. 2 hours later, the fungal canopy merely writhes, with no further golden beetles descending. Have they been exhausted? It seems that the endeavor to seize the opportunities has been rather excessive. As Chu Feng gazed down at the numerous layers of corpses beneath him, green viscous fluid dripped down the edges of the building. Countless crystal cores lay concealed among the remains, and searching through them one by one would undoubtedly take an eternity. The most effective solution would be to set fire to them. These crystal cores are impervious to flames. Mastery of firearms not only bestows precision in shooting, but also imparts an understanding of the principles behind the manufacture of weapons and ammunition. Provided he had sufficient materials and equipment, Chu Feng could craft a firearm himself. He disassembled the bullets, extracting the combustibles within, and concentrated them to be cast into the heap of corpses. A fierce blaze erupted instantaneously, with the corpses serving as kindling, and the flames swiftly engulfed the entire 10th floor. After half an hour, the inferno finally subsided. The concrete floorboards had been charred to a crisp, easily crumbling underfoot. Fortunately, the crystal cores stood out distinctly, saving Chu Feng considerable time. He collected while consuming, and after nearly another hour, the area was cleared, having ingested approximately 600 crystal cores. The enhancement in his physical prowess was markedly perceptible, potentially a 2% increase. Calculating further, it would require 30,000 gray crystal cores to double his physical capabilities. 50 days. In merely 50 days, he could double his physical attributes, and becoming a king of soldiers would be within reach. Although the gains were modest, the resilient Chu Feng was already quite content. Reflecting on it, achieving a doubling of physical prowess in just 50 days was astonishingly swift. By now, the daylight had faded. Curiously, despite the sun shining throughout the day, Chu Feng could not discern its presence. That evening, as he nestled into his sleeping bag to rest, a sudden notification resonated from the battlefield of myriad realms. Chapter 9. Scarcity of Resources, Refining Skills in the Realm of Humanity. Chu Feng successfully navigated his first day, having vanquished 539 foes, including 1 sergeant, while the remainder comprised privates and recruits, with no further breakdown provided. To expedite the warrior's advancement, tomorrow's objective is set to hunt 5 sergeants, with a total kill count not to fall below 2,000. Completing this goal will yield a reward of 5 military merit and 10 white enhancement crystals. Should the objective remain unfulfilled, the body shall succumb to a 1-day period of weakness. Chu Feng swiftly analyzed the situation, realizing the urgency to elevate his skills. To ascend from sergeant to corporal, one must slay 200 foes. If he were to eliminate merely 5 sergeants daily, he would achieve this goal in 40 days. Based on today's experience, 3 privates could yield 2 enhancement crystals, resulting in approximately 700 units of revenue each day. With this calculation in mind, Chu Feng drifted into a sweet slumber. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, researchers toiled day and night, having overcome obstacles in the development of a new type of armor-piercing round, now poised to enter the experimental phase. Also advancing to testing are the new lightweight personal armor that integrates bulletproof, cut-resistant, and explosion-proof technologies. In recent days, Academician Zhang was in high spirits, smiling at everyone, which left many feeling uneasy suspecting the old man had lost his mind. You know nothing. Academician Zhang shouted at Chunbai. Old Zhang, this is an order from the top. You must undergo a health examination. I'm merely joyous, not exhibiting signs of madness. The old man retorted as he brushed Chunbai's hand aside. Do you know? When we conquered the defense coding, another crucial national project of mine also achieved a breakthrough. If successful, it will represent a significant advancement in aerospace technology, ultralight, ultra-strong, and highly heat-resistant, while simultaneously shielding against radiation. Such materials, when utilized in fighter jets, would bring our strategic vision for integrated air and space operations within reach. Chunbai, captivated by the grand vision painted by the old man, could not help but inquire, Old Zhang, do you believe our days of dominating Blue Star are far off? Academician Zhang immediately glared back. I am engaged in scientific research. What do you take me for? I apologize, it was my mistake. You adhere to the notion that science knows no borders, do you not? Nonsense. Until we develop countermeasures against nuclear weapons, do not utter foolish claims about dominating Blue Star. Academician Zhang placed a serious hand on Chunbai's shoulder, saying earnestly, I believe that in the world where young Chu resides, there must be relevant resources. Once we obtain them and make significant strides in our research, then we can speak of dominating Blue Star. At that time, we shall eradicate those inferior tribes on the island. Well said, Chunbai exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. Therefore, young Chun, you must ensure that the equipment and ammunition provided to Chu Feng are ample, even if there's a surplus that goes unused. We have suffered enough from insufficient firepower. Academician Zhang lamented. Rest assured, I have prepared a base amount of ammunition for him. Only a base amount? Is that insufficient? For solo operations, 7 days with merely a base amount of ammunition is hardly enough. Chunbai was perplexed. It is not just insufficient, it is far too little. You have committed the error of experience-based reasoning. Is Chu Feng's opponent merely human? Academician Zhang erupted in frustration. Those are insects, swarms of relentless insects. Undeterred by the prospect of death, I'm utterly exasperated. For days, Academician Zhang has been tirelessly conducting research, and upon hearing this news, he is now even more infuriated, struggling to catch his breath. Chunbai is also flustered. 1,000 rounds of ammunition is no trifling matter. Academician Zhang, are you perhaps being overly cautious? Get lost. I shall seek out number 1 immediately and revoke your position. After uttering these words, Academician Zhang storms off, with Chunbai trailing behind. At that moment, number 1 is engaged in a meeting with several high-ranking officials, subtly laying the groundwork for Chu Feng's existence while strategizing the forthcoming developmental direction. Suddenly, the secretary rushes in, knocking on the door. Chief, Academician Zhang insists on seeing you. He cannot be deterred, and he appears to be in quite poor condition. The elder immediately rises, saying, Please wait here. I will go and see what is the matter. Upon entering the office, he finds the 2 men in a heated exchange. What has transpired? Number 1 inquires. Academician Zhang explains the situation, and number 1 realizes the gravity of the matter. It was my fault. I should not have rushed things. Chunbai quickly interjects. Chief, it was my error, an oversight born of empiricism. Please, dismiss me from my post. Number 1 waves his hand dismissively. Such discussions are futile at this juncture. All we can do now is hope that Chu Feng survives. Academician Zhang, do not halt your research. With Chu Feng, there will undoubtedly be others. This opportunity cannot solely favor us. Technology is the primary productive force. Let us not become complacent due to this incident. With a sigh, Academician Zhang regains his composure. Today, I acted impulsively. Rest assured, the research will not cease. It will only accelerate. I must return to my duties. With that, he turns and departs, his demeanor appearing quite despondent. Once he has left, Chunbai hangs his head, feeling utterly defeated. Chief, it is not your fault. Focus on the tasks ahead, and have faith in Chu Feng. Since he has been chosen, he will not perish easily. Moreover, he is a son of Huaxia. Trust in him. In the battlefield of myriad realms, the cacophony of insects resonates from outside. That night, Chu Feng sleeps soundly, his physical capabilities enhanced, his quality of sleep exceedingly fine. He is brimming with vitality, even perceiving the distant gaze of the insects, a notion he once deemed unimaginable. Glancing at the system clock, it reads 6:30 a.m. Time until the next supply transport. 4 days, 18 hours, and 37 minutes. Whether this is to acclimate to humanity or if the battlefield operates on a 24-hour clock remains uncertain. The former seems more probable. Humanity is not the center of this universe, and it appears the insects are far superior. He attends to personal hygiene, has a meal, and inventories his supplies. Observing the meager 10 ammunition clips, what had once seemed like an abundance of 1,000 rounds has dwindled to a third in just one day. Today's objective is to eliminate 2,000 insects, along with 5 elite soldiers. How shall he manage with only 600 rounds? Fortunately, there are still over 100 stray rounds available, sufficient for hunting the elite soldiers. Glancing at the countdown for the supply transport, he begins to ponder how to effectively allocate his resources. The reckless shooting from the past few days cannot persist. It is imperative to find a confined terrain where each bullet must claim 3, or even more, insects. This demands exceptional marksmanship and astute selection of landscape. Within the building, narrow spaces abound, particularly the stairwell, which serves as a natural venue for a skewered delicacy. With the objective set at the 10th floor, this level alone holds promise for achieving today's goal. On this expedition, Chu Feng took only 2 magazines, compelling himself to ensure each shot is precise. He carried 5 rounds of sniper grenades, for a single bullet to the head is sufficient to deal with a private. At 7:30 in the morning, Chu Feng arrived beneath the fungal blanket. He first fired a test shot, and the blanket merely writhed in pain. No golden beetles were delivered downwards. Given this, he had no choice but to proceed to the 11th floor. Chapter 10. Upgrade mission upon entering the stairwell. Not only the walls, but even the floor was cloaked in a carpet of fungi. Cautiously extending a foot, I tested the soft, yielding surface, reminiscent of a robust rubber track. Contrary to my expectations, there was no immediate assault, yet I sensed that the moment I stepped onto the fungal carpet, the golden beetles beneath were acutely aware of my presence, akin to the reverberations of drums within a sonar detection range. This outcome was precisely what I desired. With both feet firmly planted on the fungal mat, I advanced toward the 11th floor. Suddenly, my battlefield instincts were triggered, not by a threat to my life, but by the chilling sensation of being scrutinized by countless unseen eyes. An instinctive urge to retreat to the 10th floor surged within me. However, having reached this stage, I understood that failure to engage today would result in punishment due to insufficient enemy kills. I was well aware of the principle that inaction equates to regression. My nature, honed since childhood, compelled me to suppress the instinct for self-preservation and forge ahead. With each cautious step, every stair felt like a battle, as I feared a creature might suddenly leap from the stairwell. At last, I ascended the final step to the 11th floor, and, as I emerged from the stairwell, a sight of utter horror greeted me. The dimly lit environment was filled with insect eggs, their presence blocking out the light from outside. With the aid of the faint illumination, I could discern the translucent eggs, within which larvae writhed and squirmed. The fungal carpet beneath my feet had grown thicker, pulsating gently as if nourishing the insect offspring. This must be a breeding ground, undoubtedly home to a mother insect, whose eggs were transported downward by the fungal network, awaiting maturation and eventual hatching. The queen insect must reside on a higher level. On Blue Star, I had always enjoyed watching documentaries about the animal kingdom, giving me a rudimentary understanding of various insects' behaviors. If the battlefield of myriad realms bore no differences, then the 11th floor would certainly host worker beetles, akin to worker ants or soldier ants. This role would likely be filled by the elite soldier golden beetle. This level was replete with experience, and failing to engage would be a disservice to myself. Preparing for action, I retreated to the stairwell entrance, poised for a potential withdrawal. Aiming with QJZ-171, I sought the perfect angle and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! A fiery tongue erupted from the muzzle. The bullet, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, penetrated an unknown number of insect eggs. In an instant, an explosion erupted in the unseen distance, flames dancing amidst the chaos, accompanied by the sound of bursting balloons. Soon after, the anguished cries of the larvae filled the air. Enemy kills, 15-2000. Enemy kills, 16-2000. Enemy kills, 17-2000. The incineration continued, with larvae perishing in droves. One bullet had claimed 17 insects, a considerable yield. If only the task were always this straightforward, 2 magazines could suffice. My excitement surged as I aimed in another direction and fired once more. With the same effect as the first shot, the few remaining larvae met their demise, as flames proved to be the most efficient means of extermination. Enemy kills, 42-2000. Just as I prepared to press my index finger down once more, 2 ear-splitting shrieks pierced the air, and the source began to rapidly change direction. My battlefield instincts kicked in, causing the hairs on the left side of my neck to stand on end. That area was the exterior wall of the building. The elite soldier golden beetles could fly. In an instant, Chu Feng slung the QJZ-171 onto his back, removed the QLU-131, and disengaged the safety. The skin on his neck tightened, and he felt a sharp sting. With a sudden lunge, the wall crumbled as the massive head of a golden beetle burst through, sending clouds of dust swirling. Its mandibles opened wide, saliva splattering as it howled at Chu Feng. "Hello, have you eaten?" He greeted softly, as if addressing a familiar neighbor. His fingers squeezed the trigger. A deafening roar erupted, and a brilliant flame shot forth. The vibrant green slime exploded forth. Kill count, 42-2000, Sergeant 1-5. The carcasses gradually slid from the breach, 2 crystalline cores plummeting to the ground. Chu Feng lunged forward and seized them. That was close. He rubbed the cores on his body before tossing one into his mouth. HM? A perplexed hum escaped him. The yield from a sergeant was indeed rewarding. The enhanced cores were worth at least triple that of a private or rookie. Just moments ago, he heard 2 calls. Where was the other? Cautiously observing for a moment, he found no trace. Wasting no further time, he switched to the QJZ-171 and began firing rapidly towards the direction dense with eggs. The kill count surged. After 5 shots, the hidden sergeant could no longer contain itself. It darted low, swooping from the remnants of the eggs, charging at Chu Feng. With a roll, he changed weapons, pivoted, and aimed, all in one fluid motion. Just as the sergeant turned, a bullet pierced through its mandibles. The explosion and flames claimed numerous larvae. After consuming his spoils, he hoped no larger foes would interfere. The kill count climbed swiftly, 100, 200, 300. The 11th floor was now significantly cleared. Advancing forward, he continued his slaughter when suddenly, the fungal carpet beneath him began to stir. Above, the eggs began to shift rapidly, all being whisked away. Were reinforcements being deployed? Vigilantly, he watched ahead, and indeed, what emerged were sergeant-level golden beetles exchanging the eggs. The sheer volume sent chills down his spine. The insects piled upon one another, rolling forward like a wave. There was a silver lining, however. It made aiming easier as he could simply fire at clusters. He retreated swiftly to the staircase, returning to the 10th floor to lie in wait. The insect tide surged from the stairwell like a forceful squeeze of toothpaste. Raising his weapon, he fired. Armor-piercing incendiary rounds penetrated several before erupting in flames. The kill count soared, outpacing the larvae. After all, the eggs were stationary, unlike the tide, which presented itself willingly, allowing him to incinerate wave after wave. The golden beetles were no fools. They launched a frontal assault while the sergeant lay in ambush. Not only did they hide within the tide, but 2 also began to destroy the flooring, effectively blocking Chu Feng from all 3 directions. In this critical moment, he no longer conserved ammunition, executing a series of quick 3-round bursts, 9 bullets driving back the hidden sergeant within the swarm. With a keen sense for battle, he lunged forward, rolled, and evaded the attacks of the other 2. Rising once more, the sniper grenade launcher was now in hand. He raised his weapon and fired. With his enhanced physical prowess, the recoil felt non-existent. He dispatched one, while the other 2 began to cooperate, swiftly maneuvering within the tide, providing mutual cover. With both hands firmly gripping his weapons, Chu Feng engaged in a fierce battle, his left hand wielding the QJZ-171 to fend off the relentless tide of insects, while his right hand poised the QLU-131, ever ready to eliminate the elite soldiers. In this moment, Chu Feng seemed to transcend into a state of flow. The movements of the insect swarm laid bare before him with unparalleled clarity. He could discern where the safety line was threatened and where the numbers of the insects surged, allowing him to respond with pinpoint accuracy as he unleashed a barrage from the heavy machine gun, striking vital targets with each round. The onslaught of the insect horde was swiftly dismantled. Meanwhile, the QLU-131 remained steadfastly locked onto the two elite soldiers. Should they hesitate even for a fleeting moment, the bullets would swiftly claim them. Suddenly, one elite soldier lunged forward, attempting to alter the tide of battle. Yet in that brief window, Chu Feng seized the opportunity. Bang! The bullet pierced through the exoskeleton, sending the elite soldier tumbling through the air, crashing into the swarm of insects and scattering dozens of privates in the process. The other elite soldier, witnessing this turn of events, vanished into the tide of insects, disappearing in an instant. Damn it, just one more, and the elite soldier's mission would be accomplished. Enemies killed, 891-2000. Elite soldiers 4-5, as the second magazine clicked into place. It became apparent that the remaining 60 rounds might barely suffice to complete the task. A sense of unease gripped Chu Feng. The swarm showed no signs of abating, and he began to worry that even after accomplishing the mission, the insects would continue their frenzied assault, which could spell disaster. Chapter 11. Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? Chu Feng had retreated to the 4th floor, his ammunition nearly exhausted. If this continued, he would have to return for more supplies. At that moment, a surge of insects erupted unexpectedly, catching him off guard. He no longer hesitated to expend his remaining bullets, unleashing a flurry of fire to regain control over the swarm. Suddenly, an unfamiliar and commanding insect sound resonated from above, imbued with an undeniable force. The tide of insects halted their advance and began to ascend the building. Abruptly, the structure trembled, reminiscent of an earthquake. Chu Feng hurriedly positioned himself in the core shaft, gazing upward. But all he could see was a storm of dust obscuring his view. He was certain that a more terrifying presence lurked on the rooftop. The QJZ-171 had 5 rounds left, while the QLU-131 had but 1. Kill count, 2078-2000, Private First Class 4-5, with only the rank of Private First Class remaining. He was close to completing his mission. Exhausted, Chu Feng considered returning to camp for a brief respite, intending to ascend once more in the afternoon to hunt the final Private First Class. The insect tide had receded, leaving behind a carpet of gray, enhanced crystal cores, which he eagerly collected and consumed. His spirits lifted as he relaxed, the intensity of battle having drained both his physical and mental reserves. He planned to return, replenish his energy, and continue. With both weapons slung at his back, he rounded a corner on the staircase when a sudden tightening gripped his heart. His battlefield instincts kicked in, and with no firearm in hand, he could only take evasive action. He rolled on the ground, descending the stairs, the edges jarring against him as he tumbled down half a flight. Yet, the sense of danger clung to him, intensifying with each passing moment. "Damn it," he exclaimed, seizing the QLU-131 mid-roll, scanning his surroundings with vigilance, including the ground beneath and the ceiling above. His instincts remained sharp, yet the enemy remained elusive, the floor betraying no hint of movement. On the other side of the wall, the Private First Class lay motionless, merely locking its gaze onto Chu Feng. This particular Private First Class was no ordinary foe. Its pincers were robust, and its carapace shimmered with a metallic sheen, countless multifaceted eyes darting with keen awareness. Unlike others of its kind, which charged recklessly at Chu Feng, this one exhibited a tactical acumen, displaying intelligence. The pair of antennae on its mandibles quivered in the air, seemingly attuned to Chu Feng's state, whether anxious or composed, at a peak or in decline. As the antennae quivered more violently, Chu Feng felt his condition deteriorate. It was time for the creature to strike. This could very well be the innate talent of a top-tier predator. After observing for 2 or 3 minutes, Chu Feng still could not locate his adversary, beginning to doubt the reliability of his instincts. Nevertheless, he resolved to exercise caution, needing to return to base for ammunition replenishment. Even if an attack were to occur, he would be prepared to defend himself. Determined, he disregarded his instincts and swiftly made his way back to the station. The exceptional golden beetle sensed the intentions of this bipedal creature, its murderous aura intensifying in anticipation of the upcoming confrontation. Chu Feng chose to disregard the situation, quickening his pace. It was now the golden beetle's turn to adapt. It swiftly moved to the window and leapt into the air. In an instant, it reached the 0F level, concealing itself behind a wall adjacent to a green box. The tactical prowess of this insect was nothing short of terrifying, as it planned to strike at the moment when Chu Feng's mental fortitude was at its weakest. Successfully returning to the camp, he gazed fondly at the five-pointed star atop the green box. With such a homeland as his support, no obstacles seemed insurmountable. As he opened the box to replenish his ammunition, the moment the bullets were chambered, his battlefield instincts sounded alarms. A wave of pain coursed through him, as if death were imminent. The gun in his hand was his sole means of survival, and his finger instinctively squeezed the trigger. The QJZ-171 bullets erupted forth, ricocheting off the surrounding walls. The cunning private had already fled the building through the window, evading any assault. Yet, the murderous intent remained fixated on its target. And within the myriad of compound eyes, one could discern a thrill in toying with its prey. Chu Feng desperately sought to regain his composure, realizing that continuing in such a state would lead to his own demise at the hands of his adversary. The enemy was certainly no mere private. Stay calm, Chu Feng. Gather your thoughts. Recall how you survived various hardships in the past. Think quickly. His battlefield instincts, a double-edged sword capable of providing timely warnings, could become a noose tightening around his neck if the enemy was deliberately manipulating the situation. That rascal had the opportunity to kill me and chose not to. What is it scheming? Chu Feng recalled a wildcat toying with its prey before consumption. Would it not be furious if its plaything vanished? While his mind raced with thoughts, he almost forgot his battlefield instincts, though the hairs on his body still stood on end. Nevertheless, the overwhelming sense of peril that had previously threatened to drive him to madness had lessened considerably. It seems that my battlefield instincts can also be honed, Chu Feng mused with a hint of relief. With his weapon secured, he deliberately made noise, feigning movement toward the lower levels. Outside the building, the private's antennae quivered, detecting the vibrations of Chu Feng's footsteps. It awaited the opportune moment to deliver a final, lethal strike once he came to a halt. Suddenly, the antennae lost sight of Chu Feng. Countless compound eyes whirled about, the amplitude of the antennae's movements increasing. Yet they still could not locate him. At that moment, Chu Feng quietly removed his shoes and stealthily approached the window to observe outside. He clearly saw the peculiar private, which now flitted about chaotically, resembling a headless fly. Its mouth parts writhed ceaselessly, its pincers and legs moving erratically. Now you know what it feels like to be anxious? The private returned inside the building, still without a sight of Chu Feng, fearing that this creature might lash out in frustration and damage vital supplies. It made another attempt to create a distraction. As anticipated, the private rushed toward the source of the noise, yet still found no trace of the biped. Chu Feng created another sound, this time from above. The private burst through the window, soaring upward, but still found nothing. Once again, he made a sound, now from below. The private darted down, yet there was no sign of the biped, nor even a single insect. Hiss! The private raised his head, emitting a shrill cry, and commenced his frenzied assault on the building, unleashing his pent-up fury. Within the structure, smoke and dust billowed forth, intertwining with a cacophony of shrieks and roars. Where was Chu Feng? He was crouched opposite the core shaft, the QLU-131 mounted with a multifunctional sight, set to long-wave infrared mode. The frenzied figure of the private remained distinctly visible, unaffected by the swirling dust. A mere insect, nothing more. Chu Feng dismissed all distractions, inhaling slowly, his finger gently pressing the trigger to the activation point. At that moment, a sound echoed from the rooftop once more. The private halted to observe, and in that stillness, Chu Feng squeezed the trigger. Bang! The thunderous gunfire erupted, the muzzle break expelling gas that sent dust flying around them. Upon glancing back at the private, a portion of his shell had been dislodged, yet the vital areas remained untouched. Chu Feng rolled his form, swiftly reaching for the QJZ-171 beside him, relying on instinct to pull the trigger. Tap, 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 tap. After a relentless barrage, the private was reduced to a mere heap of flesh, with a glimmering white crystal core shining amidst the carnage. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from the uppermost reaches of the building, devoid of lethal intent, resembling more a release of emotion and a warning. Chapter 12. The firearms expert Chu Feng has now firmly established that he has not merely dispatched a common golden beetle. Employing several traps, he successfully lured his adversary to a designated location, with each floor rigged with simple auditory traps. Gradually, the creature made its way to the carefully prepared sniping position. The sentient nature of the insect posed significant challenges, yet the rewards were equally bountiful. Enemy kills, 2078-2000. Sergeant First Class 5-5. Today's mission completed, rewards distributed. Name, Chu Feng. Race, human. Rank, Sergeant First Class, 6200. Title, none. Military merit, 0. 8. Can be exchanged for items in the merit shop. Accessible after reaching 100 points. Battlefield skills, firearms mastery, battlefield instinct, tactical maneuver mastery. Equipment, QJZ-171 heavy machine gun. QLU, 131 sniper grenade launcher, various auxiliary gear. White enhancement crystal X10. Faction, none. Base, none. Map, Sergeant First Class map. Communication, Sergeant First Class communication. Intrigued by the whereabouts of the enhancement crystals, a sudden inspiration struck him. He thought of acquiring one, and to his astonishment, a crystal materialized within his palm. The wonders of the infinite battlefield are truly beyond explanation. He mused. Upon consuming the crystal, a warm energy, far more potent than that of the gray crystals, coursed through his entire being. The fatigue from the morning's skirmish dissipated, and his physical attributes were enhanced tenfold compared to the gray crystals. Once fully assimilated, Chu Feng noticed an extraordinary clarity in his surroundings. The floating dust, the gentle caress of the breeze, the sun's slight warmth, and the distant sounds of conflict outside the building all became sharply defined. The white crystal seemed to augment aspects previously dormant, particularly his mental acuity. Gazing at his firearm, the individual components began to animate before his eyes, revealing their construction, lifespan, and potential points of failure. This was not merely a fortification of mental prowess. After his moment of reflection, he turned his attention to the body of the Sergeant First Class. A single glance revealed the weakness, the precise location for a fatal strike. Such enhancements were ideally suited for his long-range capabilities. If only he could obtain automatic targeting of vulnerabilities and infinite ammunition. A fitting name for such a skill set came to his mind, tactical scope. Should he successfully assemble such a combination of abilities, his prominence on the battlefield would be unparalleled. Eagerly, he consumed the remaining 9 crystals, further augmenting his physique and sharpening his mental faculties. His battlefield instinct now appeared to be controllable within a certain range. What had once been an ethereal skill crystallized into a distinct clarity. He could now activate or deactivate it at will, continuing to remain stealthy. He eliminated potential dangers while reflecting on the day's combat and its peculiarities. Recalling the fungal blanket and the swarming insect tactics, he was reminded of the classic Zerg archetype, suggesting the existence of an immensely powerful mother insect. It was currently beyond his capacity to confront, possibly due to its disdain for him, or perhaps it too faced its own predicaments. Observing the chaotic world outside the building, teeming with colossal insects, he surmised that even the mother insect was not without adversaries. This endeavor appears to have been executed during a fleeting moment of respite. Otherwise, the intricate tactics and extraordinary abilities would remain inexplicable. It could be said that sheer luck has allowed survival. To forge one's own strength, one must also rely on a formidable homeland. Chu Feng is not alone, for he is backed by a powerful nation. To enhance his prowess, he must seek out additional resources, particularly the enhancement cores and skill cores. Should scientists manage to discover substitutes, the pace of advancement would accelerate significantly. After a span of several minutes without any anomalies, Chu Feng rose to clear the battlefield, harboring hopes that the white core belonging to the private would be related to skills. Approaching the lifeless body, he retrieved the core. Skill Advancement Core. Skills available for advancement. 1. Mastery of Firearms Expert. 2. Mastery of Tactical Movements Expert. 3. Battlefield Intuition. How to choose? It appears that, at present, the most beneficial option is the Firearms Expert. However, the allure of Battlefield Intuition is compelling. The prowess of Battlefield Sin has already manifested itself quite evidently. A dilemma. Considering the current circumstances, the Firearms Expert seems to offer greater value, as Battlefield Intuition is unlikely to enhance kill efficiency. Glancing at the teleportation timer, there is insufficient time for consultation. Regardless, he decides to first explore the Firearms Expert option, thereby adjusting the trajectory of his subsequent skill enhancements. Select Firearms Expert. Please find a secure location to receive knowledge. Teleportation countdown. 5. As the countdown concluded, a surge of electricity stimulated his mind, inundating him with a wealth of knowledge. A splitting headache ensued, not only filled with shooting expertise, but also encompassing firearm design and even electromagnetic weaponry. According to the provided information, bullets no longer require a primer for ignition. They're now smaller in size and rely solely on kinetic energy to deliver formidable power. Once this knowledge was absorbed, various shooting experiences and methodologies began to integrate into his very being. The calluses on Chu Feng's fingers thickened as if his body had undergone extensive, sustained training within a brief span. The imagery in his mind transformed. Shooting was no longer a methodical sequence of seeking the target, raising the weapon, aiming, and firing. Such inefficiency was obsolete. Instead, it evolved into an instinctual act of shooting as soon as the weapon was raised, with all preparatory actions seamlessly executed during evasion and movement. He could even strike targets behind him with a quick flick of the wrist, uncertain of how much time had elapsed. Chu Feng awoke to find his clothes drenched in sweat. Even his enhanced physique struggled to endure the intensity, particularly his head, which throbbed painfully. Yet the transformation was formidable. The expertise in shooting was secondary to the invaluable knowledge of firearm design. The prospect of transmitting this information back to his homeland is mind-boggling, for the potential enhancement of national strength is unimaginable. He could acquire even more powerful equipment, and should this momentum continue to build, ascending to higher echelons would be merely a matter of time. As noon approached, Chu Feng took a brief respite, arranging the private's remains before proceeding to clear the battlefield. The entirety of the afternoon was spent collecting cores and consuming them. Among the surprises, he even uncovered a foundational skill core. However, the selectable skills bore no overlap with his existing abilities, thus failing to augment his proficiency. Precisely transmitted back, allowing scientists to study. Another day has passed. Yet the task that existed in Chu Feng's imagination did not arrive. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Hello, can you hear me? Why is it no task for tomorrow?" After waiting for a moment, believing there would be no response, a message from the Myriad Realms battlefield arrived. Human race, Chu Feng. The area you are in has higher-level military operations. Task issuance is suspended. Please enhance your strength to cope with the forthcoming changes. In light of the human race's inaugural landing on the Myriad Realms battlefield, a limited-time opening of the battlefield map for attack and defense demonstrations has been granted. Countdown, 23:59. The war fog on Chu Feng's map suddenly dissipated, instantly marking the red and blue sides, along with indicators for offense and defense. This was invaluable first-hand information, and Chu Feng was exhilarated. He located the expansion interface on the map tool, which could conveniently connect to a GoPro. He intended to record the entire combat process and send it back. The rapid exchange of offense and defense between both sides on the map caught Chu Feng's attention as he sought his position, which was situated on a small edge of the battlefield. Judging by the scale of the map, The area of this conflict spanned thousands of kilometers. His position resembled a mere strand of hair, inconsequential in comparison. Chapter 13. The terrifying war from the perspective of both offensive and defensive maneuvers. The level of engagement was astonishing. Chu Feng harbored a deep-seated hope that the flames of war would not extend to his vicinity, for he possessed no capacity for resistance. Simultaneously, he felt immense relief, for this war served as a case study, allowing the nation's commanders to surely analyze the disparities between the adversaries. Coupled with the supplies he had transmitted back, the future appeared promising. Chu Feng gazed intently at the map, where the upper right corner displayed the statistics of battle losses, the digits fluctuating in the 8 figures. The scale of this conflict transcended his comprehension, surpassing the understanding of everyone on Blue Star. After 24 hours, the map closed, and he felt reassured that the GoPro had recorded all pertinent information. 3 days, 11 hours, and 56 minutes until the next supply transmission. On this day, an eerie silence enveloped the city. All insects had ceased their foraging. Chu Feng sensed a tranquility and reassurance that had eluded him for days. As the larger regional war had rendered the inhabitants of this area subdued, fearful of being caught in the crossfire, lacking the desire to hunt, he began to organize the information swirling in his mind. Fortunately, the first batch of supplies included a notebook. Chu Feng diligently cataloged and recorded, filling pages with sketches and densely packed formulas, hopeful they would prove useful. 2 days, 21 hours, and 11 minutes until the next supply transmission. On this day, shortly after rising, faint explosions echoed from a distant locale, causing the building to tremble slightly. The city grew even quieter, an atmosphere of impending disaster brewing. Chu Feng chose to act as if nothing had occurred, continuing with his studies. 1 day, 1 hour, and 3 minutes until the next supply transmission. As the time for transmission approached, the sounds of battle drew nearer to the city. Following the profound silence came a wave of panic, and he witnessed numerous insects fleeing the city, escaping this steel jungle. Insects of various forms occasionally flitted past his window. Some bore particularly large abdomens, emitting a fiery glow, while others shimmered in icy blue, exuding a chill. There were also those with remarkably robust limbs, reminiscent of humans, yet adorned with exoskeletons and sporting cicada wings on their backs. A colossal mantis swept past the window, and their gazes briefly met. Yet the battlefield instincts did not trigger an alarm. The large mantis showed no interest in him. The sounds of conflict grew ever closer and beneath the building. The sounds of migration became more pronounced. The neighboring golden beetle remained still, perhaps hindered by its vast nest, making relocation difficult. The sensation of tremors intensified, with flashes of light visible in the distance. 13 hours and 31 minutes until the next supply transmission. As the time for transmission drew near, Chu Feng had completed his compilation of knowledge. The buildings at the farthest edge of the city began to collapse. He had organized his supplies and prepared to retreat, not out of a desire to flee, but rather to buy time to send his accumulated resources back. Observing the attitude of the multiverse battlefield, he knew he would be the first. Should he perish, there would surely be a second. Contributing to the future generations was a worthy endeavor. Furthermore, he longed to witness his homeland ascend to the pinnacle of the world, erasing the humiliations of the past. Other nations return artifacts displayed in museums without hesitation, offering various compensations with utmost reverence. Chu Feng had already begun his descent to evacuate when, suddenly, the distant battle intensified, resonating with soul-stirring roars. Standing by the window, he sensed an unseen force pulsating, contemplating the formidable prowess of the officers involved. If it were merely raw physical strength, one could only imagine the individual might on display. Suddenly, a flash of silver light streaked across the sky, its sharp aura seeming to cleave through the very fabric of the heavens. In the sky at the city's edge, a dark spot surged toward Chu Feng's towering building. Could it possibly be an elite troop? The dark shape sped toward him, growing larger, its outline becoming discernible. Something was amiss. It appeared to resemble an arm, or perhaps a thigh. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Oh no, it's truly coming for me. He swiftly turned and dove to the ground. A thunderous boom echoed overhead, yet it did not strike his floor. Rushing to the window, he glimpsed above. 3 floors up, a massive hand protruded, its back adorned with coarse black bristles, appearing robust and razor-sharp. The enormous palm towered half a level high, indicating that this arm occupied the entirety of a floor's height. It was indeed the limb of a creature. Chu Feng could scarcely believe his eyes. In the next moment, a private descended from an even higher vantage point, inspecting the palm with fervor. A golden beetle, nearly human-sized, appeared diminutive and endearing before the giant hand. Chu Feng recognized the private's movements. It was the same one who had toyed with him before meeting a swift end. The private, noticing Chu Feng, refrained from attacking, instead struggling to bite his finger, extracting a drop of blood before hastily retreating. Chu Feng sensed the beetle's exhilaration. This arm was a prized possession. 2 hours and 9 minutes until the next supply transfer. As the transfer time approached, he resolved to return a portion of this extraordinary find. He hurried upstairs, finally perceiving the entirety of the arm. Its joints and form resembled that of a human. Bones, muscle tissue, skin, and fur. These familiar components were all present. Examining the fingers, he noted 6 in total, arranged similarly to a human hand. Stepping within 5 meters, he felt the palpable pressure emanating from the arm. The blood pool below was a deep crimson, radiating a faint glow. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, devoid of the usual metallic scent of blood. Gurgling, Chu Feng rubbed his stomach. Was he hungry, or had the sight and scent of the arm ignited his appetite? Yet this inexplicable craving puzzled him. Could this arm possess some beneficial quality? At that moment, outside the breach, the golden beetle reappeared, having spotted Chu Feng, and it roared menacingly, as if to threaten and drive him away. Now, Chu Feng was certain this arm was indeed a rare treasure. Resolutely, he detached the QLU-131 from his back, and without any preparation, he pulled the trigger as he raised the weapon. A colossal armor-piercing round sliced through the air, striking the golden beetle at an uncanny angle. A fierce blaze erupted, and the gray crystalline core plummeted to the ground below. This exemplified the formidable prowess of the firearms expert. The consciousness of the mother insect had become accustomed to Chu Feng's shooting habits, and now, with this sudden change, it was shattered before it could even react. The enraged cries of the insect queen echoed once more, and Chu Feng realized that what lay ahead would be an unending tide of insects, all vying for the arm before him. There remains 1 hour and 53 minutes until the next supply drop. The ammunition reserves on his person were utterly insufficient to withstand such a prolonged onslaught. Chu Feng advanced to attempt to cut, but the tactical dagger in his hand could not penetrate the mass. What would he possibly do? The sound of countless footsteps resounded from above. The insect horde was on the verge of arrival. Resistance, however fleeting, was all he could muster. 2 guns unleashed a relentless torrent of flames, taking countless insect lives. In mere moments, the tide of insects forced Chu Feng back, firmly seizing control of the floor where the arm lay. Observing that Chu Feng had lost the will to continue his assault, the insect horde retreated to defend, seemingly aware that the mother insect intended to prioritize the arm, fearful that other insects might come to claim their share of the spoils. Chapter 14. A Desperate Transmission. 46 minutes until the next supply transmission, Chu Feng arrived opposite the core cylinder. Observing the speed at which the golden-armored insect was processing the arm, slow, exceedingly slow, another superior soldier remained vigilantly watchful of Chu Feng. He quickly discerned its intent as it raised its weapon, effortlessly dispatching it. The mother insect emitted a reluctant cry, yet was powerless to intervene. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the building. The remaining insects, yet to depart, had also detected the presence of the arm. An alluring aura wafted from it, irresistibly enticing. Suddenly, hundreds of superior soldiers soared from the higher floors, obstructing the other insects eager to seize the prize. It became clear that her inability to eliminate me was not due to lack of capability, but rather a precaution against the impending swarm. Regardless of the other foes, the temptation to claim the arm was undeniable. Its worth was undoubtedly immense. It must be secured and returned to the homeland. Swiftly, He positioned himself 2 floors directly beneath the arm, making the necessary arrangements, awaiting the time to elapse. Listening to the commotion outside, feeling the tremendous waves of battle. He watched the seconds tick away. This torment was unimaginable. Meanwhile, in the Blue Star, in an underground laboratory, dozens of prominent figures, only seen on television, formed a circle. In the center lay perfectly arranged supplies, meticulously stacked in 3 cubic shapes. Surrounding them were numerous cameras, poised to capture every detail with precision. Each individual anxiously awaited the signal from the leader. "How much longer, Chief?" Academician Zhang fidgeted, his body racked with anticipation. The leader shook his head with a wry smile. "This is your 10th inquiry. I can't help but be anxious," Zhang replied, not out of ignorance, but rather excitement. He was on the verge of witnessing a miracle beyond the realm of science. At that moment, an elderly man in green military attire, devoid of insignia, yet radiating vitality. The Supreme Commander Zhou spoke up. "Leader, is it possible to transmit someone in a state of induced death? Surely, in that condition, they would be considered as inanimate matter." Academician Zhang immediately bristled. "Do not apply your battlefield tricks to speculate about the unknown. You have no idea what the consequences may be. Why are you so impatient?" "Old man, without attempting, how can one know?" Xiao countered. "Why not send your grandson, and then we shall see if you still hold such notions." The 2 elders bickered like children. "Enough. Quiet down and act your age," the leader interjected, feeling a headache coming on. These old fellows only behave themselves when on television. As time ticked away, not only was Academician Zhang on edge, but even the leader felt a rising tension. "Let's hope nothing goes awry." "May Chu Feng still be alive?" Zhang murmured fervently, hands clasped in silent prayer. "Cool down complete. Shall we commence communication?" "Commence," the leader exclaimed, rising with excitement. The ability to communicate indicated that Chu Feng was unharmed. In the myriad realms of battle, Chu Feng's expression relaxed. The final moments were indeed agonizing. Initiating communication. The leader's figure materialized before him, accompanied by the surrounding elders, equipment, and the supplies that had long been prepared for him. "Chief, the situation is urgent. Please allow me to explain." The words of Chu Feng halted the first individual, who had intended to engage in casual conversation, while the other elders gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. The researcher swiftly manipulated the screen, gathering an array of data. "You must listen," the first individual said with a newfound seriousness, simultaneously hearing a cacophony from across the way. "Are you engaged in combat over there?" Chu Feng nodded. "Chief, I implore you to remember my words carefully. This may very well be our final communication." The first individual was at a loss for words. "Let me address the matter at hand," Chu Feng declared, producing a GoPro. This device has documented a 24-hour battle simulation, spanning over 1,000 kilometers. The casualty count for both sides reached tens of millions. I have detailed the specifics in the video. "That is impossible." Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou leapt up in protest. Chu Feng regarded him, recognizing his identity, and chose not to elaborate, merely responding with a smile. "You will understand once you view it." He then retrieved a notebook. This contains advanced knowledge about individual firearms, including numerous technologies related to electromagnetism. It is truly groundbreaking. Upon hearing this, Academician Zhang became animated and rushed to Chu Feng's side. "Young man, is everything you say true? You shall see for yourself shortly." He continued, "Next, I present the skill nuclei. As you are aware, I am merely an ordinary individual, yet my shooting skills and physical prowess are extraordinary on Earth. Thanks to these 2 nuclei," pointing to the skill nucleus in his palm, he added, "this one can bestow skills upon anyone, while theoretically, as I have yet to conduct extensive tests, this one enhances various physical attributes. It is a comprehensive improvement, albeit minimal, but it boasts no side effects and can be used indefinitely. I have prepared several hundred of them. I have not counted the exact number, but they're all in my bag. Child, why don't you consume some yourself?" The first individual could not help but inquire. "Chief, this has little enhancement left for me," Chu Feng explained. The first individual was skeptical. "How strong are you now?" "Well, I am not entirely certain," Chu Feng admitted, scanning the surroundings for something to experiment with. Suddenly, he spotted a sheer wall nearby. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, he delivered a punch with such velocity that no one had time to react. There was a resounding crash, and a hole the size of a basin appeared in the wall, with the rebar inside bent grotesquely. Looking at Chu Feng, he merely brushed the dust off his fist, completely unscathed, without even a hint of redness. The prominent figures present gasped in astonishment. This is nothing short of superhuman. Their gazes toward the backpack began to shift. Chu Feng continued, "You may consume a portion of these. The remainder should be studied thoroughly. If you achieve results, we shall usher in a new era of physical evolution." His words ignited excitement among all present. The first individual clapped enthusiastically. "Excellent, excellent. Young Chu, how shall we commemorate your remarkable achievements? We do not need to stand on ceremony among family." Chu Feng, ever humble, replied, "Additionally, I have been promoted to a private first class, and my teleportation space has expanded to 4 cubic meters." Upon hearing the news, Captain One promptly exclaimed, "Quick, let's allocate more resources. By the way, Xiao Chu, what do you require? Ammunition and, if feasible, devices related to electromagnetic launchers," came the response. Captain One turned to Academician Zhang, who eagerly interjected, "Yes, we have it all, including new armor-piercing rounds and protective gear. The corpses you returned possess immense research value. We have already deciphered their molecular structure. For instance, the power of the armor-piercing rounds has exceeded 5 times that of the current standard. The protective gear has seen a 3-fold enhancement compared to what you are currently wearing." Chu Feng was filled with exhilaration. Is that truly the case? More genuine than real gold. Academician Zhang playfully retorted. Chapter 15 Xiao Chu. The nation expresses its gratitude for your contributions. By the way, I require an increased quantity of ammunition. Rest assured, I have already reprimanded Chun Bo. This time, I have prepared an ample supply for you, Academician Zhang remarked. Casting a disapproving glance at Chun Bo stepped forward. "Xiao Chu, I admit my previous error in providing you with only a basic supply of ammunition. This time, I have directly arranged for 10 basic units, totaling 10,000 rounds, certainly sufficient for your needs." "That's fantastic," Chu Feng replied, having experienced the frustration of inadequate firepower. With ample ammunition, he could now unleash his firepower freely. "Not so fast." Academician Zhang interjected abruptly. "Xiao Chu, did you not mention your research on electromagnetic weapons? Take a look at this gun." He gestured for the researchers to bring forth the new QJZ-171 model. "You see, here lies a simple electromagnetic acceleration rail, capable of propelling the bullet within the chamber to achieve a higher initial velocity." After examining it briefly, Chu Feng identified the issue. This gun is impressive. With a few modifications, it could operate entirely on electromagnetic propulsion. Even using coins would yield formidable power. Please send this gun over. And also prepare a cubic meter of coins. "What did you say?" Academician Zhang exclaimed in surprise, astonished that Chu Feng had so swiftly discerned the gun's flaws and avenues for improvement. "Just check the notebook later. Everything is documented therein. In the future, our military equipment will undergo a comprehensive overhaul, eliminating the reliance on gunpowder and resolving the issue of low copper production." Chu Feng felt exhilarated at the prospect of his contributions, enabling his country to rapidly advance and secure equipment generations ahead of other nations. It felt as though his life had found purpose. Chun Bo appeared troubled. "Xiao Feng, is there anything else you could request? We truly cannot procure coins. Is there an alternative?" "Anything metallic will suffice," Chu Feng inquired. Suddenly, Academician Zhang had a thought. "Xiao Wang, isn't there a batch of tungsten steel shims in the warehouse? Roughly the size of coins?" "Yes, they just arrived yesterday, and it seems we have exactly a cubic meter." Academician Zhang's excitement surged. "Excellent. Tungsten steel is remarkable. It boasts high conductivity, density, and strength. It might even be reusable. What else do you require?" Chu Feng listed several critical devices and apparatus, all of which were conveniently available at the underground base. "Quickly, let's exchange any replaceable supplies." Command One ordered. Chun Bo and a nearby soldier promptly began to reorganize the materials. Meanwhile, the battle outside intensified, with the golden beetles appearing to falter against the intruders. Everyone could witness the unfolding conflict. Is this the situation you are facing? Command 1 inquired with palpable concern. Chu Feng smiled slightly, exuding an air of composure amidst the chaos. Chief, the intensity has not typically been this high. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. And what is the reason for this? Chu Feng gazed at the tumultuous combat outside. There is no time for explanations. Everything has already been documented. Next, I will transmit something that these insects are vying for. It may prove invaluable to us. As he spoke, Chu Feng turned to Chun Bai, saying, Uncle Chun, do we not have the proud tradition of the glory bomb? Please prepare one for me, preferably one with substantial power. A nuclear bomb would be ideal. All eyes were fixed upon Chun Bai. He forced a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Little Chu, do not speak such disheartening words. Prepare it, he commanded, and bring forth the most powerful weapon we have in the base. Suddenly, the first commander interjected. Chu Feng smiled gratefully. Thank you, Commander. Before long, a briefcase was presented, and Chun Bai explained, this is a microcloud bomb with a coverage radius of 100 meters. Any carbon-based life form that requires oxygen cannot survive its effects. Chu Feng was elated. He finally possessed a trump card. This is indeed a remarkable piece of equipment. Child, if possible, prioritize your safety. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The contributions you have already made are sufficient to be etched upon the hero's monument, ensuring that future generations will remember you. Coupled with the supplies we are sending back, this will herald a new era for our nation. Such accolades have reached their zenith. You must live. There is no need to sacrifice your life for momentary gains or losses. Listening to the first commander's words and observing his kind yet worried expression, Chu Feng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. To foresee the future strength of one's homeland, a strength he had a hand in forging, brought a sense of accomplishment unparalleled by anything else. He imagined a history textbook for future generations that would recount his story. Even if his ancestors were unknown, he would still bring glory to his family. Particularly intriguing was the mysterious arm upstairs, belonging to some high-ranking military entity. Opportunities like this are rare. Missing it would mean waiting an eternity. For the prosperity of our nation, one must strive. Suppressing his excitement, he looked at the first commander and resolutely stated, Commander, this situation is different. We may not have another chance. The first commander nodded gravely. Since you are resolute, we shall proceed as you suggest. Chu Feng then addressed Chun Bai, who appeared troubled in front of the supplies. Uncle Chun, let us bring out the food. After all, if we were to utilize the glory bomb, those rations would merely go to waste. Also, please prepare 2 guns with ammunition, ensuring they are ready for immediate use. Given the presence of so many commanders, it was a grave offense to have firearms loaded. Do as he says, the first commander instructed, and Chun Bai complied. Observing Chu Feng's calm demeanor, the seasoned veterans, who had weathered many storms, could not help but raise their thumbs in approval, exclaiming, What a man! Little Chu, all you have done will be remembered by the nation. Although it cannot be made public yet, there will come a day when your achievements will be celebrated by future generations. Chu Feng thought of those who had concealed their identities for the sake of the country, some of whom were only honored posthumously. Such emotions were profound and intoxicating. Commander, do not be so despondent. Perhaps I will survive and become a source of pride for the younger generation. Indeed, I was too pessimistic. I believe in you. You will undoubtedly survive. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed as the battle began to encroach. Chu Feng's expression turned grave. Commander, initiate the transmission. Understood. Count down to transmission. 10 on. Chu Feng designated the teleportation zone, placing his backpack within it, alongside the corpse of a superior soldier possessed by the mother bug. As the countdown reached 6, Chu Feng abruptly raised his weapon and fired at the ceiling. The armor-piercing round penetrated the floorboards, striking the grenade he had affixed to the ceiling above with precision. In an instant, an explosion erupted, shattering 2 layers of ceiling, and a colossal arm plummeted downward. The mother bug instantly comprehended Chu Feng's intentions, letting out an enraged shriek. The golden armored insects clung to the arm, employing various methods to prevent its descent. Chu Feng had anticipated this scenario. He continued to fire with both weapons relentlessly. 4, 3. The countdown persisted, and Chu Feng felt an overwhelming urgency. Fortunately, the explosion had dispersed the golden-armored insects, leaving only a few stragglers. Coupled with the gunfire, the arm successfully descended into the teleportation space. 2-1 transmission. A flash of light shimmered as the arm, having just fallen halfway, abruptly vanished, transforming into a neatly arranged green metal box. Chapter 16. The marvelous crystal core. The other half of the cut piece fell neatly onto the box, sliding aside. Chu Feng equipped himself with 2 new firearms and began shooting at the descending golden beetles. The moment he grasped the weapons, he sensed a subtle difference. The caliber of the barrels had diminished, yet the magazine contained at least 120 rounds. Although the caliber was reduced, the firepower had surprisingly amplified. This must be the newly coated armor-piercing ammunition. It was indeed extraordinarily effective. The shooting prowess of the firearms expert was nothing short of miraculous. Every second, hundreds of golden beetles plummeted from the sky, yet none survived to reach the ground. All perished mid-air. The other flying insects of various species outside were rapidly harvested by Chu Feng as well. The mother insect above was at a loss, torn between intercepting the intruders and seizing the arm. In a moment of inspiration, Chu Feng decided to attempt communication with a mother insect. First, they would unite against a common enemy, driving them away, and then they could vie for dominance once the threat had passed. This seemingly trivial endeavor unexpectedly bore fruit. The golden beetles in the sky ceased their descent, and the elite soldiers outside no longer hesitated, fervently exterminating the remaining insects. Chu Feng approached the window, unleashing a torrent of fire from his dual pistols, efficiently dispatching the foes. The predicament that had baffled hundreds of elite soldiers was resolved by Chu Feng within a mere 10 minutes. Fortunately, most of the insects had fled. Those that remained were merely at the elite soldier stage. This was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. With the external conflict resolved, the remaining issue was the internal strife. Chu Feng swiftly adjusted the aim of his weapons, employing a strategy of cooperation and competition. Little insects, there is still much you must learn. The QJZ-171, with its rapid rate of fire, was now empowered by the new ammunition, rectifying its previous shortcomings. Coupled with the expertise of the firearms specialist, the elite soldiers fell like blades of grass before the scythe. The mother insect screeched in fury, taken aback by the sudden betrayal of this bipedal creature. Yet, the dark object in his hands wielded an unexpectedly formidable strength. The elite soldiers could hardly withstand a single shot. The golden beetles of the lower ranks plummeted, but were effortlessly dealt with nonetheless. Chu Feng was no longer merely managing dual operations. He was orchestrating a triad of maneuvers. His figure danced and evaded, with assaults from all directions failing to breach his defenses. Soon enough, the mother insect could no longer bear the losses and emitted a retreating wail. Victory was his. He had secured this battle. Exuberant, Chu Feng approached the window and roared into the expanse, releasing the pent-up frustration of the past 7 days. On Blue Star, as the colossal arm fell, all present instinctively recoiled. The spectacle was too astonishing, exuding an intangible sense of pressure. The young researchers collapsed to the ground, while the elder at the forefront, fortified by years of experience, stood firm. Suddenly, the instruments in the rear blared an alarm. Radiation levels exceeded safe limits. Radiation levels exceeded safe limits. Chunbai and the guards swiftly ushered the leaders to retreat. It was too late. The commander intoned gravely, turning to the researchers, analyze the radiation. Is it harmful? With the order given, the researchers steadied themselves and rapidly began analyzing the data on their instruments, a torrent of figures emerging. Report, the commander commanded. Preliminary assessment indicates that the radiation poses no harm. On the contrary, it appears to activate the internal active molecules. Upon listening to the report, Number 1 gently nudged Chin Bo. First, gather the supplies, he instructed. We must also inspect for parasites and bacteria, followed by disinfection, the researcher added. Let us proceed concurrently. Number 1 commanded. The researcher, disregarding the need to don protective gear, advanced with instruments in hand for the examination. Moments later, The researchers reported that the materials received posed no suspicious threats. The initial batch had already been scrutinized, revealing no elements that could endanger humanity. Number 1 surmised that this was likely a precautionary measure instituted by the multiverse battlefield. "Very well, everyone, return to your respective tasks," he ordered, adding, "Bring me those crystal nuclei." Chunbo, carrying a backpack, segregated the skill crystal nuclei, leaving behind hundreds of gray enhancement nuclei. Number 1 casually picked up one of the enhancement nuclei, and a prompt appeared before him, identical to the one received by Chu Feng. Glancing at the quantity, he promptly consumed it. "Chief!" Chunbo exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. In the next moment, a powerful warmth surged through Number 1's body, cleansing him, as every cell rejoiced in jubilation. His previously graying hair began to darken. The effect is astonishing. Number 1 could not help but exclaim. Academician Zhang, observing nearby, remarked, "This is akin to a return to youth." "Chief, may I have one?" Number 1 handed the backpack to him, saying, "Consider how to distribute it and how to conduct research." Other leaders gathered around Number 1, eager to inquire. He preemptively explained, "I feel rejuvenated by several years. My body feels lighter, and my spirit has greatly improved." Elder Zhou, eyeing the backpack in Zhang's possession, urged, "Quickly, let us all partake." Though Zhang was reluctant, he understood the principle of shared benefits and begrudgingly distributed a piece to each person. Chunbo gazed longingly at the backpack. After much internal conflict, Zhang finally extracted a piece for Chunbo, who took one for himself as well. Everyone witnessed the prompt materializing before them. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Zhang marveled before consuming his piece. His physical transformation mirrored that of Number 1. However, the effects on Chunbo were comparatively subdued. Now, let us draw blood for comparative analysis against prior data. Zhang's scientific fervor reignited, and blood samples were taken from everyone. The reports emerged swiftly, indicating an increase in blood oxygen levels, cellular vitality rejuvenated by several years, and a notable boost in metabolism. Zhang, only Major Chen's enhancement was minimal. I suspect it relates to his original physical condition. However, the sample size is too limited. I recommend that everyone be administered the substance for further data analysis. Zhang glared at him. "Your calculations are so evident that even my mother in the mountains could hear them. Compile the numbers and prepare all research protocols meticulously. We must not overlook any details," Zhang concluded, looking towards Number 1. "This approach is commendable." Number 1 concurred with Zhang's methodology. Meanwhile, Chunbo retrieved a GoPro and connected it to the screen. Elder Zhou, brimming with excitement, urged, "Quickly, let's see the playback." The footage began to play, with the ability to zoom freely. The initial battle damage figures displayed 8 digits, steadily increasing with each passing moment. On the map, the red and blue arrows shifted rapidly. Old Zhou gazed at the scale with an expression of disbelief. Impossible, utterly inconceivable. The speed of these arrows exceeded 100 kilometers, and look at this, surpassing 200 kilometers. Old Zhou's eyes were filled with incredulity. "Old Zhou, you too have consumed the crystal core, and you have witnessed this colossal arm. What more is there to doubt?" Number 1 could not help but exclaim, I do not doubt. I merely find it hard to accept at this moment." Then allow yourself to accept it first, and afterward diligently analyze the battles of the past 24 hours, discerning the intricacies. "Understood." Old Zhou patted his head, striving to regain clarity, and then resumed his earnest observation. Chapter 17. The might of the warrior academician Zhang has already picked up his notepad and commenced a serious study. "Chief," Chu Feng asserted, "what he says is indeed true. He has made remarkable research achievements that are simply astounding. How could I have overlooked such simple principles? As long as it is useful, let's expedite the research. Ideally, we should have results in 7 days for Chu Feng's application." Indeed, the enthusiasm among everyone was palpable, as they fervently hoped for Chu Feng's survival. In the battlefield of myriad realms, name, Chu Feng, race, human, rank, private first class. 200, killed corporal to promote rank. Title, none, military merit. 0. 9, can exchange for items in the military merit store. The store opens after reaching 100 points. Battlefield skills, firearms expert, battlefield instinct, tactical maneuver mastery, equipment. QJZ-171 heavy machine gun, QLU-131 sniper grenade launcher, modified QJZ-171 heavy machine gun. Various auxiliary equipment. Faction. None. Camps. None. Map. Basic private first class map. Communications. Basic private first class communications. After a brief skirmish, the number of privates first class had been sufficiently reduced. Chu Feng gazed regretfully out the window, observing the crystal cores that had fallen below. Even if the gains were minimal, it felt as though he had incurred a loss of 1 billion. Returning to the supplies, he surveyed the severed arm and hand, uncertain of how to proceed. Discarding it was out of the question. Allowing other creatures to consume it would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. While he could consume it himself, he had yet to experiment with that. It was imperative to quickly inventory the supplies, clean the battlefield, and discover a method to convert the severed arm into combat power. Chu Feng harbored an even more significant ambition: to gather more valuable resources and contribute to his homeland. Achieving this goal necessitated formidable strength. With the experience of the first private first class in mind, the strength of corporals would be at least doubled. The attack speed and defense of a private first class were all magnified. The firearms in hand might soon prove inadequate. Furthermore, the intangible mental deterrence or attacks, if similarly amplified, would pose an even greater challenge. The objective remained unchanged: to endlessly consume crystal cores and enhance his own power. The upper floors fell silent, and the distant battle appeared to have concluded as the fleeing creatures began to return. Their original territories had been seized by other insects, or they were lured by more enticing prospects. With the distant conflict resolved, the city came alive with commotion. It was unclear what presence the towering building held, as the creatures all detoured around it. Chu Feng concealed himself behind the window, observing the insects and the ongoing battle. Suddenly, within his line of sight, there emerged a private first class with a form reminiscent of a grasshopper. It was cloaked in yellow, its body adorned with a thick, chitinous armor, marked by countless scars, a testament to its numerous battles. This grasshopper stretched over 1 meter in length, its wings unfurling to nearly 3 meters, while its face resembled a helmet, complete with a prominent horn. Beneath it were a pair of enormous pincers and 3 pairs of walking legs. This creature was akin to a grotesque amalgamation. Despite its rank as a private first class, not a single insect dared to provoke it. Chu Feng experienced an overwhelming sensation. This individual was undoubtedly a master of combat. Suddenly, from the window of the opposite building, a colossal centipede, bearing the rank of a private, leapt forth. Its length was indeterminate, and its width approached 1 meter, with pincers poised to snap up a grasshopper. Remarkably, the grasshopper continued its leisurely flight, seemingly oblivious to the lurking threat. Just as it was about to be ensnared, the centipede's body trembled, and then its head erupted violently, releasing a white crystalline core. The grasshopper adeptly pivoted midair and consumed the core. Witnessing this, Chu Feng was drenched in cold sweat, utterly perplexed by how the grasshopper had managed such an attack. Moreover, the ease with which a private dispatched a lower-ranked soldier could only signify the prowess of a true combat master. Chu Feng hastily concealed himself, fearful of being discovered by the grasshopper. This was the level he aspired to reach. This was the essence of a combat master, one who could vanquish foes of higher rank. Chu Feng recalled the depictions of combat masters in various films and television shows. Individuals who employed an array of battlefield skills and could even sway the outcome of conventional warfare. Throughout history, only a handful of true combat masters have emerged. For instance, during ancient siege warfare, the soldiers who led the charge were often those capable of single-handedly facing 100 adversaries. Historical records confirm no more than 5 such individuals. Now, before him lay a path to becoming a combat master, one that involved devouring crystalline cores and utilizing every available resource to enhance oneself. A valuable opportunity presented itself. The severed arm lay before him, and he pondered whether it could be consumed. The aura and scent emanating from the arm were rapidly dissipating, And Chu Feng sensed that once these essences vanished completely, it would merely become an ordinary source of sustenance. If consumption proved unfeasible, he could resort to roasting it. As the room contained a fireplace, he placed the arm beneath the flame, igniting it, but after several minutes, even the coarse hairs remained unscathed, indicating failure. Chu Feng recalled the golden-armored beetle that had extracted blood. If the beetle could consume it, why could he not try as well? His lack of caution was evident. Had he been an individual with higher education or battlefield experience, he would not have acted so recklessly. He dipped a finger into the blood and cautiously licked it with his tongue. Suddenly, an excruciating sting shot through him, akin to having his tongue brutally pinched by a vice. Chu Feng could only stifle a cry of agony. The energy within that minuscule droplet was overwhelmingly potent, swiftly obliterating the cells on his tongue. The energy surged through his veins, coursing throughout his body, and in an instant, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. The onset was rapid, but so was the dissipating of the energy. Within moments, he regained his composure, albeit with lingering intensity, requiring 5 minutes of rest before he could rise. Upon reflection, he noticed a marked enhancement in his physicality, particularly in his mental acuity. His perception of the surrounding world was sharper, and he sensed a latent power brewing within him, though it had yet to accumulate sufficiently to be fully realized. This arm was undeniably a valuable asset, yet the process of obtaining its benefits had been terrifying. With daylight still upon him, should the mother insect attack, his fate would be sealed. Gazing at the arm, Chu Feng contemplated its potential, lamenting the fading essence as time slipped away. Suddenly, it occurred to me that among this batch of supplies, there might be containers capable of preserving biological vitality in a temperature-controlled box. I hastily rummaged through, and indeed discovered a plethora of test tubes and a solar-powered temperature regulator. If direct consumption was not feasible, I would dilute it. Mixing it into the water I drank daily, and once my body could endure it, I would consume it in larger quantities. Resolute in my decision, I began to extract blood. The number of test tubes proved insufficient. I retrieved an empty water pouch, and fortunately, the temperature control box was spacious enough to accommodate everything. It had a 3-liter capacity, nearly filled to the brim, and accounting for the gaps, there was at least 5 liters of blood. As the blood vanished, the flesh on my arm began to loosen, and my breath quickly diminished. It seemed I would soon find a way to prepare roasted meat. I took a drop of blood and placed it into the water pouch, watching as the entire bag transformed into a pink hue, accompanied by the painful sensations I had just experienced, which left me both startled and apprehensive. Nevertheless, I steeled myself and took a sip of the water. Chapter 18. The fragile humanity. Chu Feng's tongue danced within his mouth, feeling the energy coursing through his entire being. The tingling sensation had significantly diminished. After taking another sip, the tingling feeling began to wane. Is my body truly this adaptable? Chu Feng pondered, perplexed. Once the dagger was able to slice through the skin of his arm, he embarked on his inaugural culinary endeavor in the myriad battlefields. Although a mere act of roasting meat, the excitement was palpable. After all, the monotony of military rations had been quite unbearable, even leading to a bout of constipation over the past few days. Among the supplies, there was a complete set of seasonings, which occupied little space. The meat sizzled on the iron plate, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Chu Feng could hardly restrain himself from swallowing. The thick slices of meat turned golden brown on both sides, seasoned with just a pinch of salt. He used the dagger to lift a chunk of meat, blowing on it gently, saliva spraying onto the succulent morsel. The fragrance was intoxicating. Without a second thought for the heat, he stuffed it into his mouth. It was boiling hot, yet so fragrant. He had no idea what creature this meat belonged to, but once it entered his stomach, warmth enveloped him. The adage, "You are what you eat," rang true, and he felt his arms gaining strength. Chu Feng squeezed his arm and continued to slice and roast the meat, occasionally sipping on the liquid that rendered his tongue numb. It truly felt like a delightful pairing of meat and drink. His body was steadily strengthening with each bite, not merely exhibiting immediate effects, but building a solid foundation. In light of humanity's inaugural entry into the myriad battlefields, A report is issued regarding the soldier's attainment of the officer's physique. Human life level, E. Combat performance. E. Scientific and technological innovation. D. Evolutionary potential. Overall rating. E. For clarification, F denotes the lowest grade, equivalent to mindless beasts or plankton, while S represents the highest tier, with further classifications beyond that unassessed. Staring at the sudden emergence of this grading system, Chu Feng found himself momentarily stunned. Weak, humanity is indeed exceedingly fragile. In a myriad battlefields, what means do I possess to elevate the overall rating of humanity? You are already making progress. Upon achieving the rank of officer or accumulating 100 military merits, more content will be reported. Strive to enhance your strength and rank to confront the forthcoming tumultuous changes on the battlefield. Gazing at the rating, Chu Feng's appetite vanished in an instant. Am I truly only marginally superior to plankton? A bitter smile crossed his face as he recalled the golden-armored beetle's performance. Indeed, he was outclassed even by insects. Observing his own arm, he recognized it as the physique of an officer, certain to bear a higher rating than that of a mere human. What is there to fear? Humanity possesses the potential for evolution. Eat, voraciously devour, absorb everything possible, and become the strongest on the battlefield. Chu Feng sliced generous chunks of meat to place on the grill, merely heating them slightly before hastily consuming them. Only through ruthless self-discipline can one survive. His body was undergoing a subtle transformation amidst the fervent consumption. On Blue Star, scientists conducted extensive studies on the arm and reached conclusions akin to Chu Feng's. Over time, the energy-magnetic field of the arm was diminishing. The enigmatic vitality factors within the blood were also in decline. Fortunately, all structures have been meticulously documented. The next step involves conducting a multitude of experiments to identify substances that can serve as alternatives or imitations. During this period, Chunbai proactively volunteered to ingest blood to provide data for research. No, I cannot agree to this. We must first conduct animal experiments, asserted Academician Zhang with a resolute expression. Time is of the essence. If we do not produce results soon, Chu Feng may not endure much longer. Chunbai remained obstinate. That is still unacceptable. Science demands rigor and a methodical approach. I refuse to witness your transformation into a monster. If I were to become a monster, confine me. And when Chu Feng is capable of transporting living beings, cast me into the battlefield of myriad realms to contribute my final effort. Academician Zhang's demeanor was grave. He could not fathom the mindset of these soldiers. Is it worth it? Chunbai nodded emphatically. I need to consult. At that moment, number one approached. Listen to Xiao Chun. The path ahead will entail sacrifices and contributions. It is not solely him. I too stand ready to offer my life. The words of number one resonated with everyone present, drawing their attention. This elder stood tall, exuding an unwavering spirit, as if the sky were collapsing before him. He embodied the essence and vitality of the entire nation. Such qualities and demeanor instantly inspired all those around him. We too shall partake in the human experiments, proclaimed a soldier, stepping forward. Following this, the researchers added, we require diversity in samples. Your physical prowess is too formidable. Perhaps it is better if we take part. Nonsense. Is it a crime to be strong? The laboratory erupted into chaos. Number one smiled at the fervent crowd. Very well. The research must proceed. The experiments cannot be halted. Let us draw lots to determine who will participate, and keep me informed at all times. With that, number one departed. The efficiency was remarkable. Ultimately, 10 soldiers and 5 researchers were selected to receive diluted blood injections. The blood concentration was slightly above their physical tolerance. Bear with it. Academician Zhang observed the individuals within the glass chamber, his tone heavy. Once the injections were administered, the remaining soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, ready to shoot without hesitation should any signs of mutation arise among those inside. Shortly after the injection, the 15 individuals began to contort their faces. Hold on. You must endure. The cries of pain, howls, and roars echoed. After an agonizing 3 minutes, the 15 individuals gradually regained their composure, with instruments indicating that all was normal. Were the data results? Academician Zhang inquired anxiously. Good, remarkably good. The data has increased by 1/3 and continues to rise. Came the excited response from the researchers. Continue to observe. A smile spread across academician Zhang's face as he looked at those inside. How do you feel? Better than ever. Chunbai exclaimed, reveling in the changes in his body. How does it compare to the enhancement crystal core? Chunbai pondered for a moment. It's an indescribable sensation. The enhancement crystal core augments what already exists, but this blood seems to empower me fundamentally. Academician Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Examined their genetic profiles. A report followed. There are changes. What? Display it. A vast double helix appeared on the massive screen above. The green represents the original 23 pairs of chromosomes, with a pair of red suddenly emerging and interspersed among them. The number of protein gene encodings is also on the rise, and gene density is increasing. The quantity of protein gene encodings on the screen swiftly surpasses 25,000. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Academician Zhang anxiously observed the 15 individuals within. Simultaneously, a hand behind him signaled a warning gesture. The guards tensed, gripping their weapons firmly. No, there is absolutely no discomfort, Chunbai replied, his own anxiety palpable, for he understood that genetic alterations were of monumental significance. The data continued to scroll across the screen, ultimately stabilizing the protein gene encodings at 30,000. The simulated double helix appeared remarkably stable, even more so than the previous 23 pairs, exuding an indescribable beauty. Report: there are no signs of collapse. The gene sequence remains exceedingly stable. The researchers continually announced. The 15 individuals exhibited normal emotions and data. Continue monitoring. Academician Zhang remained uneasy. He did not wish to witness any signs of genetic contamination, especially in the capital, within the prestigious #1 residence. Chapter 19. Terrorist attack. Could you procure some fitness equipment for us? I wish to distinctly perceive the changes in my body, Chunbai requested. No problem, replied Academician Zhang. Holding the examination report, Academician Zhang proceeded to report to the first table. Meanwhile, in the southwestern region of the nation, a passenger aircraft was hijacked by a group of armed militants. Numerous canisters marked with biochemical symbols were loaded onto the plane, which then set its course towards the capital. This was a meticulously planned act of terrorism directed against the state. The lurking mice were closely observing the situation. Rest assured, we have been compensated, and we shall leave no traces. A Middle Eastern man, adorned with a headscarf and sporting a scruffy beard, reported to a white man on screen. The weaponry is of Bear origin, and the personnel are those foul-smelling bastards and yellow-skinned monkeys. I am the mastermind behind this affair. There is no way it will lead back to you Americans. Excellent. Once this is accomplished, your family will receive our protection. It is settled, the communication concluded. The white man spoke to someone behind the screen. Once our objective is achieved, we must eradicate all traces, leaving none behind. The person opposite him, adorned with face paint and equipped with a complete tactical ensemble, exuded an air of cold efficiency. Do not worry. None from their family will escape. As the aircraft entered the heartland of the nation, news swiftly reached the capital. A briefing lay on the first table. How did these biochemical weapons, capable of turning an entire city into a wasteland, manage to breach our borders? Did we receive no prior intelligence? Members of the military and police shook their heads in regret. What do they seek? The first table inquired. The adversary requested to land at the capital airport for further negotiations. The first table continued to probe. What will be the cost of shooting it down? The secretary promptly reported. Based on the aircraft's altitude and speed, it could impact 3 to 4 provinces. The computer simulation played in a loop. These are crucial grain-producing regions. The secretary ceased speaking after the reminder. How long until they reached the capital airport? 3 hours and 45 minutes remaining. Has the news been sealed? The expression of the first table darkened. It has been sealed. This is bad, the secretary exclaimed while holding a tablet, as various messages suddenly surfaced online. The first table seized the tablet, noting that foreign media had begun to report extensively, mirroring the content of the briefing. Red Eye, Blue Note, and other platforms simultaneously erupted with a plethora of information, dominating the trending topics. Chief, this is premeditated. Evacuate the airport, allow them to land, and ensure the safety of the hostages. Control the narrative publicly. We must not lose the battleground of public opinion. Orders cascaded down. Misinformation and inflammatory rhetoric online were swiftly contained. The adversary was evidently formidable. For every one control measure enacted, 10 more emerged, clearly indicating long-standing planning. Have you not vowed never to compromise with terrorists? Take them down. Sacrificing a few could save many more lives. You profess to be a nation free from terrorist organizations. Yet this is a significant predicament. Online discourse rapidly escalated, ultimately necessitating a complete ban across all platforms. The authoritative television station has commenced live coverage, accompanied by images transmitted from fighter jets, with all cockpit sunshades drawn. Within the operations office, a series of images is currently being displayed. The identities of these individuals have been thoroughly investigated. 3 from India, 3 from the Middle East, and 3 each from Myanmar and Vietnam, totaling 12 individuals. The images reveal bioweapons canisters, showcasing the latest research achievements from the Bear Nation. Should they detonate, there are presently no countermeasures available. Is it possible to obtain the formula? Inquired the leader. A diplomat rose. Communication is underway, but the likelihood is slim. We must explore all feasible options and prioritize them. Understood. The leader then turned to the counterterrorism expert. What are the chances of a successful assault? The expert stood, and a series of images appeared on the large screen. The first depicted relevant equipment. The weaponry was highly specialized, and from the way these individuals moved, it was evident they were seasoned battlefield veterans. The second image displayed a set of devices similar to those used with biological weapons. Heart rate monitoring. If even one person's heartbeat ceases, the device will activate. Does that imply there's no chance for a forceful assault? The leader queried. The counterterrorism chief shook his head. This is merely a fail-safe triggering mechanism. All individuals must simultaneously lose their capacity to resist, and the device must be dismantled within 1 minute. Given the myriad of complex and unforeseen circumstances, this task is virtually impossible. The leader bowed his head in contemplation. Continue strategizing, he instructed, before departing with his secretary, bearing relevant documentation. In the underground laboratory, a researcher excitedly approached Academician Zhang. Academician Zhang, I have discovered something intriguing. What is it? The biological magnetic field of that arm possesses a strong shielding capability. I have completed the waveband simulation. If we increase the frequency, it can render individuals instantly incapable of resistance and can also shield against all known electromagnetic signals. Academician Zhang frowned. What use does this have? Can it enhance Chu Feng's combat abilities in that world? Its applications here might be more significant. The researcher replied. Indeed. Please compile the data and hand it over to the other researchers at the Institute for further application. Our primary focus must remain on enhancing combat effectiveness. Understood. At that moment, the leader approached, observing Chun Bai and his team training. The weights of the dumbbells and barbells would leave even seasoned bodybuilders feeling inadequate. The data on the screen appeared remarkably stable. How are they faring? The leader inquired. No issues. Everything is normal. Academician Zhang responded. Good. We have a sudden situation requiring your assistance. After the leader spoke, the secretary moved to the isolation room and connected the computer. Xiao Chun, see if there is a solution to this matter. Yes. Chun Bai swiftly approached the glass. As the footage began to play, Chun Bai's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it, this is the handiwork of the Eagle Nation. Utilizing a white glove approach, they ultimately eliminate them, leaving no evidence. Chun Bai was quite experienced in this domain. We can address these issues later. We must first resolve the immediate situation. The leader turned to Academician Zhang. Can you devise a solution for these triggering devices? Academician Zhang wore a rather peculiar expression. Number 1 inquired, is there no solution? Academician Zhang shook his head. It's not that there is no solution. Rather, a solution already exists. Oh, Number 1 was momentarily taken aback. Shaoli, come here quickly. The researcher hurried over and greeted Number 1 with alacrity. Greetings, Chief. No need for formality. Take a look at these devices. Do you have a solution? The researcher scrutinized the equipment and its parameters with utmost seriousness. He hesitated, unsure of how to respond. If there are difficulties, that's perfectly fine. We can always consider alternative solutions, Number 1 reassured him. Chief, it's not that there are difficulties. Rather, the problem is exceedingly simple. Oh, Shaoli promptly articulated his research findings, even calling upon his colleagues, and swiftly assembled a machine with his hands. Chief, let us conduct a simulation now. Shaoli pointed to the 2 instruments before them. This one on the right is the triggering device depicted in the image. That one is the suppressor. Let the experiment commence. Chapter 20. Powerful equipment, potent abilities. The machine roared to life. Chief, the triggering device has commenced operations. Let us proceed with the trial. The artificial heartbeat signal was severed, and the trigger promptly sounded an alarm, the screen erupting with an explosion graphic. You see, this will result in an explosion. Young Lee reactivated the device he had just manually assembled and severed the simulated heartbeat signal once more. The alarm blared again. Failed. Number 1 inquired, perplexed. Not at all. We have isolated the entire device, preventing their signals from reaching the bomb, thus averting any detonation. Young Lee was brimming with excitement. What about other detonation methods? Equally ineffective. All detonation devices on Earth are rendered useless. How vast a range can it cover? Young Lee pondered for a moment. If the power is sufficient, it could encompass 10 square kilometers. Is it truly that formidable? Number 1 was taken aback. Chief, this is fundamentally bioelectricity. Substituting it with a stronger current simply amplifies its potency. Excellent. This is truly remarkable. Number 1 exclaimed, glancing at his watch. You have 1 hour to devise a machine capable of covering the entire capital airport. Not a problem. Simply take this. A power bank is all it requires to function. Young Lee gestured towards a rather rudimentary device on the table. Ensure it is robust. We cannot afford any mishaps. Understood. I will fabricate a few more. I guarantee there will be no issues. Young Lee turned to his tasks with renewed vigor. Young Chu is indeed our fortunate star. Number 1 mused with immense excitement. This was intended to be a suicide mission, virtually unsolvable. Unexpectedly, from the contraptions sent back by Chu Feng, a few small inventions provided a solution. Chief, I volunteer to lead this operation, Chun Bo suddenly declared. Why? You have reviewed my RSUM. Years ago, I was involved in a counterterrorism operation abroad that bore striking similarities to this incident, Chun Bo recalled. The individual behind this is an old acquaintance of mine, the CIA's Viper. Number 1 regarded Chun Bo with caution. Are you certain? Chun Bo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have been tracking this individual for quite some time. He possesses a particularly troubling habit of observing his work up close. Il can assure you. He is lurking in a city near the capital and has already arranged his escape route. Number 1 scrutinized Chun Bo before shifting his gaze to Academician Zhang. Is he capable of executing this mission? Data suggests there are no issues, Academician Zhang responded. Number 1 contemplated briefly. Very well, you shall lead this mission. If possible, extract that Viper for me. Understood. Chun Bo saluted, his voice resonant. Captain, you cannot abandon us. The remaining 9 cried out in dismay. Chun Bo turned back to Number 1. Chief, these individuals are all elite soldiers, possessing extensive combat experience, and their physical capabilities have been enhanced. Executing such a minor task will be effortless. Moreover, we have developed a strong rapport. Agreed, the mission must be accomplished. Thank you for your trust, Chief. For the first battle, count on me. Victory is assured. Chun Bo rallied his team with fervor. After a brief inspection, Chun Bo and his team departed the isolation chamber. Inside the room, the researcher remarked, Old Chun, do not bring shame upon us. Rest assured, those scoundrels shall be easily subdued. Academician Zhang has provided a complete set of innovative equipment, particularly a full tactical suit that simulates a golden beetle. This apparatus boasts ballistic protection 5 times superior to the most advanced ceramic composite materials. Moreover, it is a singular entity, capable of filtering 80 of the impact force. A bullet striking the body feels merely like a gentle tap from a bashful maiden. Academician Zhang's explanation is refreshingly unique. 10 individuals arrived at the testing ground, donned the gear, and brandished their handguns for reciprocal fire to experience the protective effects. Chun Bai issued the command. Yes, The sound of gunfire erupted. Ah, we truly feel nothing at all, the team members exclaimed. Switch to rifles, Chun Bai ordered once more. Another barrage of shots ensued, and the final sensation was akin to being nudged gently. The captain's ballistic capabilities are astonishingly robust, devoid of any weaknesses. Academician Zhang then produced a hood. Here, take this as well. You need not conduct further experiments. Fully equipped, they armed themselves with standard firearms, attached suppressors, and set off to the airport with researcher Shaoli. Before their departure, Academician Zhang provided him with the latest improved QJZ-171. Take this, enhanced with the latest multi-segment electromagnetic acceleration technology and tungsten core armor-piercing rounds, with a range of up to 5,000 meters for unforeseen circumstances. In the five-star hotel suite in the eastern city of Tianjin, 3 Caucasians were engaged in various operations on their computers. Harlan, is there any issue with this mission? Inquired a bespectacled, middle-aged man dressed in an academic manner. Fear not. Even in the event of the slightest probability of complications, we can remotely detonate, the robust Harlan assured. Kate, what about the escape route? It has been arranged. We can board the submarine upon reaching international waters. Excellent. In the final hour, let us enjoy the most splendid fireworks display. The serpent flashed a confident smile, unaware that Chun Bai was deducing his location and escape route based on his character. Within the special operations vehicle, Chun Bai operated the computer before him. Captain, does that serpent always admire his own creations? Chun Bai replied without looking up. Indeed, this fellow is notoriously arrogant, and he possesses the means to be so. Soon, a localization range appeared on the computer, pinpointing the hotel where the serpent resided. This is the optimal position, whether for escape or observation. Chun Bai turned the screen towards his team. They will most certainly depart by sea. Once they reach international waters, the likelihood of a submarine is paramount. 8 operatives will suffice for our operation. Xiao Chun, Xiao Yang, prepare the helicopter to head directly to this location post-operation. Understood. Upon arriving at the airport, the aircraft was already stationed on the runway, with no obstructions in sight. Every detail, even a mouse scurrying by, was clearly visible. Chun Bai and his team entered the command center. Do they have any requests? Chun Bai inquired. The communication officer responded, none. They still refuse to communicate. Chun Bai glanced at Xiao Li and inquired if there was any method to ascertain their location. If all else failed, they would have to resort to remote sniping. Naturally, my little gadget could be slightly modified to detect magnetic fields. Xiao Li began to operate the device while simultaneously activating the suppressor, ensuring that those biochemical weapons could not be triggered. In a matter of mere minutes, the instrument was refurbished and aimed at the aircraft from the terminal. The next moment, numerous light reflections appeared on the screen. Look, these blue ones represent the terrorists. Their emitted magnetic fields differ from those of the passengers, reflecting their distinct emotional states. Chun Bai meticulously counted, arriving at a total of 12, yet there were 13 blue signals. What does this 13th one signify? Chun Bai asked. I have no idea. Perhaps an undercover agent? Xiao Li replied nonchalantly. The difficulty of their mission escalated abruptly due to the presence of this 13th individual. Chapter 21. The impossible task. The report conveyed the imperative from Command 1. No innocent lives must be lost, yet no guilty party must escape. Swiftly, they identified the passenger occupying that specific seat. A female, aged 38, with a clean background, devoid of any criminal record or international travel history. Was this woman born with an innate composure? The team members pondered aloud, gazing at the dossier in confusion. Female? Xiao Li inquired, raising his head. Indeed, according to the passenger list, that seat is occupied by a lady. That can't be right. Yes, a man. Huh? How can you tell? Chunbo quickly turned his attention to Xiao Li's screen. Yes, the magnetic fields of men and women differ. This is undoubtedly a male. What shall we do, Captain? A team member asked. Chunbo scrutinized Xiao Li. Is it impossible to detonate the explosives under any circumstances? Unless he brandishes a gun and opens fire. Any signal-triggered method would be ineffective. Chunbo nodded affirmatively. Very well, the plan shall proceed. We will engage in a remote sniping operation. There are a total of 12 assailants. We have 8 operatives, You, and myself. We will eliminate 2 of them. After you, 4, neutralize your targets. Focus your aim on this man. Should he exhibit any suspicious behavior or attempt to reach the cockpit to detonate the explosives, eliminate him. Understood. Chun Bo confirmed the operational strategy, yet the commander interjected. Isn't this approach excessively risky? I will bear full responsibility should anything go awry. You bear responsibility? Everyone will be meeting their doom alongside you. Who do you think you are? The terminal is 1,000 meters from the aircraft. No one can accurately engage a target at that distance through the aircraft's outer shell. This recklessness is unjustifiable. Surely the higher-ups have been misled into issuing such orders. If one individual could successfully snipe under these conditions, it would be one thing, but 8 such individuals? That is impossible, absolutely impossible. Chun Bo understood the concerns of the commander. Yet the intelligence sent back by Chu Feng could not be divulged to outsiders, as its implications were terrifyingly potent. Initially, among 10 individuals, the sniper skills were above average. But to ensure a lethal shot at 1,000 meters, there might only be 2 or 3 capable of such precision. With enhanced physical capabilities, they were confident even at 2,000 meters, particularly with the new armor-piercing rounds, which would not deviate from their trajectory due to cover. The chances of success were further amplified. I cannot disclose more. Trust in the judgment of our superiors, Chun Bo reassured, patting the commander on the shoulder before leading his team to prepare. Within the hotel, the Serpent observed the live broadcast on television. A splendid choice. Direct assault is futile, and sniping is unfeasible. The bomb is destined to explode. Inform them to toy with the Chinese government a while longer. Online, a chorus of pessimism echoed. In such circumstances, a strong offensive was impractical, and sniping was equally futile. Numerous military enthusiasts emerged, declaring the situation a deadlock. Some even revealed the presence of biochemical weapons aboard the aircraft, causing chaos in the capital as throngs of people flooded the streets, fleeing in the opposite direction of the airport. Those near the city also began to evacuate. The venomous Serpent chuckled heartily upon seeing the news online. Even if the plan fails, the indirect losses inflicted upon Huagua are insufferable. The most devastating aspect is the blow to international trust. Such a grave incident will be challenging for them to explain. Within the esteemed residence, all urged the leader to retreat to the underground fortress, for the repercussions of failure would be dire. How is communication with Bear Country proceeding? How can they be persuaded to hand over the data? No, they are utterly refusing. The leader slammed the table in frustration. Very well. Let us commence drafting a plan for revenge. We require no evidence, merely coordinates. At that moment, Academician Zhang rushed in. Chief, I have a solution. The leader's demeanor finally lightened. Is it still those matters? Indeed, it can entirely resolve the current predicament. Excellent, excellent. I shall go and take a look. You continue to formulate the revenge plan. With that, the leader rose and departed. Upon entering the underground laboratory, the researchers were also monitoring Chun Bo's actions via the camera affixed to him. At that moment, on the rooftop, 8 individuals dispersed, their weapons loaded, adjusting their scopes and gauging the wind speed. Chun Bo, are you confident? The leader inquired through the intercom. Rest assured, Chief, even if you do not trust me, you must have faith in Chu Feng. What he has provided is exceedingly powerful. Proceed with full conviction. End of communication. The entire nation was glued to the television screens, awaiting the outcome, while many pondered what response the state would muster if the worst were to transpire. The higher-ups observed a different feed, the sniping footage of Chun Bo and his team. Xiao Li, is the situation stable? Chun Bo communicated with Xiao Li, stable. Those individuals are currently in a steady state. Everyone, prepare at the 5 o'clock position, half wind speed, adjust accordingly. Adjustments complete. Adjustments complete. Countdown, 5 seconds. A beeping countdown resonated in everyone's earpieces. The commander in the control tower was drenched in sweat, while nearby staff members fixated on the screen or the aircraft. Each individual slowed their breathing, scarcely daring to inhale. In the underground laboratory, the leader clenched his fists tightly, eyes glued to the surveillance monitors. Beep, beep. Ding! Boom! 8 shots rang out in unison. Boom! 4 shots followed suit. Hits! 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 The anti-terrorism task force was in action. All personnel were instructed to remain seated. Simultaneously, continuous reports echoed within the cabin. The 13th individual is moving towards the cockpit. Shaoli reported swiftly. Received. Chunbo adjusted his aim. On screen, the individual staggered towards the cockpit, hand poised on the doorknob. Bang! A bullet pierced through the temple. An last assailant fell lifeless. Chief, the mission has been successfully completed. Chunbo's calm voice resonated. Excellent. I shall commend you. The leader exclaimed with exuberance. In the command center of the terminal, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as everyone struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Captain, have I succeeded? Asked Shaoli, urgency lacing his voice. Hurry, what are you waiting for? The commander snapped back to reality. Quickly, rescue the passengers. The wail of sirens pierced the air as dozens of vehicles surged forth from the terminal. Within the lavish suite of a 5-star hotel, the television screen began broadcasting the news of a successful rescue, reporting that all relevant personnel had been neutralized. Detonate. Remote detonation. One individual furiously pounded the return key on his computer. Commander, there is no response. Fools, all of you are fools. The Viper, seething with rage, soon regained his composure. Withdraw. The 3 swiftly gathered their belongings, placing a timed bomb beneath the bed, intent on erasing all traces. Meanwhile, at the airport, armed helicopters had landed, and Chunbo and his team boarded. Chapter 22. Vanquishing the enemy. Repelling the submarine on board the aircraft. Chunbai received notification of an explosion at a 5-star hotel in the port. He swiftly pinpointed the location and determined the adversary's escape route. Upon arrival, a speedboat traced a white line across the tranquil sea. Just 1 nautical mile from the open sea, the pursuing helicopter fell behind. The subordinates of the Serpent continuously reported updates. The Serpent gazed at the distant black speck in the sky, a look of reluctant resignation on his face. This time, you are fortunate. Inside the helicopter, a computer map displayed a red line. Ahead lies the open sea. Captain, we are running out of time. Chunbai commanded. Continue the pursuit. As the distance gradually diminished, the speedboat carrying the Serpent and his 3 companions reached the open sea and came to a halt. The helicopter hovered just behind them, within the territorial waters of Huagua. A mocking smile crept onto the Serpent's face as he glanced at the aircraft overhead. Not far ahead, a dark periscope emerged from the water. The most advanced nuclear submarine of Eagle Sauce had made its appearance. Captain, they truly utilized the submarine. It appears to be their latest addition, the Nautilus-class nuclear-powered submarine. Chunbai felt a surge of frustration. Had their enemies managed to escape right before his eyes? Commander, I request permission to fire. Chunbai implored. Is it possible to strike without revealing our position? Academician Zhang's voice resonated through the communication line. Rest assured, the coating on the warheads will be thoroughly compromised by the high heat upon impact. They would never anticipate that a bullet could penetrate the submarine's armor. If you have confidence, unleash a torrent of fire. Given that these foreign devils dared to provoke, they should indeed pay the price. Zhang's temperament was even more explosive than that of a soldier. Commander, shall we proceed? Proceed. The helicopter altered its course, positioning the cabin towards the submarine. The improved QJZ-171 targeting the vessel. Look at them. They're foolishly firing heavy machine guns at us. Truly ignorant yellow-skinned monkeys. Forgivat them. If I were in their shoes, I would be tempted to leap into the sea. The 4 men streamed into the submarine's interior. Shaoli, can we capture their magnetic field? Of course, synchronizing it now. Countless figures appeared on the QJZ-171 scope. Let them meet their demise in the moment of their complacency. Chunbai squeezed the trigger, and the gun barrel emanated a brilliant blue electromagnetic glow. With a swift crack, the sound of gunfire transformed. The rapid succession of shots echoed, as Chunbai followed the advice to unleash a relentless barrage. The formidable electromagnetic propulsion ensured that the bullets, unhindered by humidity or wind speed, flew almost in a straight line into the submarine. The 4 men, still ascending the staircase, were instantly riddled with bullets. The serpent's face contorted in disbelief. How is this possible? 4 lifeless bodies tumbled into the cabin. Alarms blared within the submarine. Armor compromised. Water began to leak in compartments 1, 2, and 3. Dive quickly. The captain commanded nervously. The leaks were increasing, and they were still escalating. Was attacking us? Identify the source of the counterattack. The captain inquired loudly. The sonar revealed the absence of any vessels in the vicinity, save for the armed helicopters of the Dragon Nation. Launch missiles and take down the helicopters. The commander ordered. No, sir. They are within the territorial waters of Huan Nation. This would provoke a conflict between both nations. The first officer urgently intervened. Then what do you propose we do? Withdraw swiftly from the surface. The Dragon Nation is unlikely to pursue. Inform the Pentagon that our submarine has come under attack from an unidentified weapon. The captain shouted in distress. They truly would not continue their assault, for the entire magazine had been depleted by Chun Bai. Commander, the mission is accomplished. The 4 instigators have been neutralized, and the enemy submarine is fleeing. I request permission to return. Permission granted for return. Several hours later, the Nautilus nuclear submarine rendezvoused with the Eagle Nation's Pacific Fleet. The commander of the Pacific Command boarded the vessel and, upon seeing the gaping hole in its hull, erupted in fury. You claim this damage was caused by a machine gun, you fool. I should never have appointed you. He bellowed. Take him away. Let him await a court-martial. You derelict scoundrel. Salanto, you cannot treat me this way. The captain protested loudly. Clarify the nature of the weapon used, or we will be unable to account to Congress. Salanto instructed the first officer. Meanwhile, the Bear Nation demanded the return of biological weapons, but the Foreign Ministry terminated the call abruptly. Days later, the Eagle Nation, in an unusual turn of events, collaborated with the Bear Nation to challenge Huan Nation at the United Nations. The spokesperson for Huan Nation retorted sharply, asserting that relevant organizations and individuals would face the consequences of their actions. Plans for retaliatory measures were underway, albeit with modified scope and execution. The resources delivered by Chu Feng had yielded remarkable success, enhancing both light weaponry and the combat proficiency of personnel. In the underground laboratory, Commander, I demand the execution of retaliatory actions. Of course, it will be you, Number 1 replied with a smile, though he indicated that time was needed to await the next batch of supplies from Chu Feng or breakthroughs in the research on enhancement crystals. Fortune favors us. Chu Feng is indeed a harbinger of good luck. The entire base, including those aware of Chu Feng, marveled at the transformative impact of these supplies, beginning to envision the moment when Huan Nation would once again stand triumphantly at the pinnacle of the world. In the multiverse battlefield, 6 days, 1 hour, and 22 minutes until the next supply delivery. Chu Feng remained patient for the mission, as a direct reward of 10 white enhancement crystals awaited him. Yet they remained elusive. Perhaps the war was not yet concluded. At this juncture, Fortune encountered the greatest adversary of his life, constipation. I suppose I shall stick to military rations, Chu Feng mused as he returned from the window. For an entire day, the mother worm had not troubled him. He wondered if it was due to diminished troop resources or if it was merely gathering strength for a formidable strike. Regardless, it was still providing nourishment to Chu Feng, who recognized that the path of a soldier was fraught with challenges. He could only rely on the evolution space to carve out a path forward. Chu Feng utilized the equipment delivered to him to modify the QJZ-171. The transformation proceeded smoothly, with layers of coils wrapped around the barrel and a battery strapped to its frame. Chu Feng gazed upon the design blueprint, which showcased the complete QJZ-171 electromagnetic version, powered by the bioelectric currents of the human body. As long as there remained a breath of life, it could continuously unleash fire. The magazine had also been modified to contain tungsten steel pads, capable of housing 1,000 rounds, an ample supply of ammunition. Furthermore, the bullets could be optimized, allowing for the incorporation of finer, needle-like projectiles, enabling a single magazine to accommodate 10,000 rounds with ease, thus providing a 10-fold capacity. Chu Feng aimed to demonstrate the formidable power of suppression, and even if the overall rating fell significantly short, he intended to leverage the advantages of scientific innovation and evolutionary potential to gain the upper hand, attacking the enemy's weaknesses with his strengths. Equipped and ready, he ascended to collect resources. Upon reaching the 11th floor, the once ubiquitous mycelial carpets and insect eggs had vanished. Had the mother insect fled? On the 12th floor, he encountered several new recruits and privates. A few rounds dispatched them, allowing him to consume the crystal cores. Yet still, no mycelial carpets were to be found. On the 13th floor, the insects began to multiply, though not to a degree that brought Chu Feng any joy. The same scenario unfolded on the 14th and 15th floors. Growing increasingly impatient, he pondered just how high the mother insect had ascended. At last, on the 16th floor, he spotted the mycelial carpet above. Without hesitation, he discharged 2 rounds. It appeared the mother insect had anticipated his arrival. Reluctantly, he was compelled to deploy offspring to fend off the impending threat. Chapter 23. Collaboration with the Golden Beetle. There were still a dozen elite soldiers flying both inside and outside the building, ever ready to launch an attack. After consuming a portion of his own arm, Chu Feng's mental prowess had grown significantly stronger, enhancing his battlefield instincts considerably. He could directly ascertain their positions. The reason for his initial hesitation to strike was to deceive the mother insect into deploying more of her kind. The ground was littered with the corpses of insects, forcing Chu Feng to navigate through the muck. The elite soldiers, unable to endure any longer, initiated their assault. What had once been a fierce and unstoppable onslaught now resembled mere child's play. With a casual lift of his hand, he fired the tungsten steel pellets. Imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, pierced through the compound eyes, exploding the brain matter before exiting from the rear. Viewed from the front, it appeared as nothing more than a tiny wound, yet internally it had transformed into a mass of goo. The enhanced velocity of the electromagnetic gun left the insects with no time to react. Often, they perished before they even sensed the impending shot. One after another, a dozen elite soldiers fell, yielding crystal cores, among which was a particularly rare skill crystal core. He stowed it in his backpack for further study upon his return. The 16th floor was soon cleared, the number of insects dwindling. Chu Feng consumed over 100 crystal cores, slightly enhancing his physical attributes. On the 17th floor, he arrived at the breeding chamber, the entire level teeming with eggs. Chu Feng marveled at the resilience of the mother insect. After migrating through 7 levels, perhaps this had always been a breeding ground. This time, Chu Feng refrained from gunfire and instead retrieved a homemade incendiary bottle from his backpack, a byproduct from his earlier gun crafting. He tossed it in front of the eggs and fired a shot to detonate it, the liquid within bursting forth and igniting instantaneously from a bullet spark. The flames, resembling a sticky rain, engulfed the eggs, swiftly consuming them and spreading to other areas. One incendiary bottle cleared nearly 100 square meters of eggs, an exhilarating efficiency. With several more bottles remaining in his backpack, he had more than enough to cleanse the entire floor. During this harvest, Chu Feng identified a particularly time-consuming aspect: collecting crystal cores. If only there were a tool to automatically absorb them. He resolved to mention this to Academician Zhang during the next supply transfer, hoping they might devise a solution. As he continued his clearing efforts, the furious shrieks of the mother insect echoed from above. If you find this bothersome, then send down stronger insects. Chu Feng Gongmunit, seemingly responding to his challenge. The ceiling above trembled ominously, indicating the approach of something colossal. His battlefield instincts warned him of the imminent danger posed by the incoming insect. Damn it, it can't be a sergeant. I certainly don't wish to be promoted right now. Cursing under his breath, he turned and fled. The mother insect appeared resolute in her determination to eliminate this nuisance, relentlessly pursuing him regardless of his speed. This time, it was no mere game. The animosity was palpable, and the vibrations and sounds were undeniably real. Glancing back, he beheld a massive golden beetle, its pincers not only enormous but also covered in thick armor. Riddled with numerous wounds, some still oozing bodily fluids, as if freshly inflicted. How curious, where could it have sustained such injuries? The sergeant, a formidable beetle, charged fiercely, demolishing the columns and load-bearing walls that obstructed its path, hurtling directly forward. As it swung its appendage to shoot, The sergeant raised its pincers in defense, and the tungsten steel pad pierced its armor, akin to entering a Newtonian fluid, instantaneously decelerating and unable to advance a fraction further. The armor writhed, expelling the shrapnel, and the wound healed rapidly. Chu Feng observed the other injuries on its body, perplexed. Why were those wounds not healing? In that moment, a possibility dawned upon him. The Queen and higher-tier enemies were engaged in battle, while the main forces remained above. This soldier should have returned to recuperate, yet had been dispatched to eliminate him, a mere bipedal beast. Chu Feng's mind raced, piecing together various clues. It was evident that the Queen must be nearing her limits. After all, why else would they send an injured soldier to slay him? He decided to halt, to negotiate, to join forces against the greater foe. However, the sergeant showed no signs of relenting in its pursuit, clearly no longer trusting Chu Feng. This time, I will not shoot you in the back, I swear. Yet still, it did not pause. Perhaps the creature was unaware of the significance of a vow. I know you're on the brink of collapse. My pursuit is not simply for slaughter. I seek the crystal cores. If you can provide them, we shall become the most steadfast allies. Chu Feng continued to plead, but the sergeant remained obstinate. Very well, if that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my strength. Chu Feng ceased his retreat, swiftly pivoted, and began firing in rapid succession, aiming for the wounds and joint connections. Can you guard one area while protecting them all? In an instant, new bursts of green blood erupted from the sergeant's wounds. Its left two limbs severed, causing its body to crash down, incapacitated. Suddenly, the sergeant's compound eyes twitched and became animated. You have arrived? It hissed, collapsing onto the ground and ceasing to struggle. Chu Feng approached, maintaining a safe distance. Truce. Do you understand what that means? The sergeant responded with a soft hiss. Excellent. Let us discuss a collaboration. You must be facing formidable foes, yes? I can assist you in slaying your enemies, and in return, for each enemy I eliminate, you shall reward me with 10 gray crystal cores. The cores from the foes I vanquish will belong to me. How does that deal sound? Quite advantageous, wouldn't you agree? The sergeant hissed, its eyes rotating. Chu Feng Bao said, taken aback. Did you just roll your eyes at me? A confirming call echoed back. Then tell me, how shall we proceed? The Queen began emitting calls of varying lengths. Stop, stop, stop. I cannot comprehend. Chu Feng interjected, unable to suppress a chuckle, surprised that he would need to learn a foreign language here. I will continue to outline the distribution plan, and you may haggle. For each one I slay, grant me 9 gray crystal cores. The Queen's body quivered, and its calls intensified. All right, give me 5 cores. No further concessions. Chu Feng Feigen and The Queen, dragging its injured form, attempted to distance itself from Chu Feng. The vampire. Halt! I will settle for 3 for each. He threatened, combining concession with intimidation. The Queen hissed in anger. I can assist you in navigating through your difficulties, but it is only reasonable that you offer something in return, is it not? The mother worm's compound eyes shifted, revealing the turmoil within, and ultimately she acquiesced. Very well, let us establish a partnership. Dispatch one of your insects to deliver 1,000 crystals as a deposit. The mother worm trembled. Would 500 suffice as a deposit? We can discuss the remainder later. The mother worm continued to shudder. In the end, they settled on 300, and she begrudgingly dragged herself away. Chu Feng returned to the supply base, and soon after, an elite soldier flew to the window, opening its mandibles to expel a large quantity of crystalline cores, covered in slime. Before Chu Feng could utter a word, the elite soldier took flight. With the deposit secured, it was time to commence work, replenishing ammunition, strapping on 3 rifles, and gathering Molotov cocktails, food, and water. Finally, he glanced at his briefcase, which contained his esteemed ammunition, though it was likely unnecessary. He swiftly ascended to the 17th floor, where an elite soldier awaited him, ready to personally guide him to the 18th floor. Chapter 24. The new insect and the biological magnetic field. Numerous recruits and privates cleared the path upon spotting Chu Feng. He promptly made his way to the 18th floor, where the walls were entirely obscured by a carpet of fungi, rendering the original structure unrecognizable. Chu Feng searched for the mother insect's presence, yet it eluded him. "Where are you?" He couldn't help but inquire aloud. A private halted, his compound eyes scrutinizing Chu Feng with an air of menace, emitting a displeased shriek. No more questions, he decided. He had intended to ascertain the mother insect's location, perhaps to resolve this nuisance in one fell swoop. Suddenly, a tremor resonated from above, accompanied by violent collisions outside. Chu Feng hastened to the window, where he beheld dozens of insects engaged in aerial combat. The adversaries of the golden-armored beetles were a species characterized by their streamlined forms and graceful physiques, their exoskeletons reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun. Two pairs of enormous cicada wings surpassed their bodies in size, while a spear-like appendage protruded from their heads. They resembled a grotesque amalgamation of dragonflies and mosquitoes. These insects, aptly named gun insects, launched their assaults with astonishing speed, leaving Chu Feng momentarily dazzled. They flickered through the air, seizing opportunities to strike at the vulnerable points of the golden-armored beetles. The beetles, well acquainted with these long-time foes, rotated their bodies in a confined manner, successfully deflecting the attacks while awaiting the perfect moment to counterstrike. The gun insects, upon contact, sustained severe damage, their rapidity and offensive prowess coming at the cost of inadequate defense. The private accompanying Chu Feng hissed, seemingly urging him to take action. "I am a man of integrity. I shall act upon receiving payment." With the electromagnetic version of the QJZ-171 in hand, its muzzle oscillated in the air, yet he refrained from firing. Chu Feng was attuned to the gun insect's movements and soon discerned their weakness. Much like flies and mosquitoes, they underwent a brief vertical acceleration phase, during which they could not change direction. Seizing this fleeting moment could easily lead to the extermination of a gun insect. The first shot thundered forth, piercing a gun insect into oblivion, its crystal core plummeting from the sky. "Quickly retrieve it for me." A command did not come from the mother insect's avatar, but rather a series of hisses echoed. Chu Feng understood. The wretched mother insect was bargaining with him. Killing one gun insect would yield only one crystal core. "All right, I see how it is." Chu Feng fumed, feeling outmaneuvered by the insect. "I agree." He considered this transaction advantageous. The golden-armored beetles swiftly consumed the crystal core and returned it. Following this, Chu Feng showcased his prowess, a firearms expert, bolstered by heightened mental acuity. He found it exceedingly simple to lock onto the swiftly moving insects in the air. Each shot claimed a life, even capable of piercing through multiple targets. Realizing the immense threat Chu Feng posed, the gun insects retaliated en masse. The golden-armored beetles served as a sturdy shield, their backs turned outward to absorb the onslaught. "Create an opening for me to shoot," the mother insect promptly commanded, and a gap emerged, sufficient for Chu Feng to fire while still offering protection against the gun insects. Thus, a moving fortress was established. Half an hour later, Chu Feng had exhausted his ammunition, having successfully dispatched over 300 gun insects. He was astonished by the sheer number of them. Coupled with the promise of a 1-to-1 exchange from the golden beetle, he reaped a bounty of 600 crystal cores in less than an hour. This was a tremendous boon for his advancement. It seemed that this loss had struck at the very foundation of the gun insects, preventing any reinforcements. The queen insect chirped joyously as the fungal carpet spread rapidly upward, devouring the territory of the gun insects. Observing the golden beetles in their unguarded state, Chu Feng found them endearingly foolish. "Don't rush off. Shall we continue our collaboration?" The queen insect paused, her multifaceted eyes regarding Chu Feng with curiosity, hissing as if to inquire why they should not proceed. This was precisely what he desired. "By the way, I cannot handle the private soldier level, so you can manage that on your own. Also, please keep a few interesting corpses for me. They might prove useful." Chu Feng commanded these insects with remarkable ease, and the queen showed no sign of displeasure, responding quite naturally. After gathering his spoils and returning to his dwelling, he spent half an hour consuming the more than 2,000 crystal cores, heating up his individual rations, and then indulging in a leisurely afternoon rest. Throughout the entire afternoon, the queen insect did not seek him out for battle, and through his telescope, he observed that the skirmishes had ceased upstairs. Whether the gun insects were fearful or reorganizing their tactics did not concern Chu Feng. If need be, he could always volunteer for battle the following day. With time on his hands, he decided to attend to other matters and suddenly recalled the basic skill crystal core he had in his possession. He promptly took it out to examine. Basic skill crystal core, detecting user as a corporal, unlocking additional skills. Chu Feng was slightly taken aback upon reading this information, but it made sense upon reflection. In the myriad battlegrounds, everything was measured by rank and combat prowess. Higher ranks naturally afforded better rewards. Rank restriction, selectable skills include biological magnetic field, incredibly versatile. As individual capabilities enhance, the magnetic field can change in myriad ways. It can attack, defend, facilitate rapid movement, and energize weapons. Further possibilities can be explored by the user. Upon reading this explanation, Chu Feng was filled with exhilaration. It was as though a pillow had been provided when he was in need of rest. In the future, he would no longer have to carry batteries for his electromagnetic guns, and they could be further refined to be more compact and convenient. Learning. I must learn immediately. Biological magnetic field. The biological magnetic field will autonomously upgrade as physical attributes improve. Structural enhancements required to withstand high-voltage electricity. Please endure. Upon seeing the mention of voltage and the level 1 reading, he felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon noting the need for structural improvements, he felt reassured. If he were to truly endure high voltage, he would surely be reduced to cinders in an instant. The next moment, a powerful electric current surged through him. Chu Feng's eyes rolled back, foam escaping his mouth, and a singular thought consumed his mind. So this enhancement involves electrocution. Following this, he lost consciousness. He was unaware of how much time had passed until he slowly regained awareness, his entire body still tingling with discomfort. On his attributes panel, a new skill had materialized. Name, Chu Feng. Race, human. Rank, corporal, 200. Title, military merit. 1 can be exchanged for items in the military merit store, which opens after reaching 100 points. Battlefield skills, firearms expert, battlefield instinct, master of tactical movements, biological magnetic field. Equipment, QJZ-171 heavy machine gun, QJZ-171 electromagnetic modification. QLU, 131 sniper grenade launcher, various auxiliary equipment. Faction, none. Base, none. Map, basic corporal map, communication, basic corporal communication. Unbeknownst to him, his military merit had quietly surpassed 1. Rising to stretch his limbs, the discomfort dissipated, and Chu Feng resolved to experiment with the biological magnetic field. He grasped the QJZ-171 electromagnetic modification, affixed the electrodes to his hand, and connected a voltage measuring instrument, attempting to generate electricity. Initially expecting no response, he was astonished when his brain sent commands, and his body responded with the same naturalness as controlling his limbs. It became evident that this was indeed a means to enhance his physical structure. He increasingly perceived the formidable capabilities derived from the battlefield of myriad realms. With a concentrated effort, the voltmeter registered an initial reading of 0. Viennas Ave, which gradually ascended until, drenched in sweat, Chu Feng managed to reach 0. Benki Ave. He contemplated whether this exercise might elevate his limits further. Chapter 25. Seamless cooperation. Chu Feng began to train his biological magnetic field through the QJZ-171 electromagnetic modification. Much like physical exercise, he sought to enhance his strength by increasing resistance. Once, twice, thrice. After merely 3 attempts, he found himself drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he paused. The journey ahead is arduous. Must the process of generating electricity involve the entirety of my being? Why does every muscle ache? Chu Feng promptly engaged in post-exercise stretching to recuperate, channeling low-voltage energy into the gun to alleviate his taut body. After a modest meal and tending to personal hygiene, he crawled into his sleeping bag to rest. During his slumber, occasional electric currents flickered across his body. Upon waking the next day, he felt remarkably refreshed. There are 5 days, 13 hours, and 31 minutes until the next supply transmission. He picked up the QJZ-171 electromagnetic modification and recharged it, effortlessly reaching 0. Benki Ave. It seemed that the training was indeed beneficial. Although he had not yet broken through, his efficiency had significantly improved. Chu Feng commenced his morning exercises, pushing himself to the limit after 5 repetitions. After a brief respite of half an hour, a split form of the mother insect flew in through the window. More business. I see. Chu Feng yin gui. The mother insect nodded in affirmation. Very well, grant me a moment. He restored the gun to its original state, while the mother insect observed, its compound eyes glimmering. Soon, the man and the insect set forth towards the upper floors, directly ascending to the 20th floor, which was previously the domain of the gun insects. The building appeared battered and riddled with holes. Upon closer inspection, the edges of these depressions were remarkably smooth. From their size and depth, it was evident that these served as the resting quarters for the gun insects. Reflecting on the enormous cicada wings, Chu Feng surmised that the gun insects likely retracted them during rest, shaping the depressions to avoid distortion that could hinder future flight. The floor was already covered with a thin carpet of fungi, leaving him puzzled about the mother insect's abilities and how it replenished energy amidst such abundant fungal growth. An even stranger observation emerged. He found no traces of excrement within the building. Did the insects, like him, dispose of their waste below? Would that not create a colossal cesspool? Such hypotheses required validation, perhaps to be discussed with academician Zhang during the next supply transmission. Outside the building, a familiar buzzing sound reached his ears. Approaching the window, he noted an even greater number of gun insects this time. Their mandibles appeared larger, and their sheen more resplendent, suggesting that these were formidable elites among the ranks. No matter how powerful they may be, as long as they remain confined by biological limitations and have not ascended to the level of a king among soldiers, they cannot escape the grasp of the electromagnetic gun in his hands. Let us commence, Chu Feng declared as he raised his weapon and fired. This time, the golden-armored insects refrained from engaging in a brawl with the gun soldiers, instead forming a defensive formation outside the window. The unique crack of the electromagnetic gun echoed. Initially, he anticipated that one of the gun insects would fall, yet they remarkably evaded the shot. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. These insects defied conventional judgment, learning at an astonishing pace. After a day of combat, he discerned the strategy behind their resilience. Today, not only had they dispatched stronger individuals, but they had also altered their flight patterns, continuously shifting their forms in the air, denying Chu Feng any opportunity to strike during a critical moment. After 2 more attempts, he found himself unsuccessful once again. As the gun beetles commenced their assault, the golden-armored beetle, left with no choice, stepped forward to defend, resulting in immediate casualties. The mother beetle emitted a distressed screech. Cease your cries. I am in the midst of research. Zhu Feng Bao Lao, prompting the mother beetle to silence her lament and issue commands for the golden-armored beetles to tighten their formation to minimize losses. Before long, Chu Feng devised a solution. If you are adept at rapid movement, thwarting my capture, then I shall apply pressure to induce your errors. With this thought, he squeezed the trigger. The gun beetles deftly evaded the bullet, mocking him with their shrill cries. I shall silence your laughter. Another shot rang out, the bullet effortlessly piercing a beetle's head, leaving it unaware of its demise. Still laughing? Chu Feng smirked wickedly. What followed was a barrage of gunfire. Initially, he needed to provoke their movements, but after a flurry of shots, he seemed to enter a state of flow. Before him appeared a myriad of intricate lines, each representing the imminent flight paths of the gun beetles. As long as he calculated the lead accurately, no beetle would escape his aim. This newfound ability significantly enhanced his lethality, resulting in the mass extermination of the gun beetles. This time, they exhibited wisdom. Sensing their defeat, they retreated, denying Chu Feng the chance to expand the battlefield. The morning skirmish lasted merely a few minutes, claiming around 600 lives, half as many as the previous day. Retrieving his spoils and returning to his dwelling, the routine remained unchanged, consuming crystal cores, having meals, and resting. Life began to grow monotonous. Fortunately, the enhanced crystal cores could also amplify the biological magnetic field. Upon further experimentation, the voltage reached 0.51 kV, quite decent. The entire day passed without another attack from the gun beetles. 4 days, 11 hours, and 31 minutes until the next supply transport. On this day, the mother beetle's avatar did not arrive. While they could afford to pause, Chu Feng could not. Yesterday's harvest had dwindled by half, and he needed to make up for it. Upon reaching the 20th floor, the mother beetle's avatar rushed to greet him. No battle today? The avatar shook its head. Chu Feng paused, puzzled, and asked, "Since when did you learn to nod for yes and shake for no?" The mother beetle began to vocalize. The tone's too intricate for Chu Feng to comprehend. "Wait, let me speak. Is it permissible for me to engage the enemy directly?" The mother beetle quickly intervened, gesturing frantically and even resorting to drawing in the dirt. It depicted a massive pillar, drawing a line at its base and encircling it. "This line represents me, and the circle you?" The mother beetle nodded. It then sketched a triangle above. "This is the gun beetle." Another nod in affirmation. Next, it drew a square higher up, gesticulating and speaking simultaneously. "Do you mean that the gun beetles will collaborate with the entities above to attack us?" The mother beetle nodded vigorously. "Then we simply need to eliminate them." The mother beetle began to gesture animatedly, even forgetting to draw. "Slow down. Speak more slowly," Chu Feng urged. Now, comprehending the mother beetle's meaning. "Are you saying that the beings above are too powerful for us to contend with?" The mother beetle nodded repeatedly. "This presents a dilemma. If I am too strong to eliminate, how then do I grow in strength? These insects display no ambition whatsoever." Thus, he commenced persuading the mother beetle. "Perhaps the gunworm has already begun to form an alliance with the above forces. If you act now, you may still have the upper hand. However, if they initiate the attack first, you will find yourself in a precarious situation." Observing that the mother worm remained unresponsive, Chu Feng realized that he would need to concede a portion of the benefits. "Do you also rely on the crystal cores to enhance your strength and incubate your offspring?" he inquired. The mother worm nodded in acknowledgement. "In that case, I shall reduce the compensation further, 2 for 1 crystal core, and I will grant you an additional 10% of those I have slain. How does that sound?" The compound eyes of the mother worm glimmered with interest. Having witnessed the speed at which Chu Feng dispatched his foes, she recognized that the cost to her would be minimal. Should she engage? It would essentially be a 1-for-1 exchange, which was hardly worth it. The mathematics were simple, and even the most dim-witted of insects could grasp it swiftly. The mother worm readily acquiesced. A sly grin crept across Chu Feng's face. The war had truly commenced. It would not simply cease at your whim. When the time comes, the benefits you have reaped will need to be repaid manifold. Chapter 26. The enormous novice village. When does it begin? I'm quite anxious. The mother bug resumed her drawing on the ground, crafting various lines. Surprisingly, Chu Feng found that they could understand each other. "Are you planning to set a trap to lure the gun bugs down for a grand ambush?" The mother bug nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us establish a time." Her multifaceted eyes widened with curiosity. Chu Feng, smacking his forehead, produced a watch and fastened it to the mother bug's clawed appendage. Synchronizing the time, it read 10:25, no issues there. "With a full day comprising 24 hours, when do you suggest we commence tomorrow?" The mother bug's compound eyes rotated, swiftly sketching the number 9 on the ground. "Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock will suffice." The mother bug departed joyously, glancing at the watch intermittently, her gait a delightful wobble. Today, Chu Feng found himself with no tasks at hand, leaning against the window, observing the world beyond. Suddenly, he glanced downwards. Indeed, with a height exceeding 20 stories. Descending might yield some forgotten treasures. After equipping himself, his enhanced physical abilities had imbued him with a daring spirit, leading him to forsake conventional paths. Arriving at the central shaft, he leapt lightly downwards, eyes closed, savoring the sensation of free fall. Just before impact, he grasped the floor, with only 5 levels remaining to the ground. Releasing his grip once more, he clung to the floor on the 2nd level, landing soundlessly. The air at ground level was notably damp, surrounded by dense underbrush. A rustling sound reached his ears. Lowering his infrared visor, he surveyed the area, spotting countless tiny insects scuttling across the ground. As he approached, the vibrations startled them, prompting them to burrow into the earth. Once he departed, they re-emerged, Chu Feng was uncertain why he had ventured down. Perhaps it was in search of traces of other sentient beings. Yet, how had this towering structure come into existence? And how had it fallen into neglect? Upon exiting the building, he found the ground remarkably clean, devoid of any waste. Clearly, those tiny insects had consumed it all. What a remarkably balanced ecosystem this was. Cautiously advancing, he detected no significant heat sources. None posed a threat. Progressing along the street, he soon encountered a structure resembling a supermarket. Wait, wasn't this place devoid of human presence? Why then was there a supermarket? Upon entering, he discerned that it was merely a shell. The interior bore no semblance of decoration. Continuing forward, he realized that all structures within the neighborhood were mere shells. It dawned on him that this entire city was but a colossal, unfinished project. He recalled scenes from cinematic works depicting military training grounds, which bore a striking resemblance to this architectural landscape, albeit on a far grander scale, utilizing an entire forest of steel as a training field. Stopping in his tracks, he looked up at the sky, where the sun appeared almost artificial. In that moment, he felt exceedingly small, as if countless eyes from the lofty heights were scrutinizing him. He felt akin to a tiny insect within a sandbox, every movement meticulously recorded. Such thoughts sent a chill down his spine, igniting a sudden impulse within him. He sought to explore the site where the two monstrous beings had clashed, yearning to comprehend the true nature of that formidable race. His feet involuntarily propelled him towards the city's outskirts. At that moment, the previously silent city seemed to awaken. Shadows of insects began to emerge from the adjacent buildings, while dark figures flitted through the surrounding grass. Suddenly, countless immense light sources appeared within his thermal scope. Damn it! Chu Feng pivoted and sprinted back. Am I some kind of pet? Captured whenever I attempt to flee? Chu Feng could not help but curse vehemently. He hastened his pace, returning to the skyscraper within mere minutes. As he entered, the commotion outside ceased. This expedition had extinguished any thoughts of venturing out again soon. Just moments ago, his instincts on the battlefield had been sounding alarms incessantly. Those colossal light sources were forces he could not hope to withstand. Out of the corner of his eye, he had even spotted what might have been a warrior grasshopper. From Chu Feng's perspective, the existence of these insects seemed to be a means for him to grow stronger, akin to nurturing a deadly creature or beginning anew in a novice village. They must inevitably turn upon one another, and only one would survive in the end. Conversely, one could view these insects as experience points prepared just for him. Chu Feng was uncertain whether this self-centered notion was accurate, nor could he verify it. There was no need to become ensnared in convoluted thoughts. He would continue exterminating insects, and when the time came for him to assert dominance over the city, he would understand whether his thoughts held merit. Returning to the ground floor, he resumed refining his weaponry. His immediate focus was the QLU-131 sniper grenade launcher. After electromagnetic modification, its power would surely be astonishing. On Blue Star, elite soldiers from various military districts, having undergone political scrutiny, psychological assessments, and a series of evaluations, entered an underground laboratory. Upon witnessing the new type of individual weaponry, particularly the technologically advanced electromagnetic arms, they were left agape. Captain Shun, is this our weapon? Several imposing elite soldiers stood dumbfounded, akin to a naive visitor in a grand garden. Upon arriving at the tactical conference room, a video of Chu Feng's battle from the previous week was being screened. The elite soldiers took their seats, engrossed in the footage. Captain Shun, are we screening a film here? This first-person shooting technique is quite rare. And those insects so lifelike. My goodness, is this real? This fellow's shooting skills are extraordinary. Wait, it seems he's using the QJZ-171. Incredible. How audacious to film this with the QLU-131 sniper grenade launcher. His tactical maneuvers surpass my own. Soon, the highlights concluded, yet the elite soldiers continued to discuss fervently. It seems the film industry has become quite bold. Indeed, that fellow's tactical execution is peculiar. One moment impeccably standard, the next wildly imaginative. Ahem. Captain Shun cleared his throat, prompting everyone to sit up straight in silence. What you have witnessed is all genuine. The revelation struck like thunder. Don't joke, Captain Shun. How could that possibly be real? Cool, mate. Let me show you a few more things. Captain Chen led them to the research core, revealing massive appendages, insect carcasses, and luminous crystal cores. Extraterrestrial beings? Insectoid species? Starcraft? A cacophony of chaotic thoughts spilled forth, perhaps even more terrifying than Starcraft, as Chunbai remarked. Now, one must force themselves to believe that all of this is indeed real. Those who cannot accept this reality should withdraw at once. The elite soldiers exchanged glances when suddenly, the sound of an explosion resonated nearby. Not far off, a researcher wielding a peculiar firearm pierced through a steel plate measuring a formidable 70 millimeters. Director, we have succeeded. The researcher exclaimed joyously. Success, my foot. Look at the consumption. A single battery cannot sustain even 1,000 shots. We must continue to innovate, striving for a maximum firing capacity of 500 shots per battery. The elite soldiers were once again left in astonishment. Could this truly be spoken in human terms? A firearm manageable by a mere researcher had effortlessly penetrated 70 millimeters of armor while boasting the ability to fire 1,000 rounds. To declare this an unsuccessful endeavor is to deem it a failure. Those harboring doubts may now take their leave. In an instant, the elite soldiers reached a consensus, leaving would lead to a lifetime of regret. Chapter 27, an eye-opening experience. Well, since no one is leaving, let us return to the conference room, where I shall elucidate the situation. The elite soldiers eagerly returned to the tactical meeting room. The screen began to display new content, showcasing Chu Feng's profile along with data reflecting various achievements, including the outcomes of the previous counterterrorism operation. From scientific research to practical application, everything was conveyed to these warriors with clarity. Should there be any inquiries, feel free to raise them. Report. Someone spoke up. Captain Chun, how did this Chu Feng master such proficient shooting techniques and tactical maneuvers? You are quite observant, remarked Chun Bai, as he produced a skill crystal core and a reinforcement crystal core. This one, you may only touch and observe. Under no circumstances should you utilize it, lest you be stripped of your nationality. His serious demeanor instilled a profound caution among the soldiers, who noted his hand resting on the holster of his waist. Should any of them contemplate usage, Chunbai would undoubtedly draw his weapon. Now, let us begin the circulation. Place the crystal core on the desk of the first person. Captain, how can we avoid using it? I am somewhat apprehensive. You may kill me, but please don't revoke my nationality. This fellow, small and unassuming, was the three-army martial arts champion of the Southeast region. Just pick it up. There will be a prompt, and accidental usage will not occur, Chunbai reassured them. As the individual grasped the crystal core, a moment later, an exclamation escaped his lips. What the hell? He instantly returned the crystal core to the desk. I must admit, I am quite curious to see if it's genuine. Next, Chunbai held the crystal core, allowing each of them to inspect in turn. After concluding the distribution, he gazed at the assembly and stated, Chu Feng acquired battlefield skills through this very object. Now, the item I am providing you is consumable. With that, he distributed a reinforcement crystal core to each person. Captain, there is no usage prompt. Consume it, eat it. Oh, understood. The soldiers promptly ingested the cores, and within moments, the room was filled with exclamations of astonishment. It truly enhances one's abilities. The chronic injury in my leg shows signs of alleviation. Remarkable, simply remarkable. The elite soldiers marveled. All right, you are now familiar with everything. It is time to confront the terrifying and paradigm-shattering. Chunbai commenced the presentation of the map simulation. Everyone recognized the data displayed, yet its extensive length rendered it incomprehensible. Captain, are you joking? Someone questioned. After witnessing so much, do you still believe this is a jest? Chunbai replied nonchalantly. The soldiers had no choice but to accept the reality. If we were to be sent in a battle, we wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. The most critical aspect is that we are unaware of the enemy's warfare methods. If they employ cold weapons, these are all superhumans, perhaps even deities. Chunbai began to explain. Everything you have mentioned falls within the realm of speculation. That arm is an unexpected acquisition in this war. containing energy and muscle fiber strength, exceeding 100 times the human limit. This is not the terrifying part. According to the simulated evolutionary trajectory, once our bodies are augmented tenfold, the nearly imperceptible biological magnetic fields will be significantly enhanced. This could yield a plethora of unforeseen effects, akin to superpowers such as telekinesis. Chun Bai's words sounded like the ravings of a madman, leaving even the seasoned warriors uncertain of their veracity. Thus, it is evident that the likelihood of employing cold weapons in this conflict is substantially greater. Observing the incredulous expressions of the elite soldiers, the information disseminated today was rather extensive. Their presence was summoned for the impending retaliatory operation. Very well, everyone, familiarize yourselves with the equipment. Shortly, we shall embark on a covert mission concerning retaliation following a terrorist attack. When the subject of battle arose, the warriors became exhilarated, their appetites whetted by the prospect of the new gear awaiting them. During their time in the military district, their days were consumed by relentless training, competition, and sparring. Finally, they were poised to engage in real combat. What is more, they would be wielding the most advanced weaponry available. How could one not be excited? However, temper your enthusiasm for now, Chun Bai interjected, dousing them with a splash of cold reality. Remember this well. Do not divulge anything to outsiders. Everything, including the victory over the most perilous terrorist attack since the founding of our nation, is contingent upon this individual. Chu Feng, disregarding his own safety, strives to fortify our homeland. You must understand that without Chu Feng, our current strength and future prowess would not exist. As Chun Bai spoke with increasing fervor, he could scarcely fathom the isolation of confronting countless insectoid adversaries in an alien realm. His heart remained tethered to the homeland, ensuring that the finest spoils would be returned first to it, despite the weapons at his disposal being generations behind those in the laboratory. Indeed, the warriors had now come to believe in the authenticity of their situation, one unprecedented in the annals of human warfare. The competition between individuals is, after all, an internal affair. Yet, Chu Feng faced an external threat, an entirely alien one. Team Leader Chun, I volunteer for battle. If the opportunity arises to reach the battlefield of myriad realms, please send me first. I volunteer too. With that, all stood, straightening their backs and raising their heads, trembling with anticipation. Everyone sit down. It is not your turn. I have yet to go myself. Team Leader Chun, you are abusing your authority. Get lost. First, enhance your physical capabilities. We shall discuss arm wrestling when you are able to match me. Chun Bai rolled his eyes. These rascals were audacious beyond measure. The elite soldiers began to acclimate to their new equipment, plunging into increasingly rigorous training. After 2 days of adaptation, they commenced enhancements to their arm blood composition. The remarkable improvements left them in disbelief. Team Leader, I cannot fathom the magnitude of our lethality when we are deployed to the battlefield. The petite warrior was performing curls with a 300 kilograms barbell. Bring out all the special forces from around the world. I could defeat them single-handedly. Bear in mind the perils of arrogance. Strive for enhancement. This operation may span several continents, and we must not underestimate the world's most formidable special forces. After Chun Bai finished speaking, he continued to train, acclimating to his body, which had undergone 2 rounds of blood enhancement. Number 1 was in a lounge, dyeing his hair back to gray. Chief, your black hair looks rather appealing. Why return to gray? Inquired the aide. If I were to suddenly appear before the public with black hair, what would they think? Would they believe this old man has taken a fancy to vanity? Or something else? Your words, sir, are quite amusing. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty, and besides, this signifies an enhancement of your physical capabilities. That is precisely why it must remain concealed. It is better to maintain my original appearance to confuse the enemy. The aide worked diligently, and soon, Number 1 regained his snow-white hair. Chief, the plan has been finalized. Should we execute it after the next supply delivery, or proceed immediately? Chun Bai reported. Let's first review the plan. The two descended to the tactical conference room. Chapter 28. The Revenge Scheme and the Transformation of the Mother Worm. The elite soldiers sat tensely, rising collectively at the sound of the door opening. as number one entered with a smile. "Please, take your seats and do not be anxious," he said amiably, gesturing for them to sit. With a commanding voice, Chunbai instructed everyone to take their places, and they promptly complied, turning their attention to number one. "Let us dispense with idle chatter and commence directly," he declared. Taking the central position, the screen displayed a world electronic map, rapidly pinpointing a location before finally settling on a barren region in the Middle East. This was a critical military research base of the Eagle Nation abroad, rumored to house their latest nuclear-powered land assault tank developments. It also contained numerous cutting-edge technologies, making it an extremely vital military facility. Number one listened intently to the briefing before inquiring, "What is the troop deployment like? Are there significant challenges to infiltrate?" "There is an armored composite battalion stationed inside. Prior to the myriad world's battlefield, it would require double or even triple the forces to breach it. However, with the personnel gathered here today, the mission can be accomplished with ease," came the confident response. Number one nodded with approval. "Excellent. Please continue. Upon the successful completion of this mission, we shall proceed to the European continent, where an Eagle global data center awaits. Academician Zhang has recently developed a biological storage device capable of downloading vast amounts of data at remarkable speed, regardless of its volume. These two targets are strategically significant, as they strike at their most vulnerable points." He expressed his strong endorsement of this choice. Finally, a rescue mission would be undertaken in the Arctic, targeting a clandestine prison of the Eagle Nation, where numerous individuals privy to their unsavory dealings are held captive. This includes knowledge related to the Twin Towers attack, which, if made public, would severely tarnish their international reputation. "The plan is sound and comprehensive," he remarked, "but given the extensive operational scope, can our equipment and personnel adapt? Rest assured, the current research outcomes are more than sufficient to handle such an operation, with ample margin for safety," Chunbai assured him. Moreover, this exploration of new warfare paradigms, if successful, may render conventional warfare obsolete. Major military operations could be executed through small unit engagements, achieving true decapitation strikes. Number one glanced at the next supply transmission schedule. 3 days, 1 hour, and 47 minutes until the next supply delivery. With 3 days remaining until the next transmission, there was no need to rush the operation. They would wait to see what Chu Feng could procure. Meanwhile, in the myriad world's battlefield, Chu Feng was ruthlessly harvesting the gunworms. The mother worm's traps proved effective, inspired by insights gleaned from Chu Feng. She utilized her crystal core repository as bait, exposing her position during combat, inciting the gunworms to attack frantically, recklessly disregarding their own casualties. By the time the main force arrived, the crystal cores were depleted, and they were met with formidable fortifications and a storm of steel unleashed by Chu Feng. "You are becoming increasingly cunning, aren't you?" Chu Feng quipped while firing, teasing the mother worm's avatar beside him. The multitude of compound eyes reflected confusion, seemingly unable to grasp his meaning. "I am praising you, saying you are impressive," he clarified. To his surprise, the mother worm began to spin in place. "Are you pleased?" The mother insect nodded and then perched by the window to observe Chu Feng as he shot. One by one, the gun insects fell, their crystal cores being retrieved. Each of these creatures mattered. For every gun insect that perished, a golden beetle emerged. Chu Feng had already noticed an increasing number of insect eggs below. Soon, the gun insects began their retreat. With Chu Feng present, they could not approach him at all. The clumsiness of the golden beetles transformed into an advantage. Chu Feng put away his firearm, having utilized the standard version of the QJ's-171 today, as the electromagnetic ammunition was limited and he needed it for more formidable foes. After today's slaughter, the gun insects would surely seek alliances with higher forces, and it was time to establish his own rhythm. He aimed to inflict pain upon the golden beetles and increase the distribution ratio of crystal cores. He meticulously cleaned the battlefield and allocated resources to the mother insect. Over 1,900 crystal cores had been collected, a commendable harvest, though several hundred were distributed, causing Chu Feng considerable regret. Upon returning to the base, the QLU-131 electromagnetic modification was ready. To maximize its power, a single battery would suffice for just one shot, reserved for enemies of the junior soldier rank, mechanically consuming the crystal cores. He felt his body grow stronger, particularly his biological magnetic field, with a significant voltage increase to 0.61 kV. In recent days, Chu Feng's absorption of crystal cores had been on the rise, a change seemingly brought about by that arm. His fundamental physical attributes were improving. In the multiverse battlefield, what was my current ranking? Life level, no other changes. It truly had improved. Chu Feng was elated. This news must be relayed back. An enhancement in life level could yield immense benefits. He now understood why he could learn about the biological magnetic field from the skill crystal cores. This was undoubtedly a change brought about by the elevation of his life level, and the biological magnetic field would certainly be a primary direction for future development. The gun insects once again contracted, refraining from engaging, while the golden beetles began to gradually consume the territory. The anticipated alliance of two powerful forces was unfolding. A massive gun insect ascended to the 30th floor, from which it climbed to the 40th, seemingly enveloped by a black mist. Upon closer inspection, the mist was composed of countless tiny insects. They swiftly surrounded the gun insect, intent on devouring it. Electricity coursed through the gun insect, preventing the mist from breaking through, and it remained unclear how the two factions communicated. As the mist parted, the gun insect continued its ascent to the 40th floor. There, a colossal creature resembling a flea lay on the ground, with both the floor and walls coated in a milky white layer, an impenetrable mass of insect eggs that were impossible to count. The sight was disconcerting. This enormous flea was, in fact, composed of even more formidable smaller insects. The method of communication between the two factions was a mystery, but soon the gun insect departed, followed by a vast expanse of mist that spread downward, concealing itself among other gun insects, rendering it undetectable. The gun insects possessed intelligence. Having just been ensnared by the golden beetles using crystal cores, they sought to retaliate in kind. 2 days, 12 hours, and 3 minutes remain until the next supply transport. At the break of dawn, the mother worm's avatar rushed to awaken Chu Feng, sketching fervently upon the ground. You mean you have discovered the location of the gun worm's crystal core storage? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, as this bore a striking resemblance to the events of the previous day. Are you planning to seize these crystal cores? The mother worm spun about in sheer excitement. I shall not go. It is a trap. Anyone with a modicum of intellect can discern that this is undoubtedly a snare. The mother worm, anxious, inscribed the number 15,000 upon the ground. Chu Feng's pupils dilated. Are you suggesting that there are 15,000 of these crystal cores? The mother worm nodded, tugging at the hem of Chu Feng's garment, eager to lead him away. This quantity was already sufficient to warrant risk, even if it were a trap. The gunworms must possess the strength to defend it. High risks often yield high rewards. Wait, let us first discuss the distribution. The mother worm contemplated briefly before jotting down 3, 7. You take 7, and I take 3? The mother worm shook her head. No way, Chu Feng exclaimed, extracting his attire from her grasp. Chapter 29. Negotiating Business. The Alliance of Insects. The mother bug inscribed a score of 4, 6. Chu Feng, undeterred, reclined upon the ground, urging her to depart and not disrupt his slumber. Observing the situation, the mother bug, filled with reluctance, altered her offer to 5, 5, yet Chu Feng remained indifferent. Angered, she began to vocalize her frustration, incessantly burrowing into the earth, ultimately damaging the floorboards in her fury. With a final cry of despair, she begrudgingly conceded to a score of 6, 4. Chu Feng rose, a victorious smile adorning his face. Deal? The mother bug, acutely aware of her predicament, simmered with rage, desiring nothing more than to sink her teeth into this detestable biped. However, compelled by the allure of the crystal core, she acquiesced, her mind already concocting a scheme for revenge. In contrast, Chu Feng's thoughts were far more intricate. It was evident that this was a trap laid by the gunbugs. Despite their inability to confront him directly, they had revealed their assets, an unmistakable indication of a snare. It was clear they had allied with higher-ranking insects, though their identities and capabilities remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, preparations were paramount. Chu Feng gathered all available resources: incendiary bottles, QLU, 13 electromagnetic plates, and even glory shells, making his way to the 22nd floor where the golden armored bugs awaited his arrival. "Let us begin," he declared as the mother bug let out a resounding call, prompting the golden armored bugs to disperse into 3 distinct groups. A torrent of black surged towards the upper levels via the stairwell, outside, and through the core shaft. Chu Feng lagged slightly behind, biding his time for the golden armored bugs to trigger the trap. Yet, the anticipated snare failed to activate as they ascended to the 25th floor, still devoid of any gun bugs in sight. The mother bug approached, her unease palpable as she scanned her surroundings. "Retreat!" Chu Feng's instinct screamed, sensing the depth of the trap they were ensnared in. Without hesitation, he turned and fled downwards, but it was too late. The gun bugs, leveraging their speed, encircled them from within. Upon closer inspection, Chu Feng noted that the gun bugs remained unchanged, albeit in greater numbers, resembling a swarm unleashed from their nest. "Attack, retreat," he commanded, raising his firearm. The mother bug echoed his orders. As a gun bug fell before them, its carcass landed amidst the golden armored bugs, a mere dozen meters from Chu Feng. The next moment, a black mist erupted from the corpse, swiftly enveloping a nearby golden armored bug. In an instant, only its hard exoskeleton remained, the internal flesh devoured entirely. "What on earth is this?" Chu Feng exclaimed in terror, and the mother bug, equally startled, recognized the nature of these minuscule creatures. Elite soldier bug lice were diminutive in stature, yet terrifying in swarms. Chu Feng could scarcely fathom how to contend with such foes in the absence of a flamethrower. Frantically retreating, the golden armored bugs hastily regrouped. The gun bugs launched a relentless assault, leaving Chu Feng with no choice but to fire back. For every gun bug that perished, the ominous black mist would materialize. In mere minutes, the losses among the golden armored bugs surpassed those incurred over several preceding days. The mother bug's anxious screeches resonated, as if imploring Chu Feng for a solution. "Isn't this the opportune moment to negotiate for greater gains? Increase the offer, or I shall be powerless against them." The maternal insect had anticipated the situation, inscribing a ratio of 30 to 70 on the ground. "Chu Feng Feigen in Gozan." The golden armored beetles suffered further losses, dwindling to a 20 to 80 ratio. Chu Feng remained oblivious, continuing his relentless barrage, while the beetles continued to fall. Ultimately, in a fit of fury and resentment, the maternal insect inscribed a 19 to 81 ratio, prompting a smile from Chu Feng. A deal was struck. He retrieved a Molotov cocktail from his backpack and hurled it towards the swirling black mist, igniting it with a shot. Boom! The explosion illuminated the entire floor, and the diminutive insects caught in the flames acted as fuel, intensifying the blaze. Countless crystalline cores rained down upon the ground. This revelation took Chu Feng by surprise. Such tiny beings could yield crystalline cores. Although the quality of these gray cores was evidently subpar, having them was preferable to having none at all. With his decisive action, Chu Feng swiftly turned the tide of battle. His backpack still contained a dozen more Molotov cocktails, ample enough to incinerate the remaining insects. Considering the sheer numbers of these creatures, the potential yield of crystalline cores was exhilarating, fueling his determination further. "Advance, let your insects surge forth," he commanded the maternal insect with fervor. The maternal insect, having noted the wealth of crystalline cores scattered across the ground, shifted her multifaceted eyes. A division of this fortune with Chu Feng at a 19 to 81 ratio was utterly inconceivable. First, she had to address the immediate threat before settling accounts. Sensing the maternal insect's ill intentions, a smile graced Chu Feng's lips. Such circumstances were hardly unexpected, since she envisioned dismantling the bridge after crossing it. Let them see who could dismantle it faster. The golden armored beetles charged recklessly, willing to perish amidst the black mist in their battle against the gun insects. Observing this, the gunners hastily opened all their shells, releasing every insect larva, forming a new formation with the black mist and gun insects. This made matters much simpler. 2 Molotov cocktails were swiftly thrown, inciting the gunners to charge in a frenzied attempt to thwart Chu Feng's ignition. You shall not succeed. The speed of the insects could never outpace a bullet. Boom! The explosion erupted, but the aim of the gun insect was not to prevent the detonation. Rather, it sought to carry the flames away. The gun insect, now ablaze, soared from the fray, plummeting downwards. To his dismay, Chu Feng had not anticipated the insect's cunning. The 2 Molotov cocktails had failed to achieve their intended purpose, and the insect larvae commenced their assault, devouring the outermost golden armored beetles. This could not continue. The gun insects had to be eliminated first, or the cocktails would be similarly whisked away, setting aside the fate of the golden armored beetles. He unleashed a torrent of fire towards the gun insects. 1 magazine, 2 magazines, 3 magazines. 24F, 23F, 22F. Retreating while shooting, the number of gun insects dwindled, leaving only a scant few golden armored beetles behind. It was imperative to address the larva threat. Otherwise, he would truly find himself surrounded. Once again, 2 Molotov cocktails were deployed, and 2 gunners swiftly approached. Chu Feng had observed their approach, and as the bullets flew, he triggered the explosion. Flames erupted skyward, showering crystalline cores upon the ground. Now, the sole remaining threat to Chu Feng was the insect larvae. The number of gun insects had significantly diminished, and only a few golden armored beetles remained. The animosity between these 2 factions had reached an irreparable depth, rendering them no longer a concern. Within the backpack, there remained 10 incendiary bottles. Having discarded 2, a vast multitude of pests met their fiery demise. The onslaught halted the advance of the pests, as such a loss was insufferable for them. Enraged, the pests commenced indiscriminate attacks upon the nearby gun bugs, desperately seeking to recuperate their losses. Chu Feng retracted his intention to throw another incendiary bottle, realizing the intelligence of this pest species was remarkably low, attacking their allies in such a manner. Was this not a death wish? The golden beetles continued to converge, densely surrounding Chu Feng, ostensibly a protective gesture, yet they too awaited an opportune moment to strike. A remarkable scene unfolded on the battlefield. Pests and gun bugs turned upon one another, while golden beetles encircled Chu Feng. For their own interests, erstwhile allies were on the brink of betrayal. Chu Feng's hand rested upon the briefcase on his back. I presume your true form resides within the fungal carpet, he uttered inexplicably. The female bug's avatar, accompanying him, promptly halted and looked up at Chu Feng. Chapter 30. Strengthened, yet bald, can this thing instantly annihilate all living beings within 5 levels? Would you care to test it? The mother worm realized that its intentions had been uncovered by Chu Feng, and this bipedal creature was now threatening it. Hiss! An enraged cry echoed. There's no need for anger. If you wish to live, hand over all the crystal cores. Should I discover even one missing, I will reduce you to ashes. With the lines drawn, there was no longer a need for pleasantries. The compound eyes of the mother worm shifted, its not-so-large brain racing with thoughts. During its time in contact with Chu Feng, it had learned much, particularly in matters of strategy. The compound eyes fixated on the dark box. Trust was imperative, as it dare not gamble. To Chu Feng's astonishment, the mother worm displayed a pleading expression, prompting him to question his own eyes. Could this armored visage truly convey emotion? In that moment, Chu Feng sensed a profound threat. This mother worm exhibited an unexpected depth of emotion and thought. If given further time to develop, the outcome was uncertain. I shall concede a little. How about an 80-20 distribution? Chu Feng proposed with a smile. The mother worm reciprocated with a semblance of joy, and thus they reached another agreement, albeit with mutual desires to eliminate one another. Chu Feng tossed 2 incendiary bottles, thoroughly driving out the insect larvae. Only a handful of remaining soldier bugs fled the building. Next came the task of clearing the battlefield. Chu Feng made his way to the lair of the golden armored beetle, plopping down onto the thick fungal carpet, with his briefcase resting on his lap. He observed as the golden beetle deposited a substantial quantity of crystal cores before him. Soon, a mound resembling a small hill of crystal cores emerged, including the 15,000 from the soldier bugs. It appeared that the total would undoubtedly exceed 30,000 Consuming them all would undoubtedly double Chu Feng's physical attributes, including his biological magnetic field. Unable to conceal his excitement, he realized his backpack could not accommodate such a bounty and decided to indulge immediately. The mother worm watched as Chu Feng eagerly stuffed his mouth with cores, a glimmer of reluctance and envy in its eyes, coupled with a deeply concealed murderous intent. Chu Feng, sensing this, sifted through the pile, separating countless crystal cores. I am uncertain of the exact number, but it is certainly more than 20%. Take them. It was crucial to stabilize the mother worm, as he needed to await the next transmission to acquire more potent weaponry before making further plans. In this unspoken understanding, Chu Feng consumed for several hours until he finally managed to fill his backpack and departed the floor. After his exit, the fungal carpet began to writhe, spreading upward and devouring the corpses of the soldier bugs and insect larvae strewn across the ground. Eggs oozed from the fungal carpet, resembling the act of squeezing blackheads. The eggs were diminutive, only a tenth the size of a newly hatched golden-armored beetle. Within the eggs, a new form of insect was hatching, its shape becoming more streamlined, merging the advantages of both the golden beetle and the soldier bug. It appeared the mother worm had fully absorbed and combined the strengths of 3 types of insects, birthing a new generation. The sheer number of these eggs was staggering. Following their production, the thickness of the fungal carpet visibly diminished. The mother worm then produced some conventional golden-armored beetles, concealing the new eggs behind them. Upon returning to the base, Chu Feng became consumed by a fervent obsession with consuming crystal cores, neglecting even his meals. The alterations imposed by the mother worm weighed heavily upon him, presenting an urgent threat that necessitated swift eradication. Finally, at the stroke of midnight, he had devoured all the crystal cores. An overwhelming sensation of fullness enveloped him, akin to the feeling of having fasted for 3 days and then overindulging. A profound fatigue assailed him, relentlessly assaulting his consciousness in an attempt to awaken his senses. His body underwent a transformation, radiating an immense heat from within. Summoning his resolve, he employed all available infrared means to observe himself, discovering that his surface temperature had soared to 89 degrees. His biological magnetic field had become exceedingly unstable, sporadically emitting electrical currents. Ultimately, Chu Feng could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed into unconsciousness. The temperature of his body continued to rise, but fortunately his tactical suit, being of advanced technology, did not incinerate. Chu Feng was not entirely unconscious. Rather, it felt as though his consciousness had been transported to another realm. He could perceive the changes within his body, yet was powerless to act. Every organ seemed to be evolving, becoming more formidable, with muscle fibers and bone density increasing exponentially. Even his weight surged at an alarming rate. Moreover, he distinctly sensed the biological magnetic field, with voltage rapidly escalating. This transformation was protracted, enduring until dawn and seemingly set to persist for an extended period. There are 23 hours and 14 minutes until the next supply drop. Retaining a flicker of awareness, Chu Feng faced an embarrassing predicament. Due to the excessive temperature, his hair began to fall out. By morning, his head had transformed into a smooth, bald surface reminiscent of a boiled egg. As the supply drop approached the 5-hour mark, his consciousness finally returned to his body, and he endeavored to regain control. Upon opening his eyes, the world around him appeared vividly transformed. His vision was extraordinarily acute, allowing him to discern the insects nestled within the vines of the adjacent building. His mind was also remarkably agile. Rising to his feet, he tested his newfound strength. Descending 3 floors, he struck the ground with a powerful fist, causing a tremendous force to penetrate the floorboards and radiate outward. The entire floor fractured like a spider-esque web, becoming soft and yielding. With a mere shift, the concrete crumbled away, revealing the underlying rebar. Startled by his own strength, Chu Feng examined his unscathed fist, still smooth and unblemished. Approaching the central shaft, he gazed up at the approximate height of 20 floors. Surely, a leap from such a height would pose no danger. With that thought, he stepped forward, arms outstretched in an act of faith. With a resounding crash, The ground shattered beneath him as he plummeted into the basement. His feet felt slightly numb, but he experienced no other discomfort. This was the physical prowess of a warrior. Without a doubt, he possessed the strength to rend an elite soldier-esque golden-armored insect asunder. The mother worm, sensing the commotion from below, dispatched a clone to investigate. At that moment, Chu Feng had returned after several leaps, encountering the mother worm with an expression of mild surprise. "Is there business today?" The mother worm shook her head, her multifaceted eyes swiftly analyzing Chu Feng. "Why has this bipedal creature lost its fur? And what is this insufferable pressure I sense?" With that, the mother worm turned and departed, leaving Chu Feng bewildered by the unfolding situation. As the time for transport draws near, it is imperative to begin organizing the supplies for this journey. Among them are numerous crystal cores, the remains of 3 types of insects, and a blanket of fungi preserved within a temperature-controlled chamber. This was secured by Chu Feng yesterday, while the mother insect was distracted, and it still retains a semblance of vitality. With the alleviation of external pressures, Chu Feng finds himself in a more relaxed state, able to engage in heartfelt conversations with his family from his ancestral home. As the countdown concludes, the communication begins. "Child, how have these past 7 days treated you?" One initiates the greeting. "Commander, all is well," Chu Feng replies. Your hair one," taken aback by Chu Feng's appearance, finds himself at a loss for words. Chu Feng rubs his bald head and chuckles sheepishly. "Commander, perhaps this is the price of becoming stronger." Chapter 31. Analyzing the situation and looking ahead, before them stood Chun Bai and Academician Zhang, who scrutinized Chu Feng with a discerning eye. Something seemed different. Chun Bai inquired, "Could you demonstrate it for us?" Chu Feng, wishing to avoid further destruction, guided them to the site of his recent masterpiece. "This is what I accomplished," he asserted confidently. One punch, and from this height, a leap would result in no harm. In the underground laboratory, the researchers and elite warriors seated at the periphery were rendered speechless. What Chu Feng claimed sounded like a fantastical tale. Impossible. After a prolonged silence, one of them finally responded, "Child, how did you achieve this? Besides that arm, you possess 20 to 30,000 crystal cores. How much have you consumed?" Chunbai exclaimed. "About 30,000. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. "What battles have you endured?" Chu Feng produced a GoPro camera. "You can see for yourself shortly." Academician Zhang leaned in closer to Chu Feng. "Young Chu, could we have a vial of your blood for research purposes?" "Certainly," Chu Feng replied, organizing all his materials in anticipation of their transport. Academician Zhang proudly presented his own research findings. "Young Chu, I have thoroughly analyzed the data you provided and developed a new electromagnetic rifle." He brandished a firearm resembling the QBU-191, albeit with a magazine transformed into a drum and a stock that housed a battery, complete with a power display. "Behold, this is our latest achievement, designated KBUK-1. The barrel has been converted into an electromagnetic rail, with a battery nestled within the stock and a drum containing 50,000 needle-shaped tungsten ammunition. What do you think?" Academician Zhang beamed with pride. "Impressive, truly remarkable," Chu Feng exclaimed, visibly excited by the new weapon. "By the way, how does one charge the rifle?" "Through solar energy. We've also discovered that in the future, you'll be able to harness a biological magnetic field to enhance the current, allowing for bioenergy to act as a power source." "Is that so?" Chu Feng responded, exhilaration evident in his voice. "Scientists indeed lead the way." "Ah, I have another project yet to be tested," Chu Feng declared, retrieving a voltmeter he had crafted. Placing his hand upon it, he activated his biological magnetic field, watching as the readings soared. 1 kV, 10 kV. It climbed until it reached a staggering 20 kV before halting. With just one evolution, Chu Feng's biological magnetic field had amplified by an astonishing 40 times. Academician Zhang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Am I seeing this correctly? It indicates 20,000 volts." "Indeed," Chu Feng confirmed. "When I first grasped the biological magnetic field, I was at merely 500 volts. After one evolution, I achieved this level." Academician Zhang felt dizzy, swaying slightly, while Chun Bai rushed to support him. "This cannot be right. You can easily kill with just your biological magnetic field?" Chu Feng nodded. I haven't tested it yet, but it should be feasible. You are no longer human. You have transcended humanity, Academician Zhang uttered, a hint of obsession creeping into his tone. I am certainly human, merely evolving in a new direction, Chu Feng hastily clarified. Academician Zhang paused, contemplating. Yes, you are correct. In the future, we too may reach your level. Furthermore, there is another study. He promptly seized a nearby thermostat. The research on enhancing the crystal nucleus in that particular arm has made some notable breakthroughs, leading to the discovery of items that could serve as substitutes, albeit with significant side effects that preclude their long-term use. Academician Zhang appeared somewhat despondent. No matter, I reassured him, my current abilities allow me to eliminate more formidable insects, thus securing superior crystal nuclei. This issue should be resolvable. Academician Zhang nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall await your resources. Next came the demonstration of the new equipment by Academician Zhang, which brought immense joy to Chu Feng. Old Zhang, it's my turn now. I have something to discuss. Chen Bai, noticing that Academician Zhang was rambling on, quickly interjected. With a hint of resignation, Academician Zhang stepped aside, stating, your trivial matters cannot possibly outweigh the importance of scientific research. At this juncture, Academician Zhang added, Little Chu, the enhanced crystal nuclei also have therapeutic effects. Research indicates that even cancer could potentially be cured. Therefore, I urge you to procure better crystal nuclei. Chu Feng responded with a hearty laugh, agreeing enthusiastically. Unable to contain himself, Chen Bai had the soldier escort Academician Zhang away, thus securing some private time with Chu Feng. Little Chu, the technology you provided averted a horrific attack. Had the enemy succeeded, the capital would now be a desolate wasteland. Chu Feng, filled with excitement and disbelief, exclaimed, what transpired? His strength surged uncontrollably, shattering the floor beneath him. Remain calm. The issue has been resolved. Following this call, I will lead a team to execute a revenge plan. Chen Bai reassured him. That's excellent. Now, please elaborate on the situation, he urged as Chen Bai began recounting the details. Chu Feng listened, heart racing, ecstatic to hear how the items he had sent back successfully thwarted the enemy's plans, averting a terror attack, causing him to spin around in delight. Without your efforts, our nation would have suffered significantly. We would have had no face to present to our ancestors, Chen Bai remarked, a hint of fear evident in his tone. Chu Feng, equally tense, lamented, if only I could return and eliminate those scoundrels. Let us not express such sentiments. It would imply our utter helplessness, Chen Bai replied. Chu Feng quickly waved his hands. Uncle Chen, that was not my intent. Ha ha, I was merely jesting, Chen Bai chuckled, as Chu Feng rolled his eyes. What is the follow-up? Have the instigators been identified? Indeed, they have, and they will pay a heavy price. Chen Bai recounted his experience of using a machine gun to pierce a submarine. Chu Feng erupted in fervent cheers, his blood boiling with excitement. The soldier beside him clenched his fists, trembling. Such scenarios were the aspirations of every spirited man. Chen Bai then outlined a revenge plan, while Chu Feng shook the backpack he held. There are thousands of crystal nuclei inside. We must ensure absolute success. Chen Bai nodded emphatically, rest assured. We will not betray your efforts. After saying this, Chen Bai stepped back and inquired, Child, how have you been these past few days? Any concerns? With the topic now in Chu Feng's hands, he began to articulate the situation in the city and his deductions. He also shared his theory that as one ascended the sky tower, the insects could potentially grow stronger. The researchers and analysts swiftly filtered and analyzed this information, arriving at a conclusion in no time. A report has been made, presenting an initial hypothesis. An analyst rose to speak. Number 1 has commanded, he declared. The analyst approached Chu Feng and continued. We deduce that the city in which you currently reside has presumably been constructed specifically for you, as a human being. How shall I put it? After a moment's contemplation, the analyst added, it resembles a beginner's village in a game. Do you comprehend? Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, that aligns with my own thoughts. Precisely, the analyst affirmed. Furthermore, the towering skyscraper serves as a leveling dungeon. The higher you ascend, the more formidable the insects you encounter, and the greater the number of crystal cores you will obtain, empowering you substantially. Subsequently, upon exiting this novice village and confronting the insects beyond the skyscraper, you shall gradually enhance your capabilities, ultimately leaving the city to tread upon the true battlefield. The analyst's words ignited a spark of insight within Chufeng. Chapter 32. The new weapon. The reality is that the desolate city serves as a vast novice village. He must continuously confront challenges until he defeats the ultimate boss, gaining the strength to face even more formidable monsters in the outside world. With a clearer understanding of the entire realm, Chufeng felt increasingly confident about the future and resolutely committed to sweeping forward. Please do not heed everything you hear, for you are the one striving in this world. If possible, when living beings can be summoned, I wish to be the first you call forth. Get lost. A thunderous voice erupted from off-screen as Academician Zhang flew before Chufeng, sending the analyst tumbling. I haven't even gone yet. How dare you presume? Don't be clever. With a swift change of demeanor, Academician Zhang continued. Little Chu, my intellect still holds some merit. Summon me first. For these young ones cannot endure hardship. Captain, you must strive for this. The researcher shall remain behind. We are of greater importance. A voice, seemingly clandestine, yet quite brazen, chimed in. Little Chu, bring us over to share the burden. Chun Bo joined in the clamor. Chufeng could only offer an awkward smile in response. I believe this may only be achievable once one attains the rank of officer. So please, let's not rush. Cease your antics. Let us see what support Little Chu requires, spoke the first, stepping forward to stabilize the situation. Academician Zhang quickly added, Little Chu, your magnetic field is so potent that you undoubtedly require corresponding equipment to assist or amplify your abilities. Chufeng nodded in agreement. I have considered this matter. However, for the present, firearms remain the most suitable option, as my skills pertain to this area. Indeed, I believe you are lacking a formidable weapon, one capable of decisive impact. Yet such a weapon may carry significant side effects, potentially leaving you severely weakened for a time. Not a problem. If I am pushed to such extremes, perhaps I can turn the tides. Chufeng expressed his thoughts. Very well, please wait. We shall promptly assist in its modification. With that, Academician Zhang hurried off to begin the weapon transformation. This firearm was a newly developed creation, devoid of any model, crafted purely from the knowledge Chufeng had provided. To align with electromagnetic properties, aside from the metal rails and wires, the rest was composed of high-strength composite materials. This weapon exuded a distinctly sci-fi aura, its body entirely white, with only the trigger and rails in gunmetal gray. When charging, a voltage indicator illuminated where the bolt would typically reside, accompanied by an initial velocity alert, capable of reaching an astounding 4,000 ms. Before long, the weapon was presented. We made a few modifications to enhance its power. The ammunition consists of tungsten steel blocks, designed to shred anything it contacts instantaneously. Academician Zhang then took a marker and crossed out the initial velocity, stating, the current maximum velocity is now 6,000 ms, but it can only support a single shot. That is sufficient, Chufeng replied, elated. The ensuing 7 days would surely propel him toward higher echelons, though he remained uncertain of the dangers that awaited. Does it have a name? Chufeng inquired. Not yet. Perhaps we shall name it the Destroyer, as it annihilates both enemies and oneself. Academician Zhang spoke with a hint of jest. I find that quite fitting. Let it be called the Destroyer, Chufeng responded, feeling the name was indeed a apartment. Furthermore, I require something akin to a flamethrower, given the existence of pests like the worm lice. Chufeng made another request. This, however, poses a challenge, as procuring the fuel is no simple task. Academician Zhang expressed his concern. Director, I have an idea. A researcher raised his hand and proposed. Since Chufeng possesses a formidable biological magnetic field, why not harness that and create an amplifier to instantaneously incapacitate the nerves of those insects? Upon hearing this, Chufeng concurred that this method was indeed viable. What an excellent idea. This way, we wouldn't need any additional equipment, and it wouldn't hinder the use of firearms. Please elaborate and expedite the creation of this device. Academician Zhang beckoned the researcher over. The researcher produced a palm-sized apparatus adorned with coils and magnets. The principle is straightforward. Akin to a radio, it amplifies and disseminates the biological magnetic field, merely narrowing the scope and elevating the frequency to achieve a lethal effect. Although Chu Feng appeared to listen intently, he could only grasp a fraction of the explanation, relying on his knowledge of firearms. Based on the research conducted on those pests, he understood that adjusting certain frequencies could incinerate their central nerves. As the researcher explained and demonstrated, he continued, "I will fashion this device into a glove, allowing you to fire without interruption while adjusting the directional emission at will." This researcher was a prodigy in practical applications and swiftly completed the modifications. Though it appeared somewhat rudimentary, its power and durability were undoubtedly sufficient. This pair of gloves was added to the supplies. Let us consider if there are any further necessities. Number 1 inquired. Chu Feng felt adequately equipped. The previous ammunition reserves remained intact, and there was no shortage of new firearms. "I have nothing further on my end," he replied. "Very well, then we shall commence the transfer." As the supplies were being transported, Number 1 reiterated, "Child, do not let your guard down. Everything must be executed with caution. I believe our time apart will not be protracted. Rest assured, for the sake of the nation, I shall ensure my survival." Chu Feng assured him. The two exchanged nods and smiles in farewell. Upon the completion of the transfer, a substantial quantity of crystal cores was acquired. Number 1 then addressed the assembled operatives. Each member of the action team shall receive 100 enhanced crystal cores to ensure the absolute success of this mission. Understood. Chen Bo collected the supplies and departed with his team to continue their training. Number 1 approached Academician Zhang. "When can we expect breakthroughs in the research on the crystal cores in that arm? The foundational effects have been achieved, but we require the first phase of human trials. Once successful, we can begin implementation within the ranks," Zhang replied. "Are there any studies that could provide enhancements for Chu Feng?" Number 1 inquired once more. Academician Zhang shook his head in frustration. The volume of calculations and simulations required is staggering. Even with the latest quantum computing, it will demand considerable time. After all, that domain is nearing the divine. As much as we can, we have provided little for Chu Feng, yet he continues to advance relentlessly. After Number 1 spoke, he departed. Academician Zhang, invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, fervently urged everyone on. The energy within the entire base surged significantly. Fortunately, there were enhancement crystals. Without them, the intensity of such work would have left these individuals utterly exhausted. On Chun Bai's side, after consuming the crystal, their overall quality improved once again. "Captain, considering our current state, who in the world could possibly rival us? Refrain from such thoughts," Chun Bai admonished loudly. "If your only ambition is to dominate Blue Star, you have already achieved that. You may withdraw from the operation." "Captain, please. I was merely speaking out loud. Ultimately, our goal remains to fight alongside Chu Feng." Chun Bai ignored him and turned to the others. "Ensure you are in touch with your truest feelings. Have you considered fighting for your country and its people in that world?" Chapter 33. Neural Enhancement Agents. Our team must remain united, steadfast in our allegiance to the nation. Everyone halted, their expressions grave as they regarded Chun Bo. "Captain, if our resolve were not unwavering, we would not have arrived at this juncture." "Excellent. Continue your training. I shall report to the command regarding the mission timeline." With that, Chun Bo departed, leaving the others to chastise the individual who had spoken thoughtlessly. "I was wrong. You all know that sometimes I cannot control my tongue." Meanwhile, Chu Feng inspected the new weaponry, his gear significantly upgraded. Equipment: QJZ-171 heavy machine gun, QLU-131 sniper grenade launcher, QJZ-171 electromagnetic variant, KBUK-1 electromagnetic rifle, Devastator, KBUK-1 electromagnetic rifle, mini cloud explosive, and various auxiliary gear. It was nothing short of luxurious. Chu Feng caressed the QJZ-171 heavy machine gun. "Old friend, it's not that I do not wish to utilize you. Rather, you have been rendered obsolete by the passage of time. Behold your successor, the KBUK-1 electromagnetic rifle, with a magazine capacity of 50,000 rounds and a firing rate of 300 rounds per minute. Impressive, is it not?" Terrifying indeed. I am but a mobile power source, recharging and ready for action at any moment. You may rest easy and observe our combat. With a pat on the QJZ-171, Chu Feng slung the new equipment over his shoulder and set off. There was no time to waste. He did not pause for rest and began his ascent with a new rifle in hand. Upon reaching the territory of the golden beetle, he found himself stepping onto a fungal carpet, yet no insects emerged to greet him. The queen insect's activities remained a mystery. Nevertheless, the battlefield's instinctive warnings lingered, causing Chu Feng to hesitate before making any move. Soon, he arrived at the 28th floor, presumed to be the stronghold of the gun insects. He spotted a few laying eggs and, without mercy, squeezed the trigger. The tungsten bullets, as fine as needles, instantly tore through the bodies of the insects, causing hundreds of crystal cores to fall to the ground. Chu Feng consumed 2 of them, but felt no discernible enhancement. His evolution had plateaued, rendering the gray crystal cores ineffective. When will the mission commence? At this rate, I cannot predict when I shall achieve further advancement. Approaching the window, he gazed into the distant horizon, the battlefield offering him no clues. Perhaps the war still raged on. On the 29th floor, a colossal gun insect lay in the center, shrieking at Chu Feng. How pitiable you are. Though you occupy a higher floor than the golden beetle, in every aspect, you pale in comparison to that cunning creature. Chu Feng wondered whether the immense insect could comprehend his thoughts. Gun insect corporal. The creature's size surpassed that of its counterparts, rendering it significantly more formidable. Yet it still bore the rank of corporal. Meanwhile, at the window's edge, a small insect perched cautiously. Its form was a hybrid of the golden beetle and the gun insect, even bearing a hint of the parasitic bug. The queen insect covertly observed Chu Feng's movements, as if gathering intelligence. Below, in Chu Feng's camp, a small insect cautiously advanced. Suddenly, a sound crackled in his helmet's earpiece, prompting him to glance at the portable computer on his arm. The camp's various angles were visible, the screen refreshed, scanning for infrared and heat sources, yet revealing no anomalies. The queen insect had manipulated the small insect to venture outside the window. As the camera shifted angles once more, Chu Feng sensed an unsettling change and decided to first confront the gunbugs before him. Raising his new firearm, he fired, the distinctive sound of electromagnetic discharge resonating as dozens of bullets flew forth. The enormous gunbug continued its previous motions, sending a cloud of dust from the wall behind. Chu Feng advanced, delivering a swift kick that toppled the creature, causing a grayscale crystal core to drop. It seemed that a tribe always yielded one of these. Pausing to regroup, Chu Feng reviewed the surveillance footage surrounding the camp. Indeed, a small red entered through the window, stealthily making its way toward the sleeping bag and supplies. As he magnified the image, the form of the small creature became clear. Upon noticing its unique shell, he confirmed it was the evolved form of the mother bug. A tremor coursed through Chu Feng at the sight of the formidable golden armored bug, its rate of evolution beyond comprehension. Instinctively glancing toward the window, he spotted the mother bug lurking outside the wall, the 2 adversaries locking eyes across the divide. The golden armored bugs had to be eradicated, and Chu Feng's first thought was to employ a cloud explosion bomb. However, the immense power of such a device posed a significant risk. Should the building collapse, would the tally of enemies slain still count as his own? No, something felt amiss. This building had endured countless battles, its damaged areas numerous, yet its overall stability remained intact. Chu Feng reasoned that a single cloud explosion bomb would likely not cause substantial harm, but he hesitated to act prematurely. Perhaps it would be best to reserve it for a dire moment. He examined the skill crystal core. Skill advancement crystal core. Possible skill advancements. 1. Tactical maneuvers mastery. Tactical maneuvers expert. 2. Battlefield scent. Battlefield intuition. Once again, he encountered an advancement crystal, and the absence of a biological magnetic field option was disappointing. With no mandatory choice, he found himself in a quandary. Battlefield intuition was ambiguous in its potential benefits. Drawing on the expertise of firearms specialists, he pondered whether the tactical maneuvers expert designation could impart relevant knowledge, which was what Chu Feng valued most. Resolve, he selected tactical maneuvers expert, deferring the decision regarding battlefield intuition for another time. Should he encounter particularly agile creatures ahead, the margin for error would be greater. Selecting tactical maneuvers expert. Please receive relevant knowledge. Acquired neuroenhancement elixir formula. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. Following the enhancement of his physical capabilities, he experienced only a slight discomfort, a far cry from the overwhelming sensation of his first encounter. Indeed, he had gained the anticipated knowledge. Based on human anatomy, there exist limits to muscle and nerve transmission speeds. This, in turn, imposes constraints on agility and responsiveness. The skill prompt revealed that the knowledge pertained to a genetic enhancement elixir capable of significantly augmenting abilities, resembling a breakthrough of genetic barriers. The formula was uniquely structured, relying on enhancement crystals and various insect materials found on the battlefield, such as cicada wings, exoskeletons, and bodily fluids, evoking a sense of the arcane. Insects would be plentiful: golden armored bugs, gunbugs, and bug lice, truly tailored to his needs. Stepping onto the 30th floor, he found the ground and walls teeming with bug lice, which took flight upon sensing Chu Feng's presence. He raised his hand, amplifying the biological magnetic field through his gloves, instantly incinerating the swarm of insects. A multitude of crystal cores cascaded down, and Chu Feng found himself devoid of any further need for the gray crystal cores, choosing instead to retain them all, some for the concoction of potions, and the majority to be sent back. To his astonishment, the cleanup by the insect pests proved swifter than that of the gun insects. 31, 32, 33, 34. An abundance of crystal cores filled his backpack. The insect pests were akin to chives. He hoped that the final formidable creature would bring him some anticipation. On the 35th floor, a colossal black mist coalesced into a gigantic insect pest. Utilizing the amplifier once more, Chu Feng observed that this enormous creature merely swayed. Contrary to his expectation of it being incinerated in an instant, it appeared to form a cohesive entity. Indeed, he mused to himself. With that in mind, he decided to test the incendiary bottle. He hurled the incendiary bottle from his backpack. The flames ruthlessly scorched, causing the gray crystal cores to tumble down like leaves. Initially, he anticipated some hidden trump card from the insect pests, yet he found his own methods exceedingly restrained, leaving them without any opportunity for retaliation. In mere minutes, the insect pest population, much like the gun insects, was eradicated from the building. This time, no skill crystal cores emerged, only a solitary white enhancement crystal core. Consuming it yielded minimal improvement. Thus, it would be wiser to retain it for later. After clearing the battlefield, he turned his gaze toward the staircase leading to the 36th floor, uncertain of what trials awaited him above. Ascending the stairs, he found the 36th floor eerily silent, devoid of any sound, and the infrared sensors detected no thermal signatures. However, the marks upon the walls and floor kept Chu Feng's nerves taut. These markings resembled those left by swordsmen or duelists during their training, the evidence of relentless refinement. With his firearm firmly grasped, he ascended the stairs with utmost caution. Chapter 34. The insect resembles a swordsman. It had been several days since such tension had enveloped him. As Chu Feng set foot on the 37th floor, his battlefield instincts erupted in alarm, prompting him to hastily retreat. Yet, he was unable to evade the impending assault. A chilling sensation struck his chest, swiftly followed by searing pain. Only when he glanced at his hand did he realize the extent of his injury, blood gushing forth. His pectoral muscles had been torn apart, revealing bone beneath. Had he not acted with such urgency, he would have sustained far more severe injuries. He quickly retrieved a hemostatic patch from his backpack and applied it to the wound. Gazing ahead, he beheld a cerulean insect, its forelegs firmly planted on the ground. Standing about 30 to 40 centimeters tall, its elongated limbs matched its height, and one of its legs was stained with blood. Footclaw insect. Private first class. As Chu Feng raised his weapon to fire, the insect moved simultaneously, its speed transforming it into mere afterimages in the air. His shots were always a fraction too late. It became clear to him that it was not his battlefield instincts that were sluggish, but rather the opponent's astonishing swiftness. Attempting to gauge the insect's movements, Chu Feng adjusted his aim, but no matter how he repositioned his weapon, the creature effortlessly evaded his attempts. It was not a matter of flawed tactics. The insect's reflexes were simply superior. As soon as he made a move, the insect was already capable of predicting and dodging his attacks. Despite his considerable physical enhancements, he could not keep pace with the creature's agility. It appeared imperative to concoct that potion to enhance his reaction speed. After several futile shots, he turned and leapt down the stairwell. In midair, his gun remained pointed upwards. And indeed, the footclaw insect followed suit, the muzzle emitting brilliant sparks. Let us see how you evade in midair. The next moment, Chu Feng's expression soured. The insect's back split open, revealing two pairs of cicada-like wings that unfurled, allowing it to deftly maneuver through the air, dodging the bullets, before gliding gracefully towards the adjacent staircase. It seemed incapable of flight, and this maneuver interrupted its assault. Upon returning to the camp, he gathered all the necessary materials. Utilizing the white crystal core, he extracted a spare helmet, tossed in all the ingredients, crushed them with the stock of his gun, and added some water, along with the diluted blood from his arm. All the components amalgamated into a viscous, dark concoction that emitted a peculiar odor. Could this be ingested? Pinching his nose and shutting his eyes, he forced it all into his mouth. Ugh! The abhorrent taste compelled Chu Feng to gulp down an entire bag of water. Yet the sensation lingered on his tongue. In desperation, he grasped his tongue with his fingers, attempting to rid himself of the distaste. Minutes later, his taste buds gradually returned, and he began to sense changes within his body. Was there an enhancement? It felt as though there was, yet perhaps not. Conducting a simple reaction test, he retrieved his QJZ-171 and aimed it out the window, wondering whether his visual nerves could perceive the bullet's trajectory. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. At the moment the flames erupted from the muzzle, a surge of electricity coursed through his body from his brain. In his field of vision, everything seemed to slow down. The flames climbed to their zenith before dissipating into the air. A gleaming bullet shot forth from the barrel, vanishing into the void. There was indeed an enhancement. He could now unequivocally track the footclaw insect's movements in the air. He fired again. In this instance, Chu Feng yearned to reach out and touch the bullet that had been fired. His fingertips were a mere breath away, and he truly believed it was possible. The exhilaration coursed through him. After enhancing his physical form, he had been unaware of his limits. Yet now, it appeared that his speed over short distances could rival the initial velocity of a bullet. Previously, his neural transmission had not kept pace with his body's development. But the new neural enhancement serum had rectified this issue. With newfound confidence, the foot-scythe insect no longer posed a challenge. He swiftly ascended to the upper floors, and as he passed through the territory of the golden-armored beetles, the mother insect remained unresponsive. On the 37th floor, the foot-scythe insect awaited him in its original position, reminiscent of a swordsman poised for a duel. Without a word, he raised his firearm and fired. This time, his reflexes, vision, and body all synchronized perfectly with the insect's movements. It felt remarkably effortless. After 2 attempts, the third shot, a slender bullet, pierced through the body of the foot-scythe insect. The tremendous force shattered it, leaving a white crystal core on the ground. Just as Chu Feng intended to retrieve the core, a cacophony of footsteps and leaps erupted from all directions. Indeed, they were social creatures. He quickly pressed against the wall, determined not to allow them to encircle him. Hundreds of foot-scythe insects appeared before him, varying in size. The recently slain one, based on its size, color, and luster, was not the strongest among them. The insects all halted as a larger, half-meter-tall foot-scythe insect descended from above. Foot-scythe insect corporal had finally arrived, the very one he sought to elevate his rank. Judging by its aura, it was not superior to him at present. Indeed, he was progressing towards the level of a military king, yet constrained by the limitations of human anatomy. Otherwise, he would truly relish a contest with them. With comparable strength, confronting these mobile weapons was unthinkable. After all, what was the purpose of his firearm? The battle commenced, gunfire sending the foot-scythe insects into disarray. Due to their overwhelming numbers and confined space, they began to collide with one another. The Kputk, one unleashed a barrage, decimating a significant portion of the foot-scythe insects and scattering white crystal cores across the ground. A peculiar clicking sound emanated from the corporal, akin to two wooden planks clashing. The surrounding foot-scythe insects retreated swiftly, returning to the upper floors. The entire floor was now left with only Chu Feng and the corporal, resembling a duel between two generals of opposing armies. Seizing the initiative, Chu Feng commenced a sweeping fire, the blue electric light illuminating his figure entirely. Observing the corporal foot-scythe insect, he noticed its incredible speed and agility as it evaded all attacks. This was indeed troublesome. His enhanced neural reflexes barely kept pace with the insect's velocity. Regardless of how he shot or obstructed, it continued to close the distance rapidly. He needed to create obstacles for this creature. Reaching into his backpack, he produced a Molotov cocktail and hurled it. A fiery explosion erupted in the air, igniting the ground and surrounding walls. Sparks clung to the foot-scythe insect, and the pain compelled it to emit a series of clicking sounds. Bullets narrowly grazed by. After a few evasive maneuvers, Chu Feng ceased firing. Upon closer inspection, one of the foot soldiers bore a charred and blackened limb. Injured, a tentative shot was fired. Indeed, the limb was damaged, causing the foot soldier's movements to slow, rendering its direction predictable. Another 2 shots were fired, deliberately targeting the injured leg, compounding its suffering. The creature even tucked the wounded limb beneath its body, charging forward with the remaining 3. It displayed a cunning awareness. Realizing that prolonging this exchange would lead to its demise at the hands of Chu Feng. Thus it launched a rapid assault in search of any glimmer of opportunity for a comeback. Transformed into a streak of azure light, the foot soldier maneuvered swiftly, utilizing the surrounding walls to create ephemeral afterimages that wove into a net. A wicked smile crept across Chu Feng's lips as he retreated quickly, enticing his adversary to advance. With his left hand delving into his backpack, he procured 2 incendiary bottles. His gaze remained steadfastly locked onto the creature's trajectory. "I've got you." The bottles were hurled, and with 2 shots igniting them, the foot soldier found itself ensnared in a fiery embrace. In that fleeting moment, Chu Feng's weapon was aimed at it, lightning crackled, and a bullet tore through, propelled by immense kinetic force, sending the carcass crashing against the rear wall, shattering into fragments. Chapter 35, Promotion in Rank. Elevation of Existence. Having slain a corporal, the number of kills by the private first class has reached the threshold, promoting him to the rank of corporal. Please proceed to a safe location to accept the promotion. Countdown. 10 minutes. Chu Feng hurriedly advanced to collect the white crystal core and the carcass of the foot-scythe insect. He swiftly returned to the camp, fastening the fuse of the thermal bomb to his hand, prepared to confront any impending danger. As the countdown concluded, an overwhelming force surged within Chu Feng, obliterating all that existed before him. The intense pain was nearly unbearable, leading him to contemplate igniting the fuse to escape his torment. Yet, a formidable willpower quelled the urge for self-destruction. On the windowsill, the mother insect observed the unfolding events, sensing the potent aura emanating from Chu Feng. The flickering light of her compound eyes mirrored her inner turmoil. This was an elevation of existence, a comprehensive enhancement that she yearned for. However, despite her relentless efforts, she remained shackled by the constraints of her own form. At that moment, her envy towards Chu Feng was unprecedented, a feeling she had never experienced before, a burning desire to obliterate the bipedal creature before her. Human life level, D-combat performance, D-scientific innovations, D evolutionary potential. The overall rating, D- as the promotion concluded, Chu Feng gently removed the fuse from his hand, wary that an excess of excitement might lead to his own demise. Name, Chu Feng. Race, human. Rank, corporal. 0500. Title, merit 1. 5. Can be exchanged for items in the merit shop. Accessible after reaching 100 merit points. Battlefield skills, firearms expert. Battlefield senses, tactical movement specialist. Biological magnetic field. Equipment, QJ-171 heavy machine gun, QLU, 131 Sniper Grenade Launcher, QJZ-171 Electromagnetic Modification, Destroyer KBUK, 1 Electromagnetic Rifle. Various Auxiliary Equipment. Faction. None. Camp. None. Map. Basic Corporal Map. Communication. Basic Corporal Communication, gazing at his attribute panel. He was pleased to find an abundance of available weapons and equipment. Most importantly, his life level had ascended to D-, and his combat performance had also improved. He pondered whether other beings experienced such significant transformations during their elevations, attributing this perhaps to the evolutionary potential. Grasping a severed limb of the foot-scythe insect, Chu Feng pierced it against his skin, feeling a remarkable increase in his defensive capabilities. Indeed, his skin felt unusually resilient, as the sharp appendage failed to easily breach it. While his defenses still paled in comparison to those of the golden-armored beetle, they were undeniably stronger than before. Both his strength and speed had surged exponentially. With the right weaponry and technique, close-quarters combat with the insects was no longer an impossibility. The biological magnetic field test revealed a voltage of 25 kV, peaking an impressive 30 kV. Observing these figures, Chu Feng mused, "Am I still human? If I were to return to Blue Star, would I be free to act as I desire?" Such thoughts were swiftly dismissed, yet the temptation to test this notion lingered. Can I ascend to great heights like those depicted in Xinxia films, soaring through the skies on a sword? A myriad of chaotic thoughts flooded my mind. Chu Feng felt an overwhelming desire to dance upon the edge of a blade, especially when recalling the realms portrayed in Xinxia cinema. Unable to suppress his impulse, he grasped the white skill crystal core. Basic skill crystal core, upon consumption, grants corresponding basic skills based on the individual, human, obtainable skills. 1. Close combat expert. Considering human conditions and overall rating, appropriate technology will be granted. 2. Battlefield intuition. 3. Biological magnetic field, upper limit enhancement. This time, a skill demonstration effect was provided, albeit only for the close combat expert. Chu Feng touched the Giapro on his shoulder, ensuring it was functioning, and began to observe. The familiar shadow emerged, the same trench, albeit with different attire. Light armor adorned vital areas, accompanied by a layer of luminous membrane, suggesting extraordinary defensive capabilities. The insectoid horde surged forth. These creatures were veritable instruments of war, their bodies bristling with spikes and sharp pincers. The shadow unsheathed a short staff from its back, gripping it at the center as two streams of high-energy particles surged forth from either end. "What the?" Chu Feng exclaimed in astonishment. "A laser sword?" With practiced finesse, the shadow plunged into the swarm, effortlessly slicing through the carcasses with a laser weapon. As the insects multiplied around him, the staff transformed into dual short swords with a mere flick of his wrists, enhancing agility. The insect attack struck against the luminous membrane, which held firm until, after several assaults, it weakened and ultimately shattered. The shadow was soon engulfed by the swarm. This approach was inadequate. Close combat could only serve as a last resort, while primary destruction relied on the weapons at hand. Chu Feng felt a pang of indecision, but ultimately resolved to select the close combat expert. Knowledge is invaluable. Those astute researchers might derive greater inspiration from this, potentially leading to the development of new weapons and technologies. My motivations transcend personal desires. They are for my homeland. After all, contributing to technological advancement. Having found a compelling justification, he ingested the skill crystal core. Selecting close combat expert, knowledge transfer imminent. Please prepare for reception. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Countless formulas, blueprints, and relevant weapon effects. After a few minutes of dizziness, he assimilated the technology completely. To his surprise, these crystal cores could also serve as energy sources. Chu Feng glanced at his backpack. The technological tree provided by the infinite battlefield wholly relied on the crystal cores. The gray crystal core was no longer merely a means to enhance physical prowess. It could also endow weapons and even vehicles with capabilities. This was an exceptionally pure energy source, though one must guard against it being consumed by others. This was splendid. During the next transfer, he could further bolster national strength. Time until the next transfer of supplies. 5 days, 18 hours. In 14 minutes, private supply transfer restrictions. Frequency. Once every 6 days. Item specifications. 6 cubic meters of inanimate matter. The transfer restrictions were also being lifted, particularly the time frame, which had been reduced by an entire day. The future undoubtedly held the promise of opening a transfer portal. Witnessing the relaxation of restrictions filled him with exhilaration. Soon, he would be able to meet others. The solitude on the battlefield of myriad realms is truly excruciating. Were it not for the unwavering conviction within his heart, the prospect of vanquishing foes and gaining strength might drive a person to madness. Particularly poignant is his emotional connection to the mother insect, the sole being with whom Chu Feng can truly communicate in this world. To inflict harm upon her is not beyond his capability, yet he cannot bring himself to do so. In Blue Star, number 1 was diligently engrossed in work when suddenly, the countdown for transportation was extended by a full day. Upon reviewing the pertinent details, he joyfully rose and hastened to the underground base. Old Zhang, the busy researcher, academician Zhang, was taken aback by number 1's excitement, thinking something extraordinary had occurred. "Chief, please slow down," he urged, rushing to meet him. Chu Feng's military rank has been elevated and the transportation restrictions have been altered. Huh? Academician Zhang paused in astonishment and quickly inquired, "What are the current restrictions?" 6 days of cool down and 6 cubic units of inanimate matter. Excellent. While the transport capacity is secondary, the reduction in time is of paramount importance. Academician Zhang grasped number 1's arm and urged, "Come, let us consult the analysts. They possess foresight regarding the situation." Chapter 36. Easing of transport restrictions. The two individuals arrived at an office area where 5 young people were gathered around a colossal computer, its work lights flickering incessantly. Each had a screen before them, and the sound of fingers tapping on keyboards filled the entire space. "Everyone, please pause for a moment," the analyst in charge said. The analysts looked up, excitement lighting their faces as they greeted number 1. Number 1 smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before pointing to a fellow in the corner. "You must be the clever one." The individual sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. "Chief, I was merely trying to put forth my efforts." "Excellent. Maintain that enthusiasm," number 1 encouraged. Unexpectedly receiving praise, the young man straightened up and declared, "I humbly request your permission to be among the first to provide support." The others rolled their eyes, silently cursing, feeling outpaced by this young upstart. "Enough of this chatter." Academician Zhang scolded sharply. "I have summoned you for a matter that requires analysis." He then invited number 1 to elaborate. Number 1 conveyed the situation, and the analysts hurriedly began inputting relevant data into the computer. New data continuously emerged, causing number 1's brow to furrow as he observed. "Old Zhang, what is the foundation for this data analysis? Or rather, what is the reference point?" "The previous human warfare models. Essentially, everything transmitted back by Chu Feng has been digitized." Zhang replied. "Is it of any reference value?" "Well," academician Zhang faltered, "is it meaningful?" "Yes, but to what extent?" Number 1 addressed the analysts. "I understand your conventional working methods, but Chu Feng resides in an entirely different world. Last time, a comrade made an empiricist error, nearly jeopardizing our mission. Thus, I implore you not to repeat that mistake." Everyone knew whom the chief was referring to. "Chief, I have something to say," the same researcher interjected. "Speak." "I believe this analysis is indeed necessary, particularly the 24-hour map simulations and related data." Number 1's interest was piqued. "We have refrained from publicizing the relevant comparisons out of fear that it might dampen everyone's morale." "Oh, even I was unaware?" Number 1 exclaimed, genuinely surprised. "Yes. It was a decision made by our team leader. It cannot be disclosed." "You little rascal." An older researcher stepped forward. "Chief, the decision was mine. Pray tell, what disparity has instilled such fear in you?" Academician Zhang approached, ready to confront him. "Speak, and I shall deal with you afterward." "We have reached a conclusion. Should all military forces from Blue Star be deployed, they would be obliterated by either side within merely 6 hours. There is no doubt. No method to avert this. Not even nuclear weapons?" Number 1 inquired. "Not at all. In fact, their use is absolutely prohibited. We are uncertain how nuclear radiation would affect those beings. It could potentially serve as nourishment for them. Number 1 nodded gravely. Your reasoning is sound. We must not view problems through the lens of Blue Star's perspectives. Chief, there's still some good news. Is it impossible to express everything in one go? Academician Zhang remarked, slightly annoyed. Old Zhang, temper your disposition. If it weren't for the reinforced crystal nuclei and that arm's blood, you would have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage long ago. Embarrassed, Academician Zhang retracted his leg and said, Thank you, Xiao Chu. Please continue. The analyst resumed. Based on the current enhancements brought back by Chu Feng, in terms of the strength and pace of our research, we anticipate that in 200 years, we will officially ascend to the battlefield of the myriad realms, rather than being crushed like cannon fodder in an instant. This truly is promising news. Do not lose heart. Chief, this is based on previous data. The new information you just provided has yet to be analyzed. However, we can roughly infer that this timeline could be shortened by 50 years, making it 150 years. The chief paused. Chu Feng's recent enhancements are indeed timely. He continued, Several outcomes may arise, and I shall outline them for you. The analyst began to elaborate. If Chu Feng maintains his pace of enhancement, each delivery could elevate our military rank by 1 level. Should the next items he delivers yield significant advancements, this timeline may be further reduced. That will be the most favorable outcome. And what about the less favorable outcomes? The chief inquired. It cannot be deemed unfavorable per se, according to the laws governing development. The rate of enhancement will inevitably decelerate, particularly as military ranks increase, which will extend the timeline. A century may be a more prudent estimate. The chief shook his head in amusement. Am I to be deprived of this in my lifetime? There are also radical outcomes, though they appear almost too good to be true. Please, share this optimistic scenario with me. That would entail a mere 3 years. If Chu Feng's enhancements remain unbound by time, we could meet the conditions for entering the battlefield within 3 years. The chief struggled to believe this and asked, What are the prerequisites? What about the improvement of the populace's capabilities? The sooner we commence, the better, he responded, having grasped the situation. The chief turned to leave. Academician Zhang, accompany me. Old Zhang wished to express further grievances, but found no opportunity. Leader, why not disclose the worst-case scenario? There is no need. Let us continue our analysis. Ideally, we should also devise corresponding strategies. With that, he sat down and resumed his work. The worst-case scenario is the invasion of Blue Star by the battlefield of the myriad realms, resulting in instant devastation. The chief and the analyst enter the conference room. Academician Zhang, if Chu Feng can deliver even better items this time, could the Universal Ascension plan be expedited? Chief, this involves numerous facets, especially concerning external hostile forces. What measures shall we take? Surely, the details of our potions will leak. The chief replied, I have already contemplated this, through Chen Bo's plan. We can first clarify the power disparity for both parties. We must also be wary of those who might act out of desperation, Academician Zhang cautioned. All of this is accounted for in our plan. Chu Feng's enhancements are certain to yield superior items, after which we can formulate a strategy based on the situation. Number 1 subsequently fell into deep contemplation, and after a brief moment, raised his head. Is it possible to incorporate the enhancement agent into the genetic coding? Academician Zhang was momentarily taken aback, as he comprehended that Number 1 was referring specifically to a serum intended for the Chinese populace. Indeed, this technological advancement had already surpassed expectations. It could even integrate a gene of annihilation, ensuring that those not of Chinese descent would experience genetic collapse upon ingestion. However, such measures were deemed unnecessary. A mere lack of effect, or even a simple case of diarrhea, would suffice, as both combat effectiveness and productivity were at stake. Number 1 quickly interjected, for if such a course were to be pursued, the implications could be perilous. After all, these individuals would still be needed as expendable resources in the future. The two engaged in a discussion within the conference room, outlining a general direction, while they awaited Chu Feng's next material delivery. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chun Bai and his team had already arrived in the Middle East, traversing the vast desert. Chapter 37. A particularly effortless revenge, Captain. The magnetic field detection device is truly remarkable. It can spot insects buried several meters underground. Focus on the personnel. Refrain from fixating on the insects. 3 khaki-colored jeeps raced through the desert, stirring up plumes of dust. Chunbai occupied the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, with 3 sets of shielding and detection equipment stationed in each of the vehicles. Captain, is it truly impossible for the enemy's radar and infrared detection to spot us? Certainly not, unless they were to use their eyes. But do you find that likely? Not all. With such advanced technology, those American forces would never endure the harshness of the vast desert. One of the team members responded from a back seat. Stay focused. We should be nearing our destination. The captain announced, I have a sighting, 3 o'clock, 1 kilometer ahead. Halt! All 3 vehicles came to a simultaneous stop. We will proceed on foot. Activating the shielding device at maximum power. The 12 men advanced through the sandstorm, the desert night, exceptionally cold. Captain, this attire is phenomenal, even at -10 degrees. I feel no chill, one team member marveled. I truly wish to behold this Chu Feng in person, to understand how he survived in that realm and managed to bring back such valuable items. The other members echoed his sentiments. After 5 minutes of walking, a peculiar small mound came into view. The forward scout knelt, clenching his fist, prompting everyone to halt. Now, synchronize the operational map, Chunbai commanded. The team members pulled down the windproof masks on their helmets, revealing a comprehensive map displayed before them. This underground base comprises 5 levels, each guarded by approximately 30 personnel. Base 1, we have reached the entrance. Permission to enter, please. Enter. Acknowledged. Chunbai turned to his team. Time check, 3:44 a.m. 3:44 am. 3:44 am. The shielding device is set to maximum. Breaching tools prepared. The shielding signal has reached its peak, reported a team member with a larger backpack. The breaching tools are ready. Another team member surprisingly produced a 3-foot-long tang knife. Let us move. The 12 men approached the small mound, unveiling a door seamlessly integrated with the rocks. Inside, there lay a massive alloy door, revealing overhead machine guns and cameras. Chunbai glanced back. The shielding operator nodded, and then patted the team member holding the tang knife. He swiftly advanced to the door, inserting the knife into the crevice and deftly slicing around the perimeter as if cutting through tofu. In the underground laboratory, the tactical conference room, General Zhou of the 1st and 3rd Armies observed this operation. Soldiers not participating in the mission watched enviously, murmuring amongst themselves. I envy that fortunate group immensely for seizing this mission. Indeed, just look at that equipment. The alloy door is as soft as tofu, and that shielding device renders the Americans blind as bats. Speak up if you wish to voice your thoughts. Yet, those claiming to be warriors exhibit the timidity of mice. Zhao admonished. Number 1 chuckled, assuring everyone not to be anxious and to regard this operation merely as a drill, encouraging open discourse as he expressed his eagerness to hear the thoughts of the youth. Immediately, a researcher stood up, declaring, I believe this exercise is devoid of any significance. Oh. Number 1 responded with intrigue. What leads you to such conclusion? The technological disparity is too vast. I could accomplish the same, the researcher retorted. Number 1 momentarily faltered at a loss for words. You insolent wretch, sit down. Academician Zhang swiftly intervened. I speak the truth. Observe how straightforward it is, the researcher continued. After Chun Bo and his team entered the underground bunker, the tactical display revealed the locations of every enemy. Look, it's akin to having a cheat code. What purpose does it serve? As 2 patrolmen approached from around the corner, Chun Bo gestured discreetly. The duo drew their electromagnetic sidearms, adjusting the power to its lowest setting before aiming at the corner. Puff, puff. The unique sound of the kbudk, one electromagnetic rifle, echoed softly. The nearly imperceptible bullets struck with precision, entering the temples of their targets, while the other 2 team members advanced to secure the bodies without uttering a sound. Indeed, it appeared somewhat simplistic. The personnel within the base observed the unfolding scene on the screen. By the way, ISNT the camera ineffective? Can it capture them? Only visible to the naked eye. Academician Zhang clarified. The new jamming device can simulate signal sources. In the surveillance feed, it's merely the original footage, devoid of their presence. In the underground bunker's second floor, within the monitoring room, the seated soldiers muttered, "Where are those two scoundrels, Fletcher? Have they patrolled to the women's bellies?" "Huh. If there were women's bellies, I'd de-patrol there myself. Those two knaves have vanished. Who knows where they've gone?" "Care for a smoke?" the African-American inquired, producing a cigarette-like object from his pocket. "Come on, it's late at night. No one will check." "Then hurry. Light it up for me." Instantly, the monitoring room was enveloped in a haze. On the now deserted screen, 6 corpses lay sprawled. Chunbo and his 12 men methodically eliminated targets in each room without ever opening a door, shooting through the thick blast-proof barriers. "Cruel, far too cruel," lamented the researchers in the tactical office. "How tedious, exceedingly tedious," one sighed. "There hasn't even been a chance for close combat. The Eagle faction truly is inept." Old Zoe address number 1. "Such drills indeed hold little reference value. If all exercises were like this, what is the point of conventional warfare? Just equip the lads in the military and let them rampage. They might not even manage to test the bulletproof capabilities." On the screen, Chunbo and his team had reached the second floor, still undetected. "Captain, which floor do we need to target?" "It should be the 5th floor. Let us examine where the defenses are most fortified." The rear team commenced operating the computer on their arms. "The 5th floor exhibits a chaotic magnetic field. Let us control the elevator and proceed directly to the 5th floor." As the team approached the elevator, the doors opened, descending without delay. At the 5th floor entrance stood 2 guards. "Eliminate." The grand door creaked open, and 2 guards turned in astonishment to investigate. A soft hiss echoed. 2-minute puncture wounds appeared upon their foreheads. Gently, they laid the lifeless body aside, while 2 tactical formations advanced cautiously. Outside the elevator lay an elongated corridor, flanked by various rooms, some adorned with glass doors, others devoid of such barriers. Through the visors, dispersed personnel came into view. Chunbai signaled with tactical gestures as individuals within the rooms were systematically eliminated. Ahead, in a central location, stood a transparent chamber, approximately 5 square meters in size, containing solely a glass pedestal, upon which rested a solitary hard drive. Surrounding the room were an array of surveillance and protective apparatus, as well as weaponry. Once the 5th floor personnel had been entirely neutralized, the team approached the chamber. They breached the entrance and severed all operational devices. One of the team members manipulated their personal terminal, and the door to the room smoothly opened, rendering the surrounding equipment inoperative as it hung limply. Chunbai stepped inside, meticulously inspecting the area around the pedestal. "Is there a gravitational sensing device? Has it been disabled?" he inquired. "Please hold on. This is somewhat complicated." Indeed, ancient machinery remains remarkably reliable. Chapter 38. A gift as radiant as the sun. One of the team members retrieved pliers and a multifunctional military knife from his backpack, skillfully manipulating them beneath the platform until he finally extracted an unknown linkage. "All right, the hard drive can be taken now." Chunbo detached the hard disk and connected it to his personal terminal. "Base, request for inspection." "Received," responded Academician Zhang, as the researcher swiftly operated on the computer. "No viruses detected. Transmission is permitted." "Transmission allowed." Chunbo clicked on the screen, initiating the transfer process. The progress bar advanced rapidly, with an estimated transfer time of 1 minute. Chunbo turned to his companions. "Let us prepare the gift, ensuring that Eagle Sauce feels our affection." The team members began to place explosives in various rooms, and 1 minute later, they returned, the data transmission complete. "Mission accomplished. Requesting extraction." "Permission granted." Chunbo led his team in retreat, while simultaneously positioning numerous explosives at critical locations throughout the underground fortress. Cameras were also installed at key points, allowing everyone to witness Eagle Sauce's reaction in real time. The detonation devices on the bombs utilized magnetic fields, ensuring they could be triggered from any distance. Once everything was completed, the group successfully returned to their vehicle and departed. In a tactical conference room, Academician Zhang scrutinized the designs displayed on the screen. The designs were devoid of any meaningful innovation. A mere electromagnetic gun could trigger this nuclear reactor, showcasing the sheer folly of Eagle Sauce. Zhang scathingly criticized the design. "Old Zhang, Have you discovered a method to neutralize or restore the nuclear-contaminated environment? Inquiry number 1 suddenly. We have a lead. The radiation emitted from that arm possesses a potent neutralizing effect. If we can understand it thoroughly, we could rapidly restore the ecosystem post-nuclear war. Perhaps even forge a better world. Academician Zhang stated meticulously. We need not be overly concerned, as long as it remains in Hua country. I assure you they will not detonate it. Let's not be overly naive. The enemy is not foolish and will soon develop countermeasures, particularly following this act of retribution. Number 1 cautioned, considering all possibilities. You also noted that gravity device. Sometimes, the most rudimentary methods prove to be the most reliable. Academician Zhang nodded in agreement. Indeed, utilizing the simplest detonation methods devoid of any electronic components would render the magnetic field disruptors ineffective. Thus, discovering a fundamentally sound solution is paramount. The following morning, Chunbo and his team were already seated on a commercial flight bound for the European continent, their equipment having passed security checks without raising any suspicions. Meanwhile, in the underground base of Eagle Sauce, those who survived began their daily routines. The base was eerily quiet, and soon, someone noticed something amiss and began to investigate. Upon inspection, it became apparent that over half of the personnel had perished overnight, and not a single sound had been made. It bore no resemblance to a human intrusion. In a panic, they reported the situation to the Pentagon, causing a ripple of shock among the upper echelons of Eagle Sauce. The joint inspection team swiftly departed, while all living individuals within the base were confined, sealing off the premises to preserve every trace within. Chun Bai and his team disembarked from the aircraft and boarded the prepared vehicles, heading towards the data center. The investigation team from Eagle Sauce had just arrived at the entrance of the underground base. An elderly investigator gazed at the cut marks on the door, his face a mask of disbelief. What could have caused these marks? Does anyone know? No one dared to respond. 2 personnel engaged in restoring equipment and retrieving data reported. Chief, there are no anomalies in the data. Yet this is the greatest anomaly of all. Someone has breached the door. Why would there be no anomalies? They proceeded with their investigation inside the base. Upon entering, they discovered 2 corpses in the corridor. The 2 individuals hastily approached, cautiously examining the bodies, confirming the absence of any concealed explosives before searching for the cause of death. Chief, both of these individuals have been shot through the head by an unknown weapon, their brains reduced to pulp. As he spoke, he stood up to inspect the rear wall, discovering 2 tiny holes. Chief, come quickly. The elder approached the wall, examining the holes above, and began to simulate the scenario. 2 of you, assist me. Walk towards the corner in normal pace. The elder positioned himself where Chun Bai and his team had fired yesterday, making slight adjustments before finally standing still. It should be here. He mimicked holding a gun and declared now. The 2 collaborators emerged from the corner. Bang, bang. The elder simulated firing twice, then moved forward to gently lay the 2 individuals down. This should be the sequence of the murders, but what weapon did they use? The elder fell into contemplation and subsequently instructed, break down the wall to find the bullets. Even fragments will suffice. The rest of you, search the key locations, split into 3 teams. The monitoring room, the data center, and the holding area. After a thorough inquiry and search, no clues were found. Only indistinct footprints on the ground. Take impressions of these footprints and compare them with the database. I must identify these scoundrels. He paused, adding, the primary target is Huagua. Orders and related data had already been transmitted back to the Eagle Sauce headquarters, and comparisons had commenced. A report came through, confirming that the latest M10A1 tank blueprints were missing. Understood. Continue the search. On the 5th underground level, the agents quickly discovered the explosives left by Chun Bai and his team, though these explosives had a peculiar design. Report, suspicious items discovered. What? It resembles a box. The size of a matchbox. We can rule out the possibility of it being a bomb. Bring it here. Received. As they picked up the explosive to examine its contents. The next moment, a blinding white light erupted from the matchbox. Countless matchboxes within the base detonated in a chain reaction. Suddenly, a colossal sun appeared on the screen of the CIA command center, marking the location of the underground fortress. Damn it, damn it. The person in charge cursed madly. The footprint comparison yielded results. Report. Speak. The footprint comparison has yielded results. Displayed upon the grand screen, I demand to discern which faction is involved. The visage of Chun Bo takes center stage, accompanied by a brief biography. Indeed, it is Huan Nation. I am aware of this individual, a significant source of trouble. The commander recalls how Chun Bo has thwarted several missions under his command. First, contain the information. I must report to higher authorities. Half an hour later, within the White House, the commander stands in his office holding a briefing document. The president, flanked by his secretary, strides in with urgency. Let's commence. At approximately 3:40 a.m. today, our underground research facility in the Middle East was besieged by a band of marauders, resulting in the theft of the latest M10A1 nuclear-powered tank blueprints. This morning at 9:15 a.m., our advanced troops arrived at the facility, detonating the explosives planted by the assailants. The entire establishment was obliterated with no survivors. The president, who had been annotating the document, abruptly looks up. You mean to say the blueprints were lost and all personnel perished? Indeed, Your Excellency. Who is responsible? Huan Nation. Chapter 39. One after another. The silence lingered. Do you comprehend the ramifications of this incident? Yes. What the evidence? Is there sufficient proof establishing that this assault was orchestrated by Huan Nation? This time, it was the commander who remained silent. Only a single set of footprints remained, and they belonged to a high-ranking military officer from Huan Nation. The president inquired swiftly, is it possible that this individual was contracted by another organization? Your Excellency, you may be unaware of the ethos of Huan Nation's military. Such a scenario is utterly implausible. The president, arms crossed and leaning forward, retorted, My commander, with merely one pair of footprints, you assert that Hua is to blame. What am I to do with this information? Should I disgrace myself at the United Nations, or make an urgent call to demand accountability? Your Excellency, what I propose is that we can initiate actions against Huan Nation. The president flung a report from his drawer onto the table, furiously questioning, Look at this. If indeed Hua is responsible, it is also your doing. The commander perused the document, which detailed the circumstances surrounding the airport terrorist attack. You undertook such operations without congressional authorization? How dare you act in this capacity? Explain yourself. The commander found himself at a loss for words. The underground stronghold had fallen, resulting in numerous casualties, and inevitably, someone had to take the blame. Now it seemed he was that scapegoat. Your Excellency, the Director of Information from the Department of Homeland Security requests an audience. A significant situation has arisen. Let him in. Moments later, a Mediterranean intermediary hurried into the office. Your Excellency, we have been attacked at the information center on the European continent, and all critical data has been lost. What did you say? A cascade of calamities unfolded this morning. What data has been lost? Primarily economic data, including various overseas state assets, as well as the existence of several secret companies. The president held his head in dismay. What is the extent of the loss? Approximately 20 trillion. What did you say? The president slammed his hand on the table and began pacing the room. What are the chances of recovery? The commander observed the unfolding scene with a sense of schadenfreude. Their blunder seemed insignificant in comparison to this debacle. Do you know who perpetrated this? The president queried. The Director of Information produced a PAD, displaying a Polaroid photograph. This was inadvertently captured by a tourist. This individual entered the data center, and 10 minutes later, the database was breached, resulting in data loss. The president scrutinized the profile in the photograph. It was an Asian visage, then turned to the commander. Can we locate this person? No need to search. It is Chun Bai, the owner of that set of footprints. The president fell into silence. Sinking into the sofa, has Huan Nation's technology reached such heights? No one spoke. The president turned to the commander. It is lamentable. Had my personnel been tasked with these two assignments, they would have been utterly incapable of completion. Damn it. The president erupted in fury. We cannot let this matter rest. What are your thoughts? Tariffs? Forcing Huagua to return the data? Inquired the data supervisor. The president shook his head and instructed his secretary. Postpone everything scheduled for today and summon the heads from each department. Understood. The White House was in disarray. while Chunbai and his team were en route to Northern Europe on a train. A small, dark-skinned team member glanced at the ring in Chunbai's hand and asked, "Captain, how much is the data worth?" Chunbai shot him a look. "Do you truly wish to know?" "Well, I'm curious to see," he replied. "But I must warn you, don't react too strongly, or you might end up damaging the train and wasting our time. Just tell me." "I'm not the type to be scared by mere numbers," he retorted. With a smile, Chunbai declared 20 trillion. Eagleblade, the small, dark team member, appeared dazed, his eyes vacant. Chunbai waved his hand in front of him, but he remained unresponsive until Chunbai finally slapped him. "Smarten up." The dark-skinned one grasped Chunbai's arm, exclaiming, 20 trillion, Captain. If that were all in cash, it could form a mountain." "Not quite," Chunbai replied. "Just imagine. If this were my hometown, everyone could drive luxury cars and live in mansions." "Is that all you can think of?" Chunbai rolled his eyes. "I can't think of any other uses for such wealth. It won't change the fact that we still need 3 meals a day and a bed to sleep in." "Well, you can sleep on a hard bed half the night and a mattress the other half," teased another team member. "Shut it. We've had enough of this," came the retort, followed by laughter from all 12 of them. Soon, a train attendant approached, urging them to quiet down. "Rest. We'll commence our operations after disembarking," Chunbai commanded coldly. The team members found comfortable spots and began to doze off. Chunbai pulled out his laptop, examining the blueprints and intelligence. There were 2 individuals they needed to rescue. One was a biological expert from Xiong country named Ivan, who had been imprisoned for refusing to cooperate with the Eagle Nation. The other was a nanomaterials expert named Mark from the Eagle Nation, who had instigated a massive protest against oligarchic rule at universities, resulting in numerous casualties. Both were among the foremost in their respective fields. Killing them would be a waste, yet keeping them imprisoned was not a viable option. After disembarking, Chunbai and his team found the platform blanketed in white. "Captain, we've certainly covered a significant distance these past few days. Once we complete this final mission, we can return and rest, awaiting Chu Feng to deliver our supplies," one remarked. Chunbai took a deep breath, exhaling a cloud of white vapor. Upon exiting the station, they climbed into 3 jeeps and set forth towards the Arctic Circle. As night fell, the northern lights flickered above, on the desolate ice fields. The vehicles could no longer maintain speed, prompting the group to halt before a pine forest and set it ablaze. Venturing into the forest, they soon spotted 6 snowmobiles racing out, swiftly traversing the icy expanse. In the depths of the icy expanse, a pallid landscape unfolds, dominated by a stark white fortress that stands resolutely amidst the desolation. Within the confines of this prison, 2 adjacent chambers reveal a burly man, bare-chested and robustly hairy, engaged in rigorous training. "Big Ivan, you, a scientist, training like a bodybuilding champion. Are you out of your mind?" A voice teases from the next room. "You know nothing. In this godforsaken place, devoid of even a woman, I might just lose my senses and break you." He retorts, "Oh, come on. I'll make sure you never think of such matters again," comes the reply from the neighboring cell, belonging to Mark, another white man. Will we ever get out of here?" Mark suddenly laments. "You bastards in your country, you'll never think of getting out in this lifetime. If it comes to that, shall we consider a compromise? We could continue our destructive endeavors," Mark proposes, his mind turning to darker schemes. "I think it's feasible. You go first, and then you can bring me along later." Just as the 2 engage in their banter, the heavy door swings open, revealing 2 figures clad entirely in black, gazing intently at them. Chapter 40, Unexpected Companions. Checking the photo on the personal terminal on his arm, Chunbai remarked, "Captain, something seems amiss here. What is going on?" He had just come from Mark's room. Observing the sweat-drenched, robust man, he noted Ivan on the computer, appearing delicate and frail. "That's Ivan. He is a fitness fanatic with some peculiarities, neglecting personal grooming. Hence, you may not recognize him. Do you speak Chinese?" Chunbai inquired, gazing at Mark in confusion. "During my time in prison, I had the opportunity to learn alongside your companion." "Companion?" Even Chunbai was perplexed, as the intelligence reports had not mentioned any Chinese nationals in this prison. "Who is he?" "Xiao Zimiang. Not sure if you know him." "Wait a moment." Chunbai stepped away to communicate with the base. In the corridor, with its peeling walls, lay a dozen corpses, each marked by a crimson dot on their foreheads. Base, please respond." Received. Please proceed. Please search the database for Qiu Ziming. One moment. Found. Qiu Ziming, a renowned quantum communications expert from our country, tragically passed away during a business trip a year ago at the age of 43. If he is indeed alive, do you require his retrieval? What? Please hold. In a chaotic underground laboratory, news of Qiu Ziming's survival spread swiftly, and half a minute later, the response came through. Ensure his retrieval. Understood. Upon returning to the cell, Chunbai witnessed Mark and Ivan rummaging through the equipment on their team members. Is your technology in China advanced to this extent? Ivan remarked. Mark, incessantly rubbing his clothing, replied, this is not made from nanomaterials. It appears you aren't wearing thermal clothing. How does it generate heat autonomously? No, wait, this texture resembles that of a biological shell. Ivan discerned some clues. Please take us to find Qiu Ziming, and we shall also facilitate your departure to China. Wait. Ivan quickly raised his hand. What are your intentions? To take you away in exchange for the knowledge and technology within your minds. No need for that. Just show me the technology, and I will willingly follow you. Ivan pointed at their gear. Mark, taken aback for a moment, added, I am of the same mind. Knowledge sharing is paramount. I will share my technology without reservation. Chunbai smiled. No problem. There will be dedicated personnel to liaise with you. Let us go find Xiao Qiu now. Mark took the lead, stepping into the corridor and glancing back in astonishment at the bodies on the ground. Are the weapons advanced to this level? The group proceeded to the 5th floor, with Mark and Ivan confined on the 3rd. Chunbai led the way, signaling tactically as he pointed towards the corner ahead. 2 team members immediately aimed their guns at the wall. With a soft hiss, 2 faint sounds echoed, and a subtle electric arc flickered as they advanced once more. Ivan was even more astonished. Portable electromagnetic weapons? Chunbai and the team remained silent. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Such advanced technology should have emerged at least 15 years ago. Mark was astonished by another matter. How did you discover those guards? And why didn't the surveillance within the prison detect us? The cameras overhead blinked with a green light. You will understand once you arrive in Huagua, Chunbai teased, leading the group smoothly to the 5th floor. Ahead, the 5th door marked the cell of Qiu Ziming. Mark pointed towards a corridor ahead. The 5th floor was the highest level, and the temperature here was considerably lower than below. Water stains were visible on the ceiling, and moss clung to the walls, indicating high humidity and a biting cold that would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Easily unlocking the cell door, they found a room even colder than the corridor. A figure lay on the iron bed, facing the wall, covered only by a thin blanket. Chunbai gestured for the team to step forward and turn Qiu Ziming over. Captain, it's definitely Qiu Ziming, but his breath is exceedingly faint, and he could perish at any moment. Let me take a look. Chunbai approached to assess the situation. Base, please check the target's physical condition and transmit the magnetic field data back. Chunbai swiftly scanned, and the computer terminal displayed an extremely weak magnetic field, like a candle flickering in the wind. Confirmed, this individual is Qiu Ziming, with vital signs critically low. It is advised to use the enhancement crystal core for treatment. The suggestion from academician Zhang echoed in his earpiece. Chunbai hurriedly reached into his pocket and retrieved a gray crystal core. Mark and Ivan, behind him, were puzzled. The man was on the brink of death. So what was the purpose of a crystal that appeared to be filled with impurities? Chunbai placed the crystal into the mouth of the yellow-skinned man on the bed. It vanished. Where did the crystal go? Could this be what the Huagua people refer to as melting upon entry? Confused thoughts swirled in their minds. The next moment, a more shocking event occurred. The dying man took a breath and slowly sat up. I'm not dead. Qiu Ziming looked around in bewilderment, his gaze landing on the man dressed in black before him. Who are you? Chunbai removed his headgear. I am your compatriot. Upon seeing Chunbai's face, Qiu Ziming froze for a moment, then suddenly grasped Chunbai's arms tightly, afraid he might vanish. I'm not dreaming, right? You are a Huagua person? Indeed, we have come to bring you home. Chunbai helped Qiu Ziming to his feet. Assess your body. Can you walk? Certainly not. I haven't eaten in several days and have been beaten by the guards. As he spoke, Chunbai released his grip, and Qiu Ziming staggered but managed to stand upright. Huh? Xiao Ziming quickly lifted his shirt, revealing only a few bruises on his abdomen and chest. Is this all? These injuries are from today's beating. Don't worry. Your injuries and physical condition are nearly stabilized, sufficient to handle the current situation. Now, put on this set of equipment, Chun Bai instructed his companions. Dress warmly. Xiao Ziming looked at the plain black tactical uniform before him, identical to what Chun Bai wore, feeling its thin and lightweight texture. This outfit keeps one warm? You shouldn't give it to me. I'll wear it. Mark swiftly emerged from behind, eager to retrieve the garments. Don't worry, I've got both of you covered. Chun Bai interjected, subsequently producing 2 additional sets. Mark and Ivan eagerly donned the attire, exclaiming, wow, it truly regulates temperature autonomously. Is this outfit designed to keep warm in winter and cool in summer? Mark gazed at Chun Bai with excitement, observing Mark's enthusiasm. Xiao Ziming also changed into the outfit, his eyes widening in astonishment as he felt the warmth enveloping him. Do you wish to seek revenge? Chun Bai inquired. Absolutely. The trio responded in unison. Please hold on. I will seek approval. He contacted the base, requesting permission for the 3 rescued individuals to don full gear and engage in combat to assess the adaptation process of ordinary people. Approved, came the reply. After receiving the affirmation, Chun Bai equipped the trio with complete gear, including the Kabuk one. Now, consult your personal terminals to learn how to use them. The 3, possessing high intelligence, quickly grasped the instructions, their mouths incessantly reciting words like miraculous, sci-fi, and extraterrestrial technology. All right, you are now free to pursue your vengeance or repay your debts. Chapter 41. The fractured souls. The trio, armed and exhilarated, exited with fervor. Captain, aren't you concerned about potential complications? Inquired a team member. What complications? Chun Bai gestured to the terminal in his grasp, asserting, all safeguards are under my control. What is there to fear? A chuckle escaped him. Almost forgot. Who could have anticipated the necessity for such advanced weaponry? In the past, I envied the equipment of others during missions, and now those very individuals cannot even catch a glimpse of our shadows. How delightful. Enough chatter. Keep pace, and ensure they do not encounter any misfortune. The 3 halted in the corridor. Mark remarked, now we can exact our revenge, yet I cannot recall who deserves to perish. Ivan nudged him. What are you pondering? Anyone who has wronged you, or considers betraying us to the Americans, should be eliminated. Most importantly, we must ensure that none of the guards survive. Ivan had long since familiarized himself with the prison's layout and was aware of the guards' locations. Meanwhile, those fated for demise were engrossed in a televised match. You know, in this desolate place, there isn't a single woman. One guard tossed aside an empty bottle. You have a month left before your leave. Be grateful. I still have half a year to endure. This match is utterly uninteresting, and the beer lacks flavor. Perhaps we should find some company? Mike, behave yourself. That Chinese fellow almost met his end because of you. Don't stir up trouble again, admonished a bald, muscular man seated closest to the television. Don't be angry, Chief. I was merely jesting, Mike conceded. Little did they know, the corridor outside was already strewn with corpses. Wow, Big Ivan just mastered this national treasure. This firearm is exhilarating, and this helmet must be extraterrestrial technology. Ivan urged, you two, hurry up. You've already vomited thrice. He glanced at Mark and Xiao Ziming, whose faces had turned pale. We are scholars, unlike you, a beast. Mark retorted. It was their first experience with taking a life. A mere physiological reaction. Now line up and unleash a barrage. Eliminate every scoundrel inside. The 3 had reached the outer office of the guards. Faint sounds of the television still audible. They are enjoying themselves. Let us enhance their delight. Enraged, Big Ivan pulled the trigger, unleashing a metallic tempest that obliterated the wall before them. The occupants within turned, only to behold 3 figures clad in black, wielding unfamiliar weaponry, before darkness enveloped them. Death was unavoidable. Xiao Ziming fixated on the guard who had humiliated him. A guttural scream escaped his lips, eyes ablaze with fury as his finger remained steadfast on the trigger, advancing toward the guard who had been reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. In the next instant, the firearms lost power, and a large hand gripped his shoulder firmly. He is already dead. Chunbai had severed the power supply to the 3 guns. Panting heavily, Qiu Ziming collapsed to his knees. Why didn't TU arrive sooner? Why? It was in this moment that his emotions erupted. Chunbai, unsure of what to say, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. I am sorry. We arrived late. As the imposing Ivan approached with a firearm, he remarked, This weapon is splendid. You need not worry about him. It will be over shortly. When I first arrived, I, too, entertained thoughts of annihilating the world. Mark also stepped forward, adding, Indeed, if death is our fate, then let us all perish together. I believe every soul present has contemplated this notion. Qiu Ziming had risen, gazing apologetically at Chen Bo. I sincerely apologize for my earlier outburst. It is of no consequence. Let us depart for home, Chen Bo replied. The group proceeded towards the prison's exit. Upon reaching the frigid wasteland, Mark continued to marvel at the extraordinary nature of his attire. Ivan turned back to gaze at the prison and inquired, Do you think it is proper for us to leave like this? What are your thoughts? Chen Bo asked. Since there are no holidays within the prison, why not grant them a reprieve and release everyone? Mark and Qiu Ziming halted in their tracks. Yes. Let them all be freed. They deserve to revel for a moment. Chen Bo concurred, believing it could also aid in erasing evidence. Let us only secure the main entrance while opening everything else. The team quickly executed the plan, and soon distant alarms and the sound of doors unlocking echoed through the air. After roughly a minute, the prison erupted with jubilation. It appeared they were genuinely elated. The group mounted their snowmobiles and departed. In the White House, the president convened with various influential figures to devise a countermeasure strategy when his secretary rushed into the office. Mr. President, our secret prison in the Arctic has fallen. What did you just say? This marks the 3rd shock within a single day. The suppression forces have already been dispatched, expected to arrive by midday tomorrow. Damn it, tell me it wasn't those dozen or so Chinese individuals again. The secretary hesitated before responding. Unfortunately, it was indeed them. Get me on the phone. I must engage in serious negotiations with China. Before he could proceed, an advisor interrupted. Your Excellency, this situation is not conducive to dialogue. We must carefully consider our objectives and gather necessary evidence, including deterrence measures. The president composed himself and inquired, How long will this take? And to what extent should we prepare? The speaker was Hunter, the president's strategic advisor. I believe a localized conflict is the initial step. Utilizing the territory of specific nations for a limited war would be the worst-case scenario. Very well, let us begin formulating a concrete plan. I hope to communicate with China by this time tomorrow. The White House buzzed with activity once more. Similarly, in the underground laboratory, discussions regarding potential outcomes were underway. This matter cannot remain concealed. It is possible that the Americans are already aware and strategizing. What do you think will transpire next? Elder Zhou remarked. I believe we can guide the course of events. Oh, number 1 expressed interest. What we are currently showcasing are merely individual weapons. We do not possess any strategic weapon capable of altering the balance of power. Surely, in the coming days, the Americans will reach out, maintaining their usual air of superiority. Rather than appearing weak, we should feign strength. Number 1 nodded. I understand your intent, allowing them to remain brazen and take the initiative. Hold on, Academician Zhang interjected. We do not possess the kind of world-altering weapons you suggest. This depends on what Chu Feng can possibly bring back, or rather, what her needs entail. Number 1 observes the transmission time. There are 2 days, 22 hours, and 55 minutes until the next supply transport, with 3 days remaining until the next opportunity. We shall await updates from Eagle Sauce before devising our plans. In the Myriad Realms battlefield, Chu Feng is engrossed in studying the technologies related to close combat. Many resources are lacking, and the means to fabricate them remain elusive. It is imperative to rely on the industrial capabilities and infrastructure of our motherland. How splendid it would be if we could maintain constant communication. On this day, no missions from the Myriad Realms battlefield have been received. The progress in exterminating pests has noticeably diminished. Without new assignments, one wonders when the Soldier King will ever achieve his goals. Recruitment notice. The war in the Great Wilderness Realm has concluded, and there is an urgent need for personnel to clear the battlefield and address the damage caused by the aftermath. Recruitment criteria. Soldiers of all ranks, including the Soldier King. Chapter 42. I shall become a scavenger on the battlefield. Upon confirmation of recruitment, a reward of 10 military merit points will be granted, and you may designate an heir to inherit all that you possess in the myriad realms of the battlefield. During the cleanup on the battlefield, you will receive military merits and other rewards based on your performance. For specifics, please check upon arrival at the battlefield. Do you agree? The unexpected recruitment caught Chu Feng off guard. After a moment, he inquired again. During the battlefield cleanup, will it be possible to transport supplies? Please wait. It appeared that this was an unprecedented situation for the Myriad Realms battlefield. Due to the special circumstances, it is indeed rare for a race to achieve the rank of Warrior King upon first entry. To address any unforeseen occurrences during the cleanup, you are permitted 3 instances of instant communication and transportation during this period, which will not count against your available quotas. If you perform exceptionally on the battlefield, additional rewards will be granted. Can these 3 extra transportation opportunities be utilized now? No. They will be activated after you arrive at the battlefield and successfully complete a task. To go or not to go, Chu Feng found himself in a quandary. By going, he would certainly gather more intelligence and gain a clearer understanding of the battlefield in its entirety. Conversely, if he chose not to go, aside from merely exterminating pests, his advancement would undoubtedly be sluggish, and the completion of the Soldier King rank remained uncertain. Is there danger in the cleanup? Certainly, the potential rewards are proportional to the risks involved. Chu Feng recognized the redundancy of his question. After all, the cleanup would be undertaken by warrior kings. And how could it not be perilous? Do you agree? What is the timeline for heading to the battlefield? How long will it last? And should I prepare food and drink? Based on your current location, you will be among the last group to depart, anticipated to leave in 72 hours. The duration will depend on the cleanup's progress. The battlefield will provide all necessities, so no extensive preparations are required. This was indeed fortuitous. He would also have the opportunity to communicate with his homeland, transporting any valuable findings back. He would load his supplies with ammunition, prepare several firearms, and forego batteries in favor of magazines. At this rate, preparing hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition would suffice. If only he had a spatial ring or something similar, he could store all the weapons and ammunition and obliterate any adversaries. With these chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he readily agreed to the mission. I agree. Please maintain your current location and await further instructions. Chu Feng's spirits soared. This time he would undoubtedly encounter other races and glean insights about the entire battlefield. Before embarking, he meticulously organized all his knowledge and compiled a list of essential items to ensure thorough preparation. Subsequently, he took stock of his existing equipment. One was insufficient. He would request 2 more during communication. And as for ammunition, he envisioned hundreds of thousands of rounds. He also decided to include pressure bombs, as they might prove useful. With his thoughts clear, over the next 3 days, Chu Feng diligently prepared all knowledge and materials for potions, eagerly awaiting transportation. During this time, he immersed himself in research. The new equipment was on the verge of production, needing only relevant devices and materials. Meanwhile, upstairs, the golden-armored beetle remained unusually quiet, the reason for which was unknown. Thus, the 2 parties comfortably settled into their roles as neighbors. 31 minutes remain until the next supply transmission. The time for the transfer is imminent, and all preparations are in order. Blue Star, Underground Laboratory, Team Leader Number 1 awaits the long-anticipated meeting. Have you all considered what you require from Chu Feng? Academician Zhang waved his notebook. I have taken note of everything and prepared an array of advanced materials and equipment, assessing what might be useful for Chu Feng. Chenbai, do you think we are lacking anything in our individual equipment for this mission? Commander, this task has proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The technology of the Eagle faction is simply incomparable and cannot be validated. Chenbai appeared somewhat troubled. Well then, let us designate the hypothetical adversary as the insects of the myriad realms, directing our subsequent research towards high lethality and broad coverage. Number 1 articulated his thoughts. Since Blue Star faces no rivals, we must not confine ourselves to a singular domain. Academician Zhang stood to respond. Rest assured, Commander, our recent research focuses primarily on 2 avenues. First, human evolution, which is fundamental to a powerful nation. Human experimentation is currently progressing smoothly, and widespread implementation is not far off. Second, sheer lethality. We have discovered that the crystal core harbors immense pure energy, which, if utilized appropriately, could potentially replace atomic bombs. Excellent. Since everyone is adequately prepared, let us commence the transmission. With that, time reset to 0, and Chu Feng appeared before the group with a relaxed demeanor and a smile. Commander, I have returned. Ha! It seems you're thriving over there. Even able to crack jokes, number 1 teased. Chu Feng realized that he had seemingly adapted to a life of continuous combat, even beginning to enjoy it, though the recent days spent engrossed in research had left him somewhat irritable. Little Chu, do share your recent discoveries. Chu Feng immediately brightened. First, this vial of serum, which I have recently acquired. The relevant formula is organized. This is a neural enhancement serum that can improve our reflexes, allowing the body and mind to synchronize completely. This serum sounds impressive, but what is its actual efficacy? Chunbai, what is your perspective? Chunbai was momentarily stunned. Commander, this serum could not have arrived at a more opportune time. It is precisely what we need. Oh, I shall provide the professional explanation. Academician Zhang interjected. Chu Feng found this old man amusing, as he always sought to steal the spotlight. Chunbai smiled and made way. The bodies of Chunbai and his companions are strengthening daily, arguably surpassing human limits. However, this does not translate seamlessly into practical application. They remain at the peak of human theoretical potential. The decisive factor is the speed of neural transmission. Oh, number 1 inquired, puzzled, how so? To put it simply, while the body is sufficiently strong, the brain is inadequate to control such a powerful physique. Chunbai's visual nerves can perceive bullets, yet he is unable to evade them. I understand now, number 1 comprehended. Now that this potion is available, both the corporeal body and the intellect shall coexist on the same plane. Indeed, it is a remarkable substance. Do you have any more? Xiao Chu? Subsequently, Chu Feng began to play a demonstration video, showcasing laser swords and energy armors, truly the stuff of science fiction. Xiao Chu, although time is abundant, is it really necessary to present a film? Academician Zhang, at a loss for words, could only timidly interject. What is this? These are my newly acquired abilities and associated knowledge. Such things can indeed be created. Huh, huh, huh. A chorus of bewildered exclamations filled the air. Quickly, bring it over. I wish to see. Academician Zhang leaned his large face close to Chu Feng's. Chapter 43. I shall depart once more, do not rush. You shall soon behold it. Chu Feng reassured, akin to soothing child. Allow me to outline a few requirements first. We have prepared these supplies for you, all replenished according to the consumption from the previous 2 instances, and even exceeding them significantly. He gestured towards the additional cubic meter of resources on the ground. I have some other needs this time, Chu Feng replied, his demeanor turning grave. The first one sensed an unease. Child, please elucidate what troubles you. The war has concluded, and the Myriad Realms battlefield is summoning warriors of all ranks to clear the aftermath, offering superior rewards and abundant resources. War, warriors, battlefield cleanup, and an influx of resources, a single statement laden with profound implications. Chu Feng, are you now a warrior of the Myriad Realms battlefield? Chunbai inquired. Astonishment etched upon his face. Indeed, with my current strength, I can now rend apart insectoid foes of the same echelon, Chu Feng asserted. This revelation left Chunbai and the others astounded. According to research reports, the biological capabilities of the insectoids far surpass those of humans, even at the upper ranks. Chu Feng, now a private, rendered the disparity between them unfathomable. The first one question, child. Is it truly necessary for warriors of all ranks to attend merely to cleanse the battlefield? This seems illogical. I also pondered this issue. The response I received was succinct. Risk is proportional to reward, Chu Feng replied. After a moment of silence, the first one pressed, what are your considerations? I must go. What they deem worthless is undoubtedly of great value to us. For the prosperity of our nation, I must take part. Though Chu Feng could now thrive comfortably in his current environment, he chose not to indulge in a life of ease. He actively stepped out of his comfort zone to strive for his country's greatness. Speak of what you require, the first one urged, his tone resolute. There are benefits to this endeavor. As the first warrior of humanity, upon completing my inaugural mission, I will receive 3 opportunities for instant teleportation. Instant téléportation. The first one's eyes sparkled. 3 times, at any moment, and anywhere. Indeed, 3 times, Chu Feng confirmed with a nod. Thus, we must first strive to accomplish the initial task, transporting a batch of supplies based on battlefield conditions while also replenishing essential equipment. That is wise. Preparation is key. The beginning is always the most challenging. What supplies do you wish to take? The first one acknowledged Chu Feng's perspective. Living supplies are not a concern, but the nature of the battlefield dangers remains uncertain. Weapons and ammunition must be ample. The first one turned to Academician Zhang and Chunbai. What suggestions do you both have? Chunbai proposed, 2 Kbuk ones are essential. Even if one breaks, we can interchange parts. This is standard firepower. Heavy weaponry must also be included, which depends on Academician Zhang's latest research. Indeed, I have just the thing. Academician Zhang promptly produced a heavy machine gun. Its design mirrored that of the Kbuk 1, featuring a longer electromagnetic rail, a larger magazine, and an increased battery capacity. This is an experimental version, thus it still possesses a battery. Xiaochu, if you wish to utilize it, we shall remove the battery and convert everything into magazines. This firearm is designated as the QJZC-1, embodying the role of a heavy machine gun within the individual soldier series, utilizing tungsten steel projectiles. As he spoke, Academician Zhang extracted a bullet, resembling the thickness of a ballpoint pen's ink cartridge and the length of a little finger's taper. Its initial velocity has already reached an astounding 10,000 meters per second. Let us observe the demonstration video. As he spoke, the video commenced, showcasing the QJZDC, one flashing with electric brilliance, instantly overturning the frontal armor of a main battle tank. Simultaneously, a small earthen slope in the background was blasted into a deep crater, with dust and smoke billowing into the air. Such formidable power leaves me questioning what creature could withstand it, as we continue to watch the subsequent display. In this particular video, a battered warship is featured, a decommissioned destroyer with an 8,500-ton displacement. As he spoke, the camera elevated, capturing the unique electric sparks of the electromagnetic gun, which erupted with flames from every angle of the destroyer. It penetrated instantaneously. One could assert that any armor is rendered utterly futile before this weapon, with no armor on Blue Star capable of halting it. With a firing rate of 1,000 rounds per minute and due to the size of the ammunition, a full load accommodates only 1,000 rounds. Chu Feng was elated. This weapon is outstanding. Whatever amount of ammunition is available, please provide it to me. At this moment, Chunbai interjected, Xiaochu, your current capabilities indeed allow you to carry as much as you desire. However, such an action may compromise safety. I believe the Kbuk 1 should serve as your primary weapon. This was a reasonable assertion. Chu Feng also recognized the necessity of balance. Once you reach the station, if there is sufficient space to store ammunition, you may acquire as much as you wish, and we shall arrange for its transport then. Agreed. Let us finalize this decision. Ensure that I have ample ammunition for the Kbuk 1. I believe carrying several 100,000 rounds should suffice. This figure sounded rather daunting. An individual carrying several 100,000 rounds in a battle. Chunbai shook his head with a wry smile. It may sound intimidating, but for you, it is not a significant issue, merely a matter of volume. Let us proceed with preparations. Xiaochu can oversee the specifics, Number 1 stated. Weapons and ammunition were readily available and swiftly prepared. Child, do you have any further requests? I have none on my end. What about you? What technologies does the nation currently require? I shall find a way to procure them. Number 1 spoke with gravity. Indeed, we do have needs. Our revenge operation has been remarkably successful, although the Eagle country lacks direct evidence. At this level of conflict, evidence is scarcely necessary. Presently, our greatest concern lies with the potential for total war or even nuclear conflict. There is an urgent international need for technology to neutralize or mitigate nuclear contamination. Chu Feng had not anticipated that the nation faced such a dilemma. Do not worry excessively. It is merely a precautionary measure. Number 1 reassured him. On the economic front, is there anything of economic value that you require me to procure? Chu Feng inquired further. Ha, you need not fret on that account. Academician Zhang interjected enthusiastically. Anything you return with could be transformed into a civilian application, thereby establishing a significant international enterprise. This is merely a small branch of potential. There's one more thing I have yet to inform you. We have registered a company in your name, aptly named the Chu Group. Do not be misled by its humble title. It will soon become a beacon of admiration across the globe. This revelation left Chu Feng momentarily speechless. Chief, this seems inappropriate. It will be better managed by the state. Child, do not refuse. For your contributions, this sum is trivial. Are you not afraid that I might return and throw this company into chaos? Chu Feng's words rendered everyone stunned. Little Chu, when you're truly able to return, will money even hold any allure for you? This time, Chu Feng found himself in deep thought. Indeed, after witnessing the grandeur of the Myriad Realms battlefield, what significance do money and Blue Star hold? Ha, I've become too attached. Chu Feng laughed at himself. The transport beam will arrive in 10 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. You may carry up to 5 cubic meters of supplies. Chief, I am about to depart. Please assist me in filling those 5 cubic meters. Absolutely. Chapter 44. Chu Feng, the future world's wealthiest. As the transmission concluded, Chu Feng gazed upon the 5 cubic meters of weaponry and ammunition before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of tranquility within. He settled himself upon a green metal box, awaiting the arrival of the teleportation beam. Blue Star was also bustling with activity, as the vast knowledge that Chu Feng had just returned with posed a formidable challenge. Much of the information was entirely unfamiliar, and even the simplest projects were at the forefront of cutting-edge research. Among the revelations was a particularly valuable insight concerning the constraints of high-intensity energy. Director, do you not think this technology is crucial for controllable nuclear fusion? Academician Zhang pondered for a moment, then glanced up at the ceiling. The Chu Corporation is set to establish another power company. After shaking his head, he instructed, have Old Lee from the Nuclear Research Institute come over. I want him to take this technology. We need to see its commercial viability within the year. Simultaneously, a contract began circulating among all personnel in the laboratory for signatures. The employment contract of the Chu Corporation designated number 1 as the CEO, with Chu Feng as the chairman. Chun Bowen was appointed as the security supervisor, while academician Zhang oversaw the research center. Each sector boasted a leader, all of whom belonged to the elite echelon of Huagua's finest. In tandem, the beauty division of the Chu Corporation unveiled its inaugural product, a spray touted to restore skin vitality to that of a 20-year-old. It claimed to replace all skincare products, with advertisements saturating the nation. Number 1, seated at his desk, remarked to his secretary, now that we've informed Chu Feng about the company, we must ensure he sees results next time. The beauty industry is merely the first step. Technology must keep pace. Remember, these innovations are not for export. They must be absorbed domestically. Chief, what if foreign nations express interest and offer substantial benefits? The secretary inquired. After a moment's contemplation, number 1 replied, in that case, we will adhere to diplomatic standards. Every nation of significance must have a Chu Corporation office building. The secretary was taken aback, quickly realizing the implications and asking, are you suggesting that the political status of these buildings should be equivalent to that of consulates? Indeed, that is a requisite. The secretary sensed this was more of an excuse than a genuine intention. In the myriad realms of battle, a beam of light enveloped Chu Feng and the materials beneath him. Transmission commencing. Slight discomfort may be experienced. A sensation of vertigo washed over him, as if his consciousness was elongated, transporting him back to the moment he first arrived at the battlefield of the myriad realms. After an indeterminate span of time, his awareness returned to a room surrounded by metallic walls. The modest space, approximately a dozen square meters, was nearly half filled with weaponry and ammunition. Every location on the walls bore indicators: restroom, wash basin, storage lockers, and the main entrance. Approaching the restroom sign, a button emerged from the wall. Upon pressing it, a toilet ascended from the floor. The wash basin and storage lockers operated similarly. This is remarkably convenient, he mused, reminiscent of Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. It was difficult to fathom the level of technological advancement within the battlefield of the myriad realms. Perhaps it had transcended into the realm of the fantastical? As Chu Feng contemplated and delved into his research, a prompt resonated through the battlefield. Please don the equipment on the table and assemble in the square. The room contained only a bed and a table, upon which rested a pair of glasses and a set of clothing. Chu Feng approached and reached out to touch them. Chu Feng, a member of the human race, equipped himself. The clothing transformed into a viscous substance, creeping up his arms and enveloping his entire body, swiftly hardening into a suit of armor. Likewise, glasses enveloped his eyes, ultimately forming a complete helmet. With a mere thought, he could alter its appearance. As Chu Feng concentrated, the glasses and armor morphed into various shapes and colors, as if conjured from his imagination. What marvel of technology was this? He gazed in astonishment at his own equipment. On the battlefield, how effective would this armor be for protection? The equipment was primarily designed for environmental defense, facilitating communication, but its defensive capabilities were rather limited. Approaching the door, he pressed the button to open it. The door slid open to the right. The armor and helmet concealed his visage entirely as he stepped out of the room. Outside, the sky was a vibrant shade of purple. Upon stepping onto the ground, he felt its hardness beneath his feet. Looking down, he noticed the surface glimmered as if it were crystal. Leaning down to touch it, he wondered, was this truly crystal? On the battlefield, would it be wise to reach out and touch it? The response came swiftly. Human, your current strength is ill-suited for this environment. It is inadvisable to do so. It seemed this realm was indeed formidable. Chu Feng found himself on a vast plain, with a distant range of purple mountains looming ahead. These mountains emitted a radiant glow, their hues seemingly reflected in the sky above. Turning around, he beheld a colossal circular structure reminiscent of a furnace, occupying his entire field of vision. Enormous, beyond comprehension. Stretching back from his position, a military camp of single-story barracks extended for several kilometers. The sheer size of the furnace dominating his view was astounding. As Chu Feng marveled, doors on either side swung open. From the left, a helmet flew forth, accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity. Would you like to activate the instant translation feature? He was prompted. He consented. A female voice resonated. Damn it! How did I end up in this wretched place? Had I known, I would not have come. Curiously, a humanoid figure emerged. The helmet hovered before Chu Feng, circling around him. What a primitive humanoid! It exclaimed. Hey, isn't this rather impolite? Chu Feng retreated a step, voicing his thoughts. While not particularly powerful, the creature displayed a distinct adherence to etiquette. A luminous sphere rose to Chu Feng's eye level, and a tentacle crackling with energy emerged from within the helmet. Greetings, I am Sos of the Light Energy Clan. The tentacle morphed into a 5-fingered hand, extending towards Chu Feng for a handshake. Surprised, Chu Feng hesitated, but ultimately accepted the gesture. Human. Chu Feng. Human? Sos reacted with great enthusiasm, marveling at Chu Feng's audacity to identify as such. No, this is a designation set by the multiversal battlefield. Are you truly a human? Sos circled Chu Feng excitedly. Give me a drop of your blood, and I shall exchange it for a thread of primordial energy. Chu Feng was momentarily bewildered. What was the significance of being human? Was this not his first entry into the multiversal battlefield? It appeared that this light energy creature possessed knowledge beyond his understanding. Furthermore, having referred to him as a humanoid, it seemed the multiversal battlefield was home to numerous beings with similar appearances and perhaps even genetic traits to his own. Blood. It appears that the luminary race is exceedingly eager to acquire it. It must not be given, absolutely not. Perhaps it is best to refrain, for blood holds considerable significance for me. I graciously declined. Well, the primal energy is also of great importance to me. We shall converse further when you are inclined to exchange thoughts. At this moment, a creature from the right approached, indeed resembling a pupa. It is a mass of gelatinous substance, enveloped in a fluid-like armor, rendering it indistinguishable where its head ends and its body begins. Let us assume that the part before me is its head. Gurgle. Greetings, I am from the soft race, known as Little Soft. Chu Feng found himself utterly enlightened. This soft race is remarkable, and its name is equally enchanting. Human race, Chu Feng. Little Soft did not exhibit the same reaction as Sosur. It seems to be on par with the human race's classification. Team allocation has been completed. The three of you will automatically form a group, and tasks will be assigned shortly. Chapter 45. The Peculiar Races of the Multiverse. Chu Feng gazed in astonishment at Sosur and Xiao Ruan, both of whom returned his look with equal intrigue. Since we are forming a team, it is prudent to share our respective information, Sosur suggested. I belong to the Light Energy Clan, with an overall rating of C. If neither of you surpasses my strength, I shall assume the role of team leader. Given your appearances, it seems I am the strongest among us. At that moment, Xiao Ruan interjected, I am from a soft clan, rated C. What? Where did you come from that your rating exceeds mine? Sosur exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before turning to Chu Feng. Please do not tell me your rating is even higher. I am of the human race, rated D-. Oh, what a relief, Sosur remarked, glancing at Xiao Ruan. Let us have a match. The victor shall become the captain. Xiao Ruan's form shifted slightly. You may take on a leadership role. My mother advised me to heed the wise in unfamiliar territories to avoid misfortune. Sosur's helmet crackled with electrical energy, and his tone brightened. You have a wise mother. Very well, I shall take on the role of captain. Human, do you have any objections? No objections. What shall we do next? Sosur merely emitted a series of electrical sounds, evidently engaged in research. Do we not agree to gather first? Let us proceed. Please wait. I need to retrieve my equipment. Chu Feng turned back to his quarters, strapping on 2 firearms and a large backpack filled with ammunition. Let's go. Sosur and Xiao Ruan observed with curiosity the items Chu Feng bore. No wonder your human race is rated D-. You require external tools for combat, suggesting you cannot fully harness your innate energy. Chu Feng's interest peaked. How does your Light Energy Clan engage in battle? Behold, Sosur conjured electric tendrils, demonstrating. I shall adopt the combat style of your humanoid species. The tendrils transformed into a formidable blade, crackling with sparks, striking the ground with ferocity. Boom! The electric energy flickered, leaving a substantial crater in the resilient crystal floor. Indeed, our combat techniques employ these tendrils, adaptable for both ranged and melee attacks. Impressive. Chu Feng marveled genuinely. How do you replenish your ammunition, or rather, your energy? That is quite simple. One consumes crystal cores. As he spoke, Sosur's body shimmered with electricity, as if he had just ingested a crystal core. Where do you store your crystal cores? Chu Feng inquired, fascinated by the uniqueness of the Light Energy Clan. If only I could take one back with me. We possess internal storage spaces, Sosur replied, inching closer to Chu Feng's face. Human lad, I sense your ulterior motives. You are mistaken. I merely desire your storage device, Chu Feng clarified. Sosur circled Chu Feng twice. You best be sincere. Let us proceed to the square for assembly. Our upcoming mission is no trivial matter, and you all must heed my directives. Very well, they replied promptly, according to the map displayed on Sosur's helmet. Even hastening to the square would require a 10-minute journey. Sosur transformed into a streak of electric light, while Xiao Ruan morphed into a bird-like creature, soaring into the sky. And what of me? What am I to do while you two depart? Chu Feng could only proceed with great effort, deeply realizing the disparity in comprehensive scores. Was it possible that all life forms classified as sea level possessed the ability to soar through the skies? There was no alternative. He had to traverse across the rooftops. The three individuals grew increasingly distant, prompting Chu Feng to unleash his full potential, unsure of the material composition of the camp, which appeared remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding his utmost exertion. Upon releasing his energy, his speed increased significantly, and the gap began to close. Soth turned to glance back, noticing that Chu Feng had caught up, his mind racing with thoughts. He hadn't anticipated that this self-proclaimed member of the human race possessed some degree of strength. However, the genetic locks remained unactivated, leaving even the flight form inaccessible. He pondered how other humanoid beings managed to fly. Some relied on external apparatus, while others had evolved wings or similar appendages. Strangely, these beings bore little resemblance to humans, while this human race maintained a distinctly human appearance. After 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the square. Although referred to as a square, it was essentially a conveyor belt transporting materials to a massive furnace. The conveyor was so immense that it resembled the skyline of a city. Fortunately, Chu Feng did not suffer from a fear of large objects. Otherwise, he would have been utterly terrified. The square was already bustling with numerous teams, featuring various forms of life, some even shrouded in mist. Here, Chu Feng finally encountered humanoid beings, though they were quite peculiar. Some had wings, while others exhibited unknown crystals protruding from their exposed body parts. Aside from their bipedal limbs, they bore little connection to humans. Following the map, he located Soth and Little Soft. Shortly, a high-ranking officer would emerge to rally the troops. Upon concluding his speech, he would assign tasks. Their first objective would be to familiarize themselves, aiming not for grand achievements, but merely survival. Soth imparted his wisdom. As he had predicted, a colossal sphere of light floated forth from the furnace. Do you see that? It is a predecessor of our light energy clan, a school-level officer. Electricity crackled around Soth. It turned out this was their way of expressing excitement. Chu Feng was uncertain whether the light energy clan possessed a concept akin to emotions not visibly expressed. However, this individual was an open book, making him easy to read. Looking at Little Soft, her body undulated continuously, resembling jelly being incessantly jostled, which was quite amusing. Could this be the way the Soft clan expresses emotions? The school-level officer from the Light Energy clan had now hovered above them, appearing like a gigantic sun. Emanating en overwhelming aura. The task was straightforward. Eliminate the malevolent energy beings that had proliferated on the battlefield, retrieve their corpses, and deposit them into the furnace for purification. Tasks would be allocated to each team, with subsequent details to be reviewed independently. For those races incapable of flight, they could request vehicles from a system. The top 10 teams completing their daily tasks would receive additional military merit rewards and gain access to the battlefield marketplace. It was crucial to heed that during the battlefield cleanup, should a distress signal be received, regardless of any ongoing tasks. Assistance must be rendered unless instructed otherwise by a specially marked officer. Furthermore, and most importantly, any instances of infighting would result in severe penalties for the individuals involved and their respective races. That concluded the briefing. Further information could be reviewed through the system. The light energy officer then drifted back to the furnace. Why is the last point so severe? Chu Feng inquired. This is the battlefield of myriad realms, where nearly every race harbors deep-seated grudges. Why prohibit infighting? Chu Feng paused for a moment, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this was a battleground where everyone was typically an adversary. Now, cooperation was of utmost importance. Without such prohibitions, the ground would be soaked in blood. The interface on Chu Feng's helmet displayed various options. Chu Feng, please request a vehicle that has a high weight capacity rather than one that is fast, said Suo Sei's voice over the team channel. Why? There are many corrupted corpses to transport. We don't want to make frequent trips. Understood. Ziplit Chu Feng. It was clear that Suo Sei possessed insider information, and he seemed to have a good grasp of the situation. Any issues could be addressed later. Let's set off. We can review the remaining details on the way. The vehicle gradually descended from the sky, resembling a flying watercraft. The three of them boarded the vehicle, setting off towards their destination. Chapter 46. A glimpse for you in the air? Chu Feng inquired. Is there anything else I should be cautious about? Be wary of being pierced by the bodies infused with dark energy. Otherwise, it could lead to significant complications. Understood. Chu Feng delved into the database, seeking information regarding the dark energy. The screen illuminated with the images of two grotesque crystal creatures. One bore a resemblance to a gorilla standing on two legs, its upper body adorned with 6 arms. It appeared to be corrupted by dark energy, its form bristling with crystal spikes, with particularly sharp protrusions at the joints. The other creature resembled a bizarre amalgamation of an insect and a mammal, its entire body encased in a crystalline exoskeleton. Equipped with both legs and arms, it traversed the ground on its belly, utilizing its abdominal limbs, but stood upright during combat, capable of launching attacks with both its legs and hands. Such peculiarities were truly astounding. At that moment, the vehicle Chu Feng had requested descended from the sky, resembling a flying water scooter, albeit with a massive shovel-like attachment. Today's task: eliminate Dark Energy 0100, private first-class task completion ranking. No ranking. What valuable items can military merit be exchanged for? Chu Feng asked. Quite a few, responded So Sir, who was remarkably forthcoming. I believe the life tier of your human race is merely D-. Indeed, Chu Feng admitted, finding no reason to conceal it. I suggest you first exchange for a custom service aimed at the evolution of human genes. What do you mean? Chu Feng queried, puzzled. The battlefield of all realms will analyze the genetic blueprint of humans to determine the most suitable path for your evolution, subsequently producing a gene awakening potion to unlock that path. Chu Feng felt an unsettling disquiet, questioning whether the light energy race had similarly ascended their life tier in such a manner. Indeed, our ancestors discovered the path most fitting for the light energy race, and now they are among the most formidable races in the battlefield of all realms. How much military merit is required to exchange for such a potion? The top performer each day receives it for free, along with other rewards. If you desire it, aim for that top position. Yet, achieving that seems nearly impossible. Chu Feng lamented, recognizing the presence of many strong races in their division. Other powerful races? Chu Feng realized he was woefully uninformed. Vowing to exchange for a compendium of the myriad realms to learn about other races should the opportunity arise. Indeed, there are far too many strong races. I cannot explain them all to you. Once you acquire military merit, we can exchange for related information. Chu Feng nodded and then inquired. Could you mention any races above Class A? So Sir crackled with electricity. I can certainly do that, but there are well over 100 Class A races, each possessing exceedingly unique abilities. What they entail, I cannot specify. After all, I am merely a private. It is said that a newborn of a Class A race is equivalent to a second lieutenant. Xiao Ruan interjected. That sounds impressive, Chu Feng remarked with a carefree sigh. Impressive is an understatement. They are extraordinarily powerful. So Sir retorted, exasperated. And what are those above Class A? You mean A? So Sir, taken aback, fell into a long silence before continuing. Across the entire battlefield of all realms, there are only 10 A races. I cannot specify which 10, but I believe there are humanoid races among them. Is it truly formidable? Why ask such nonsense? So Sir exclaimed, clearly irked. Can one not be formidable in the battlefield of myriad realms? There are countless races, yet only 10 possess the A rating. Would you not agree that is indeed powerful? Chu Feng gazed at the rating of his evolutionary space, at a loss for words. Could humanity truly aspire to be in a race? Enough of such thoughts. Let us focus on completing today's mission. If possible, let us strive for a place among the top 10. So Sir examined the map, noting they had flown over the designated area. Below lay a rugged terrain, evidencing the scars of battle with its numerous craters. Surrounding them were several crystalline formations, resembling flowers, indicative of the unique flora of this landscape. Some were quite large, towering over 10 meters, while others were no bigger than wildflowers by the roadside. Jump down. The vehicle will remain aloft, lest it be destroyed by those malevolent beasts, So Sir instructed before leaping. Xiao Ruan looked at Chu Feng. Do you require assistance? No. I have conceived a rather effective combat strategy. What is it? Xiao Ruan inquired. You shall find out shortly. With that, Xiao Ruan also jumped down. So Sir, how about I conduct a remote strike from the air? Do you possess confidence in this approach? Let's give it a try. Very well. Xiao Ruan and I will divert the malevolent beasts. Agreed. I shall provide you with coordinates from the air. As Chu Feng piloted the vehicle within the designated area, he surveyed the grotesque malevolent beasts below, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. These creatures ranged from 2 to 5 meters in size, with the highest rank being that of a corporal. It appeared this region was a battleground for direct confrontations between the two warring factions. Target locations marked. Shall we first eliminate those in lesser numbers? Understood. Chu Feng maneuvered the vehicle to hover above 5 malevolent beasts. I shall commence. Please hold for a moment. With that, Chu Feng readied the butt one and, after a slight adjustment, pulled the trigger. A flash of electricity erupted as a torrent of needle-like projectiles descended upon them, unleashed without restraint. In a matter of seconds, hundreds of bullets rained down upon the 5 malevolent beasts. The tungsten needles, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, effortlessly shattered the crystalline armor of the beasts, penetrating their bodies and embedding into the ground. Green blood seeped across the battlefield. In the briefest of moments, the 5 malevolent beasts lay motionless upon the ground, the terrain resembling a sieve. By heavens, Saucer bellowed, your low-tier weaponry is astonishingly powerful. Indeed, remarkable. Xiao Ruan could not help but exclaim. As Chu Feng landed the vehicle, he declared, let us begin transporting the bodies. Saucer remarked, I must concede. Your weaponry is superior for dealing with these soldiers. It appears our tactics require re-evaluation. In what manner? Chu Feng Guivit, you shall handle the kills, while Xiao Ruan and I manage the transport. You may claim the lion's share of the military merits. How does that sound? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng replied, let us split the military merits evenly, and in return, you shall share some fundamental knowledge with me. Saucer and Xiao Ruan exchanged glances. It's a deal. The trio commenced their labor, cautiously avoiding the noxious blood, which was highly contaminative. Even the armor provided on the battlefield could not offer complete immunity. What is the purpose of this green blood? It pollutes, contaminates the body, taints the spirit, transforming one into a mindless creature driven solely by the urge to kill. Much like these malevolent beasts. Very well. Chu Feng exercised utmost caution. How might one evade such a fate? By unlocking the genetic seal to acquire the unique abilities of one's race. But what precisely is that? Another unfamiliar term left Chu Feng perplexed. Let us first seek out other malevolent beasts. As we slay them, I shall elucidate. Thus, the trio piloted their vehicle, recklessly engaging in a frenzy of shooting high above, entirely unharmed. The task of eliminating 100 foes was swiftly accomplished in half an hour. With leisure on his hands, Saucer began to explain to Chu Feng. Through extensive evolution, each race has discovered the path most suited to its nature. For instance, we of the luminary race rely on spectral and electrical assaults. Chapter 47. Your fighting style is too clever thus. During his soldier days, he diligently honed these two skills, ensuring that upon his ascension to officer status, he could adeptly wield his genetic abilities. I can endlessly delve into marksmanship. That is my genetic prowess. Chu Feng replied with conviction. Saucer sighed. I forgot that you are new to the myriad battlefields and are unaware of the potency of the genetic abilities awakened post-officer rank. Upon becoming a sergeant, each race awakens its unique abilities. For instance, our luminal race possesses the spectral force field. The most fundamental ability is to defend against ranged attacks, particularly those of a purely physical nature like yours. This is information completely unknown to Chu Feng. So how do we breach your spectral force field? He inquired. Through your unique abilities, the forces can mutually negate each other, allowing for an attack on the essence. Saucer elucidated. Can I not embed my unique ability into the bullets? Chu Feng Guetstein. That would be unwise. You would likely be killed first, Saucer cautioned. Such races have existed before, as they initially benefit from rapid enhancement. However, as they ascend to officer rank, their flaws become apparent. Without corresponding techniques to breach defenses, their offensive capabilities become ineffective, resulting in dire consequences. Is that so? Chu Feng pondered, feeling conflicted. Yet, what did it matter? Survival was paramount, especially for the future. Humanity must carve out its own path, a journey yet to commence. The first step is to acquire the genetic awakening potion and discern what path it may unveil for humanity. I aim to seize the top spot today. Assist me. Chu Feng urged his companions. Saucer and Xiao Ruan exchanged glances. No problem. We will distract them. You focus on the shooting. We shall do our utmost. Though we cannot guarantee the outcome, they replied. No witties. That in itself is a commendable outcome. Having two companions willing to assist is a blessing. Saucer continued. Based on my experience, if we complete the basic tasks tenfold on the first day, we should reach the top 10. Then I thank you in advance, Chu Feng responded. The two allies swiftly donned their gear and began attracting the surrounding malevolent beasts. Nearby, another team was also engaged in rapid extermination. A humanoid creature charged into the throngs of malevolent beasts, its arms transforming into colossal, scaled claws. Each strike could rend several malevolent beasts asunder, their seemingly toxic green blood cascading over the scales, posing no apparent threat to him. Not enough. Continue to lure the malevolent beasts. Exert every ounce of strength you possess. Do not make me come to your territory seeking trouble afterward. The two beastly races hastily retreated, drawing more malevolent beasts forth. The humanoid creature gently swung its arms, green blood dripping to the ground and slowly seeping in. This first place must be mine. Those ancient ones in my clan, who do not recognize my evolutionary path, shall witness the might of my choice. This individual accessed the junior ranking board. His name stood prominently at the top. First place, Moan Locke, Scaly Race. Number of corpses cleared, 341. He focused solely on his ranking, disregarding all else. Chu Feng also opened the leaderboard. Rank 87. Chu Feng, Human Race, has cleared 198 corpses. Let us push the leaderboard to the top position. Not much difference. Let us accelerate. Here they come. Quickly engage the enemies. The voices of Sosa and Little Soft echoed. Chu Feng looked up, baffled by the sheer number of malevolent beasts they had summoned. The two were operating a vehicle, and the combined forces amounted to at least 300 to 400 creatures. I'm here, Chu Feng shouted, standing atop the vehicle, dual guns in hand, ready to unleash a metallic storm. 10 minutes later, not a single malevolent beast remained alive below. How am I supposed to handle all these corpses? Chu Feng pondered with difficulty. Let me check your current ranking. Sosa opened the leaderboard. You're already in first place. You can request a drone for transport, so we need not return to deliver them ourselves. Huh? Chu Feng was puzzled, wondering if first place came with such privileges. It applies to all within the top 10. Soon, a drone arrived, efficiently collecting all the bodies. Chu Feng, I bear some unfortunate news, Little Soft said. What? Chu Feng inquired, glancing at the usually reticent Little Soft. The second place, Moan Locke, is a humanoid being and a prodigy of the current scale race. It is said he has discovered a novel path to evolution. However, the elders of his tribe do not acknowledge him, and his main purpose for participating in this event should be to secure first place daily and earn the gene awakening elixir. What does that have to do with me? Chu Feng was perplexed. This individual is quite ruthless, and with the backing of formidable members from his tribe, it would be wise for you, as a human, to avoid making enemies in your first battle on the field. Let him have first place. Chu Feng understood that Little Soft had his best interests at heart, but yielding now would set a precedent for future encounters. Should he concede to every formidable adversary? That would render him a mere insect, scuttling through life in subservience. He believed in mutual merit. After all, in battle, personal duels were prohibited, and he had no reason to fear him. I'm merely offering a caution. Think it through. I will still support you, Little Soft advised. Chu Feng gazed at Little Soft, uncertain of the latter's abilities and the standing of his race in the multiverse battlefield. Knowledge of oneself and the enemy is vital for victory. He needed to acquire relevant intelligence. Let us proceed. Chu Feng adopted a serious demeanor. This was a battlefield, not a place for camaraderie. To put it plainly, the two races beside him were also foes, and in the future, they would have to fight fiercely. Everything today comes at a price. Sosa observed quietly, unusually refraining from speaking. The two continued to attract malevolent beasts, showing no signs of leniency, still drawing hundreds at time. Chu Feng's kill count had reached 872, surpassing Moan Locke by over 300, leading by a wide margin. The title of first place for the first day should rightfully belong to him. Just as another wave approached, three figures suddenly soared in from the distance. Who among you is the human Chu Feng? A booming voice rang out as a robust man landed beneath the vehicle. Chu Feng focused his gaze. The creature was humanoid, with thick arms covered in scales, exhibiting an air of arrogance. This individual must be Moan Locke. Ignoring the pleas, the onslaught continued, and soon a new wave fell lifeless, their bodies retrieved by the drone. Chu Feng leaped from the vehicle, and Rock surged forward with ferocity. Human, do you know who I am? Chu Feng shook his head. No, you. Rock's gaze fell upon the weapon in Chu Feng's hand. Hand it over to me. Withdraw from this endeavor, and I shall spare your entire race. Chu Feng assessed the fool before him, then turned to Sosur. Insulting someone doesn't count as an attack, does it? Of course not, Sosur replied. Understood. Chu Feng looked back at Rock, his eyes filled with disdain as he scanned him from head to toe. Look at you. The tirade poured forth like a dam bursting, a relentless 5-minute onslaught that left the heavens shaking and the spirits weeping. The 4 bystanders trembled, having never encountered such an elaborate, diverse, and uniquely angled form of insult. Rock raised his arm, intent on tearing Chu Feng apart. With a contemptuous smile, Chu Feng retorted, If you were truly born of your mother, then come and finish me. Chapter 48. It is wrong to deceive children. I shall tear you apart, roared Locke, his voice echoing with fury. Suddenly, the drone hovering above him flickered ominously with a crimson light, signaling danger. Battlefield private conflict detected. Moan Locke, Scale Clan. Any aggression will result in punishment for the Scale Clan. In an instant, Locke regained his composure, acutely aware that such retribution was unbearable for his kind. You truly are not your mother's child, you wretched spawn. It would be wise for you to leave at once. Chu Feng continued his tirade of insults. Locke's eyes widened with rage, his claws pounding fiercely against his own chest in a desperate attempt to channel his fury inward. To everyone's astonishment, he struck himself so fiercely that blood spewed from his mouth. Sosur gazed at Chu Feng, radiating a brilliant glow, while the little soft creature writhed with fervor. The two were undeniably exhilarated. Locke was on the verge of becoming the first individual to perish by his own hand since the inception of the multiversal battlefield events. I will not let you go unpunished. Locke gasped, his breath faltering as he pointed a trembling finger at Chu Feng in a futile threat. First, ascertain your lineage. You might just be a mongrel, a mere mutt. Your appearance alone betrays your impure heritage. Chu Feng, perplexed by how his words were translated, noted that Locke seemed to understand perfectly, and the translation was remarkably apparent. With another spurt of blood, Locke succumbed to unconsciousness, his life force teetering on the brink of collapse. His 2 companions urgently called for medical assistance. The drone that had previously threatened them transformed into a medical unit, swiftly whisking Locke away for treatment. Sosur leapt forward, grasping Chu Feng's hand. Teach me, impart upon me the art of language. I shall bestow upon you all the military merits from this event, if only you would instruct me. The little soft creature clambered onto Chu Feng's thigh, holding on tightly. It seems even this race has its sycophants. Chu Feng couldn't help but think. I too wish to learn, so that I may wreak havoc. Very well, I shall teach you. I desire no military accolades. What did he seek? We possess nothing of greater value, Sosur inquired, her wariness evident. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Feng. How about a bit of your essence? Wouldn't he have you for such a thing? I possess a penchant for collecting. Chu Feng offered a rather dismissive rationale. Indeed, there are such races. It is not entirely peculiar. Being solitary does not make you a scientist. Granting you our essence poses no issue, Sosur replied, deftly addressing the gaps in Chu Feng's reasoning and even providing a justification. Exactly. I can almost kiss you. You are simply splendid. All right, I shall comply, the little soft creature concurred. Excellent. Present it to me upon our return to the camp. Chu Feng was elated. Possessing the essence of 2 beings might yield groundbreaking discoveries for the nation. Meanwhile, in the furnace, the commanding officer of the mission, Major Soloset of the Luminary Clan, was scrutinizing the rankings of various military ranks. Which Scale Clan soldier is most likely to secure first place? 2 smaller orbs of light floated over. Sir, he has returned to the camp severely injured. Injured? What transpired? A brief report on the light group revealed that Soloset repeatedly murmured, Can mere insults truly inflict profound wounds upon an individual? Is the innate talent of the human race purely psychological? On the battlefield, he requested access to human race data. Insufficient permissions. Access denied. Insufficient permissions. Soloset was taken aback. Could this race truly be classified as B grade? Let me see the information on his two companions. The screen displayed the profiles of Sosur and Shaoruan. How did this fellow manage to infiltrate? Solo Set recognized Sosur, which made matters easier. On the battlefield, Chu Feng had just eliminated over 100 malevolent beasts, and the three took a moment to rest. While conversing, Sosur suddenly fell silent, remaining so for a full 2 minutes. What's wrong? Chu Feng in Gui? Nothing. I was just contacted by someone who shared some information. Subsequently, Sosur became somewhat taciturn, prompting Chu Feng to recount tales of the human race, primarily drawn from various novels. Xiao Ruan listened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Shouldn't your race be formidable? Why are you so weak?" I have yet to grow. All right, let us continue with the cleanup. ISNT it said that greater military achievements yield greater rewards? How exactly does the exchange work? 01. Sosur finally spoke up. 10 kills earn 1 point, while assisting with 20 earns 1 point. Our contributions 1 TB displayed, but will be recorded. Sosur had been contemplating Soloset's words, as this notable figure from his race had tasked him with investigating the human race's classification. Commander, Chu Feng claims he is merely D-. Impossible. I lack the permissions to access human race data, and you dare tell me he is merely D-. I am not certain. Sosur felt quite aggrieved. Regardless of the method, establish a good rapport with him and procure intelligence as best as you can. Solo Set's command posed a significant dilemma for Sosur. Any method, you say? Sosur inquired again. Indeed, any method. Very well, I understand. Sosur reluctantly accepted the task. He had been somewhat distracted, but had also caught wind of Chu Feng's tales of martial arts. Is your original world truly like that? Sosur pondered. If it were indeed so, then it must be B grade. The genetic abilities of the human race should correspond to the internal power he described, which could prove to be valuable information. Sosur meticulously noted this. Could you elaborate further on the internal power? Sosur tentatively asked. Chu Feng felt conflicted. These two companions appeared rather naive, and deceiving them felt somewhat unjust. I can offer something in exchange. What do you desire? Exchange? What do you possess? Please hold on. Sosur hesitated. Observing his demeanor, Chu Feng contemplated. Could this fellow be attempting to communicate with someone influential? Moments later, Sosur spoke. You must be in dire need of enhancement crystal cores. Indeed, that is correct. Chu Feng readily admitted. In exchange for information regarding internal power, I can provide you with 10,000 white crystal cores. Hiss. Chu Feng was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Do not underestimate the value. I can submit a request. Chu Feng remained silent, directing his gaze towards Shaoruan. Shaoruan was momentarily taken aback, her heart tumultuous, realizing that whatever the Light Energy Clan desired must hold considerable value. Well, let me negotiate a bit more, she finally said. After a brief pause, she declared, we can offer 15,000. You, Sosur retorted, irate, we can provide 20,000, 25,000, 30,000. Stop, stop, stop. Chu Feng quickly interjected, sensing the escalating stakes. Any further increase would be too much for his heart to bear. I genuinely wish to forge a friendship with both of you. Even though the battlefield of the myriad realms pits everyone against one another, the future remains uncertain for us all. Chu Feng began to wax sentimental, employing the interpersonal strategies he had learned on Blue Star. If we ever have the chance to become allies, those who can entrust their backs to one another, what an honorable achievement that would be. His words lacked sincerity, yet they stirred the hearts of the two individuals before him. Indeed, Sosur exclaimed passionately. My mother taught me from a young age never to let my friends suffer losses. I shall request an additional 5,000. I cannot allow you to be at a disadvantage. I will do the same. Shaoruan added enthusiastically. Well, as long as you both are happy. Chapter 49. The inappropriate elixir for humanity in a bewildering turn of events. Chu Feng inexplicably acquired a substantial debt of 70,000 white crystalline cores. Subsequently, he began to expound upon the characteristics of inner strength, predominantly drawing from the teachings of Master Jin. However, he concluded his discourse abruptly upon reaching the Zixia divine skill, refraining from delving into the more formidable Shaolin techniques. The skills of the Beggar's Sect, or the renowned 9 Yang divine skill and 9 Emmanuel. I can only articulate thus much. To elaborate further would lead to grave missteps. Can you comprehend this? The two individuals fervently nodded in agreement, affirming their understanding. Indeed, you are a true friend for confiding such clandestine matters to us. I believe 35,000 is insufficient. No, it is adequate. After all, we are friends, are we not? Chu Feng felt overwhelmed, realizing that he could not ask for more. Even the bullying of intellectually challenged children should not reach such extremes. Once their conversation concluded, the trio resumed their battle against foes, with the two friends even more determined to secure Chu Feng's position at the forefront. The days swiftly passed, and as the distant mountains dimmed, the sky revealed its original hue of white. After a brief tidying up, they returned to their encampment, leaving behind a ground stained with the green, malevolent blood seeping into the earth. Upon returning to the camp, it came as no surprise that Chu Feng had achieved first place. Total enemies slain, 761. Military merit gained, 376, enabling him to unlock the Military Merit Shop. Military Merit Shop, now available. Please check at your convenience. Chu Feng hastily accessed the shop, his first search targeting the Gene Awakening Elixirs. E-grade Gene Awakening Elixir simply directs developmental pathways. Required military merit, 10,000 points. D-grade Gene Awakening Elixir chooses a more favorable developmental path. Required military merit, 20,000 points. C-grade Gene Awakening Elixir selects the best among the good. Required military merit, 50,000 points. B-grade Gene Awakening Elixir seeks directions that may transcend life levels. Required military merit, 100,000 points. Is there no A-grade Awakening Elixir? A-grade life levels cannot be transcended by elixirs. Can you provide recommendations for the human race's exchange options? Please hold on. Evaluation in progress. To his surprise, the Military Merit Shop also offered consulting services. In light of humanity's initial landing, the potential for evolutionary space is truly rare. It is advised to preserve biological diversity and seek possible pathways amidst danger and struggle. That is the most suitable route for life forms. Recommendation: transition from Gene Awakening Elixirs to Enhancement Elixirs to elevate strength and achieve self-transcendence. Should he heed this advice? Zhu Feng, Zhu Feng. The voice of Soth echoed. Huh? What was I daydreaming about? He exclaimed, realizing that they were now entering the reward distribution phase. Quickly decide what you wish to exchange. Soth urged. The imposing figure of the energy-based race's major loomed overhead. Humanity, Chu Feng, having slain the most enemies on the first day. What would you like to exchange for? At that moment, Chu Feng found himself at a loss regarding what to request. The major crackled with electrical energy, and Soth quickly interjected. If you desire the Gene Awakening Elixir, your only option is the E-grade. However, there exists another path. Enhancement elixirs that will comprehensively fortify your current genetic structure. Saucer resembled a sales assistant, and the major remained unhurried. Observing Chu Feng's lingering indecision, Saucer remarked, rewards can be accumulated. If you remain first on the final day, with the highest overall contribution, you shall receive even greater rewards. Zhu Feng Bao said. Taken aback, one can accumulate them? Indeed, it depends on your choices, Saucer responded. But can one truly accumulate? No. One must seize every opportunity to strengthen oneself in the short term. These established races can accumulate due to their profound heritage. We, however, possess nothing. I wish to see what enhancements can be exchanged for genetic potions, Chu Feng stated. Your system provides a list. If you wish to exchange for enhancement potions, I recommend redeeming green or blue enhancement cores. Why? Chu Feng Inguit Pu Dao. Cores are the most primordial and purest energies birthed from the multiversal battlefield, devoid of any adverse effects. All other potions possess certain biases and directives, which are unsuitable for newcomers like you who have yet to discover their racial path. Chu Feng found Saucer's words to be valid, intrigued by this sudden friendliness. Then I shall exchange for enhancement cores. You can exchange for green enhancement cores 1,000, blue enhancement cores 10. A staggering disparity. I will redeem the green cores. The nation requires research, and the blue cores are far too scarce. Confirmed. Exchanging for green enhancement cores. They will be delivered to your dormitory shortly. Please keep an eye out for them. After finalizing the reward, Chu Feng returned to his dormitory. Not long after entering, a delivery drone arrived, bringing 1,000 green cores in a silver metallic box. Before the drone departed, the doors to the rooms on either side opened. Sosur and Xiao Wan approached. Sosur said, Chu Feng, the 35,000 cores I owe you will arrive tonight. Xiao Wan added, mine will come too. Also, release your terminal transmission permissions. I will provide you with foundational information about the multiversal battlefield as a complimentary gift. I have a copy as well. Xiao Wan continued closely behind. What a delightful surprise. Thank you both. The data transfer was completed swiftly. Rest well. You must aim for first place tomorrow. Sosur encouraged before leaving. Upon returning to his room, Chu Feng pondered the sudden change in attitude from the two. Was it due to his mention of martial arts novels, or something else entirely? After they returned to their rooms, both relayed the information to their respective elders. Receiving the same directive, continue to observe and assist Chu Feng in securing the daily first place. Following the event, they would assess the growth rate of his abilities and determine the next course of action. An hour later, the 70,000 white cores were also delivered. In the blink of an eye, he had become quite affluent. Chu Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Now, there remained but one task, to send the items back and then indulge in a grand feast. Initiating an instant transmission, he noted, notifying the recipient, please hold. The recipient has agreed. Instant transmission commencing. Xiao Feng, is it truly possible to transmit so swiftly? Chu Feng displayed the two large boxes before him, revealing them to be brimming with glistening white cores, two entire cases filled to the brim. Upon witnessing this scene, even number one could not help but utter a curse. Commander, is everyone present? I have something of great importance to discuss. Yes, we are all here. Academician Zhang was the first to respond. Very well, I shall proceed. Chu Feng recounted the events he had encountered, including details about other races and the information bestowed upon him by source. Number one was profoundly astonished, particularly by the classification of humanity's evolutionary potential. Xiao Feng, are you saying that our evolutionary potential is rated A? While there are only 10 races in the entire multiverse battlefield that share this rating. Indeed, and the multiverse battlefield does not permit me to utilize genetic awakening agents. I believe we possess boundless evolutionary possibilities. It is merely a matter of direction. Xiao Feng, I think you are overthinking this, number one replied with a smile. His demeanor remarkably relaxed. Do not concern yourself with how to traverse the path beneath your feet. Your sole focus must be one thing: survive at all costs. Chapter 50. The path you walk is humanity's path. Survive, no matter the cost, Chu Feng repeated. Indeed, to endure until the very end is to find the right path. The most correct path. Yes, that is the essence. Child, you may be under too much pressure. Do not become ensnared in trivialities. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Chu Feng expressed his deep gratitude for having such a wise elder in his life. Let us commence the transmission. He indicated towards the boxes on the ground. One box shall be sent back, while I shall keep another. And let us not forget the essence of those two races. Suddenly, Academician Zhang interjected. Xiao Feng, what do you require? Do you have sufficient ammunition? Have you figured out the new weaponry? We're still short on a few things. We believe close combat is not your forte, and we aim to improve it. We are contemplating the creation of firearms powered by crystal cores, capable of launching tungsten steel projectiles and even biological projectiles in conjunction with laser attacks. Biological projectiles? Chu Feng queried, a hint of confusion evident on his face. See, I told you this lad would be astonished. Academician Zhang chuckled. This research commenced the moment you returned with the first corpse. He continued, since we are in the battlefield of myriad worlds, countless races exist. While the term myriad may be figurative, its significance is paramount. Relying solely on metallic bullets imposes significant limitations. What we require is targeted attacks. Thus arose the concept of biological projectiles. We believe that even among myriad races, there exists a fundamental race, a basic gene. Various forms of races can evolve from a singular gene. Much like you mentioned with humanoid beings, their foundational genes may be akin to ours. At this point, Chu Feng comprehended the brilliance of the scientists' minds, their projections remarkably advanced. Therefore, we now need you to seek more of what you just referred to as the essence? Academician Zhang inquired. Yes, the essence, Chu Feng affirmed with a nod. I believe this essence may indeed represent their foundational genes. Academician Zhang began to pace, suddenly pausing with a spark of realization. Xiao Feng, I believe the foundational genes of humanity have already proliferated sufficiently. If possible, we should propose an exchange with them. Wait, number one interjected to halt the discussion. This matter has yet to be fully defined. We cannot hastily decide. You researchers are too radical. Xiao Feng, first obtain as many samples as possible. Once we have a sufficient foundation, we can discuss further. Agreed. Since our genes have been assessed, they surely possess unique attributes. We should not trade them lightly. Precisely, number one remarked, glancing at academician Zhang. Old Zhang, you must temper your radical tendencies. Very well, I concede I have been too impulsive, Zhang admitted. Number one turned to Chu Feng. Xiao Feng, what additional support do you require? I hope the development of biological projectiles can proceed swiftly. I sense that after this endeavor, my novice protection period will soon conclude. Today, I encountered the scale race, and that MO unlock nearly drove me to bloodshed with his provocations. If everyone is situated within the same region, locating him should not pose a challenge. Very well, I shall expedite my pace. Thus, let us commence the transmission. As the transfer initiates, a new garment materializes before me, accompanied by a box of crystal cores, 2 vials of essence, and foundational information about the myriad battlefields sent by Sosur. Chu Feng has already integrated the relevant data into his system concerning the myriad battlefields. Notably, the map has undergone significant alterations. The vicinity surrounding his novice village is shrouded in a veil of war fog. In the distance, 2 illuminated areas emerge, one belonging to the luminal race and the other to the soft race. Judging by the scale, these regions are at least 10,000 kilometers away from the novice village where Chu Feng resides. Additionally, there are introductions to various races, all pertaining to these 2 factions, which currently hold no reference value. Once these matters are settled, it is time for the daily ritual of consuming crystal cores. He begins with the remaining 500 cores, feeling a rapid surge in strength, an unprecedented sensation akin to being overstuffed. Gazing at his hands, he is eager to test the limits of his newfound power. Is there any apparatus within the room for strength assessment? Please proceed to the training ground, which has been marked on the map. Upon opening the map, he discovers a training ground just a few hundred meters away. The energy within him has become somewhat redundant, necessitating its release or assimilation. Arriving at the training ground, it appears similar to other areas of the camp, albeit with rooms that seem sturdier. He approaches one particular room. Rental of training room, 0. 1 military merit for 1 hour. How exorbitant! This is Chu Feng's immediate reaction. He has barely accumulated 1 military merit through strenuous efforts in the novice village. The audacity of charging him 0. 1 for this modest room. Despite his grievances, he recognizes the necessity and opts to rent it for an hour. Upon entering the room, he is astounded by the spaciousness within. Could this be a result of spatial technology? What training or testing project would you like to undertake? Strength. A humanoid wooden dummy materializes before Chu Feng, displaying a virtual screen overhead, measuring in tons. Goodness, it is measured in tons? Chu Feng gasps in astonishment and decides to give it a try. Approaching the dummy, he gathers his strength and delivers a powerful punch. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberates. The screen above flickers twice before reluctantly registering a final reading of 2T. 2,000 kilograms. This marks a 4-fold increase since his days as a private. This is not even his limit. He feels no indication of his energy being expended or absorbed. Comprehensive training commences. The wooden dummy vanishes and is replaced by 10 identical dummies encircling Chu Feng. Beginner comprehensive training. As the announcement concludes, the wooden dummies suddenly launch their assault, triggering Chu Feng's battlefield instincts to heighten. Threats emerge from all directions. The speed of the dummies approaches the limits of Chu Feng's current capabilities. With every ounce of strength, he reacts just in time to evade the first wave of attacks, resulting in a slight digestion of his internal energy. The onslaught continues. He continues to evade, digesting energy, accelerating his speed, and augmenting his strength. After 5 minutes, he fully adapts to the dummy's speed and patterns, and a counterattack begins. The force has reached 3 tons and continues to grow until it halts at 5 tons. At this moment, Chu Feng comes to a standstill as the wooden dummies launch an assault from all directions, overwhelming him. A roar erupts, and the wooden dummies shatter into countless pieces, their internal energy completely expended. He decides to attempt an advanced challenge. Initiating the advanced challenge, the intermediate comprehensive training commences. The number of wooden dummies increases to 10, their size significantly augmented. Just as the battlefield senses a warning, Chu Feng suddenly loses consciousness and collapses to the ground. In the underground laboratory of Blue Star Commander, how shall we divide this? Chunbo leans over the box. I must clarify that I want half for my research, adds Academician Zhang, also leaning over the box. You two should cease your squabbling. Half will be allocated to Chunbo to organize a larger team and conduct thorough data analysis. Since we are in an evolutionary space, we must discover the most suitable path. Number 1, keep these two bickering individuals in check during the distribution. Chapter 51. Caliber is just as martial arts practitioners have begun their training. For one never knows what treasures may be uncovered when they delve into the ancient tomes held by the old masters. The first subject is determined to explore every possible avenue. Suddenly, Chunbo discovers a hint of green concealed beneath the white crystal core. Commander, there is something more advanced here. Chu Feng refrained from mentioning. The first subject also noticed the green crystal core and shook his head, exclaiming, "This child. He fears we might disregard it." Wait a moment, Chunbo, step aside. Academician Zhang pushed Chunbo away, declaring, "This box is peculiar. I have never encountered such a metal before. Quickly, extract the crystal core. I must study this box." All right, the first subject hastily interjected. "Let's all remain calm and tackle one task at a time." The group gradually composed themselves and divided the work among them. When they next awoke, they found themselves back in their chambers, having fainted for half an hour. What a bizarre challenge. With a sense of grievance, he began to consume the crystal cores, 35,000 of them, sufficient to sustain him. He labored until the early hours of the morning, finally succumbing to exhaustion and falling asleep. At 6 o'clock the next morning, he awoke and resumed his consumption until the assembly notification echoed across the square. Upon arrival, he noticed a significant reduction in the crowd. Has there been such a severe reduction in numbers? Chu Feng inquired. Indeed, and this is merely the first day. Greater upheavals lie ahead, Suo Se clarified. Soon, their mission was assigned. A cleaning task of 1,000, a tenfold increase in the required quantity. Isn't this a bit excessive? Do not fret. Suo Se shared an insight with Chu Feng. Look, if we complete today's task, our military merit will rise to 0. 2. Now that seems reasonable, Chu Feng replied. Satisfied, let us commence today's activities. The trio set off towards the designated location marked on the map, a stark contrast to the previous day. As all participants were confined within this area, the familiar strategy resumed. 2 would lure the creatures while 1 would eliminate them. Not far off, Mo and Luo Ku observed Chu Feng's silhouette. You two, venture deeper and lure the sergeant-level malevolent beasts towards me. Since we cannot engage directly, let them meet their demise. The 2 beasts appeared reluctant. You only need to draw their attention. I will handle the rest. Reluctantly, the 2 subordinates proceeded towards the distant Purple Mountains. They had not traveled far when they encountered a small contingent of sergeants dispatching the malevolent beasts, also in limited numbers. Ahead, they spotted 5 or 6 stragglers. The 2 beasts exchanged glances and charged forward, letting out a roar to attract attention before swiftly retreating, their speed akin to that of 4-legged creatures. Despite their efforts, the distance was rapidly closing as dozens more emerged from the ground behind the 5 or 6. The commotion and sheer force of numbers sent the 2 beasts into a state of terror. Who has stirred the beast horde? The sergeants in the distance. witnessing the unfolding chaos, quickly retreated. Everyone disperse. Do not draw their attention. Should we notify the base? They observed that the creatures were heading towards the area designated for corporals. Let's focus on our own tasks. The corporals will signal for help when needed. Moanlock was struck with terror as nearly 100 sergeants charged towards him. You two useless fools, he bellowed while fleeing in the direction of Chu Feng and his companions. At that moment, the trio had just dispatched a considerable wave of enemies and were observing drones transporting the fallen bodies. Chu Feng was engrossed in sharing traditional Chinese culture with his companions, who listened with rapt attention. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. Why does it feel like the ground is constantly shaking? Chu Feng in Guit, glancing towards the source of the vibrations. There he spotted Locke sprinting ahead, with the sergeant's sinister energy beasts in pursuit. Damn it, that treacherous scoundrel. Run. There's no need to rescue those beyond our capabilities, Saucer shouted, rapidly ascending in their vehicle. To their dismay, several energy beasts arched their backs, launching crystal spikes like missiles toward the vehicle. Boom! The engine was struck, sending the craft spiraling toward the ground. Jump, or you'll be blown to bits. Saucer was the first to exit the vehicle, and Chu Feng hastily grabbed his gear, the very foundation of his survival. Just before landing, he leaped out, the force of the explosion propelling him into a roll before he finally came to a halt. The sound of the blast drew the sergeant's attention, who then charged frantically towards the three unfortunate souls. Fight! Fight! Chu Feng roared. Such a scenario was trivial for him, as he faced far more formidable foes on the battlefield. The Kbuk, one crackled with energy, and a metallic storm enveloped the surroundings, forcing the two leading energy beasts to retreat repeatedly. The air was filled with the sound of ricocheting bullets. Your weapons are ineffective, and our attacks can't penetrate their defenses. We're doomed, Saucer lamented before turning to flee. Don't panic. This gun may be useless, but I have another, Chu Feng replied, swiftly retreating while evading the crystals fired by the energy beasts. It wasn't he that the Kbuk one was ineffective. Rather, the sergeant's crystal armor was thicker and their intelligence higher, allowing them to protect their vulnerable spots. Although he eliminated a dozen foes, the relentless pursuit of the remaining beasts began to encircle them. A distress signal had already been dispatched. You were the first yesterday. They will come to your aid. We just need to hold on, Saucer asserted, sending a burst of energy to repel a sergeant attempting a flanking maneuver. Xiaowan employed a unique attack strategy, encasing a crystal, spinning it rapidly within her body before launching it to intercept another energy beast. I thought you two had run away, Chu Feng teased. Hee. Saucer awkwardly chuckled, still reeling from the shock, but now he had returned. You two are clearly here for the benefits, he remarked. With that, Chu Feng grasped the QGCC-1 from behind him, pulling back the bolt, and a bullet of pencil-thin caliber soared through the air. He elegantly held it up for a moment, primarily to showcase it to the two weaklings beside him. He chambered a round and aimed directly at the largest sergeant in front of him, pulling the trigger with precision. A powerful surge of electricity illuminated the surroundings in a brilliant blue and white hue, the recoil causing the gun's muzzle to rise slightly. The tungsten bullet, ablaze with electrical energy, shot forth and, in the blink of an eye, struck the chest of the supernatural beast, where the crystalline armor was at its thickest. I initially wished to interact with you as an ordinary person, but the mask is off. I possess ample firepower. The sergeant, a creature of dark energy, was reduced to mere fragments, as though it were a fragile target. Not just these few, but even dozens more would be insufficient to withstand my might. Damn! Saucer and Xiaowan responded to the spectacle before them with a newly learned essence of their national culture. Chapter 52. The return of the younger brother. I find myself quite eager to wield his weapon, remarked Saucer. Here, take this and give it a try. Chu Feng tossed the Kbuk one to him. Shall I test it? Saucer transformed into the likeness of Chu Feng and aimed at the corrupted beast. However, upon pulling the trigger, he realized that he could not maintain control. Hey, why is it firing uncontrollably? He exclaimed. Goodness. Chu Feng quickly dropped to the ground to evade the erratic shots. Put that gun down. Attacking allies, imminent erasure. Terrified, Sosur hastily discarded the weapon, fervently insisting, "It was not me. It's a misunderstanding, truly. Chu Feng, please vouch for me," he implored. In the heat of battle, he meant no harm. Crisis averted. Sosur, shaken, observed the chaotic spectrum of electrical currents. This contraption is no mere toy. It is exceedingly difficult to manage. Isn't this the genetic development direction you mentioned? If you can't handle it either, I'm truly defeated. He ceased his attempts. Little Soft crawled towards the electromagnetic gun. Hey, Little Soft. Perhaps you should refrain. Why not? I wish to play as well. Wait until we return to the camp. Then you can practice in the training room. Zhu Feng shouted. Very well, Little Soft replied, still somewhat unwilling. The trio retreated while firing, effortlessly dispatching all the corrupted beasts. The mission panel underwent a transformation. Private Corrupted Beasts, 305-1000. Sergeant Corrupted Beasts, 87-100. Temporary mission increase. 1 sergeant can be exchanged for 10 privates, or opt to partake in sergeant missions. Exhausted, the 3 collapsed onto the ground as drones whirred overhead, transporting the carcasses away. In the distance, nearly 10 sergeant squads approached. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they halted abruptly. Who sent out the distress signal? Leading the group was a creature resembling a small mountain, with 6 robust hooves firmly planted on the ground and a massive horn atop its head. Its body was encased in a thick, horned layer of scales, and it possessed a tail nearly as long as its body. It appeared as a magnified rhinoceros, exuding an imposing presence. Sosur and Little Soft recognized this species from the information provided by the myriad tribes. Its attack methods were brutish, relying on sheer strength and the formidable horn, which could be fashioned into weapons and fetched a high price in the black market. Had it not been for the formidable Gray Armor tribe, it would have faced extinction. Its weaknesses were conventional: eyes, throat, and anus, traditional targets. Rising from the ground, Chu Feng stated, "We are not the culprits. Allow me to see your identification code." The great rhinoceros spoke with an authoritative tone. Very well. Sosur stepped forward to present the identification code. He belonged to the Gray Armor tribe, a force to be reckoned with. The golden patterns on his hooves indicated royal lineage. Indeed, you are not the ones who sent out the message. The Gray Armor tribe circled around Chu Feng and his companions, their basin-like eyes scrutinizing them. Impressive. A private capable of slaying Sergeant Corrupted Beasts. Quite remarkable. With that, the creature turned and departed, while the other sergeant teams examined the trio intently, committing their features to memory before also turning away. Are they praising me or reprimanding me? Certainly, I am here to commend you. Although the dark beasts may not rival the elite warriors, they are nonetheless formidable, and coupled with their indifference to mortality and pain, they become natural machines of war. Typically, elite warriors struggle against them unless they are among the very best. You may not fully grasp this yet, but allow me to elucidate. Sosur perceived that Chu Feng was completely unaware of the astonishment he instilled in others. The initial task entails eliminating 100 beasts, a standard benchmark historically set by the lower-tier elite warriors, including those who descended from the heavens. Now, the celestial warriors must take a step back. You are the most ferocious of them all. I have yet to hear of anyone who has annihilated dark beasts by transcending ranks. Little Soft leapt onto Chu Feng's shoulder, exclaiming, "It is truly delightful to be by your side, even if I only partake in the military achievements of the primary attackers. It far surpasses what I could accomplish on my own. We are brothers. Let us refrain from such external talk," Chu Feng replied, feigning modesty, which the two could hardly tolerate. They genuinely believed that Chu Feng regarded them as brothers. "Do you truly feel that way?" Sosur's voice trembled with excitement. "Of course, having fought side by side through life and death, what difference does it make if we are blood brothers?" Chu Feng asserted, exuding an aura of authority. "Excellent," Sosur shouted. "You, Chu Feng, are now my brother from the Luminal clan." A radiant, 7-colored light approached. "What is this?" Chu Feng inquired. "It is the emblem of our Luminal clan, symbolizing eternal friendship and now brotherhood," Sosur replied. Chu Feng inwardly scoffed. "I am truly not human. These races are far too naive." Little Soft then produced a hard, pale green object resembling acrylic. "Chu Feng, this is the emblem of our Soft clan. You are now my brother as well. From now on, I shall not flee in battle, but will fight alongside you until the end. Very well, Chu Feng responded. What shall we do next? Should we return to the camp to request a vehicle? Simply request it. It will be delivered, as this is the privilege of being first. Sosa replied, while already submitting the application. As the three awaited their transportation, Mo unlocked concealed himself behind a crystal in the distance. Where did this bastard come from? Why couldn't even the sergeant eliminate him? Boss, what shall we do next? Let us complete today's task first. He snapped, turning away in frustration. The day passed swiftly, and as expected, they achieved first place once again, exchanging for a green crystal nucleus. Military merits rose to 784, nearing the threshold of 1,000. Inside the dormitory, the crystal nuclei resembled sunflower seeds as they were popped into mouths by the handful. The military merit shops page was constantly refreshing as Chu Feng sought information related to biological projectiles. Academician Zhang had already found a direction, so it was time to assist him. He typed gene into the search bar. A plethora of potions appeared, but not a single gene blueprint. 10,000 races gene blueprint. Relevant content not found. Is it possible to provide the gene of the 10,000 races? This is a prohibited item. Please seek a solution independently. So, it appears that the battlefield of myriad realms places great importance on genes, as well as knowledge or technology related to biology and metal. Biometal theory, 300 military merit. Transformation between organic and inorganic substances, 240 military merit. Fundamentals of genetics, 50 military merit. Analysis of the possibility of metal organ replacement, 10 military merit. The remainder consists of trivial matters. Only these few topics appear genuinely useful. The military merit is perfectly sufficient for redemption. Once redeemed, a drone swiftly arrives outside the room, delivering 3 storage devices resembling USB drives. Is another teleportation necessary? It has only been a day. Perhaps not. I shall wait until I accumulate more valuable items, as a day or two is of little consequence. Within the Great Furnace, the screen displays the cleaning status of all teams today and the total number of corrupted beasts hunted. How many more days will it require? Solace inquired. At this rate, it may take another 15 days. Too slow. Starting tomorrow, we shall extend the timeline and increase the task quantity. The objective must be accomplished within 5 days. I demand to witness the accumulation of the corrupted entities. If we succeed in this endeavor, I shall ascend to the rank of major, becoming a distinguished figure within the clan. Let us not wait for tomorrow. I command immediate action. 5 days of relentless effort. Simultaneously, raise the military merit exchange rate to 0. 3. Understood. Chapter 53. Task mutation. The mission was immediately assigned, leaving Chu Feng, who was still engrossed in learning, bewildered by the sudden command that appeared before him. Please prepare all necessary supplies. The mission will commence in half an hour according to the map instructions. This task will last for 5 days, during which resupply at the camp is prohibited. Mission: Subordinate Demonic Beast 0, 3,000 dam. Why is there an increase in tasks? What is going on? Chu Feng, did you receive the order? Inquired Suo Se and Xiao Ruan through the team channel. Received it. Let us get ready to depart. After Suo Se concluded the communication, Chu Feng muttered, preparing? We need to expedite the transport of supplies. That is the priority. Something significant must be happening. We need high-damage weaponry. Initiating the second instant transport. Transport is about to begin. As the countdown concluded, a hurried figure appeared before Chu Feng. Little Feng, is there an issue? Yes, Commander, the situation is urgent. We will not have time to communicate over the next 5 days. I need to send back the items I have. Wait a moment. I will head to the base immediately. Upon arriving underground, everyone was already prepared. Speak, Little Feng, what do you require? Are there any high-powered weapons? The chief engineer, Zhang, promptly hoisted a hefty firearm. Yes, we have just developed the QLUC-1, a sniper grenade electromagnetic variant. The ammunition comes in 2 types. He produced a round the size of an egg, a high-explosive armor-piercing shell that detonates a reinforced crystal core, unleashing immense energy. And this, a tungsten steel block emerged. It tears through flesh, Once struck, it will rend the body asunder. Shall I prepare 1,000 rounds of each for you? Is that sufficient? That will be more than adequate. Chu Feng exclaimed, exhilarated by the continuous supply of weaponry backed by the nation. Let us proceed with the transport. I have exchanged for a new skill tree. Let's see if we can make use of it, which includes biometal theory, the mutual transformation of organic and inorganic matter, fundamentals of genetics, feasibility analysis of metal organ replacement just by the names. Zhang could discern that these were pivotal technologies. Quickly, ensure the ammunition is supplied and commence the transport. Commander, let us begin. I have little time left. All right. Starting the transport. Having organized his equipment, Chu Feng was now equipped with 3 firearms and 3 large boxes of ammunition. Chu Feng, come out. We are set to depart. Suase knocked on the door. Coming. Chu Feng opened the door and loaded the 3 large boxes onto the vehicle. I have noticed a flaw in your technology. It is exceedingly inconvenient to carry. Xiao Ruan interjected. Chu Feng, refrain from spending military merits and being first every day. Perhaps try to exchange for a spatial backpack in the end. A spatial backpack? Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? Suase mimicked Chu Feng, conjuring an arm to slap his forehead in frustration. What are you two discussing? The spatial backpack, the pinnacle of technology in the battlefield of myriad realms, boasts an internal capacity of 3 cubic meters, ample enough for your usual ammunition storage. The little soft one explains. What a marvelous item. Chu Feng's eyes gleam with a brilliance akin to that of Spectrum. How do I exchange it? This item would typically require a military merit of 100,000. But if you possess cultivation potential, being the best among the best, the battlefield of myriad realms will offer you an interest-free loan. Thus, it is imperative that you excel in this endeavor. Judging by the current circumstances, you are the most promising among the privates. Chu Feng's expression is peculiar. Does the battlefield of myriad realms really engage in credit? Indeed, it's quite advantageous. No interest, and it propels you to continually advance, explained Sasa. Perhaps I am overthinking it, muses Chu Feng as he boards the vehicle, influenced by the financial conventions of Blue Star. The trio arrives at the designated location on the map, where countless malevolent beasts await below. Why are there so many? Chu Feng scans the surroundings. Other squads of privates are cautiously clearing the outskirts, while they delve deep into enemy territory. Is this a task exclusively for us? Chu Feng Yin Gui. It seems so. Sasa replies, before logging off, seemingly to establish further communication. Moments later, Sasa, with a hint of resignation, announces, "Let us begin. The task is intensified, and the military merit exchange rate has increased to 0.3, which is beneficial for you. Indeed, then let us proceed without restraint." Chu Feng commences his barrage. After clearing an area, a drone descends, evidently having awaited this moment from above. Chu Feng clears towards the periphery. As a passage materializes, the task location alters once more. This time, it is not a point, but a flowing region marked on the map. The mission has shifted. We must clear a designated area behind us. Ugh, do they truly regard me as a beast of burden? Let us move forward. The trio ventures deeper once again. Before dawn breaks, today's mission is accomplished, and the corresponding military merit has been credited. Concurrently, the communication arrives. Chu Feng's squad choose to continue clearing. Military merit exchange rate elevated to 0.4. Requests for exchanges can be made. Sasa and the little soft one regard Chu Feng. Hurry, inquire if the spatial backpack can be exchanged. I wish to apply for the Myriad Realms credit to redeem the spatial backpack. Please hold on, validating qualifications. This looks promising. Sasa is exhilarated. If it were unattainable, the request would be outright denied. Thus, the validation appears highly probable. Validation complete. Chu Feng is qualified. Credit limit, 1 million. What the heck? Chu Feng's immediate reaction is disbelief, suspecting that the battlefield of myriad realms intends to lead him into extravagant spending habits. Is the battlefield of myriad realms malfunctioning? Sasa exclaims in a frenzy. What happened? Chu Feng is perplexed. The credit limit for privates falls within a specific range. How much? Chu Feng is intrigued. Between 5,000 and 20,000, and the spatial backpack is deemed a special item, thus not within the reference range. Chu Feng is astounded. Does the battlefield of myriad realms hold such high regard for him? The little soft one, in a state of stupor, remains silent, evidently in communication with the elders of her clan. Alas, why have I uttered so many words? Sosa has also begun to malfunction. Choosing to continue the task, Chu Feng made his decision and, piloting the vehicle, effortlessly eliminated the targets below. The area displayed on the map, measuring 1 kilometer in width and 10 kilometers in length, was entirely cleared by his solitary efforts over the course of an entire day. Sosa and Xiao Ruan have been rendered utterly useless. On the leaderboard, Chu Feng was far ahead, with the second-place kill count trailing him by double digits. Brother Chu, perhaps you should take a break. Your ammo supply has already been depleted, Sosa remarked, glancing at the empty ammunition box on the vehicle. It is indeed time for a rest, Chu Feng conceded, feeling somewhat fatigued. For each of those kills represented precious crystal cores. He reclined upon the box, with Xiao Ruan nestled atop him, while Sosa hovered in the air, on guard. Xiao Ruan, why do I feel as though my stamina is recovering swiftly? Our race's greatest function lies in our ability to assist, amplifying the capabilities of others or enhancing their recovery speed, Xiao Ruan explained. Taken aback, Chu Feng responded, then stay close to me, Xiao Ruan. We shall discuss this further another time. Xiao Ruan replied non-committally, Brother Chu, the soft Ruan tribe does not grant such agreements lightly. There are many rules, and each soft Ruan may only have one companion throughout their lifetime. Chapitre 54, sur un déda? Well then, let us remain as brothers. The soft one stirred slightly, yet remained silent. Inside the furnace, the screen displayed the progress of the massacre. Slow, still too slow. Solo was exceedingly dissatisfied. He dispatched new orders to the sergeant team, instructing them to drive all the malevolent beasts towards the center from the periphery. The final location on the map blinked with a crimson light. Precisely the vacuum zone, cleared by Chu Feng. Commands were issued in succession, with Chu Feng and his comrades receiving orders to hold their ground. Something felt amiss. Chu Feng scrutinized the orders alongside the movements of other teams on the map. What is wrong, big brother? At this rate, we might be encircled. Chu Feng utilized the mapping tool to draw several arrows, indicating potential upcoming movements. The map was divided into 3 concentric circles, enclosing a vast area. The direction nearest the camp was populated with lower-ranked malevolent beasts, while those further out were of higher rank. On the opposite end of the large circle lay the habitat of the sergeant-level beasts, which had also been cleared by the sergeants. Chu Feng and his team found themselves at the center, having cleared a passage behind them. Apart from their rear, the other 3 directions converged towards the center. Could it be? If you have a means, inquire with acquaintances to see how they are faring now and mark it on the map. The 2 subordinates promptly communicated and swiftly marked their findings on the map. Big brother, look! The locations of the sergeants and lieutenants in our clan. This was where they were earlier, and this is their current position. Indeed, the previously isolated squads began to mobilize according to Chu Feng's strategy. Their orders were not to clear, but to drive the beasts away. My side too, the soft one added, marking several points. Big brother, you were right. The malevolent beasts are gathering in our direction. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Is it possible to reclaim the areas cleared in the past 2 days? Wait a moment. The map rapidly accumulated numerous new points. Chu Feng zoomed out, soon discerning an anomaly. The cleared regions formed a depression, and the areas cleared over the past 2 days were all peripheral. For reasons unknown, the pace had suddenly quickened. Unusual occurrences often herald sinister undertones. Chu Feng became cautious. We must tread carefully. What would happen if we disobeyed the orders? Sasa replied, Our orders are to hold our position. Our rank isn't very high, permitting us to maintain a presence throughout the entire area. Very well. Let us retreat to the edge of the area, the location nearest the camp. The vehicle ascended, and the trio reached the outermost perimeter, awaiting further commands. Chu Feng's deductions proved accurate, yet he remained oblivious to the surrounding circumstances. As the drive continued, an increasing number of malevolent beasts were summoned from below. The situation swiftly spiraled out of control. Even in the area previously cleared behind Chu Feng, a multitude a malevolent beast began to emerge. Major, the situation is somewhat out of control. How can there be so many? Inside the furnace, the red dots on the map appeared like mushrooms after rain. Soon, they coalesced into a mass, rapidly spreading throughout the entire region. What shall we do? If this continues, all personnel will be engulfed. The urgency in Soros's demeanor was palpable as he swiftly divided the teams into sectors, appointing the most formidable among them as captains to mount a defense, promising them an increase in military merit. Fero cinco? No, Fero 6, he declared. Yes. The order was dispatched with alacrity, and 9 green dots appeared on Chu Feng's map. Convene the troops swiftly, establish fortifications on the spot, and henceforth, the military merit for slaying enemies will rise to 0. 6, damn it. This is a matter of life and death. Chu Feng cursed vehemently. Brother, isn't an increase in military merit a good thing? What nonsense. The more military merit one accumulates, the greater the peril. Chu Feng maneuvered his vehicle towards the nearest team. Fortunately, the surrounding area was teeming with low-ranking corrupted beasts, which lacked long-range attack capabilities. Not far off, 3 figures were fleeing in disarray. Have a distress signals been dispatched? They have been sent, but new orders have superseded them, directing us to find the human Chu Feng and follow his command. Curse it! I've never encountered such unpredictable changes on the battlefield before. There is no escape. The corrupted beasts have caught up. Counterattack, and save yourselves. The 3 disparate beings began to retaliate. One humanoid creature plunged its hands into a crystal, causing a wall to rise from the ground, effectively blocking the pursuing corrupted beasts. The other 2, resembling elemental beings, floated in spherical forms. Suddenly, flames erupted from one, while a blue light emanated from the other. They were indeed 2 elemental races. However, the fire and frost barely made an impact against the crystal armor of the corrupted beasts. This isn't working. These crystal corrupted beasts counter us too effectively. The 2 elemental spheres exclaimed. Let us keep fleeing. I see that Chu Feng is not far behind. The trio continued their escape, but the corrupted beasts were hot on their heels. Just as the situation seemed dire, the distinct sound of an electromagnetic gun rang out, and the pursuing corrupted beasts fell in droves. What kind of attack is this? The 3 fugitives were momentarily stunned. Get up here. Shoro shouted. The 2 elemental beings lifted the 3rd onto their vehicle. We need to acquire a vehicle ourselves. No time for chatter. I require the 3 of you to hold this area. You, the one who demonstrated such capability earlier. I need you to construct a bunker that can withstand the long-range assaults of the sergeant-level corrupted beasts. Can you manage that? Crystalline race, I am speaking to you. You know the consequences of failing to heed battlefield orders. Shorosh Belovet. The humanoid creature trembled slightly and quickly responded, yes. But what if there are corrupted beasts in that area? I've already cleared it. Just proceed to the marked location. The position marked by Chu Feng was the high ground where the 3 had previously stationed themselves, the most advantageous terrain in the vicinity. The 3 disembarked from the vehicle and hurried towards the designated site. Chu Feng continued his efforts to rescue others, and half an hour later, the remaining 8 squads assembled at the marked location. The bunker was beginning to take shape, but the crystalline being seemed to have exhausted its strength. Leaning against the wall to rest, the roar of a vehicle approached, and Chu Feng leapt down. Why have you stopped? He demanded, striding towards the crystalline being. Devoid of energy, a sense of urgency enveloped the crystalline entity as it gasped for breath. What energy do you require? It inquired. Crystalline cores, high-quality crystalline cores. Came a reply. Without hesitation, Chu Feng produced 100 pristine white cores and tossed them toward the creature. Is this sufficient? My goodness, more than enough, exclaimed the entity, its eyes gleaming with eagerness. The other 8 squads observed the exchange with envy. Captain, I can excavate, but it will consume a considerable amount of energy, spoke a member of the Beast clan, resembling a pangolin. Through the squad channel, Sosa remarked, Brother, this is the Tunnel clan, renowned for their digging prowess. Indeed, the crystalline terrain will deplete his energy. Chu Feng responded by casting another 100 crystalline cores. Assist him. I wish to witness this small hill transformed into a fortress. Understood. The other races eagerly volunteered, articulating their strengths, and it became evident that a formidable team was forming. All members sprang into action. Various obstacles and trenches began to emerge around the small hill, while the surrounding crystalline ground softened, resembling a marshland. As these endeavors unfolded, the ground quaked violently, heralding the approach of a surge of malevolent energy beasts. Chapter 55. The ever-changing battlefield. At this moment, the Dongjia tribe emerged from their hideout, exclaiming, "It's almost ready. Coming quickly." 30 individuals entered the cavern, only to find it completely hollowed out. Chu Feng was equally astonished and promptly instructed, "Open several passages. We must prevent those malevolent beasts from demolishing the shelter." Understood. Immediately, several openings large enough for a single malevolent beast to pass through appeared. Now, create a skylight that allows for a 360-degree attack on the outside. Certainly, in no time, shooting windows were established. Chu Feng was thoroughly pleased and tossed over a dozen crystal cores. "You all are responsible for repelling the malevolent beasts. Ensure they do not breach our defenses. I shall handle the rest." The malevolent beasts had already advanced, their claws and tongues probing through the gaps, their frenzied demeanor quite intimidating. Chu Feng commenced a barrage of gunfire. This was an opportune moment to accrue military merits, as the densely packed formation of the malevolent beasts eliminated concerns of wasted ammunition. Keep an eye on the areas that are congested and need clearing. We must maintain a steady, rhythmic defense. Chu Feng instructed his two companions. Understood. The gunfire resonated in a rhythmic cadence. As the malevolent beasts threatened the safety of their cover, Chu Feng would accelerate his shooting to alleviate the pressure. Once the tension subsided, he would reduce his pace. In this ebb and flow of intensity, the bunker entered a remarkably stable state. The 3 additional entrances designated for the malevolent beasts were easily managed, with a rotation system ensuring everyone maintained ample stamina. To their surprise, being besieged by malevolent beasts could be so effortless, it felt almost like a vacation. It remained unclear who initiated the banter, but the atmosphere lightened, and laughter began to echo. "You should consider who bears the brunt of the pressure," Sosei remarked with a hint of frustration. The atmosphere quickly grew awkward as Chu Feng continued firing, observing that the malevolent beasts were stacking up in layers outside. They only needed to confront 3 at a time. A clear disparity. Sosei, without the support of the others, the 3 of us would also falter. Do not utter such demoralizing words. Subsequently, Chu Feng distributed several crystal cores to each individual as a token of appreciation for their efforts, leaving the 27 tribes feeling somewhat ashamed. "Rest assured, during this battle, we shall do whatever you command." Without question came a swift response, with the Dongjia tribe leading the affirmation. Chu Feng cast a glance at the speaker, noting the cleverness in his demeanor. After expressing gratitude, they resumed their combat. As time progressed, the situation grew increasingly perilous, with the presence of sergeants emerging among the ranks of soldiers. Everyone became acutely aware as sergeants began to materialize within the beast horde, tension mounting amongst them. Each squad would have to pay a significant price to confront a single sergeant. Should their numbers swell, even 3 entrances could be breached. Should we block off the entrances, leaving only one? Someone suggested, gaining agreement from others. No, the intelligence of the sergeants is high. If they cannot find a point of entry, they will undoubtedly devise alternative methods, which will be far more hazardous. Chu Feng had already caught sight of even more formidable figures in the distance. "Just hold your ground. I shall devise a plan," Chu Feng stated as he swiftly assessed the weaponry and ammunition at hand. The Kpuk one had approximately 100,000 rounds, while the QJZDC-1 had not been fired even once, boasting around 80,000 rounds. The Kluk-1 electromagnetic sniper grenade launcher contained 2,000 rounds. Ammunition is ample. Is there a possibility of requesting support? Zhu Feng Yin Guit. Sosur remained vigilant, monitoring the battlefield channel. "Boss, our conditions here are optimal. Other squads have begun to incur casualties. We should beckon them to converge towards us. Every life saved counts." Understood. Sosur promptly began to send messages. Within the furnace, Solosu observed the battlefield scenario and noted Chu Feng's request for adjacent squads to rally. He elevated Chu Feng to the rank of squad leader and commanded the surrounding teams to converge and establish a defense line. The order was issued instantaneously, with only 3 nearby squads remaining, 2 of which were on the brink of collapse. Upon receiving the command, they clung to it as if it were a lifeline, lacking any cover as they frantically fled for their lives. Inside the bunker, Chu Feng ordered an expansion downwards, initiating the creation of an evacuation route from underground. Xiaoyu, come here. He beckoned the Dung Armor Clan member to his side. Begin establishing the retreat path. You need not engage in the upcoming battle. Xiaoyu no dead, reste assured. It was imperative to formulate an escape route, as Chu Feng sensed that this battle had only just commenced, with the situation destined to grow increasingly dire. The reason he spoke privately with Xiao Hui was due to his apprehension that the furnace would overhear and command him to hold his ground at all costs. This battle had escalated beyond simple measures. It was unreasonable to sacrifice oneself for the selfish desires of others, especially with the entirety of Huagua's resources resting behind him. Xiao Hui fully embraced Chu Feng's strategy, for no one wished for death. The tunnel construction progressed remarkably well. Upon his return, a mere 10 minutes later, Chu Feng found it hard to believe the efficiency. Captain, this is our clan's expertise. Do not doubt it. We can retreat at any moment. Another plan took shape in Chu Feng's mind. Could we construct a labyrinth, a combat-friendly maze, marking the correct paths for ambush? Certainly, though it will require some time. Xiao Yu responded. Chu Feng nodded. No problem. We need tunnels spacious enough for a sergeant's build. Very well. I shall begin. Xiao Hui hastily departed once more. Chu Feng relayed the plan through the squad channel to his 2 subordinates, instructing them to remain perpetually prepared for evacuation. Just then, a distress signal blared through. Help. We are 1 kilometer northwest of your position, surrounded by sergeant-level evil beasts. We need assistance. Chu Feng cursed under his breath. Is it not challenging enough already? Crystal Clan? Xiao Hui, regroup with me. These 2 were the most valuable allies he could think of. They swiftly joined him. Come with me for the rescue. Reluctantly, but with no alternative, they boarded the vehicle. The Crystal Clan member focused intently on the sergeants, deflecting their ranged attacks, ensuring only slight deviations from their trajectories. Little Gray remained vigilant. Should the situation become dire, he would swiftly dig in for shelter. They would carve a passage underground, unearthing the vehicle and driving it towards the rescue point. The number of sergeants on the ground had reached a considerable proportion, and the Crystal Clan faced significant challenges in repelling the onslaught of ranged attacks. Fortunately, time was fleeting and they managed to arrive successfully. Only a handful of members remained in that squad. You 2 descend and construct a shelter. I shall clear the surrounding enemies from above, he commanded. After a barrage of gunfire, they finally managed to create a vacuum zone where the vehicle could land. Come on, everyone aboard. Chu Feng shouted while standing atop the vehicle, firing relentlessly. The malevolent beasts roared and charged forward, only to fall beneath Chu Feng's gunfire. Those being rescued gazed at Chu Feng's silhouette in awe, marveling at his strength. Why is he so powerful, even as a corporal like us? Hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. One cried out, overwhelmed by the immense energy drain from the Crystal Clan. Chu Feng tossed him several crystal cores. I can't consume anymore. I can no longer absorb. What? Chu Feng was perplexed, yet his weapon remained unfaltering. Chapter 56. Bullet time soon. Everyone boarded the vehicle. Xiao Hui took the wheel while the Crystal Clan defended. Who among you has the capability to fend off long-range attacks? Otherwise, we are all doomed. The vehicle strained to its limits, swaying precariously as it sped towards the bunker. Chu Feng retrieved the QJZC-1, switching to single-shot mode and affixing the optical sight. He swiftly scanned below for the sergeants poised to launch their remote assaults. The rate of fire slowed considerably, yet his accuracy soared to 100. Each shot claimed a sergeant, and in a remarkably short span, not a single crystal projectile was launched in their direction. What extraordinary prowess! At such a distance, he could instantaneously lock onto his foes and eliminate them. Truly formidable. Unbeknownst to him, someone began narrating in the public channel, expressing awe. Chu Feng, however, was wholly absorbed in his task, intently searching for the sergeants below. The malevolent beasts were overwhelming, and the sergeants, possessing remarkable intelligence, had already detected the concealed figures among the throng. Chu Feng entered a state of flow, marking the first time he unleashed his full capabilities since reaching expert level. The frequency of gunfire increased as more sergeants emerged for long-range attacks. Rise higher, higher. Even if we are shot down, we must glide towards the bunker. The outline of the bunker materialized ahead, merely a few hundred meters away. Yet, the vehicle was severely overloaded. Suddenly, a crystal projectile shot forth from the beast horde, narrowly missing. Chu Feng exerted every ounce of effort to maneuver the barrel, attempting to lock onto the crystal. However, it proved futile. Hurry faster. Chu Feng sautait internally. Abruptly, a surge of electricity coursed through him. He ceased his attempts to lock on and instead began to shoot with abandon. A crackle of electricity flashed. The bullets sliced through the air, striking the crystal projectile with precision. At that moment, one thought consumed Chu Feng's mind. Bullet time. More crystal projectiles erupted from the beast swarm. But Chu Feng maintained that transcendent feeling, his arms swinging as if swatting away mere mosquitoes. Yet, each bullet found its mark. And soon the sky was adorned with countless crystalline blossoms. In such a brutal environment, an unexpected beauty emerged. How did he accomplish this? This thought echoed in the minds of all present. The vehicle descended slowly amidst the dazzling display of crystal projectiles, landing atop the bunker. This time, Chu Feng need not issue further commands. The Crystal Clan instinctively buried and protected the vehicle. Others hastily entered the bunker, seamlessly integrating into the team while observing the established combat dynamics. Exhausted, Chu Feng entered the bunker, struggling to clear the encroaching malevolent beasts before collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, as he sat, others quickly filled the void. "Big brother, how did you do that?" Soser inquired, approaching him. "What?" Chu Feng was still trying to comprehend the situation. How could they be so instinctively cooperative? Soser pointed to the diverse array of races around them, each fulfilling their roles in harmonious collaboration. "I have no idea. Perhaps everyone simply wishes to survive," he replied, just as a member of the Crystal Clan approached. "Captain, is there anything else you require of me?" Their demeanor was exceedingly respectful. "There is nothing more to discuss for now. Let us take a moment to rest while vigilantly observing the ratio of the aberrant beast ranks. Should the number of sergeants begin to rise, we must contemplate a strategic withdrawal." "Very well. Just a moment ago, this fellow was quite haughty. What has caused such a shift to obedience?" Chu Feng, fatigued yet exhilarated, had just grasped the concept of bullet time, his body struggling to acclimate, leading to immense exhaustion. This newfound skill, or rather, ability, was remarkably fitting, unlike the rigid techniques bestowed by the skill crystal, which required painstaking development. Perhaps this is the advantage of genetic evolution, thought Chu Feng as he retrieved a crystal core and swiftly consumed it, striving to reclaim every moment for recovery. "Captain, the ratio of sergeants has now surpassed 50%. What is our course of action?" While the Crystal Clan fought valiantly, they quickly relayed the situation. "Xiao Ri, how fares your end?" "Chu Feng in Guit, all is in order." "Excellent. Maintain your positions. Everyone else, retreat underground." In an instant, all sprang into motion. Chu Feng, having nearly regained his strength, rose to continue his rapid extermination of the malevolent beasts. Only those who held their ground could retreat with ease. The sergeant aberrant beasts, unable to breach the bunker, began to assume the primary offensive stance. "So, sir," Xiao Ruan, "pull my ammunition inside. We must withdraw." Chu Feng could no longer withstand the onslaught, as the sergeant's ranged attacks began to envelop him. A crystal spike narrowly grazed his cheek, a perilous encounter. With a saturation assault, he repelled the aberrant beasts and swiftly darted into the passage behind him. Below ground, the crystals emitted a faint glow, not impairing visibility. Xiao Hui had excavated the tunnel with great ingenuity, allowing ample space for all while proving uncomfortable for the aberrant beasts. Just as Chu Feng entered the underground, the bunker succumbed to the charge of the aberrant beasts. A sergeant, following the trail, burrowed in after him. Chu Feng unslung the kbuk, pivoted, and fired a shot straight into the creature's eye, resulting in its immediate demise. The corpse obstructed the passage, rendering the aberrant beasts behind it unable to advance. Their roars echoing in frustration, some even resorting to digging in an attempt to circumvent the fallen body. The digging speed was inconsequential. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as the sergeant's corpse was dragged away, making way for another to breach the tunnel, advancing cautiously to protect its vulnerable areas. Chu Feng quickly switched weapons, using a large caliber to pierce the crystal armor, killing it once more. The body was again removed, and yet another sergeant burrowed in. The frenzied aberrant beasts even began to excavate from above, creating tremors that instilled a sense of impending doom in all present. Damn it, retreat. Quickly, let them come in. After issuing the command, Chu Feng no longer concerned himself with what lay behind. The sergeants led the way into the passage. Xiao Hui, where's the maze? We are already here. Continue onward, and you shall see. Chu Feng moved swiftly, arriving in an expansive chamber surrounded by dozens of passages, each capable of accommodating the bulk of the sergeant's aberrant beasts. Captain, come quickly. Chu Feng regrouped with the main force. What a map. Have you marked it? It has been sent to everyone. Glancing at the map, he noted the meticulous markings. I shall now assign tasks. Chu Feng organized the team as per their original squad, dispersing everyone throughout the tunnels. Strive to eliminate the enemy. If that proves unfeasible, retreat through the safe passage and fortify the final checkpoint, awaiting the return of all. Once everyone is back, we shall obliterate the underground passage. Chu Feng marked each squad's designated passage on the map, prompting swift action from all. The malevolent beasts had already arrived at the transfer point. The team members actively lured the beasts, causing the horde to disperse. As the exit was located, the commotion from the ground excavation swiftly subsided. It is better to allow passage than to block. The wisdom of our ancestors holds true in every circumstance. Zhu Feng, accompanied by Su Se and Xiao Ruan, also ventured into the passage. At that moment, they faced merely a single malevolent beast, an encounter far too effortless. Brother, how did this operation come to such a state? Su inquired. Chu Feng, now at ease, began to ponder the situation. Allow me a moment to reflect. He raised his hand and dispatched the sergeant before him with a single shot. The verdant ichor of the malevolent beasts pooled upon the ground, and the seemingly seamless surface appeared to absorb the blood. Something was amiss. It was undoubtedly strange. Chu Feng sensed a revelation dawning upon him. He then retrieved his water pouch and poured its contents onto the ground, only to find it unable to penetrate. All squads, observe whether the blood of the malevolent beasts is seeping downward. Chapter 57. Defiance. The squad responded swiftly. Affirmative. Proceeding downwards. The presence of the tainted blood was undoubtedly concerning, and Chu Feng was now certain that such a large-scale operation and slaughter were intricately linked to it. Xiao Hui, come here. Chu Feng once again summoned this agile creature, more adept underground than above. Moments later, the wall trembled, and Xiao Hui emerged. Captain, what is it? I need you to investigate below, to follow the trail of the tainted blood. Xiao Hui paused for a moment before responding. Understood. With that, he began his descent. Wait. Chu Feng called him back and handed him a handful of crystal cores. If you encounter any danger, retreat immediately. Do not concern yourself with what lies beneath. It is beyond our jurisdiction. Rest assured, Captain, I value my life greatly. After Xiao Hui departed, Chu Feng felt an increasing sense of unease, a premonition of impending disaster. It seemed his battlefield instincts were urging him to withdraw. Everyone, abandon your current positions and retreat to the connection point. Prepare for immediate evacuation. Chu Feng could not afford to linger. Ensuring the safety of all was paramount. Xiao Hui, return at the first sign of clues. Received. The order reached Soros, who was observing the screen where the number of fallen tainted beasts had exceeded initial expectations. However, the losses among his troops were substantial as well. The screen displayed two sets of data, one for his soldiers and another for the tainted beasts. Sergeant, 7022 10,000. Corporal, 28911 30,000. Private, 29901 50,000. Tainted beasts, 153055. The casualty figures for the soldiers continued to rise swiftly, while the decline of the tainted beasts had begun to slow. We are still short by 50,000. We must complete this, Soros shouted defiantly. There are many left. They must hold their ground. Retreat is not an option. I must summon the Major. This is my only hope for advancement. Soros had descended into madness, issuing commands to various units. Chu Feng and his team had retreated to the connection point, and upon viewing the new orders, their certainty deepened. They were mere pawns, fodder for Soros to achieve his goals. Captain, what should we do? Everyone looked to Chu Feng, who had become their anchor. Their survival thus far was a testament to his decisions and formidable strength. You all understand the consequences of defiance. To survive, since I have assumed the role of captain, I will face death before any of you. Chu Feng hefted his weapon and advanced, beginning to eliminate the tainted beasts. Yet, his mind was racing with the flaws in the orders. If retreat was not an option, then they must advance, pushing the line of battle back to increase their chances of survival. Everyone, follow me in a counteroffensive. Utilize the terrain to our advantage. Xiao Hui returned. There is no need to investigate further. Captain, look! Xiao Hui's voice came through, accompanied by an encrypted video. The footage captured from his perspective displayed a pool of tainted blood accumulating below, with greenish blood seeping from the surrounding walls. In the depths of the water pool, a colossal creature, a fusion of two races, is gestating. Can you discern his rank, Xiao Hui? No, it eludes comprehension. Yet he instills a terror far greater than that of Solask. Return swiftly. We must not awaken this being, Chu Feng implored, filled with trepidation. Understood, Xiao Hui retreated hastily, but in his turn, inadvertently knocked a minuscule crystal stone to the ground. Oblivious to his blunder, he rejoined the main force. While the tiny crystal plummeted into the blood pool, descending slowly to the bottom, gently resting upon the back of the malevolent beast. The creature seemed to quiver momentarily before succumbing to silence once more. The water level in the blood pool began to recede rapidly, the blood seeping from the crystal accelerating its flow as if drawn by a vortex. As the ground trembled with the creature's agitation, all the malevolent beasts synchronized in their halt before returning to their previous state. In the next moment, the already frenzied beasts erupted into a greater fury, fixating on their targets, disregarding their comrades, intent on annihilating their enemies, even at the cost of their own lives. Simultaneously, Chu Feng sensed an anomaly. Is there any support on the way? He inquired. The map does not indicate any. It is all malevolent beasts ahead, answered Suase. Why then? Is chaos erupting within the beast tide? After speaking, Chu Feng contacted Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui, investigate what is transpiring behind the beast tide. Received. A prompt response followed. Captain, a grave situation has arisen. The beasts are turning on one another. No, it is the sergeants slaughtering the privates. Furrowing his brow, Chu Feng sensed something was amiss. What is the direction of his sergeants? One moment, they are not merely turning on each other. They are clearing the obstacles before them, and their target is us. No sooner had the words left his lips than a private malevolent beast was attacked from behind. A sergeant tore it apart before lunging at Chu Feng. The bullets pierced its body, and it was swept away. What is your status? Are the sergeants indeed clearing the obstructive privates? Reports flooded in from all sides, confirming the situation. Captain, matters are escalating. There is even greater commotion from the rear. Sergeant, an even more perilous situation is unfolding. Disturbances arise from above as the malevolent beasts on the ground erupt into chaos once more. Captain, if this continues, we shall be buried alive. Retreat, fall back. Chu Feng ordered decisively. We must withdraw to the escape route and detonate this place. Brother, this is insubordination. Suase grasped Chu Feng. Survival comes first. We will address insubordination later. As long as the Green Hills remain, we need not worry about firewood. We must prioritize our survival. All personnel hastily retreated to the escape route as Chu Feng issued his command. The Crystal Clan withdrew their supports, and the entire tunnel began to collapse, with malevolent beasts tumbling down from above, either crushed or slain by stronger forces. The blood of the malevolent surged forth, flowing at an accelerated pace. Within the furnace, The death toll of the malevolent beasts escalated rapidly, surpassing 190,000. It is nearly complete. Gather the prepared items and set forth. Salas commanded, accompanied by 3 captains, piloting a vehicle adorned with a peculiar device resembling a miniature furnace. Within the tunnel, Chu Feng and his companions had retreated far from the most intense area of the battle. However, the anticipated communication of disobedience had yet to arrive. Something seemed amiss. Why was there no report? Source remained tense, his gaze fixed upon the system. It was possible that there was an issue with the orders. This scenario aligned with Chu Feng's assessment. Source, do you know how long it has been since Solo Set was promoted to Major? After a moment of contemplation, Source replied, it seems he was already a Major when I began to take notice. And how old are you this year? By your human standards, I am 35. Interesting. Chu Feng pondered, seeking further clarification. How long have you held the rank of corporal? Since last month. And what is the fastest record for a major of your light-born kin to ascend to the rank of lieutenant colonel? I believe I have heard it is around 45 or 50 years. In any case, the elders of our tribe regard Solo Set as an exceptionally gifted individual, likely to surpass that timeline. Then it all makes sense. The unseen yet formidable malevolent entity lurking below, coupled with the inexplicable orders received in recent days, suggested that this dread creature was merely a stepping stone for Solaset's promotion to lieutenant colonel. Chapter 58, A Perilous Moment. Sharpening the blade in crisis, this battle was beyond their participation. A swift retreat was imperative. Xiao Hui, lead everyone back to the surface. All must return to the camp at the utmost speed. Xiao Hui moved to the forefront of the group, burrowing towards the ground. Within moments, they all emerged above. Sporadic corrupted beasts roamed the vicinity, easily dispatched. The battlefield was in utter chaos, a cacophony of clashing foes, without the presence of the myriad races. The corrupted beasts turned upon one another. The once violet earth had transformed into a verdant hue, only to revert to purple moments later, this cycle repeating. Dongjilumed. Chu Feng glanced at his status panel. Name, Chu Feng. Race, human. Rank, private, 50-2500. Corporal, 13,011,000. Promotion suspended during special events. Title, none. Merit, 6,841. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Feng was on the cusp of ascending to corporal. However, his attributes had seen little enhancement. Fortunate that the event restrained rank advancements. With such a wealth of merit, he must return to redeem it for blue enhancement crystals, hastening his strength. Otherwise, with the rapid improvement of event techniques, his foundation would be irrevocably compromised. Let us return to the camp and redeem everything we can to bolster our strength. I sense this ordeal is far from over. The group now held unwavering faith in Chu Feng. On the map, only they had retreated to the camp. Other companions remained engaged in battle, their numbers dwindling. The camp was eerily silent, and under Chu Feng's command, each member departed. What now, boss? Without battlefield orders, we cannot leave this area. Sosur fretted, panic setting in. Shaoruan squirmed uneasily. I hope Solar can deal with that monster. Otherwise, we might all perish. What? Chu Feng transmitted the images captured by Xiao Hui to the two. Redeem the merit and enhance our strength as much as possible. We must strive to survive. With that, he returned indoors, exchanging all his merits for 1,000 blue enhancement crystals. There was also one instant teleportation opportunity, to use it or not. Perhaps it was best not to burden them with concern for his safety. The blue crystals charged at an accelerated pace, and after consuming several, he felt a palpable sense of fullness. Chu Feng sought to enter that enigmatic state, reminiscent of bullet time in games. Indeed, this time he slipped in effortlessly. Since his body could no longer absorb more, he would resort to rigorous training. In the training room, he immediately engaged in a medium difficulty challenge while simultaneously experiencing the highly demanding bullet time. The movements of the wooden dummies were all discernible, allowing him to effortlessly evade subsequent attacks. Yet, his strength had not yet reached the threshold for destruction. He could only attempt repeatedly. The crystals continued to be consumed, and his body was relentlessly hammered. After several minutes, he easily cleared the medium difficulty. Advanced difficulty. The moment it commenced, Chu Feng was again sent flying. But this time he did not lose consciousness. Good. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Once more, he stubbornly maintained his focus, his body flitting through the air like a shuttlecock. The energy within him was rapidly absorbed, and the bullet time effect grew ever stronger, enabling him to track the trajectories of the wooden dummies. Just as Chu Feng contemplated a counterattack, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Has it begun? Unknown energy interference. Exiting training now. The anomaly has been reported to the Multiverse Battlefield Committee. Chu Feng was ejected from the room, observing the remaining hundreds of crystal cores. Disregarding everything else, he consumed them all. Brother, what is happening? I feel as if the sky is about to collapse. The panicked voice of Suo Se resonated through the headset. Calm down. How have your advancements been? It's futile. The time is too short. The activity control military rank promotion. If we could advance, we might be stronger. Captain, what is happening? Xiao Hui also requested communication. Subsequently, all the previous team members sent communication requests. Everyone, head to the square. We will gather there. Bring all your equipment. Understood. In the square, everyone awaited Chu Feng's arrival. Captain, they greeted him as he approached, all eager to acknowledge his presence. The situation was likely spiraling out of control. The anomaly should have already been reported to the Multiverse Battlefield Committee. Xiao Hui, synchronize the situation you observed with everyone. The footage played before all. Wow. Gasps of astonishment erupted. The recent disturbances must have been caused by this entity. I suspect it is at least a lieutenant colonel. Chu Feng refrained from detailing his deductive process. A lieutenant colonel? Xiao Hui stood beside him. Does that mean it surpasses even the Solaros? Indeed. Could it be? Xiao Hui hesitated, abruptly falling silent. Everyone contemplated the possibilities, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. The camp should be secure. Let us await the higher-ranking officers to handle this. Suddenly, the ground shook again, forcing them to stabilize themselves as they gazed toward the battlefield. A colossal orb of light erupted in the sky. This is the genetic ability of my race. With such power, it can only be Solaros. Suo Se exclaimed in terror. The immense light sphere resembled the sun, bathing the entire realm in a blinding white. Chu Feng looked at his hand, pristine and immaculate in its whiteness. As a being of light, he began to grasp the abilities of the Light Energy Clan. Immediately afterward, the white radiance retracted at a tremendous speed, all converging into a small furnace. Chu Feng witnessed everything unfold with clarity. Once all the light energy was absorbed, the furnace trembled violently, as if it were undergoing purification or transformation, converting into the most primordial, transparent crystal core energy crashing down to the ground. Isn't the crystal core energy's damage to the evil beasts maximized? Chu Feng in Gui. Indeed, it is at its peak. A more significant tremor followed, accompanied by a soul-shattering howl. Ack, brother, what is that? A lieutenant colonel, an evil beast. A green light soared into the sky, countering the transparent energy. The two forces collided violently in midair, generating ripples of energy that affected everything in their vicinity. Evil beasts and various races in close proximity were instantly vaporized, while those farther away were swept away by the energy tide, drifting like fallen leaves into the distance. Stand firm around me and resist the impact, Chu Feng shouted as he completed his command. Xiao Hui swiftly excavated the ground, revealing a small pit in an instant, where everyone took refuge. The Crystal Clan constructed a triangular barrier ahead, dispersing the energy tides effectively. None were toppled, showcasing the remarkable synergy of this squad. What excellent coordination, someone exclaimed, and it resonated deeply with all present. As the shock waves subsided, a creature of dark energy, resembling a small mountain, leaped into the air. Enormous and armed with razor-sharp fangs, it lunged towards the airborne Solar. Simultaneously, it unleashed a torrent of dark energy blood, tainting the vast expanse of the sky. Solar emitted a brilliant white light once more, causing the dark energy blood to lose its color instantaneously. As the spectral energy flowed back, the tainted blood transformed into a crystal-clear liquid, devoid of its contaminating properties. Good heavens, what a formidable purifying power! Chu Feng marveled at the extraordinary capabilities of the Light Energy clan's genetic traits. Reflecting on the fact that the Light Energy clan is merely classified as C level, he pondered the potential magnitude of the genetic abilities of B and A levels, and where humanity's evolutionary path might lead. Emergency, emergency, emergency. The multiverse battlefield sounded 3 consecutive alarms, and Chu Feng awaited the forthcoming announcement. Chapter 59. Peril lurks. The malevolent energy uprising has activated Program 1. All active members across the myriad realms must resolutely engage in the suppression of this dark force. This battle will be fraught with peril, and the likelihood of sacrificing your lives is substantial. However, any contributions made will allow designated individuals to inherit your assets within the battlefield, accompanied by a substantial supply of resources. Should you survive this confrontation and render significant service, the battlefield will honor any requests you may have, provided they do not exceed your current military rank by 5 levels. The singular objective of this mission is to eradicate the malevolent energy, with all accomplishments duly recorded in the annals of the battlefield. Remember, retreat in the face of malevolent energy equates to self-destruction. The mission has commenced. A torrent of commands left everyone in a state of disarray. What is this malevolent energy uprising? Can the current malevolent beasts truly revolt? Captain, what is happening? Inquired Xiaoyu. Chu Feng was at a loss for words. He was still but a novice in this tumultuous world. An answer soon presented itself as a green pillar of light ascended towards the heavens, attempting to saturate the world in its verdant hue. Solar Zay activated his genetic ability once more, and the feeble white light was swiftly shattered. The massive orb of light rapidly diminished, wobbling as it drifted towards the furnace. The malevolent beasts halted, their forms bathed in green, with the purple crystals adorning them transforming to match. As Solar Zay retreated, the remaining warriors on the battlefield followed suit, returning to the camp. At last, Chu Feng caught sight of the sergeants. Were they strong? Their presence did not seem to surpass that of Chu Feng significantly. A seemingly wolf-like sergeant approached their squad, haughtily questioning, "Why is your team so intact? Have you turned traitor?" Chu Feng scrutinized the individual and his companions, while those in his squad regarded the imposing gray wolf with trepidation, unsure of how to respond. "We are merely ordinary individuals, not worthless cowards, hence we have survived." Chu Feng Vito. The wolf was accompanied by merely a handful of comrades, each bearing wounds. Chu Feng's words resonated with all those who had retreated, highlighting the stark contrast to the completeness of their own squad. Thus, it was only fitting that they faced the ire of others. In terms of merit, Chu Feng's squad holds the highest accolades, announced the Myriad Realms battlefield from its platform. Such recognition quelled the hostility among the onlookers. "My apologies. Our squad has suffered significant losses, and emotions have run high," the sergeant unexpectedly conceded to Chu Feng. "Brother, the Myriad Realms battlefield is quite pragmatic. Those with the greatest merit are deemed heroes of the battlefield. We are all warriors here, devoid of ulterior motives." Devoid of ulterior motives? Chu Feng harbored doubts. Perhaps their schemes were simply inadequate, as exemplified by the individual who sought to ensnare him. Everyone stood resolutely in their positions, observing the exceedingly weakened Solar Zay. "Allocate yourselves to different sectors. I can fight no longer," he declared before retreating into the furnace to recuperate. Chu Feng pondered, convinced that Solar Zay was merely biding his time to gather strength for an escape, for the Myriad Realms battlefield tolerated no transgressions. As the furnace engulfed Solar Zay, the unique white light of the luminal race swiftly faded into a pale green, reminiscent of diluted malevolent energy. Upon closer inspection, several jagged fissures of dark energy marred his form. Cursed be it, my essence has been wounded by this malevolent force, and the battlefield of all realms shall not grant me mercy." Solar Zay lamented in anguish. "Do you wish to survive?" A voice, ethereal and haunting, echoed around him. "The Dark God?" Solar Zay gasped, his heart racing in fear as he surveyed the empty void surrounding him. "To live, you must heed my words. Unleash the furnace with all your might and cast the malevolent energy within. When the colonel of the battlefield of all realms arrives to clean up the mess, strike him with a fatal blow. Should you succeed, I shall bestow upon you eternal life and boundless power. This audacious scheme sent shivers down Solar Zay's spine. No, I cannot betray the battlefield of all realms. My kin would face retribution. Then let your kin embrace the dark god's embrace. Will you gamble for a brighter tomorrow, or perish here on the battlefield of all realms? With the dark god's voice resonating in his mind, the dark energy fissures on Solar Zay pulsated violently, and his consciousness began to spiral into chaos. Indeed, if death is inevitable, I might as well take the risk. The green fissures widened, and the once pure white light became tainted by green. Solar Zay's previously waning strength surged anew. He then descended into the depths of the furnace, where numerous corpses of dark energy beasts lay untransformed. Meanwhile, the purified crystalline cores were meticulously arranged in the warehouse. As the dark energy Solar Zay entered the furnace, the machinery whirred to life. The assembly on the square had divided responsibilities among themselves. Chu Feng had been promoted, now commanding all the junior soldiers. The tasks were clearly delineated. The sergeants would assault the formations of dark energy beasts, directly targeting those of equal rank. The remaining stragglers would be the responsibility of corporals and privates. As Chu Feng surveyed the map depicting the data of both allies and adversaries, he appreciated the convenience afforded by the battlefield of all realms. Sergeants, 6,722 10,000. Corporals, 23,081 30,000. Privates, 2490 50,000. The map also displayed the number of dark energy beasts, irrespective of rank. Dark energy beasts, 67,143. These beasts had been enhanced, their power undoubtedly vastly increased. Chu Feng's gaze shifted to those around him, their morale dissipated by the weight of the orders. It was imperative to fortify their position, achieving a few localized victories to turn the tide. The initial fervor had dissipated, leaving only exhaustion in its wake. In the distance, the dark energy beasts had completed their enhancement, their bodies adorned with purple crystalline forms and green malevolent markings. Exudino Irioha. The charge commenced. Chu Feng swiftly commanded, all units capable of altering the terrain begin constructing fortifications. He promptly marked 6 areas on the map. These locations would become bastions of mutual support. Please, each of you, claim your respective territories. The 6 areas were quickly allocated, and all personnel set to work on the fortifications. Brother, what shall we do? Only Chu Feng's battalion remained still, the fervor of the others having waned. With morale at a low ebb, he realized he needed an opportunity to reverse their fortunes. Otherwise, this arduous war would be unsustainable. The issues raised by Chu Feng have crossed the minds of many, yet none possess the courage or capability to address them. From the initial skirmishes, they discerned Chu Feng's remarkable agility of thought and his adeptness at leveraging the unique attributes of each individual. Now, he speaks of momentum, a term they had only previously encountered from the mouths of their own officers. Their admiration for Chu Feng has only intensified. Brother, what would you have us do? They inquired, their resolve unwavering. I require formidable dark energy beasts, those that instill a sense of helplessness in all. After a moment of contemplation, Suase glanced at the largest firearm in Chu Feng's possession. Brother, do you intend to establish dominance over the enemy with that? Let's give it a try. If it proves ineffective, we shall adapt our strategy. At this moment, the battle ahead had commenced, and everyone was free to choose their positions on the battlefield, observing the situation in real time. However, the state of the conflict was far from favorable. Chapter 60. The attempt to rescue. Only to find the victims beyond salvation, what was initially a plan to disrupt and divide the enemy forces has been utterly derailed. The sergeants now find themselves ensnared in a precarious situation. Rally. We must rally together. The malevolent beasts have evolved into formidable adversaries. It is crucial to understand that all participants are elite warriors. Yet, these sergeant-level fighters find themselves thwarted by a horde of mid-ranking malevolent beasts. While the immediate threat to life may seem minimal, one must remember that even the smallest creatures can bring down the mightiest of beings. Moreover, The more powerful malevolent beasts stationed behind have yet to make their move. The priority now is no longer to assert dominance, but to swiftly consolidate our forces. Or else the death toll will escalate drastically. Is there anything available for defense at the camp? Zhu Feng Yin Guit? There is nothing, came the reply. Such events are typically one-sided affairs, essentially offering the elite warriors an expedited opportunity for advancement. We did not anticipate this level of chaos. Soser was already in a state of disarray. The situation at the front was dire. These were the strongest sergeants, and should the malevolent beasts surge forth, they would be crushed without mercy. No, we cannot allow them to continue watching, Chu Feng declared, observing the onlookers fixated on the live battlefield footage. The junior commander, Chu Feng, requested to sever the visual feed of the ongoing battle, retaining exclusive access for himself. Request received. The feed has been cut. Commander Chu Feng may restore it at any time. In an instant, the screens went dark and all relevant markers disappeared from the map. Listen closely. If you wish to survive, attend diligently to your tasks. Otherwise, you'd best run as far as you can. Chu Feng's words steadied the crowd, prompting them to focus on fortifying their defenses. This will not hold, Chu Feng thought, glancing back toward the furnace. Are there any purified cores within? Yes, but they are inettable. They can only be utilized as explosive devices. Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. This could prove to be a valuable asset, a perfect weapon for detonation. A plan began to crystallize in his mind. Everyone, follow me to retrieve the cores. Chu Feng commanded his team. Upon entering the warehouse, they found it brimming with an abundance of cores, neatly arranged across a space the size of 3 football fields. The cores were divided into sizable boxes, simplifying their task of transportation. This is manageable, Chu Feng exclaimed, enthusiasm radiating from him. He began outlining his plan, utilizing the battlefield system to project his ideas for the team to visualize. Dozens of vehicles would soar over the heads of the malevolent beasts, raining down boxes of cores upon the horde, followed by Chu Feng's trigger to detonate them. Is this feasible? Absolutely. The task is straightforward, with one clear challenge: evading the long-range attacks of the malevolent beasts, which will require your driving skills. Brother, I think it would be wise to recruit skilled drivers from our ranks, Soser suggested. Agreed. Soser's idea is sound. Let the experts handle their respective tasks. We need to enlist 100 adept vehicle operators capable of dodging the long-range assaults of the malevolent beasts. In no time, over 200 candidates stepped forward to volunteer. All of you, to the furnace warehouse. Soon, a myriad of diverse races gathered, each exhibiting a distinctive feature, either large eyes or numerous eyes, with exceptionally developed visual nerves. Allow me to reiterate the task at hand. Chu Feng is to repeat the mission and mark the bombing targets on the map. These locations lie ahead of the sergeant's defensive line, aimed at intercepting the malevolent beasts, enabling a strategic retreat and consolidation of forces. Without a doubt, the confidence of the team was palpable. Let's commence. Moments later, 100 vehicles took flight, soaring over the malevolent beasts, unleashing a deluge of crystal projectiles like rain. The pilots, indeed, were masters, maneuvering their crafts through the air in intricate patterns, evading all assaults. They swiftly advanced to the designated location. From his vantage point, Chu Feng observed a colossal malevolent beast, resembling a lieutenant, motionless on the ground, sustaining a massive beam of dark energy. The green luminescence in the sky gradually spread, enhancing the malevolent beast beneath it. Time was of the essence. Should the radiance expand, they would possess no capacity for resistance. The pivotal factor was that lieutenant. How could they disrupt its focus? Suddenly, a distress signal was received, indicating a critical situation in the area they were tasked to assist. On the map, the green zone occupied by the soldiers was rapidly encroached upon. The defensive line breached. The vehicles revved their engines, soaring over the sergeant's encampment. Chu Feng gazed down to witness an enormous malevolent beast surging into the crowd, resisted by a dozen soldiers working in concert. More malevolent beasts surged through the breach from behind. Reinforcements had to be intercepted. Quickly, commence the deployment of crystal cores. Hundreds of boxes containing crystal cores were released. Chu Feng urged his pilot to hover. Bullet time! Crystal projectile attack! The pilot shouted, yet maintained steady control of the vehicle. The kput! One erupted with electrical sparks, shattering the incoming crystal projectiles, followed by a symphony of gunfire, each shot finding its mark within the crystal core boxes. Commander, why hasn't there been an explosion? Chu Feng, rifle in hand, replied, Patience, let the bullets fly for a moment. What a show-off. All vehicles returned, hovering behind Chu Feng. After a few seconds, the anticipated explosion still had not occurred. Commander, is the flight time becoming excessive? Just as Chu Feng was about to respond, a sharp crack echoed through the cacophony of battle, resonating clearly in every ear amidst the chaos. With the initial sound came a torrent of subsequent cracks, triggering a chain reaction, accompanied by blinding white light. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Chu Feng bellowed, but no one moved, all transfixed by the searing brilliance. Move! What are you waiting for? We are on the brink of death. With a swift slap to the pilot's head, the driver finally snapped to attention, shouting frantically, Run! The vehicle pivoted and sped away, the accelerator fully engaged. Others quickly followed suit, fleeing in a frenzy. Chu Feng activated the communication with the squad below. Get down. Everyone, get down. The soldiers and malevolent beasts below were captivated by the white light, momentarily halting their conflict. The captain of their squad reacted swiftly, continuing to shout and even delivering a kick to a nearby comrade who showed no response. Get down. Take cover. The vehicle was still airborne, yet the blinding white light rendered visibility impossible. Descend, descend. Use the corrupted beasts as cover. As he descended, Chu Feng swiftly fired, eliminating a substantial number of the corrupted creatures. Upon landing, he quickly collaborated with the driver to pile the beasts together. Everyone sought refuge behind a corpse to shield themselves. Just as this chaos concluded, the white light abruptly vanished, and the world fell into a profound silence, akin to the void of space. After a brief pause, an instinctual alarm blared within the battlefield. The impending disaster had not yet passed. The white light erupted once more, a powerful shockwave sweeping across the battlefield. Everything was tossed about like debris in a tsunami, ravaged by the tide of energy. Chu Feng's mind was blank as a storm raged around him, anchoring himself firmly to the ground to maintain his balance. Groggily pushing aside the corpse of the corrupted beast, he found it surprisingly light. Rising to survey the scene, he was met with mere husks. Were they all still alive? An extended silence ensued, with no one providing an answer. Chapter 61. Armaments embodying the wisdom of Huaxian Blue Star. Number 1 gazed at the now-cool teleportation device, refraining from sending any requests. The situation was exceedingly peculiar, and without any notifications received, it appeared necessary to convene a discussion among key personnel. Number 1 summoned the pivotal figures to the office and recounted the circumstances. Chun Bai pondered briefly before stating, Commander, the situation on Chu Feng's front must be exceedingly tense. There is likely no opportunity for him to spare. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Suddenly, a startling notification arrived from the battlefield of all realms. Humanity, Chu Feng, is engaged in a high-risk mission with over an 80% probability of death and cannot withdraw. As compensation, and to ensure the continued development of humanity in the battlefield of all realms, please designate a successor within 3 days. Should Chu Feng perish, the successor will inherit his legacy, continuing the fight in the battlefield of all realms and spreading the valor of humanity. Additionally, this individual shall inherit all resources belonging to Chu Feng in the battlefield of all realms, including military achievements, and may propose conditions to the battlefield of all realms, not exceeding 3 ranks above their current status. This announcement rendered number 1 speechless, and it was only after Chun Bai's urgent call that he regained his composure. A grave situation had arisen. The very first line propelled both men from their seats. Number 1 presented the notification to them. What will we do now? Dr. Zhang was already in a state of panic. Calm down. Our immediate task is to adhere to the directives from the battlefield of all realms and seek a successor. Chun Bai suddenly stood at attention, declaring, Commander, It is my duty, and I am the most informed on this matter. Number 1 hesitated, while Dr. Zhang remarked, "He is indeed the most suitable candidate." No, no. Number 1 still could not accept the notion of Chu Feng meeting his demise in the battlefield of all realms. "Commander, this is also an option. Please make a decision," Chunbai urged once more. With reluctance, Number 1 acquiesced to this decision, designating Chun Bai as the successor. Confirmed. Humanity, Chun Bai, as the successor to Chu Feng. Simultaneously, Chun Bai received the confirmation from the battlefield of all realms. "Commander, I have received the confirmation." Number 1 felt a wave of despondency wash over him. "Confirm it," Chun Bai decisively affirmed. "Commander, I believe Chu Feng will be fine, since he has managed to survive until now, strengthening our nation. It is improbable that he would perish easily on the battlefield. Moreover, as a descendant of Huaxia, even in death, he would ensure the renown of humanity endures." "You speak wisely." Chun Bai's words lifted Number 1's spirits. "We must ensure everyone performs their duties. That is the greatest support we can offer to Chu Feng." Indeed, Chun Bai and Dr. Zhang departed, while Number 1 gazed out the window, lost in thought. On the battlefield, Chu Feng overturned the body beside him, discovering that the pilot was still alive, albeit unconscious. A couple of slaps awakened him. "Go, assist the others and ascertain how many vehicles are still operational." Big brother, do you copy?" So's voice crackled through. "Receive, this is Chu Feng. What just happened? Why was there such a commotion? We shall discuss it later. Instruct the remaining pilots to drive the vehicles over, assist the wounded, and prepare for retreat." Soon, the sky was filled with hundreds of vehicles as the rescue operation commenced. "Chu Feng, you scoundrel!" A furious shout echoed through the public channel. Upon recognizing the voice of the sergeant major, Chu Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, considering they were closer to the epicenter of the explosion. To his surprise, the response was not one of reproach. "Thank you for ensuring the survival of my team. We are retreating now to regroup and will follow your command. As long as everyone is safe, please rest quickly to regain combat readiness. This war has only just begun." In the distance, the previously stunned corrupt beasts had regained their senses and resumed their assault. Chu Feng synchronized his earlier tactics and outcomes, receiving requests for assistance from various defensive zones. Even the squad of sergeants sought his aid. After deliberation, it was decided to rescue the sergeants, as they represented the elite fighting force. If they fell, the entire war would be significantly impacted. Chu Feng directed everyone to transport the crystals from the warehouse, noting the clear prohibition against vehicles entering. "Brother, is it wise to transport so ostentatiously with vehicles?" asked So, sir, somewhat apprehensive. "With lives at stake, who cares about such trivial regulations?" Chu Feng dismissed the concern, focusing on survival first. The vehicles moved swiftly in and out, transporting box after box of ammunition. Observing the remaining instant teleportation opportunity and the scattered raw crystals, he realized he had to find a chance to return them. At the far end, unseen by all, the conveyor belt continuously delivered freshly produced crystals, marred by corrupt fissures. The quantity was immense, with boxes overflowing and crystals piled on the ground. A total of 3,000 boxes of crystals were sent out, a mere drop in the bucket compared to the inventory. Time was of the essence. They could only utilize what was available. While transporting, Chu Feng contemplated strategies or weapons that could stabilize the situation, and he indeed devised numerous ideas. "I will send you a blueprint. Those who can learn, come and collect crystals to begin production, then distribute them across every corner of the battlefield." As he spoke, a simple sketch of a landmine and its principles was dispatched, designed to be triggered by pressure, as the corrupt beasts lacked intelligence. Moreover, the simpler the design, the less likely it would fail. Many could utilize their unique racial abilities to create them, and in an instant, tens of thousands of crystals were dispatched. Next came the grenades, enabling most individuals to engage at a distance, thereby minimizing the disparity in strength between the two sides. With landmines and grenades secured, their power, however, was somewhat limited. What else could possess great power, wide range, and require no technical expertise? Various films depicting struggles during wartime flashed through his mind. leading him to the most remarkable weapon born of the ingenuity and craftsmanship of the Chinese people, the unconscionable cannon. It was perfectly suited for a scenario where various races lacked experience with firearms. Another sketch was drawn. Boss, how you come up with these ideas? They may seem rudimentary, but against the corrupt beasts, they're the best weapons. Inexpensive, simple, and immensely powerful. Commander Chu Feng, I implore you to rescue us. Based on my experience, the new weaponry will inflict significant damage upon the fiendish beasts. We request an upgrade of our equipment. Sergeant Major Kane Sother communicated through the squad channel. Boss, this is Kane, a legend among the soldiers of the Myriad Realms, belonging to the B-rank Thunderbird clan. Such politeness in our conversation. Is that so? Chu Feng did not exhibit a trace of pride. These races would eventually become adversaries. Speaking of enemies, it reminded him of Academician Zhang's mention of the prerequisites for biological projectiles, genetic material from various races. Is this not the most opportune moment? Engaging in battle does not preclude the extraction of genes. Acknowledged. We are prepared and ready to depart at once. Please designate the bombing location. Location marked. Please confirm receipt. Kane. The vehicle ascended, soaring toward the front lines. Below, myriad races were crafting weapons based on Chu Feng's sketches, along with many innovative designs. The wisdom of the Huaxiao people is shining brightly in this foreign land. Chapter 62. Such ferocity. It would be a shame not to make it grand. The vehicle soared high during the journey, surpassing the attack range of the malevolent beasts. Upon reaching the designated drop point, it was compelled to descend, as Chu Feng lacked knowledge in the art of aerial bombardment. Rest assured, we shall assist in countering the long-range assaults, came the response. The vehicle began its rapid descent. Countless crystalline projectiles shot into the sky, illuminating the camp with various brilliant lights, successfully intercepting every attack without exception. The sergeant truly is formidable, Chu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Drawing from previous experience, Chu Feng expanded the drop zone, striving to mitigate the effects of the energy tide and avoid collateral damage. All vehicles entered the camp and settled into the pre-constructed fortifications, leaving Chu Feng alone in the sky. Kane, a raptor towering over 2 meters with a wingspan of 4 to 5 meters, was enveloped in deep blue feathers wrapped in a shimmering membrane, within which currents of electricity surged, strikingly majestic. Kane spotted Chu Feng's pilot, gazing at the diminutive figure in the sky. Was he, too, so resolute during the last bombardment? Indeed, one could not help but wonder what manner of existence the human race was capable of nurturing such warriors. The pilot echoed the sentiment. Please prepare for evasive maneuvers. Detonation imminent. Chu Feng's voice resonated, accompanied by faint flickers of electricity in the sky. Soon after, that resolute figure scrambled for cover behind the fortifications. Get down. It's about to explode. Everyone hastily took cover, recalling the devastating losses inflicted by the malevolent beasts, with thousands perishing in an instant. Fear gripped them all. Yet, after a tense 15 seconds, silence prevailed. Boss, are the projectiles still in flight? The pilot inquired. You chatter too much. Of course, they're still airborne, came the retort. Is there a possibility that something went awry? Kane asked. Fear not. There is nothing amiss. It is merely the distance that prolongs the wait. After a few more seconds, one sergeant could no longer contain his curiosity and peered up. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching crack resonated through the air. It's coming, it's coming. The pilots, fearing their cover was inadequate, dug even deeper into the ground, each person hiding like quails. Such cowardice. The explosion hasn't even occurred yet, one sergeant remarked, only for a series of cracking sounds and blinding white radiance to erupt simultaneously. An endless expanse of white light obliterated everything, even disrupting thoughts. Why does it feel as though this time the power is even greater? Chu Feng pondered, this being his final contemplation. Towards the camp, he beheld a distant sun rising, only to vanish in an instant. A palpable sense of trepidation enveloped everyone. Hide, quickly hide. Sosa desperately lunged towards the cover. The white light re-emerged like the dawn, gently caressing the earth and smoothing out every jagged edge. A fierce wind swept through the camp, although it caused no significant harm or loss. The sheer magnitude of the event was enough to instill a profound sense of dread. Did the boss not assure us caution? Why has this escalated? Sosa hurriedly checked on the personnel count, relieved to find no significant changes. The front lines. Cough, cough. Chu Feng raised his head from the debris. Indeed, the explosion had reduced the crystal stones to mere granules. Could it be that an error in calculations triggered a greater surge of energy? Suddenly, the green hue of the sky seemed to lighten. He hastily looked up, realizing that the recent explosion had weakened the malevolent energy beam, likely due to the impact on the colonel's vile creature. It appeared that this method could potentially hinder him, but further research was necessary to maximize the potency of the energy surge. Lost in contemplation, Chu Feng paid little heed to the others. Before long, everyone emerged from the earth like a family of groundhogs. Boss, didn't you say you had calculated it? How could the power be even more terrifying than last time? One of the drivers complained as he emerged. The calculations were erroneous. Next time will be better. Next time? Do you really think there will be a next time? Chu Feng was puzzled as to how an outsider could speak in dialect. Everyone check yourselves and prepare to withdraw, Kane commanded, prompting the sergeants to organize their gear and board the vehicles. In the air, Kane flew alongside Chu Feng. Were you perhaps contemplating using the crystal core to attack that colonel? Yes, but I need to conduct a few more tests to ascertain how to best arrange the energy surge for maximum effect. Chu Feng continued to simulate scenarios in his mind. I can assist you. The Thunderbird possesses acute perception of energy. That would be splendid. We shall gather experience while rescuing others. Upon returning to the camp, the vehicles underwent slight repairs, and the bombing mission continued, now with Kane's involvement. Kane, take a look. How does this arrangement appear? The distance is slightly greater than when we rescued you earlier. Kane examined it closely and replied, let's give it a try. Only then can I determine the maximum range of a crystal core. Excellent. This time, we're at the front lines, rescuing that giant wolf. With the same number of crystal cores, the explosive power was even greater and the cover was dug deeper. Those awaiting rescue shifted from combating the malevolent energy creatures to excavating deeper shelters. Emerging once again from the earth, Kane popped up simultaneously. How does it look? There is still room for improvement. Let's try increasing the distance by another 20. Onward. The next explosion should be even more powerful. Within the camp, everyone resumed their usual activities, accustomed to the routine. I believe we have reached the limit, but let us expand it by another 10 to test the extremes. Let us go. Another explosion ensued. That should suffice. We are beginning to see a decline. Chu Feng gazed at the markers on the map, confident in confirming this distance. The next task was reconnaissance to assess the situation surrounding the colonel. Kane, does your race have records of such battles? Why hasn't the Myriad Realms dispatched other officers for rescue? Kane landed on the vehicle. To say there aren't would surely be a lie. With that, Kane severed the communication and began emitting a distinctive cry reminiscent of raptors. Following a few adjustments, he astonishingly managed to produce human speech. Your language is quite complex. Simple communication poses no issue. What I am about to say must not be mentioned to anyone. Chu Feng nodded, reassuringly. Rest assured, I possess this level of awareness. The primary directive is to annihilate the command. The time granted to us is merely for self-preservation. If we can quell the surge of dark energy, there remains a possibility of salvation. However, should we fail to pacify it, what awaits us is obliteration, erasing everything from this map, even if it means digging down thousands of meters to achieve it. Chu Feng was profoundly astonished. Dark energy. Is it truly that terrifying? It is not merely terrifying. Perhaps only the A-class races are privy to the origins of dark energy. This is inconsequential. Survival is the paramount concern. Kane turned to face Chu Feng, stating that your emergence has instilled in me a glimmer of hope for survival. I believe we can resolve this dark energy uprising. For the sake of everyone, let us commence our reconnaissance. Chapter 63. Undertaking significant endeavors can be quite challenging upon returning to the camp. The two men brought along 4 crates of crystal cores, ensuring that the mobility of their vehicle remained unaffected. Isn't this a reconnaissance mission? Why are we bringing crystal cores? Kane pondered, bewildered at the notion that a reconnaissance operation should entail a lighter load. Just in case, we are unaware of the chaotic entities that may lurk there. If escape proves impossible, I refuse to be fodder for the dark beasts, Chu Feng retorted. Kane found it incomprehensible how Chu Feng had already devised an honorable exit strategy before the mission had even commenced. If death is inevitable, I intend to take a few down with me, Chu Feng declared, brimming with a fierce determination. Your kind must certainly be a race of warriors. Perhaps, Kane replied as they made their way toward the major. On the ground, the dark beasts had regrouped, preparing to launch a new offensive. Attention everyone, assume battle positions. Bariklas. Ascend for reconnaissance, marking the movements of the dark beasts in real time to coordinate long-range strikes. The assault from the dark beasts was anticipated to arrive within 10 minutes. Following the orders, dozens of vehicles took to the skies, initiating their reconnaissance. You truly possess a remarkable aptitude for command. Such composure in directing operations is a rare sight. Ken expressed, impressed by Chu Feng's capabilities. I have also reviewed some of your earlier battle reports. Your tactical flexibility and adaptability to each individual's strengths are commendable. Your decisiveness is akin to that of a warrior who would sever his own arm for victory. You must be a genius among your people. Me? Chu Feng felt flattered by Kane's praise, yet upon hearing that remark, he sensed an underlying insult. In our world, I'm the least among us. Anyone would surpass me effortlessly. Kane tilted his head, scrutinizing Chu Feng, evidently unconvinced. Do not doubt it, in due course. You shall witness the arrival of formidable individuals from the myriad realms. Chu Feng was confident that once he was gone, those who succeeded him would be stronger. Bidding no sé qué la verden. I look forward to it. As they drew closer to the major, the oppressive atmosphere intensified. The ground, now more green than purple, revealed widening fissures of dark energy. It felt as though they had entered the domain of a malevolent deity. The dark beasts appeared even more robust and grotesque, their essence intertwining with crystal and flesh, pushing against one another. Organs and biological tissues became aberrant, extruding from their bodies, pulsating and quivering on the surface, exuding viscous fluids. The sight of those corrupted by dark energy was truly repulsive. Fortunately, they had brought glory rounds. Aside from displaying his disgust, Chu Feng exhibited no fear whatsoever. Kane's curiosity about humanity deepened. Their presence drew the attention of the dark beasts, several of which launched crystal spikes into the sky, only to be effortlessly shattered by Kane's lightning. More severely mutated dark beasts emerged, standing upright with their chests gaping open, intestines soaring through the air, forming a net intended to ensnare the two men. Goodness! Chu Feng quickly ascended to evade the attack. However, he underestimated the speed and length of the intestines. Resigned, he drew his weapon to fire, but the exceptional flexibility of the appendage rendered his efforts futile, as being shot through did not hinder its assault. At this moment, Kane once again showcased his prowess, radiating with electric energy akin to a great bird of thunder, swiftly soaring and shattering all the intestines in his path. Little did he know that within those intestines lay a copious amount of corrosive liquid. Fortunately, Kane reacted with remarkable speed, evaporating the liquid with his lightning. This challenge was surmounted, yet they remained several kilometers away from the colonel, with the increasingly grotesque, malevolent beasts below possibly harboring further tricks. If this is the case, approaching will prove exceedingly difficult, thought Chu Feng, contemplating rapidly. Furthermore, the danger within would only escalate. I suspect there may be flying malevolent beasts. This seems implausible, as neither side had any capable of flight. Yet, numerous races have also arrived. Kane's words plunged Chu Feng into silence, and after a brief pause, he declared, "This plan must be executed. We must lure out every potential threat." Chu Feng accelerated, activating bullet time, but his battlefield instincts seemed disoriented amidst the chaos, rendering him unable to accurately foresee danger. My skills remain insufficient. This battle should not have been mine to partake in. Dismissing these distractions, he focused intently on piloting. Kane was taken aback by this sudden shift. The intensity of Chu Feng's concentration even posed a threat to him. Subsequently, A variety of attacks were launched from the ground. Chu Feng adeptly neutralized the attackers or evaded their strikes in quick succession. Moments later, the two approached the colonel with success. Has its size increased? Chu Feng in Gui? Yes. It has grown approximately 15 larger than before. Observing closely, the sheer magnitude of the colonel's malevolent beast was astonishing. The crystalline formations on its body had coalesced into armor, their thickness comparable to that of a small mountain, leading him to question whether a crystal core bomb could even vanquish it. Suddenly, chunks of crystalline armor began to fall away from the colonel. What is happening? Chu Feng et Galim. I do not know. The detached crystals tumbled through the air, suddenly unfurling. A flying malevolent beast. This creature resembled a bat, its entire form adorned with purple crystalline cores, save for the core of its torso, which emitted a dazzling green light. This appears to be a primordial malevolent entity. What does that mean? Chu Feng Guidit Papa. It is neither corrupted nor occupied. It is the quintessential malevolent being. The bat swiftly darted towards them, prompting Chu Feng to raise his weapon and fire at its core. The shot struck true, extinguishing the green core in an instant. Was it truly that simple? Chu Feng doubted the fragility of a primordial being. He fixated on it as it plummeted to his feet, descending toward the ground. This is bad. The extinguished malevolent light suddenly erupted. This is a self-destructing bat. At this moment, there was no time to ascend. The malevolent light expanded instantaneously, the robust purple crystals now transforming into deadly shrapnel. Damn! I wondered why it was covered in crystals. Chu Feng hastily curled his body, seeking refuge in the sturdiest part of the vehicle. Following the explosion, the vehicle was left riddled with holes, beginning its descent, along with the primordial crystal core. And of course, there was Chu Feng. This truly is the end. With unwavering resolve, he drew his gun and aimed at the ground-dwelling malevolent beast, determined to clear an area before he landed, preparing for his final stand. He would live as long as fate allowed, but he would never resign himself to death. Bullets flew askew, and the malevolent creatures fell one after another, swiftly clearing a designated space. Kane, return with the intel. You must eliminate the colonel, or none shall survive. You should carry out this plan yourself. Kane's voice resonated from below, and the intense sensation of weightlessness came to an abrupt halt as he landed upon a soft, plush cushion. Remarkably, Kane had caught him. This. Treating you as a steed seems inappropriate. If you don't voice it, no one will think so. Apologies, I retract that notion. Too late. Kane bellowed, his irritation palpable. As the two exchanged banter, more crystalline shards fell from the colonel, and swarms of self-destructing bats approached. Chu Feng tugged at Kane's feathers, urging, withdraw, quickly. You, Kane exclaimed, momentarily speechless. Haven't you considered me your mount yet? Faced with the urgency of survival, retreat was the only option. Just as they took flight, an idea struck Chu Feng. Return swiftly. We must lure them to the crystal core box. What are you planning? Chapter 64. Heavier than Mount Tai, lighter than a feather. You do not comprehend the magnitude of this endeavor. Kane executed an aerial somersault, skillfully maneuvering the self-detonating bats in a circular motion before diving towards the crystalline core box on the ground. An elegant figure eight traced through the sky. Indeed, that is right. After ascending, we must flee with all our might. Chu Feng was exhilarated. Upon rising once more, the self-detonating bats soared over the crystalline core. Bullet time. Chu Feng raised his firearm, muttering 3, 2, 1. He struck the box with precision. The sound of the crystalline core shattering resonated simultaneously. Kane, astonished, exclaimed, "Why did the bullet fly so swiftly this time? I cannot comprehend." Chu Feng was equally bewildered, but he disregarded it and urged, "Let us escape." Kane exerted himself, propelling forward as electric current surged, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Behind him, a blinding explosion enveloped the green malevolence, as the energies clashed violently in the air, resulting in an even more ferocious reaction. The shockwave obliterated all malevolent beasts within a 100-meter radius, while those further away were hurled into the sky. Huzzah! Chu Feng howled with delight, both for the tactical success and the joy of commanding his steed. You seem overly exhilarated, Kane remarked, feeling quite vexed, desperately flying back to the camp. The presence of this human was tormenting him. Upon landing, he flung Chu Feng aside, frantically rubbing against the ground, as if to erase any trace of Chu Feng's existence. Chu Feng, sensing Kane's discomfort, decided not to provoke him further. Everyone, bring forth all the vehicles. I wish to see their number. With a command, countless vessels ascended into the air before Chu Feng. Brother, there are 225 ships, Sother exclaimed, emerging from nowhere. Excellent. Half of the vehicles should be loaded with a crystalline core, and the rest fully stocked. Were you planning, boss? Sother was taken aback by the magnitude of the operation. Kane, overcoming his mental barriers, approached. Do you have a plan? Indeed, Chu Feng replied confidently. Marking points on the map. I require the vehicles loaded with crystalline cores to engage autopilot. Once they cross this line, they may proceed as they wish. Everyone gazed at the red line on the map, puzzled as to why it was drawn there. Kane, however, seemed to contemplate deeply. Continue. For the remainder, I need pilots with flight capabilities to escort them beyond this line. Another line appeared on the map, now within the attack range of the mid-ranking malevolent beasts. Are you mad? Kane suddenly bellowed, clearly having discerned Chu Feng's strategy. Desperation breeds survival. Rather than await death, it is better to take a gamble. Those who go may not return. Kane's sharp gaze was fixed intently on Chu Feng. I will be the last to retreat, Chu Feng retorted defiantly. Kane's resolve seemed to weaken. He had no further words. With Chu Feng being the first to go and the last to return, what could he say about such a commander? Sother had already foreseen the peril of this undertaking. Boss, what are the chances of their survival? Chu Feng was at a loss for words. Survival? Based on his estimation of the explosive power, the camp would undoubtedly suffer a tremendous impact, leaving little hope for survival. Sother remained silent for a while before inquiring. Why? One must engage in some endeavor. Life is fleeting, and rather than languishing in mediocrity, it is better to strive for greatness. The weighty matters of life are profound, and while you may not comprehend them, I shall refrain from elaborating. The two individuals before him were deeply influenced by Chu Feng's formidable aura. I now believe that among humanity, there truly exist many formidable beings. Although they may possess frail individual strength, their inner fortitude is astonishingly powerful. Kane could not help but marvel, unable to fathom what kind of culture could cultivate a warrior like Chu Feng. In the future, I shall have the opportunity to introduce you. After speaking, Chu Feng turned his gaze to the vehicles that had begun to load supplies. Without further ado, every passing second diminished our chances. Chu Feng activated the public channel. We are currently seeking pilots who can fly. You need not possess extraordinary skills, only the swiftness to escape. This operation will determine whether we can return home to our loved ones. I shall be the first to charge forth and the last to retreat. At this juncture, Chu Feng paused for a moment. Moreover, the probability of mission failure is exceedingly high, so please prepare yourselves mentally. Once the communication was terminated, Chu Feng stood in place, awaiting the pilots. Brother, what if no one comes? Sother queried. Then we shall set all routes to automatic piloting. We will charge in as far as we can. After a while, a round object rolled toward them. It was Little Soft. Ever since Chu Feng expressed his desire for Little Soft to accompany him, the creature had deliberately kept its distance. So why had it come now? I will go with you, Little Soft declared emphatically. The probability of death is very high. You should stay behind. However, Sother interjected, Brother, bring him along. Your chances of survival will increase. This left Chu Feng puzzled. How could having Little Soft enhance his odds of survival? I shall take that as your consent. Little Soft promptly leaped onto Chu Feng, gradually enveloping him in a protective armor. Hey, I haven't agreed yet. Chu Feng protested, but Little Soft ignored him, leaving him at a loss on how to remove it. After waiting several more minutes without anyone appearing, the crystal cores were nearly loaded, ready for departure. Well, if that's the case, I shall go alone. Sother grasped him firmly. Brother, why can't we make a stand at the base? Why? Chu Feng Zeep Leap. It is, of course, for military merit, to provide our homeland with greater resources on the battlefield of myriad realms. Upon hearing Kane mention the circumstances surrounding the first command, Chu Feng began strategizing on how to maximize benefits. If the plan succeeded, the homeland would gain immense advantages, possibly even securing a foothold in the battlefield of myriad realms. Such an opportunity is not to be missed. As the commander, I have the duty to ensure everyone's survival. Brother, I opened the public channel without your consent, Saucer admitted. His head bowed. You. Chu Feng feigned anger, yet inwardly he gave Saucer a thumbs up. Upon the conclusion of Chu Feng's statement, a multitude of flying beings from various races materialized in the sky. Commander, I volunteer. I volunteer. This initial group was sufficient to pilot all the vessels. Kane approached Chu Feng and communicated in Mandarin. Was your previous declaration a result of genuine inspiration? Certainly. I must admit I have my own motives. The battlefield promises that after my demise, someone can inherit my assets, Chu Feng replied. Kane paused momentarily. Even under such conditions, it hardly justifies risking one's life. Perhaps it is more about a sense of duty, Chu Feng remarked. Kane found it difficult to discern the truth behind Chu Feng's words. However, the preceding dialogue left him deeply moved. Observing those who volunteered, it became evident that Chu Feng had managed to sway these beings remarkably. Let's commence. Given the number of participants, we need not rely on unmanned vehicles, Chu Feng proclaimed with fervor. Those of greater strength shall select a greater number of crystal cores, while the weaker shall take fewer. Everyone, prepare to set forth. Chapter 65. The Mantis in the forefront, a multitude of vehicles soared through the skies. Everyone, take note, ascend to the utmost altitude to evade attacks. Once the first red line is crossed, all vehicles will commence their dive. The buffer height is set at 100 meters. Once the dive begins, you may disengage and retreat. Observe my schematic illustration. Chu Feng marked all the areas that require coverage and assigned each group a number. The regions each numbered group must cover are distinctly outlined. Their maximum flying altitude is not particularly high, as the malevolent energy barrier looms only about 500 meters above the ground. Above 200 meters, they remain beyond the reach of the malevolent beasts. Soon, the bombing formations surpass the first line. Group 1 is deployed. A team of 20 separate from the main group and descends. Group 1 has succeeded. Retreat now. Group 2 is dispatched. Group 2 has succeeded. Retreat now. With Groups 3 and 4 successfully deployed, the ground now displays a uniformly distributed array of vehicles. Before them lies the second line. All units from the first group have departed. Attention, the most challenging moments are about to unfold. Chu Feng's tone was somber and serious. As long as the boxes reach their destinations, you may employ any means necessary. Group 10 is cleared for deployment. Acknowledged. Group 10 is on the move. The crowd watched as Group 10 separated from the formation and dove down, beset by a hail of crystalline projectiles. The pilots exerted every ounce of skill, either evading or counterattacking. Yet, some vehicles were still shot down, veering off course in disarray. This level of loss was acceptable to Chu Feng. The deviations had been calculated in advance. Group 10, successful deployment. Retreat now. Wishing you success. In the end, fewer than 10 members of Group 10 managed to escape, suffering over half in losses. Group 11 advance. Chu Feng commanded once more. At that moment, a vast swarm of self-destructing bats appeared in the distance. Descend. Everyone, lower your altitude to evade the self-destructing bats. Do not let them close in. Chu Feng shouted, propelling his vehicle forward, the Kbuk, one crackling with energy. One by one, the self-destructing bats were shot down, exploding in midair and affecting their companions. In a matter of mere seconds, Chu Feng cleared a pathway, enabling the formation to swiftly complete its mission. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Full speed ahead, unleash all power. This is the final moment. As long as we deliver the payload, we will have achieved half of our success. Chu Feng continuously encouraged everyone amidst the chaotic skies. Each vehicle had a dozen self-destructing bats trailing behind. Skilled pilots led them in a dive, utilizing the long-range attacks of the malevolent beasts to turn them against one another, yielding unexpectedly favorable results. Additionally, the large webs suspended in the air were shredded by Kane, ensuring the safe passage of the main force. As time raced on, All events transpired within mere minutes. Everyone employed their strategies. Groups 12 and 13 successfully deployed and began to shield their comrades. Chu Feng was part of the final formation, the largest, comprising over 1,000 vessels. Their objective was to decisively eliminate the lieutenant colonel. The 20 formations commenced their deployment, ensuring they remained in proximity to the lieutenant colonel. The massive fleet dispersed like a flock of birds. Some spiraled downward, releasing the restraints of the crystal core containers, allowing them to plummet freely and accurately into designated zones. Subsequently, the vessels ascended to engage in combat. Others dove directly, detaching from their crafts at a height of 100 meters, showcasing their species' aerial prowess to assist comrades in clearing obstacles. The scene descended into utter chaos. Standing atop a vessel, Chu Feng activated bullet time, eliminating every self-detonating bat that dared approach him. 5 minutes later, the deployment was complete. "Retreat quickly," commanded the officer. "Commander, we will cover you." Chu Feng, in a state of urgency, insisted, "You cannot shield me. Retreat now." "That is an order." The myriad beings, helpless, circled above, and after dispatching the nearby self-detonating bats, began their withdrawal. Chu Feng calculated their distance, hoping fervently for their survival. But one switched to his left hand while grasping the clutch, one electromagnetic sniper grenade launcher in his right, loading a high-explosive, armor-piercing round. He fired off a shot and then maneuvered his craft into a frantic retreat. The explosive utilized crystal cores, which reacted explosively upon detonation. The crisp sound echoed delightfully, heralding the arrival of devastation. "Everyone, find cover," was Chu Feng's final rallying cry. Brilliant light, shock waves, and released electromagnetic radiation distorted the atmosphere. As the explosion erupted, the lieutenant colonel awakened, the dark energy beam extinguishing instantaneously, morphing into a shield to withstand the energy produced by the crystal core detonation. Both sides surprisingly endure the onslaught. Trading blows. Even the white radiance transformed into dark energy, allowing the lieutenant colonel to sustain his combat through conflict. The shock waves rapidly depleted energy, yet the lieutenant colonel's formidable vitality showed no signs of waning. Within the base, Sosur concealed himself within the subterranean rock formations, observing the energy comparison map. This cannot continue. Such explosions cannot eliminate the lieutenant colonel. Is such an assault insufficient? Others echoed their doubts, their spirits notably diminished. At that moment, within the furnace, Solar heard the ethereal, malevolent voice once more. "Solar, I shall infuse you with power and will. Command the dark beasts to cease their resistance." "Why?" he pondered, sensing success within reach. "What good is claiming this territory? What I require is the annihilation of all living forces across the realms, and to secure a superior vessel for my descent." "Are you implying?" Solar contemplated, beginning to grasp the implications. "Precisely, you are the ultimate trump card. I need the lieutenant colonel to perish, drawing the attention of A-class races, even A. Then, you shall use the furnace to deliver a fatal blow, converting him, or them, into disciples of dark energy." "Yes, I am ready. Please descend." Solar felt exhilarated. If he could truly corrupt such powerful beings with dark energy, he would no longer be the primary target. In the next instant, a formidable force of will descended, and in that fleeting moment, all myriad beings within the base experienced a sensation of impending annihilation. What has transpired? I feel as though I have experienced death once more. Soso's body trembles incessantly. I too sense it, for as the commander spoke, I saw my great-grandmother. I am unsure who played this peculiar jest, yet the atmosphere has lightened considerably. At this moment, Solos trembles all over, immersed in the overwhelming power of will. With merely this force, it seems I could obliterate everything. Solos feels somewhat disoriented. Remember your position and fulfill the mission. The voice of the dark deity resounds again, interrupting Solos' reverie. Harness this will and accurately locate the kernel. You need only command it to cease, even if just for an instant. Meanwhile, Chu Feng lies on the ground, struggling against the shock wave of the explosion. Something is amiss. The force is not as formidable as I had envisioned. Where did it go awry? Upon reflecting on the entire sequence, there appears to be no misstep. Thus, it must be the kernel. Has the dark, energy-imbued kernel grown to such power? This explosion surpasses that of a nuclear bomb by a significant margin. Yet alas, it has not contributed much to the nation's resources. What a pity. Suddenly, the explosion seems to pause momentarily, only to erupt again instantaneously, rendering Chufeng unconscious. Chapter 66. The yellow sparrow lurks behind a blanket of white enveloped the world. As the colossal furnace was distorted by the fierce winds, the energy surge persisted for several seconds. Moments later, several individuals emerged from the twisted underground works of the base. We survived? Among them was Sosur. It seems so. It appears we have survived. Sosur shook his head and hastily opened the map. Quick, look! The demonic beasts are gone. All the demonic beasts are dead. On the map, the crimson dots representing the demonic beasts flickered like light bulbs suddenly cut off from power, extinguishing rapidly one by one. In the center, the largest crimson bulb, that of the lieutenant colonel, flickered twice in a show of defiance before ultimately fading from the map. We won. We have triumphed. A voice broke through the excitement, and soon the entire base erupted in jubilation. We won. Calm down. Everyone, regain your composure. We must rescue the injured. Hurry. Sosur dashed towards the battlefield. The others, momentarily stunned, followed suit and burst out of the base. The first team to return was stationed just outside the base. Some were unconscious from the impact, while others bore wounds. Brothers, you did it. You succeeded. Those lying on the ground, receiving treatment, wore smiles. What a thrilling battle it was. More and more individuals were rescued, and the exhilaration spread across the entire battlefield. Beyond the activity zone, several figures floated in the air, gazing at the increasingly complex operational interface before them. The demonic energy was dissipating. Had the little creatures truly succeeded? Among them was a 5-meter-tall humanoid flame giant. Opposite him stood a 3-meter-tall giant adorned with wings of lightning, resembling a human in all other aspects. Between these two figures was a human who bore an uncanny resemblance to Chufeng. However, this individual had a colorful crystal core embedded in his forehead, which flickered with a mysterious light. Do not let your guard down. Wait until everything is concluded, and the protective barriers will open on their own. He was the core of the trio. Inside the furnace, he proclaimed, I shall retreat into silence. I will emerge when the time is right. With that, the presence vanished without a trace. The flame giant S-screen displayed a rapidly diminishing level of demonic energy. Sosur, leading the main forces, swept across the area. The blood of demonic energy on the ground entirely desiccated and evaporated, leaving no trace behind. More individuals were rescued, yet Chufeng's figure remained absent. Sosur, filled with anxiety, queried, Have any of you seen the commander? All shook their heads. Those who had been rescued joined in the search. Ultimately, everyone who had been dispatched on the mission was located, whether alive or deceased. Only Chufeng was still unaccounted for. At that moment, he lay unconscious underground, the cave completely sealed by crystalline formations. Suddenly, a small opening appeared beside him, rapidly expanding, and Little Gray emerged. Found him. We have located the commander. How is he? In his unconscious state, I am transmitting his location. Soon, a vehicle descended and retrieved Chufeng back to the base. Various medical instruments were employed for examination and treatment, but Chufeng remained unresponsive. His will was deeply immersed within his body. If the organs represented the first layer, followed by muscles, blood vessels, and nerves as the second layer, and cells as the third, then Chufeng found himself in the fourth, or perhaps even the fifth. Before him stood a colossal tree, radiating a resplendent light. Beyond the realm illuminated by its brilliance, everything else was shrouded in a void, a gray mist swirling in an eerie silence. Was this the innermost sanctum of my being? Chufeng floated to the roots of the tree, examining the intricate patterns above. As he reached out to touch it, a radiant beam of light emerged, swiftly extending and climbing up to the nearest branch. The branch continued to unfurl, ultimately reaching the verdant, vibrant leaves at its tip. In that instant, Chufeng comprehended the direction of his evolution. With enhanced vision and responsive nerves, coupled with his physical form, he could enter a state akin to bullet time. executing nearly impossible shooting maneuvers. This branch held even broader avenues for development, though obstructed by blocked meridians. Chu Feng ascended, following the luminous pathway of the meridians. Along the way, he encountered various branches, each potentially unlocking a myriad of abilities. After a considerable time, he had yet to reach the apex. This realm transcended Chu Feng's understanding, admonishing him to refrain from lofty aspirations and return to his origins, progressing step by step. He returned to the leaf. It seemed akin to bullet time, a fusion of vision and responsive nerves. His goal was to discover the upward path of development and to ascertain the trajectory of his growth. Gradually ascending, he attuned to the tree's texture, continuously strengthening his body. This was fundamental. Obstacles would multiply in number and intensity. These would be the adversaries he was destined to confront. What methods should he employ to vanquish these foes? Biological projectiles? Such external entities were trivial. What should he truly do? No matter how powerful a bullet, if it failed to strike its target, it was futile. To hit the mark, one must know the enemy's position. Conceal, scan, track, and lock on. Masking his presence to avoid detection, scanning the environment, pursuing the enemy, and ultimately locking on, ensuring they had nowhere to flee. This was the direction he ought to pursue. The tree seemed to sense Chu Feng's thoughts, and another beam of light emerged, converging with a faint, weak skill at its end. Was this not the weakness detection bestowed by the firearms expert? This skill, which Chu Feng had instinctively adopted and subsequently forgotten, manifested into another branch of skills. Throughout this period, the myriad insights from battle coalesced, propelling him toward higher branches. The essence of enemies, the auras of myriad beings, and the diverse sense ingrained in his body converged here, particularly the malevolent aura and will of the dark deity, etched deeply within his bones. These realizations amalgamated into energy, breaking through barriers and surging upward, finally reaching another bifurcation. The green illuminated a leaf above. Chu Feng had once again acquired the skill of self-realization, void tracking. Upon glancing at the panel, he noticed the changes it had undergone. Name, Chu Feng. Race, human. Rank, corporal. Kill data, Corporal 38761500, Sergeant 22544 1000, Staff Sergeant 100 342000, Title, None, Military Merit, 108132, can be exchanged for items in the Military Merit Shop. The shop opens after reaching 100 points of military merit. Battle skills, Firearms Expert, Battlefield Intuition, Tactical Maneuvers Expert, Biological Magnetism, Self-Awareness Skills, Bullet Time, Void Targeting. Is this kill count and the results of the bombings attributed to me? Moreover, how many valuable items can this military merit be exchanged for? I am exhilarated, truly overwhelmed with excitement. As my emotions surged, my vital signs began to stabilize rapidly. In the next moment, Chu Feng emerged from the void, awakening to a scene where all around him gazed eagerly at the sky. Before him loomed two colossal figures suspended in the air, receiving the confessions of Solar. An unsettling palpitation gripped Chu Feng's heart, a foreboding sensation directed towards the seemingly inconspicuous human situated between the two giants. In a flurry, Chu Feng reached for his side, grasping the club, disregarding the type of ammunition within. Bullet time, void targeting. He chambered a round and fired, aiming directly at Solar, who stood before that human. The proximity between the two was perilously close, leading everyone to believe that Chu Feng was targeting the colonel. A resounding electromagnetic blast echoed throughout the expanse. "What are you doing, brother?" Solzer rushed forward to intervene. In the skies, the fiery giant sneered in disdain. "You underestimate yourself." The human became alert, his body radiating a spectrum of vibrant colors. In the boundless void, the malevolent deity roared in fury. "Damn it." Chapter 67. A desperate struggle in the blink of an eye. Everyone stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. The colonel radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, pulling two companions back swiftly. Suddenly, Solors went berserk, his body marred by sinister green markings. The colossal furnace emitted a blinding light, enveloping the three officers. In the next moment, Solors appeared as if he had been gutted, his core wide open, with thick, malevolent lines striking like lightning towards the colonel. Chu Feng continued to fire relentlessly, yet the bullets were halted 2 meters before they could reach Solors by an unseen force field. High explosive rounds detonated, tearing at the intangible barrier. Next came tungsten alloy projectiles, which shattered upon impact, inflicting physical damage, followed by another series of high explosive shells. The force field quivered under the relentless assault. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. For shots, an entire magazine was emptied before he swiftly reloaded and continued the barrage. In the air, the vibrant lightning arcs of the malevolent markings spread across the fissured light screen. Damn it, this fiend has been corrupted by the dark god. The fire giant struggled to withstand the onslaught from the furnace, while the avian creature found it impossible to extricate itself to attack Solors. A miscalculation. This was all part of the dark god's scheme, designed to lure us here. The human in the center spoke. The dark god has personally descended, truly esteeming me, Collins. Huh? Who would have thought I could capture a celestial like you? This is quite the windfall. Collins frowned. You're a Nagu? You know of me? It appeared he was a key target for cultivation within his clan, a fact that justified all the energy he had expended. I can barely hold on. The fire giant cried out in agony. The malevolent markings abruptly shifted direction, targeting him. Witnessing his companion perish beside him would drive anyone to madness. Once influenced by the dark energy, one would only grow stronger. Nagu relentlessly assailed Collins with both words and actions, striving to dismantle his psychological defenses. With no other choice, Collins allocated part of his power to shield the fire giant. Let us see how long you can endure. And as for this one, it seems he is faltering as well. The avian creature gritted its teeth in silence, refraining from uttering a sound. Cold sweat trickled down Collins' forehead, his body trembling slightly. The crystalline glow at his brow, flickering ominously. Your aura is becoming unstable, yet your resentment is insufficient. Let me ponder how to augment it. Nagu's incessant chatter aimed to dismantle the mental fortitude of the 3 adversaries and hasten his efforts. On the ground, Chu Feng had seized 2 firearms, firing wildly. Nagu's force field was already perilously unstable. Attack. Target Solors. If Solors succeeded, none would escape unscathed, and Chu Feng would suffer even more. Just moments ago, a notification arrived from the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Command 1, execution complete. Your performance has been exceptional. Rewards will be dispensed following calculations. Military rank temporarily suppressed. You may lift it at any time. Conditions for success are lifted. Thank you for your contributions to the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Damn it. You're pushing me to the edge. I will not let you live. All the ammunition at his side had been expended. Just a little more, just a fraction. Brother, can this be used? Sosur presented the destroyer, which Chu Feng had nearly forgotten. Sosur, you have accomplished a tremendous feat. The destroyer, charged by the biological magnetic field of Chu Feng, had consumed countless crystal cores during the recent battles, growing immensely powerful beyond measure. Yet, these concerns were trivial. All that mattered was vanquishing Solar. The moment the weapon was charged, it illuminated brilliantly, electric sparks dancing wildly, accompanied by the crackling sounds of energy. The brink of collapse loomed near. Not enough, still not enough. Chu Feng even channeled a portion of his energy to restrain the entire weapon, allowing it to absorb more power. After a few seconds, the firearm barely stabilized under the current's constraint. Now, Chu Feng bellowed, and the weapon disintegrated in an instant. Shards piercing through armor, blood gushing forth. Fortunately, with little soft, swift intervention, the wound was promptly sealed to stem the bleeding. Gazing ahead, a firearm entirely composed of the biological magnetic field began to dissipate rapidly once its energy support vanished. The sky resembled shattered glass as a bullet spun wildly, intent on breaching the obstruction before it. Charge, shatter it for me. Chu Feng Zhao. The bullet seemed to heed his call. The private's assault shattered the formidable defense field set by the corrupted colonel. Everything felt surreal, as if a dream. The force field fractured, and the bullet unflinchingly pierced into Solar's core. Incomprehensibly terrifying, the resilient corrupted core remained unscathed by the bullet's impact, merely vibrating with a tremor finer than a hair's breadth. Collins caught sight of that fleeting tremor. "Counterattack!" he shouted, and the fire giant and the Birdman unleashed their assaults in unison. "I've been waiting for this moment." The fire giant's chest opened, unleashing a robust column of flames that struck Solar. Bereft of defensive force fields, it could only resist with corrupted energy. The Birdman unleashed a flurry of wind blades that coalesced into a tempest. The storm, combined with the flames, intensified the fire, setting the heavens ablaze. Whether it was Nagu or Solar, a frenzied wail erupted. "Save me! Save me! You shall pay for this. I will turn the multiverse into playthings of corrupted energy." I was wrong. It hurts so much, truly it does. Two souls oscillated incessantly. A light emanated from Colin's forehead, firing into the furnace, shutting down the machinery. He then observed the corrupted entity besieged by the wind and fire be obliterated. The tempest grew fiercer, gradually grinding the corrupted energy into oblivion. Who is it? Who just attacked me? I will ensure their demise. Nagu, with its last remnants of strength, sought out Chu Feng and locked onto him. With a furious roar, Solar's body erupted, creating a breach in the storm. The final vestige of corrupted energy shot toward Chu Feng. Exhausted, just as he was poised to savor the fruits of victory, he fell victim to the villain's last act of vengeance. How frustrating, exceedingly frustrating. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. He hoped the battlefield of the multiverse would offer some recompense to his homeland, leaving no regrets. Chu Feng closed his eyes, awaiting the impending agony. "Boss, I am here to save you. This shall serve as atonement for our light energy clan." Soser suddenly shielded Chu Feng, attempting to deflect the oncoming attack. "No, get away from me." Chu Feng desperately attempted to pry open Suase, yet his strength fell short of his determination. "Young man, you are not needed just yet. The affairs of the Light Clan will be investigated by the committee." Collins's brow emitted a radiant spectrum of light, instantly shattering the malevolent energy. The anguished roar of Nago faded as the dark energy dissipated. Turning to face Chu Feng, Collins's gaze swept over the scattered fragments and the two intact firearms. "So, you utilized these to break Nago, and thus the defensive field of Sual Luoso?" "Indeed, it was with ease. And you have also devised numerous rudimentary, yet devastating weapons against the malevolent beasts? They are merely trivial inventions, hardly worthy of mention." Collins began to examine the battlefield data, noting how many malevolent beasts perished due to Chu Feng's creations. In the final confrontation, a staggering 54 of the malevolent beasts fell to those three weapons, illustrating their formidable power. Exhaustion washed over Chu Feng, who had barely regained consciousness before succumbing once more to darkness. "Colonel, what has happened to my brother?" The spectrum of colors scanned. "He is fine, merely fatigued. Take him back to the dormitory for rest. I will speak with him once he awakens." With calm finally restored to Chu Feng's side, chaos erupted anew across Blue Star. Chapter 68. Are we still engaging in the Eight-Nation Alliance tactics? On the Blue Planet, the chief remarked, "You mentioned the successor plan has concluded. Does that imply that Chu Feng is now safe?" Number 1 nodded. "Indeed, Chu Feng is safe." "What splendid news!" Shunbai exclaimed, jumping with joy, only to realize he was before Number 1, hastily adjusting his demeanor. "I apologize, Chief, for my unbecoming display." "Not at all. I was even more elated," Number 1 replied, unfazed. "Shall we attempt to contact Chu Feng and inquire about the situation? I understand your urgency, and I share it, but we are unaware of the circumstances on their end. It would be prudent to await Chu Feng's communication." "You are correct," Chunbai finally composed himself. At that moment, an anxious old sway from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs rushed in. "Old sway, what is you in such a hurry?" "Serious matters." Number 1's expression turned grave. "Let us discuss this in the office." The two entered the office, with Chunbai standing guard at the door. Once seated, Old Sway produced a PAD, presenting a joint statement. "The 8 nations, led by the Eagle Nation, have lodged a stern protest against Hua country. The catalyst was an incident involving submarines, wherein they accused us of employing weaponry on the high seas, inflicting significant damage on their submarines. Following, there were 3 baseless accusations. They demand territorial concessions and reparations. Failure to comply would result in comprehensive economic sanctions, with the possibility of military action. The 8 nations include the Eagle Nation, the Philippines, India, and others. Old Sway, incensed, pointed at the image on the PAD. Tell me, when did we deploy troops to assault these 3 locations? A premier military research base, a global data center, and a secret prison. Are these places one can simply infiltrate undetected? Old Sway, please calm down. Those incidents were indeed orchestrated by us. Number 1 said with a hint of regret. What did you say? Old Sway's voice escalated dramatically. Chenbai, Gomin. Yes. Upon entering, Chenbai caught a glimpse of the pad's contents. Chenbai briefed Minister Sway on the situation. Certainly. On August 24th, I led a team of 11 members on the following mission. First, in the Middle East. Stop. Clarify how many personnel? Counting myself. There were a total of 12 soldiers. With a resounding thud, Minister Sway slammed the table. Young Chun, do not try to deceive me. Though I'm not a military person, I possess common sense. 12 individuals capturing a military base. Do you take me for a fool? Unsure of how to respond, Chunbai cast a pleading glance at number 1. Old Sway, please do not be agitated. It seems mere words will not suffice to convince you. Follow me. Number 1 rose, leading Minister Sway to the underground base. Isn't this a safe house? What are we doing here? You will understand once we arrive. The elevator came to a swift halt, and the doors parted. Suddenly, a soldier flew past me, encased in a shell-like shield reminiscent of an eggshell. What have I just witnessed? Minister Sway inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Number 1 and Chunbai exchanged knowing smiles, but remained silent as they stepped outside. Before us lay an open space where a main battle tank stood silently. A soldier clad in a remarkably futuristic uniform approached, wielding a baton resembling a flashlight. GNJ-1. Maximum power. The 348th experiment commences. The soldier assumed a stance with 1 foot forward, raising the flashlight overhead. What is this supposed to accomplish? Old Sway questioned again, yet received no answer. In the next moment, a brilliant blue light emanated from the flashlight, followed by a beam that transformed from a 5-meter wide arc to a 2-meter rod. The thickness of an egg. The soldier swung downward at an angle, producing a resonant hum. Crackle, crackle. Sparks erupted from the flashlight as the light sword vanished. Xiao Wang, the power is sufficient, but the convergence and the durability of the functional unit are inadequate. It was rendered useless in an instant. Data has been collected for further improvement. At the workstation, several individuals in lab coats swiftly operated equipment to enhance the design. Old Sway redirected his gaze to the battle tank, noting a deep gash where the sword had struck, the edges marked by melted metal. This must be a fabrication. It cannot be real. Number 1, are you attempting to show me a science fiction film? Unperturbed by Old Sway's disbelief, they continued onward into a vast enclosed space, leaving only an observation hole. Take another look, Number 1 urged Old Sway forward. Inside, a soldier stood at the center of the arena, surrounded by cameras and sensing devices. He was clad in a complete black combat uniform, though his upper body appeared somewhat bulky. Opposite him was a 23-1 aircraft cannon. GNHD-1, maximum power. The 402nd defensive test begins. The 23-1 cannon emitted mechanical sounds as it swiftly locked onto the soldier. Please activate the shield. The soldier slapped his chest, and a blue energy shell materialized around him. At that moment, Old Sway realized the gravity of the situation. Stop. Quickly, make them halt. By now, the cannon had already fired. Boom, 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 boom. The soldier's blue shield erupted in 4 massive bursts of sparks, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke and debris, shrapnel scattering across the ground in chaos. Help! Someone help! Old Sway's eyes blazed with fury as he gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Turning around, he saw the 2 miscreants still laughing. Negligence. You 2 are guilty of negligence. Noticing Old Sway's distress, Number 1 quickly interjected. Hurry, give Old Sway a white rabbit candy. We can't afford to lose him. We still need him to speak. Chunbai retrieved a white energy crystal and placed it in Old Sway's mouth, the energy instantly revitalizing him. The wrinkles on Old Sway's face visibly diminished. What have you given me? He exclaimed, turning to number one. What on earth is happening? Enough jesting. Follow me. Number one replied. The three entered the conference room, with Academician Zhang trailing closely behind. Old Zhang, you are here too? Academician Zhang raised his head high and declared, This is under my direction. With a resounding clap of his hand on the table, Old Sui stood up in indignation, insisting, You must clarify your statements. Calm down. One must savor a meal bite by bite, and articulate one S-words one sentence at a time, came the leisurely response from number one. Old Zhang, please commence. As Academician Zhang approached the podium, he remarked, This presentation was originally intended for all, but let us first allow you to practice. The video began to play on the screen, showcasing the dissection of the colossal insect, followed by research findings and various derived products. Subsequently, images of robust arms, enhanced crystal nuclei, biological magnetic fields, and electromagnetic weapons appeared, armaments that one would typically encounter in cinematic portrayals of science fiction. Having introduced these concepts, the practical applications remained somewhat nebulous. Thus, it was time for a tactical analysis, which I shall leave to Captain Chun Bo to expound upon. Taking the remote, Captain Chun commenced his explanation. Recently, in response to terrorist attacks on our nation, the deployment of equipment marked the beginning of our initiative. Following this, various images of equipment were displayed, illustrating their efficacy in real combat, culminating in an instance where a machine gun pierced the armor of a nuclear submarine. This summarizes that operation. Now, let me delve into our retaliatory mission, the particulars of which Minister Sui is already familiar with. Minister Sui appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to keep pace with the information being presented. Hold on, allow me a moment to digest this. It is not the time for further details. I have but one question. If those 8 rogue nations were to infiltrate us on a small scale from various directions or pressure us on a larger scale, do we possess the means to resolve this? When you speak of resolution, does that imply extermination or merely their withdrawal? As for their withdrawal, that poses no challenge. It is quite simple. Upon hearing this, Minister Sui felt a surge of excitement. And extermination? He pressed. That too is devoid of difficulty. Indeed, it is even easier. With a decisive slap on the table, Minister Sui exclaimed, Let us deal with them resolutely. These years have been utterly stifling. Chapter 69. The supremacy of technological advancement. Please, do not be agitated. Take a seat, Chunbai urged as he assisted Elder Sui into a chair. Why did you not present these remarkable items earlier? Must we endure humiliation from those buffoonish clowns once more? Elder Sui expressed his frustration. Pray tell, what are their demands? What do they truly seek? Chunbai inquired. Is it not obvious? They wish to claim all the disputed territories surrounding us. Elder Sui retorted, his initial trepidation dissipating, replaced by a newfound resolve. With the sword now drawn, how far could the truth be? At that moment, another heated voice erupted. They have revolted. Those monkeys are plotting rebellion. It was Old Zo from the 3 armies. Upon entering the room and spotting Elder Sui, he awkwardly turned to leave, saying, You all continue your discussion. I shall return shortly. You scoundrel, Zo. You were aware of this, yet feigned ignorance during this morning's meeting. How could it be so? Elder Sui admonished. Old Zo turned back with a sheepish grin. It pertains to issues of confidentiality. Gentlemen, we are all adults here. Let us address the matter at hand, the leader interjected. Old Zo approached the screen, directing the staff, Bring up the satellite imagery. The latest from the biological magnetic field satellite. The screen quickly transitioned to a view near the equator. The map zoomed in, revealing a vast expanse of human biological magnetic fields floating over the sea. In stark contrast with the ordinary satellite imagery, the screen split in two, showcasing 2 aircraft carrier fleets advancing swiftly. The joint exercises of the Eagle Nation were overtly provocative. The camera shifted westward, revealing large human formations amidst the snowy highlands. Accompanying comparative imagery displayed tanks, artillery, and aircraft all in motion. The Curry Nation was equally restless. The lens panned eastward to the most despicable of locations, while also glancing at the coal bastion. The visuals shifted once more to reveal fleets on the ocean surface. This need not be articulated. Their intentions were clear. Moreover, Activity at the military base in the Cold Bastion was notably frequent. That is all. Now contemplate our course of action, Old Zo stated, unfazed. What course of action? We shall strike at them. Elder Sui exclaimed vehemently. Elder Sway, please take my position. I shall handle diplomacy, Old Zo jested. Engagement necessitates strategy and finesse. We must devise a means to extract greater benefits, the leader declared, urging everyone to share their perspectives. Observing the silence among the esteemed individuals, Chunbai noted that their warrior instincts had been fully awakened following the previous retaliatory operation. Esteemed leaders, let us proceed with decapitation, he proposed. Old Zo turned to him. Elaborate further. We must eliminate all their commanders, came Chunbai's response. That is indeed a commendable plan, Old Zo acknowledged. Is it not too lenient towards them? Elder Sui questioned. We have demonstrated sufficient deterrence. The impact is lacking, the leader asserted. This time, our objective must resonate with great magnitude. Our show of strength must be formidable enough to convey that the heavens over Blue Star have shifted. What are your thoughts? Elder Sway inquired, preparing to draft a statement. Let us not linger. Grant them 10 days, and should they refuse to withdraw, let them bear the consequences. And what are their other forms of obstruction? How shall we respond? Minister Sway asked. The leader remained unconcerned, declaring, this is easily managed. Strike at the root. Let them experience power outages thrice daily. Old Sway, invigorated, rose from his seat, exclaiming, it has been ages since I spoke with such conviction. Who would have thought I would witness such prosperous times? Allowing our ancestors to see our current international standing, he resolved to draft an announcement for global release that very evening. The others continued to deliberate on subsequent actions. In the Oval Office of the White House, an online video conference was underway. This operation was destined for success. Everything you desire shall be attained. The President of the United States was instilling confidence among allies. Much like many years past, they were undoubtedly fearful, trembling in apprehension. On the screen, 7 representatives of diverse nationalities, both male and female, appeared. Are you certain this endeavor will succeed? Can those contentious issues be resolved? A yellow-faced individual nodded and bowed. Excessively obsequious. As long as you do not falter, the goal shall undoubtedly be achieved. Your Excellency, if this operation succeeds, might our protection fees be reduced? Inquired another similar-faced individual. That depends on your performance, how you manage to contain the situation, shape public opinion, and seize whatever you can. All must be registered. The thin man was elated, bowing repeatedly. Thank you. Those things rightfully belong to us. The others could not suppress their disdainful gazes. Representatives from other nations voiced their demands. Finally, the president addressed the assembly, stating, ladies and gentlemen, we have but one objective, the repetition of history. Wishing you success. In the battlefield of myriad realms, Chu Feng gradually awakened in the familiar confines of his dormitory. Brother, you're awake? Sosa was at his side. Is everything resolved? It is all concluded. Chu Feng rose, feeling a profound ache throughout his body. Please wait. I shall inform Colonel Collins. Shortly after, Collins entered the room. You may step outside, he instructed Sosa. I have observed your performance and will relay it to the committee. Sosa was taken aback, promptly bowing to Collins. Thank you, Colonel. We, the light-bearers, shall forever remember your kindness. Your gratitude means little to me. I am merely acknowledging your performance and Chu Feng's reputation. Understood. I shall take my leave now. Sosa glanced at Chu Feng. Brother, I shall step out. With only the 2 of them remaining, Collins scrutinized Chu Feng from head to toe, saying, this is peculiar, indeed. What seems strange? Chu Feng inquit. Your genetic makeup is exceedingly rudimentary, primitive. We share a common genetic foundation, which, over time, undergoes various adaptations to the environment. Yet, your genes show no signs of evolution whatsoever. It is as if they are locked away. Are you suggesting a genetic lock? Chu Feng asked. Indeed. That is a vivid description. It is a genetic lock. Is there any way to resolve this? Chu Feng felt a surge of hope, believing that this individual might possess a solution. There is no way to unlock it. Your lock is far too sophisticated for our kind to decipher. If even an A-grade race cannot unravel it, does that imply it is an A? Chu Feng guidit. This matter cannot be resolved swiftly, nor is it my responsibility. Let's first discuss the rewards from this battlefield. The committee has entrusted me with the task of evaluating your performance and dispensing rewards. Upon mentioning rewards, Chu Feng became invigorated. Your exceptional performance is almost beyond belief. I can scarcely fathom how such a frail physique could conceive such a multitude of chaotic tactical ideas. But let us set that aside for now and speak of the rewards. Chu Feng was brimming with excitement. Colin smiled. There are two avenues of rewards. Firstly, personal enhancement. Secondly, the technology tree. What are these? Zhu Feng Yin Gui. Personal enhancement is quite straightforward. You will receive 10 orange crystal nuclei produced at the academy level. While these 10 may not allow for a breakthrough, they can still unlock a bit more potential based on your genetic locks. Chu Feng was not particularly interested in this. His current progress and rhythm were satisfactory. Let us hear about the technology tree. And what are the other reward? I have heard you applied for spatial backpack. The committee has decided that if you are willing, they will grant you access to the entire technology tree related to spatial folding. Wow! Chu Feng could not contain himself, leaping up and exclaiming. It seems you have made a decision, Collins remarked. Chapter 70. Returning supplies indeed. I shall adopt the technology of spatial folding. This is no trivial endeavor, as you will discern from the materials. Collins remarked, handing Chu Feng a crystal core, accompanied by a small card resembling a room key. This is a storage crystal, and this is a spatial backpack. Although it's termed a backpack, it is essentially a card. The reason for its nomenclature is a lengthy tale, but it does not hinder its utility. The spatial backpack you have been granted is of decent quality, with a capacity of 5 cubic meters. Thank you. I am exceedingly grateful, Chu Feng replied joyfully as he accepted the spatial backpack. This is all you rightfully deserve. Now, let us discuss this storage crystal, which was originally designed to preserve the legacies of civilizations, Collins indicated, gesturing toward the crystal core. Wait, you mentioned the storage of civilizations. Does that imply that spatial folding technology equates to a civilization itself? Chu Feng could hardly believe it. To some extent, yes, it is not as daunting as it seems. However, the technology of spatial folding encompasses all realms of physical knowledge and disciplines, rendering it rather vast. Is it truly that intricate? Chu Feng felt as though he had unwittingly burdened academician Zhang with an enormous dilemma. Now that the rewards have been dispensed, I have some personal advice for you, Collins stated with utmost seriousness. Please go ahead. Your potential is remarkable, indeed formidable, yet you are somewhat misaligned. Relying on external factors is ultimately not the righteous path. All A-grade races thrive on the evolution and development of their own genes. Currently, while your offensive capabilities are formidable, as time progresses, every race possesses extraordinary methods, and your situation may become exceedingly disadvantageous. Chu Feng recognized the goodwill in Collins' words. Had this been earlier, he would have heeded the advice with earnest contemplation. However, after witnessing the grand tree within him, the path ahead had become unmistakably clear. With countless branches and buds, his route was one that could reach the pinnacle. I appreciate your kindness, yet I am uncertain on how to proceed. A slight concealment is necessary. Survival is paramount, for without life, how can one contemplate advancement? Collins did not press further. I have said all that needs to be said. It is commendable that you have your own thoughts. Moreover, your prowess as a warrior remains somewhat lacking, placing you among the lower ranks of warriors. Chu Feng shared this sentiment. How might I elevate my standing? Through the trials of life and death. Every warrior has traversed this path. Only by confronting mortality can one truly grasp that fleeting moment. Additionally, there is the enhancement of the crystal core. Consume, incessantly consume, and after feasting, pound your body until you can no longer continue. Once you enter the battlefield of myriad realms, this becomes the most crucial aspect aside from breathing. I understand. That is all I have to convey. In 3 days, you will be returned to your original location. Collins approached the door. I have requested from the committee that your military rank remain locked. You may unlock it at your discretion when you feel ready. Furthermore, while ensuring your strength, expedite the elevation of your military rank. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your kin's performance. Thank you. No need for thanks. Let us forge a benevolent connection. Perhaps we shall meet again soon. With that enigmatic remark, Collins departed. Chu Feng found himself unperturbed by the lingering thoughts, his mind wholly absorbed in that final statement. Promote military ranks and reunite with kin. It has been determined that upon becoming an officer, I shall undoubtedly bring my compatriots together. Upon my return, a thorough cleansing shall commence, strengthening both our capabilities and ranks. I shall continue to explore the technology of spatial folding. Holding the crystal core in my hand reveals its contents. The vast ocean of knowledge resembles the countless stars scattered across the cosmos, each point representing a significant branch of knowledge. Opening one leads to countless more branches. At the very bottom lies a solitary point, from which innumerable stars extend. Mathematics. Chu Feng delved into it but comprehended nothing. Perhaps these matters are best left to the specialists. I shall check the instant transmission. There remains one last opportunity, which I hastily utilized. Requesting transmission. Please wait. The transmission is about to commence. On Blue Star, the leader gathered the relevant personnel. The figure of Chu Feng materialized. Child, what has transpired during this time? And why is there a successor plan? Sighing, Chu Feng shook his head with a wry smile. The child is motherless. The tale is long. Still able to jest. It seems the ordeal is behind us. Indeed, it has passed. The specifics are all within the GoPro, which I shall transmit back shortly. Has there been any recent news from home? The leader pondered briefly and succinctly summarized the situation of the 8 nations. Chu Feng's anger flared. Those damned scoundrels. If I could return, I would annihilate them all. Xiao Feng, do not overshadow my glory. It is not easy to secure this task. And what shall I do if you take it from me? Chunbai expressed his reluctance. Academician Zhang stepped forward as well. Our technology has overwhelmingly surpassed theirs. Dealing with them is but child's play. No need for your concern. Academician Zhang, it appears you have been living quite comfortably of late. Shall I find you something to occupy your time? Chu Feng revealed a mischievous smile, fully aware of the commotion that would ensue upon the return of the spatial folding technology. Do you possess something remarkable again? Academician Zhang exclaimed, moving to the forefront. Let me see at once. There is no rush. You shall see it in due time. Chu Feng nonchalantly left him aside. The others laughed at Zhang Academician's predicament. You have learned to be mischievous, Zhang Academician huffed. Let me give you a taste of something sweet, he said, producing a spatial backpack. Academician Zhang, allow me to perform a little magic. Chu Feng retrieved all his belongings, including firearms and remaining ammunition, totaling 2 or 3 cubic meters. Holding a card in his hand, he declared, observe closely, here it comes. Collect. Instantly, the disordered items on the ground vanished. Ah, Marelia visual trick, zamakada misian skufa. Is it? As Chu Feng spoke, a gun appeared in his hand. Look again. Another magazine materialized. Look again. The magazine vanished, yet the gun remained. Look again. The magazine transformed into a gun. Xiao Feng, stop fooling around. How are you accomplishing this? The leader too discerned that this was no mere magic trick or deception. You shall soon find out. There is no need to rush, Chu Feng retorted, disregarding even the leader's authority. He then produced a plethora of bottles filled with liquids of various colors. This is the blood of various races, or perhaps some bodily tissues, that I collected from the battlefield. It should prove beneficial for our research on biological projectiles. This material is remarkable. Academician Zhang has become invigorated once more. It holds immense potential, not only for biological projectiles, but for all that can be learned from the myriad races. The specimens you sent back from the insectoid species, along with that arm, have already propelled numerous branches of our technology into new realms, not to mention the blood of these races. As long as it is useful, that suffices. Chu Feng is also pleased. Aiding the nation's strength is paramount. This is all I have for now, and it may not meet your expectations. I intentionally lowered the anticipation. For once everyone witnesses the space folding technology, their enthusiasm will be boundless. Indeed, the boss has been misled. Do not blame yourself. As long as you are alive, that is the greatest contribution to our motherland. Patience is key. I understand. Chu Feng set aside his playful thoughts. I shall soon return to the Sky Tower, and upon my return, I will begin a swift cleanse to expedite my promotion. I have a premonition that our reunion will not be far off. Is that so? Chu Feng gazed at the excitement across from him with great comfort, truly wishing to see his family soon. Let us commence the transmission. Chapter 71. Ignorance and Desire. A blessing in disguise, Chu Feng's supplies have been replenished. With firearms upgraded to new versions, optimized both in power and energy consumption, accompanied by an abundance of ammunition. Everything was stowed in a spatial backpack. And after consuming a substantial amount of crystal cores, he proceeded to the training room to refine his physique. On Blue Star, 2 researchers were conducting routine disinfection of the items returned via teleportation. One of them, holding a storage crystal core in hand, prepared for the disinfection process, but suddenly froze in place. Seeing his colleague's prolonged silence, the other assumed he was slacking off and gave him a nudge. Hey, what's going on? Does a crystal core require this much disinfection? Receiving no response, he approached, shook him a few times, yet the man remained motionless. Come quickly. There's a problem. The alarm blared, drawing everyone's attention. Academician Zhang scrutinized the various data displayed on the screen. The data appears fine. What on earth has happened? He held the crystal core, and suddenly, the researcher exhibited no further response. Director, look at this, he said, giving another push. Carefully remove the crystal core, commanded Academician Zhang. As the core was delicately extracted, the man instantly reacted, albeit in a rather alarming manner. Truth. I have seen the truth. I have glimpsed the origin of the universe and the path of destruction. His sudden outburst echoed through the room as he seized a nearby marker and began inscribing a plethora of equations on the glass. It's resolved. All the mathematical enigmas that have plagued humanity are solved. The truth is in my grasp. I am a god. Has he gone mad? Someone in the crowd remarked. Silence. Academician Zhang shouted, fixating intently on the equations etched on the glass. Record everything quickly. All were captivated by the formulas, save for Chun Bo, whose gaze remained fixed on the crystal core. Open the door, let me in. Captain, could this go wrong? The data is perfectly normal. Stop fretting. Upon entering, Chun Bo beheld the crystal core on the tray. Was it this that drove him to madness? Indeed, as Chun Bo reached for it, he was halted. No, we cannot touch it until we fully understand it. It might pose a danger. Step aside. Chu Feng would never return anything hazardous. Dismissing the caution, Chun Bo seized the core and was instantly enveloped in its essence, only to emerge moments later. I knew it. Ignorance can be a blessing. At least I am not trapped by the current situation. He mused, moving behind the still scribbling researcher and delivering a swift chop to render him unconscious. Chun Bo, what are you doing? Academician Zhang bellowed. This thing is the crux of the matter. It's the trinket Chu Feng sent you. With a shake of his head and a rueful smile, Chun Bo acknowledged the gravity of the situation. What do you mean? Academician Zhang pushed past those obstructing him, hastening into the isolation chamber, reaching for the crystal core. Let me see it. Be patient. Let us clarify things. If you don't disengage within a minute after taking it, I will seize it from you. Enough with the chatter. Do I lack the composure for this? With that, he snatched the crystal core, and like the others before him, stood transfixed in place. Chun Bai glanced at the clock. A minute swiftly elapsed, and he snatched the crystal core. Truth. Everything is truth. Origin of the universe. Annihilation. Slap. Chun Bai struck Academician Zhang across the face. Zhang momentarily froze, then regained his composure, first searching for the crystal core, attempting to snatch it, though a sense of trepidation gripped him. Keep it away. I do not wish to behold it. Academician Zhang was indeed somewhat fearful. Old Zhang, what troubles you? Chun Bai inquired, perplexed, yet he pocketed the core. You, a mere brute, cannot comprehend. This object is a divine treasure for those of us engaged in scientific research, yet it is also a deadly poison. That rascal Chu Feng has truly presented me with a formidable conundrum. How shall I manage this? Zhang Academician lamented, reflecting on the overwhelming sensation he had just experienced. Were he to hold it again, with no one else around, he would surely be consumed by it until his dying breath. What is the matter? Chun Bai asked. Once I delve into it, I am inundated with an array of knowledge, rendering normal thought impossible. And in such a state, I cannot extract any knowledge. Chun Bai pointed at the individual who had just been brought in, What about the material he just penned? Too profound to possess any value. Zhang Academician replied with a resigned shake of his head, suddenly realizing, wait, how did you manage to emerge? Me? Chunbai pointed to himself. Yes, you. Because I do not comprehend it. Zhang Academician stared for a moment, then slapped his forehead in realization. Ignorance breeds desire. Who is ignorant? Chunbai retorted, displeased. Not in that sense. Alas, it is difficult to elucidate to you, but it is meant as a compliment. Zhang Academician felt utterly exasperated with this oaf before him. Chunbai regarded Academician Zhang with suspicion, yet the latter refused to meet his gaze. Chunbai, bring in 2 trusted team members. All my team members are trustworthy. Then let them in. Chunbai called to the 2 guards outside. You 2 come in. Yes, they have been summoned. Do as you see fit. Zhang Academician addressed the 2. In a moment, you shall hold the crystal core and must disengage within 1 minute. It is a straightforward command. Chunbai produced the crystal core, and Zhang Academician hastily recoiled. One of the men grasped it in his hand, and Zhang began to check the time. Before he could lift his gaze, the fellow had already disengaged. What a wretched contraption. A cacophony of chaos that gives me a headache. He grumbled as he placed the crystal core onto the tray. Zhang's expression was a tapestry of emotions. Then he turned to Chunbai. Ignorance breeds desire. You must remain inside for a full minute. The countenance of the remaining soldier was grim, haunted by the experiences of his comrade. Grasping the crystal core, he appeared both pained and contorted, disengaging after a mere 40 seconds. Captain, I feel as though 10 minutes have passed. Check the clock yourself. It has been 43 seconds. Chunbai was incensed. You both will engage in additional training. No, do not let them leave, Zhang Academician urgently interjected. What do you intend to do? While those of us in research cannot enter, you may transcribe the formulas and content from within. Chunbo was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the elderly gentleman before him. How could you devise such a tormenting method? Captain, I shall undertake additional training. The 2 of them turned to flee, believing that enduring grueling practice was far preferable to deciphering those equations. You 2, take your positions at the entrance. You are not permitted to leave. Understood. Their spirits were noticeably deflated. Old Zhang, is there truly no alternative? Can't you resolve this internally? Academician Zhang shook his head. It is utterly insurmountable. This poses quite a challenge. Even if it is challenging, we must find a solution. Do you comprehend the significance of what lies within? Even a fundamental mathematical formula could propel our technological advancements beyond their current limitations. I shall seek out the chief immediately to solidify this matter. Before long, the chief arrived, listened to their report, and issued a stern directive to Chinbo. This issue is classified at an exceedingly high level. It must be handled by the elite within the base. Reluctantly, they could only comply with the order. In the end, a training competition was organized, resulting in 4 individuals successfully completing the task. Chapter 72. The object is different from the insect. This is omega, not delta. The symbols and do not represent mere small and large arches. They signify union and intersection. However, you need not comprehend this. Simply replicate it 1-to-1, like a cat imitating a tiger. The entire base reverberated with the voice of Academician Zhang, while 4 battle-hardened warriors sat at their desks, their faces etched with despair. Though this method may seem clumsy and slow, it is undeniably effective. Dean, this fundamental formula has resolved the issue of hypersonic speeds. Dean, we have also made breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion. Dean, room temperature superconductors can also be utilized. One achievement after another emerged, creating a stark contrast within the base. The researchers were fervently engaged in their work, while the warriors felt increasingly anxious. I cannot allow this to continue. I must practice more. Look at how pitiful those 4 are. Thus, the warriors fervently began their training as well. The leader, accompanied by elders Sui and Zhou, arrived at the base. Old Zhang, Chunbai, it's time for a meeting. In the conference room, the screen displayed the latest developments concerning the coalition forces from various nations. Elder Sui remarked. After the statement was released last night, the opposing side has become exceedingly aggressive. Militarily, they have encroached upon our borders. One more step forward constitutes an act of invasion. Economically, They have jointly issued a notice prohibiting advanced technologies, simultaneously blocking many of our enterprises. The owners are now crowding the doors of our foreign ministry, demanding explanations. Culturally, that rogue nation is frantically securing registrations, and related organizations are facilitating this process. Numerous other underhanded moves are underway, and some local enterprises are betraying us. They threaten to undermine our foundation. Public sentiment is also becoming chaotic. We must devise a strategy swiftly. Elder Zoe, what are your thoughts? The leader inquired. Let us mobilize the troops. If it comes to war, we must be prepared, Elder Zoe advised. The leader nodded. We must proceed accordingly. No need, no need. Academician Zhang interjected with an air of ease. There is no necessity for such complications. With so many people, every movement incurs cost. It is better to allocate those resources for my research. What is your plan? The leader looked at Academician Zhang with anticipation. The crystal core returned by Xiao Feng has provided a wealth of useful knowledge, including solutions for the GN series equipment. Give me 3 days, and I will forge a batch of divine weapons capable of soaring into the heavens and plunging into the seas. Regardless of their fleets or synthetic infantry divisions, they will be nothing but soft targets. Chunbai's subordinates are more than capable of executing simultaneous decapitations of these adversaries. Academician Zhang, are you certain? Chunbai was the first to express excitement, followed by Elder Zoe. This is no trifling matter. I demand you issue a military order. Not a problem. If any issues arise with the equipment, I shall bear the consequences, Academician Zhang affirmed. Chunbai added, if the equipment is sound but the operation falters, I shall take my own life. All eyes turned to the leader. Proceed with troop mobilization as usual, minimizing the scale to create a false impression of weakness. It would be ideal to provoke the enemy into firing the first shot. Elder Zoe acknowledged the command. Diplomatic efforts must continue with a firm stance. Issue a strong condemnation. Elder Swain nodded in agreement. Old Zhang, what are your thoughts on the power outage? Academician Zhang gestured towards the sky, indicating the newly launched biological magnetic field satellite. With an increase in output power and the shielding of certain components, it could incinerate crucial capacitors. When that moment arrives, we can orchestrate outages wherever we desire. Very well. Let the power outage coincide with our decapitation operation. I intend to render them all blind and deaf in an instant. The plan was devised, and all parties commenced their execution. Chunbai gathered his team, dividing them into 4 columns, each comprising 10 individuals stationed in the south, west, east, and at the military base. They engaged in corresponding simulation training. In the battlefield of myriad realms, Chu Feng immersed himself in the rigorous training of his physique. With the burden of survival temporarily lifted, he indulged in fervent workouts. 2 days, 44 hours, and 31 minutes remain until the next supply transfer. The time for another transfer was approaching, and he pondered whether Academician Zhang would manage to develop anything remarkable. Preparing to exit the battlefield. It was time to leave. Brother, I need to attend to some matters within my clan before seeking you out. It was unexpectedly the elusive Shower Wan. Shower Wan, why do you come to find me? Let us discuss these matters during our next encounter. Very well, then. Chu Feng sensed a peculiar shift in Xiao Ruan's demeanor and was at a loss for words. As for when they would meet again, it remained uncertain. For this was the battlefield of myriad realms, where everyone was considered an adversary. Chu Feng wished to say more, but Xiao Ruan had already become unreachable. Brother. So, sir, also initiated communication. So, sir, how fares the Light Clan? The entire clan has been sealed off for investigation. If no significant issues arise, there will be minimal repercussions. That's a relief. Brother, if there are no pressing matters within the clan, I will come to find you. What is the situation with these two? Both seeking him out? Would there be any dangers on the way? The battlefield of myriad realms offers passenger services, so there should be no peril, So Sir clarified. That is rather considerate, Chu Feng thought awkwardly. Brother, I must not linger. I am about to teleport. With that, the communication ended, and the beam of light to retrieve Chu Feng arrived. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the familiar sky tower, observing his surroundings. The green box was devoid of any dust. He pondered the reason behind it. There were no signs of any insects having ventured near. Connecting to the surveillance system, he noted that during his absence, no creatures had approached. Switching through various modes, the absence of biological responses persisted throughout the building. How strange. Where had the mother bug gone? He picked up his weapon and ascended the stairs. Though only a few days had passed, the cycle of life and death had left him with a sense of dislocation. On the 20th floor, the ground was covered in a sticky residue, remnants of the fungal blanket invasion. On the 30th floor, similar traces were evident. It appeared that during his brief absence, the mother bug had accomplished quite a bit. Carefully searching through these levels, he discovered many peculiar remnants. What creatures were these? They appeared quite strange. Continuing upwards, he reached the 40th floor, where the traces of the fungal blanket persisted. The mother bug seemed to have achieved something remarkable. 50th floor. Chu Feng crouched down, his hand gently brushing against the ground, which bore a barely perceptible layer of slime. This was the fluid resulting from the hatching of golden beetle eggs. It seemed that this mother insect had been exceedingly industrious, continuously evolving. Raising his gaze upward, he realized that their next encounter was imminent. At the 55th floor, a cacophony of movement resonated from above, and beneath his feet lay a thick layer of the same viscous substance. He had found it. As he ascended the stairs, before Chu Feng could peer around the corner, a sharp appendage sliced through the air before him. Goodness! Almost immediately, an array of bizarre insects materialized in front of him. Each measured approximately 50 centimeters, resembling a gunworm, their bodies encased in robust exoskeletons akin to those of golden beetles. At their rear, a glossy, dark stinger glimmered ominously. Where one appeared, a multitude soon followed, cascading upon one another in a dense swarm. The foremost creature, with its compound eyes rotating, exhibited a flicker of intelligence. Golden beetle private, what on earth? This truly is the work of the mother insect. Is this a case of genetic fusion? Chu Feng pondered, a torrent of thoughts swirling within him. I must acquire her genes. Do you no longer recognize me? How drastically you have changed. With a smile, he greeted her, his hand reaching for the weapon at his back. A sharp, piercing shriek filled the air. The golden beetles surged towards him in a frenzy. Damn it! With an expletive, he leaped directly from the core tube. Chapter 73. Absolutely no first shot. Lying face down, with the sky above, the golden beetles followed suit, unfurling 3 pairs of cicada wings as they dove downward. Time slowed to a crawl. In the void, countless targeting reticles emerged upon each golden beetle. The Kbudk, one unleashed a barrage of hundreds of bullets, each one striking its target with unerring precision. Effortlessly, they were all dispatched, crystalline cores cascading from the heavens. Chu Feng pivoted midair, channeling his strength through his core, and landed atop a fallen corpse, burrowing into the building. He promptly reemerged, shouting furiously at the upper floors. You little brat, wait for me. I'm coming to put an end to you. His outward rage belied a deep-seated calm. It is evident that the mother insect possesses the ability of genetic assimilation. I must locate its core and obtain its genes. Vigilantly, he ascended without encountering any hindrances. Upon returning to the 56th floor, he was taken aback to find the new form of golden beetles lined up on either side, heads bowed, as if to welcome his arrival. Is this a show for me? One particularly conspicuous beetle, clearly under the mother insect's control, stepped forward, gesturing animatedly. Are you implying they're newly hatched and do not recognize me? Who would believe such nonsense? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your hive mind. Chu Feng cursed inwardly, maintaining a facade of amiability. After all, they were old acquaintances. Such oversights were not beyond forgiveness. The mother insect began gesturing again, inquiring about his desired compensation, mistakenly presuming he sought crystalline cores. Let me see your true form. Chu Feng's expression darkened suddenly. You instill in me an unsettling feeling of losing control, and I find that highly distasteful. The mother insect lowered her body, her cicada wings fluttering behind her, emitting a menacing call. Disagree? Then I shall force you to comply. The once polite golden beetles revealed their menacing mandibles and lunged at Chu Feng. He did not retreat, guns in hand, with both bullet time and void targeting activated. The Kbudk, 1's extraordinary rate of fire reduced the approaching golden beetles to mere remnants, each bullet piercing through one and then another, even a third or fourth. The beetle under the mother insect's control made a hasty retreat. Escape? I shall see where you flee. Chu Feng pursued upwards, dispatching hundreds more golden beetles, when he suddenly sensed something amiss. The mother insect could not perish. Why was it fleeing? Just then, shadows flitted past the window. First one, then another, and a third. Their speed was so great that even bullet time struggled to keep pace. The royal horsefly, a magnified version of the common horsefly, bore scythe-like legs at the front, adept at swiftly reaping enemies. Its serrated mandibles, like a pair of scissors, bore barbs. Should they pierce the flesh, they would create a grievous wound, impossible to extract. I to be your weapon? Such a fanciful thought indeed. Chu Feng turned and fled, offering the royal horseflies no opportunity. With their target gone, the horseflies could only attack the golden beetles. Enraged, the mother insect screeched. As a mere private, she was utterly incapable of confronting the horseflies. Chu Feng would not grant her the chance. If that species underwent genetic assimilation, who could fathom how formidable it would become? The royal horseflies could linger and kill at their leisure. For now, the paramount objective was to uncover the true form of the mother insect. She cannot be allowed to develop so recklessly. Returning to the residence, the ascent from here is rather lengthy. It would be more prudent to relocate upstairs. The dwelling has shifted from the ground floor to the 40th. Outside the window, one can already glimpse the rooftops of numerous buildings. Some rooftops are vast nests, while others are enshrouded in cobwebs. This steel jungle resembles a sixth-generation residential area, adorned with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. When we finally clear this place and emerge from the novice village, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Chu Feng arrived at the core tube and gazed upwards, still unable to discern the building's pinnacle. He wondered just how tall this skyscraper truly is. Does it genuinely touch the heavens? After a brief respite, he ascended again in search of the mother insect. Upon reaching the 56th floor, the ground was merely a residue of slime. The fungal mat was absent, and there were no corpses. Had they fled? The royal flies remained above. Where could they have escaped? Continuing his ascent, he arrived at the territory of the royal flies. They were still present, yet the golden beetles had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Chu Feng looked up the core tube, sensing something amiss. In such a confined space, where could they possibly hide? This skyscraper harbors many secrets. Thus, he resolved to clear each floor systematically. Convinced he would locate them, he assessed his weaponry and prepared for a fierce onslaught. Meanwhile, Blue Star achieved a breakthrough. G&J-2, full power second test. Soldiers held silver flashlights directed at the main battle tank before them. The test commenced. An orange beam emanated from the flashlight, effortlessly piercing the tank's armor. Subsequently, it sliced upward and diagonally. It felt as though they were not confronting steel, but plastic. Success! The researchers erupted in jubilant cries. On another front, GNHD-2, full power second test. Once again, the 23-1 aircraft cannon, this time firing a continuous barrage of 10 rounds. Amidst the smoke, the orange glow remained steady and unwavering. It was also a success. Academician Zhang exclaimed excitedly. Shinbo inquired, "What benefits do these successes bring to my forthcoming actions?" "You understand nothing," Zhang replied. "This signifies the most fundamental energy convergence and emission, maintaining an extraordinarily stable frequency, crucial for applications across numerous fields. Take this upcoming maritime operation group as an example." Zhang pointed to a complete set of sleek black gear reminiscent of ancient armor, with designs that even included a battle skirt upon closer inspection. The individual diving equipment, propulsion, protection, and attack are all powered by crystal cores, providing full power output, allowing them to operate for 3 days. Additionally, the latest magnetic field generation equipment ensures that whether for shielding or detection, Blue Star cannot elude his gaze nor hide its presence. The maritime enemy's 2 carrier groups consist of 30 vessels, correct? With just 10 personnel, they can breach their command ship, leaving no opportunity for remedy. To say nothing of escape, emitting a signal would count as a victory for them. Academician Zhang's eyes widened in excitement. Everyone would be dead. They wouldn't win even if they claimed victory, Chunbo muttered. Did the boss not say we would not fire the first shot? Chunbo added. Academician Zhang pointed at G&J, too, and exclaimed, Have I fired a shot? Have I? No, not at all, your nobility. Chunbai inquired. What about the other side of the plateau? The same equipment, he replied. No need for parachutes. Allow your soldiers a couple of days to familiarize themselves, and they will be able to decelerate and briefly fly using the thrusters. With shields capable of withstanding artillery, not a single shot needs to be fired, and they can eliminate all foes. Let me ask you again, have I fired a shot? Zhang pressed, his demeanor assertive. No, not a single shot has been fired. There's no need to inquire about the other two locations. The situation is identical. Simply take a machete and eliminate them all. According to our principles, we absolutely do not fire the first shot. Indeed, is there any issue with that? No issues whatsoever, not in the slightest. Thankfully, my soldiers have begun to practice their skills. It is the perfect opportunity to showcase martial prowess. Then you should hasten to train troops. I have more pressing matters to attend to, Zhang said, turning to resume his work. What matters? Chunbai asked. The National Fitness Program S agent has entered the third phase of clinical trials and is on the verge of success. The agent that carries genetic rejection? Indeed, the one that carries genetic rejection. Chapter 74. The striking new equipment. What is the objective for the first phase? Chunbai inquired. Academician Zhang, appearing rather indifferent, replied. To have everyone become Olympic champions. But who would still compete with us in the Olympics? Wouldn't the national games just invite the whole world? Chunbai remarked, giving a thumbs up to the audacity of these researchers. Well, I shall proceed with the training then. After taking a few steps, he asked again, Can the G&J-2 change its form? Why? Chunbai scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. My troops train in a variety of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, and a plethora of other armaments. We practice with all 18 types of weapons. Academician Zhang's gaze turned dangerously sharp. Let them register on their own. They will achieve the desired appearance. All right then. By the way, should we design the entire set of equipment to resemble ancient armor? Academician Zhang inquired once more. Is that feasible? Of course. It is quite simple and will not affect performance in the slightest. Which dynasty do you prefer? After pondering for a moment, Chunbai suggested. How about the Ming Guang armor? That works. It is quite representative. We can complete it all by tonight. Chunbai and his team toiled with weights throughout the day. Captain, it has arrived. The equipment is here. A few forklifts parked in front of the training ground, carrying enormous boxes. A researcher approached with documents in hand. Captain Chun, please take receipt of this. There are a total of 55 sets, with some extras as spares. Everyone conduct an inventory. The team members quickly checked, and as they opened the boxes, they were awestruck by the equipment inside. Wow, Captain, this gear looks amazing. A gasp drew Chunbai's attention. Approaching the box, he saw a suit of armor. Indeed, armor, lying quietly within. These designs are purely decorative and do not constitute the actual structure. I heard you desired the Ming Guang armor, so we tailored some specifically for you. Observe these lines. The researcher pointed to the semi-transparent edges of the armor. These are external energy conduits. Once activated, you will see the specifics. And look here. The researcher indicated the dragon motif embellishing the helmet. This is a biological magnetic field emission device, polished separately from the matte sections. This area is also polished, featuring a multifunctional visual device across all frequency bands. The entire suit of armor has polished sections as functional modules that can be replaced if damaged. The matte parts serve as the protective armor and connection areas. Chunbai reached out to touch it, feeling the icy metallic texture, which also bore remarkable elasticity akin to skin or a keratin layer, a wondrous material. The GNHD-2 is integrated within, made possible by new technology, rendering it lighter and more durable. The researcher unveiled the armor further. Thanks to the advancements, the entire suit has been reduced from the original 300 pounds to just 100 pounds. For you, it would feel like merely donning an additional t-shirt. Find someone to wear the helmet, Chunbai instructed, donning it himself. Do you see the system interface? He nodded. Enter the customization settings. There is an adaptive option that, once selected, will adjust the tightness according to the wearer's physique, meaning the armor is universal. Gently lowering their hands, the researchers guided Chun Bai, who was erratically flailing his arms in the air. Ah, and then there are the weapons. The practice you engaged in is truly eclectic. The researcher opened the box at the back. Come now, who among you can elucidate the significance of this 800-pound iron rod? That's mine, asserted the tallest and most robust individual in the group as he approached. Why such an unreasonable demand? Do you have any idea of the materials that were expended just for this single rod? He chuckled. I train with a large saber. Without this weight, I feel quite uncomfortable. Besides, should the energy deplete, striking someone on the head would surely be quite painful, wouldn't it? The burly figure replied with an endearing naivety. If one skull were to be crushed into their abdomen, they wouldn't even feel pain, the researcher remarked, gesturing at the thick, eyebrow-high rod. Just take it away. Splendid. The sturdy man effortlessly lifted the rod with one hand, twirling it gracefully in the air as though it were a mere toothpick. Show us a demonstration, big guy. The big fellow turned to Chun Bai. Allow me to witness the weapon's prowess. Understood. Wait a moment. The researcher interjected. Don your helmet, arm guards, and trousers. This is a perfect opportunity for me to gather some data. The sturdy man donned the equipment, adjusting as per the researcher's instructions. Let us test the assistive system. The armor featured a uniformly distributed array of assistive mechanisms the size of coins. Suddenly, a faint orange glow emanated from various points on his body. In the next instant, he was propelled forward, executing a series of complex maneuvers both on the ground and in the air. The assistive system flickered in response to the big guy's consciousness. The researcher nodded continuously at the data on the PAD, exceptional, with rapid response times and neural synchronization, exhibiting no delay whatsoever. The big fellow attempted to evade. Chun Bai picked up a weighted sandbag from the roadside, bracing himself. Bring it on, Captain. The sturdy man was exhilarated, thoroughly enjoying himself. He attempted to throw 2 bags. They weren't particularly swift, and as he observed the sandbags approaching him, his body remained straight without any effort. Suddenly, he shifted sideways to evade. Intriguing. Chun Bai also became animated. Let us do 2 more, and give it your all. Whoever hits him will have the big guy wash their socks for a week. I'll do it. I'll do it. They were all quite eager. The big fellow stood like a ghost, his body rigid, unable to move. Even anticipating was futile. Let us coordinate to trick him. The group quickly devised a plan. The Matrix-style attack genuinely put the sturdy man in a precarious position. Yet he took an unconventional route and soared into the air. Blimey, this fellow is cheating. After another round of attacks, they truly found themselves at a loss against him. Captain, let us abandon this. We can't handle it. Excellent. The researcher was quite pleased with the data collected. It held significant reference value. Now, let us commence real-world training with a full gear. One last adjustment before departure. All set. Equip yourselves for adaptive training. 50 individuals donned their armor, and upon wearing the complete set, all energy circuits were connected. The pure black luminous armor flowed with streams of orange energy along its edges. This is simply magnificent. Commence training. Shadows danced across the training ground, performing a myriad of intricate maneuvers. After half an hour, the weapon training commenced. A dazzling array of G&J, 2 weapons illuminated the scene, with the most striking being the 800-pound crescent blade wielded by Dejuan. The orange blade, remarkably, was restored to its original form, an astonishing sight. The weapon trials were successfully concluded. Chun Bai requested a field exercise on board an unfamiliar triangular aircraft. The pilot was also a researcher from base. The magnetic field shielding had been activated. Once you enter the sea, you shall engage your respective systems. Below lies our fleet. If they fail to detect you, the Eagle will not succeed either. The aircraft hovered above the ocean surface. We are still 10 nautical miles from our fleet. It is estimated that it will take 10 minutes from your jump to reach the designated position. Please prepare yourselves to commence the mission at any moment. The cabin door gradually opened, the red light shifting to green, and Chun Bai, along with his team, leapt into the abyss. Chapter 75. Is insulting considered a task? In the air, the thrusters on the armor emitted a continuous glow, constantly adjusting for balance. Altitude, 2,800. Please accelerate your descent. The voice of the researcher echoed. 50 individuals, heads down and feet up, began their dive, activating all thrusters. Maintain speed, altitude 1500. 800, 500, decelerate. Entering water. Everyone rolled and adjusted their positions, the thrusters shining brilliantly as they transitioned from dynamic to static. Splash. They entered the water effortlessly. The cloaking device activated, and the propulsion systems in their shoes and palms surged to full power. The researcher continued to direct them. In the icy darkness of the sea, 50 dark figures advanced with remarkable speed. 3 minutes later, they made contact with the fleet under the command of Captain Chunbo received. Everyone, disperse and approach the target as planned, tagging it. Received. 5 minutes later, mission accomplished, requesting return. Received. Proceed to the designated area. The vessels on the surface of the sea swayed with the waves. Captain, what are we waiting for here at the command of higher-ups? On the bridge, the first mate observed the radar and sonar, finding no anomalies. Keep everyone alert. The exercise center has instructed us to remain on guard. Yuan Shan ship. This is the exercise center. Exercise center. This is Yuan Shan ship. The exercise has concluded. Please proceed to the designated area to negotiate with the Eagle Sauce carrier group. The captain was bewildered, questioning how the exercise could end so abruptly. Exercise center. What was the content of this exercise? A report will be provided post-mission. The captain sighed. Received. Ma Ping, do you know why you were assigned this task? The communication suddenly shifted to casual conversation. Outstanding abilities, organizational trust, Ma Ping replied. You're not truly aware of your own capabilities, are you? Boss, let us keep it down. Everyone is listening. To hell with keeping it down. I have but one request regarding this negotiation with Eagle Sauce. What is it? With your venomous tongue, make those bastards furious. Insult them as harshly as possible. Ma Ping was taken aback. What kind of request was that? Ideally, I'd like them to be so enraged they fire the first shot. So, boss, is insulting part of the mission? Indeed, it's an order. The profile of the opposing commander has been sent to you. Take a brief look and inform me if you can accomplish this task. Ma Ping glanced at the profile of a black general on the screen. Just a cursory glance was enough for him to gauge the situation. Boss, I'm not boasting. I could insult his ancestors back from the grave to pick cotton. Excellent. Upon completion of the task, I shall commend you. At this moment, Chun Bo and his team had already returned to their craft, soaring towards the mountains in the west. This experiment was remarkably successful. Back at the base, Chun Bo approached Academician Zhang. Academician Zhang, does this set of equipment have a name? It only has a number. A name has yet to be assigned. Why, do you have any ideas? How about naming it Inglong? Academician Zhang raised his head. That sounds excellent. Henceforth, this series of armor shall be known as Inglong. Thus, we have a code name for our operation. Decapitation. In the White House's circular conference room, the president remarked, look at Huawei's statement and their attitude. Are we truly on the brink of war? On the screen, some have begun to waver. How can we call it a war? At most, it could be deemed a localized conflict. You must be prepared. Huawei's principle is to refrain from firing the first shot. They have an old saying, strike first to gain the advantage. If we reach the point where military action is inevitable, we must seize the initiative. President Eagle Sauce's expression darkened. I hope our alliance remains steadfast. Position the troops at the border to exert greater pressure on Huagua. In the underground base, Elder Zhou gazed at the satellite imagery. This bunch of fools has advanced again. It seems they will not weep until they see the coffin. After speaking, he looked towards Chun Bai and Academician Zhang. Are you both ready? The equipment has been calibrated, and the personnel are in optimal condition, ready to depart at any moment. The leader observed the various reports, making final considerations. Leader, the National Fitness Program is about to commence. Academician Zhang only stated this much. I understand. Let us unveil those items at next month's air show, along with other technological breakthroughs, to be published in our Scientific Weekly. All content must be released, including applications, to make them comprehend the insurmountable gap between us, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Understood. Everyone replied solemnly. This first battle must be executed flawlessly. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Chun Bai received his orders and departed. At sea, Our 5 ships faced the opposing fleet of 30 aircraft carriers. The first mate remarked, "Captain, are you insulting them while drafting a script? Isn't this mission of great importance? I fear I won't perform well without a script." The first mate peered at the manuscript, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. "Captain, if you insult them like this, they might retaliate fiercely. Didn't the superior issue an order for them to fire the first shot? But this is excessive, I can hardly imagine. If I were black, I would certainly lose my mind. Your script demands historical context, current events, and even ancestral lineage. Moreover, what is your specifically marked section implying that black individuals lack fathers mean?" The captain tapped the paper with his pen. "You should read some news and familiarize yourself with the customs of eagle sauce." I don't see the necessity. Go on, you're disrupting my thoughts." The first mate moved aside and told the other officers, "Let us avoid provoking the captain in the future. This guy can craft a thesis from insults. That black major on the opposing side is truly unfortunate. He might vomit blood shortly." In the sky, Chun Bai and 9 others were prepared, awaiting orders, ready for action at any moment. Within the base, Academician Zhang observed the screen. "Has the satellite reached the designated position?" "It has arrived." "Excellent. Await orders. First, let the White House and the Pentagon be plunged into darkness, complete and utter darkness. Even the backup power should be rendered inoperative. Rest assured, Director, it's a trivial matter." In the western mountains, amidst the white snow, the black rocks suddenly stirred. "Dazhuang, I never imagined you would rise to the role of squad leader. What are you saying? In close combat, who among you can stand against us?" "Dazhuang, I find myself perplexed. Why are we unable to return fire after the enemy has opened fire?" Dazhuang pointed towards the brightly lit enemy camp. "Observe how many of them there are. A standard combined brigade, around 6,000 personnel, I presume. If we were to engage, how long would it take us, just 10 of us, to eliminate them?" "This should be fairly quick, perhaps an hour." Dazhuang scoffed. "You underestimate our weaponry far too much. I consulted with researchers for simulations. It would take about half an hour to 45 minutes. This is the effect of overwhelming equipment. Let us resort to blades. Eliminating the commander will suffice. All personnel, prepare to execute the mission." Chapter 76. The mission proceeds smoothly in the frigid air above the military base. Aircraft hovered in place, activating their cloaking mechanisms. Preparations were complete. Our singular objective was clear: to eliminate all high-ranking officers and render the base incapacitated. Targets were locked. The 5 of you will handle the personnel, while the 4 of you will accompany me to dismantle all operable aircraft. Understood. At sea, Ma Ping, you may commence. The command has been dispatched from the exercise center. Sir, what if they refuse to communicate? Worry not. Assistance is at hand. Execute the orders. Yes. Despite the absurdity of the situation, Ma Ping had no choice but to unleash a torrent of invective. Other squads received the command to prepare for action. In the underground base, the bigwigs fixated on the screens. This marked the first significant military operation during a period of relative stability. Although the personnel dispatched were minimal, the strategic implications were profoundly daunting. Aboard the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier, a request for communication came through. The black major general seated comfortably responded, "Oh, connect me. Let me hear what he wishes to convey." "James, is it?" Ma Ping's tone was flippant. "Please address me by my rank," James replied, frowning. This was no ordinary communication. "My purpose for this communication is primarily to discuss your family history and your rise to prominence." "Do you realize what you are saying?" the opposing officer exclaimed, rising in indignation. "Of course I do. Is this not the communication I requested? Disconnect him. Shut down his communication. The Chinese are insane." James bellowed. "Hey James, you cannot simply disconnect me at your whim." Ma Ping's voice echoed, audible to the entire fleet, including the ship's loudspeakers. "Has the communication system been compromised?" James demanded, his voice rising. The communications officer, drenched in sweat, reported that all appeared normal. Yet the enemy had somehow seized control. "Report. Everything. Everything is normal. Do you dare call this normal? Use every means necessary to expel him." James shouted in fury. "Fear not. When it is time for me to leave, I shall do so of my own accord." Ma Ping continued, his tone irreverent. This time, I merely wish to discuss the questions I previously raised. James's expression shifted. Having attained the rank of Major General, he was undoubtedly competent, and in an instant, numerous possibilities flashed through his mind. Among them was the most critical. China must possess new electronic warfare technology. He promptly summoned his subordinates for a hushed consultation. If China indeed possesses such technology, it must be aboard their vessels. Sir, do you mean? This technology must be under our control. We must destroy their vessels and seize it. Perhaps we should submit a request up the chain? Are you an imbecile? The communication has already been seized by the enemy. How can we submit a request? James seethed. Signal. Prepare everyone for action. Having concluded his account of James's life, Ma Ping began recounting historical anecdotes with vivid detail, capturing the attention of all who regarded their Major General. The revelations were so explosive that they defied belief. Action. I demand immediate action. I wish to confront that scoundrel, Ma Ping. On board our vessel, the captain reports that the enemy is signaling, preparing to launch an assault against us. Fighter jets are already taxiing on the runway, and the missile destroyer's launch silos have all been activated. The commander informs us that they have locked onto us with their fire control systems. Understood. In the underground base, the leader commands, commence operations. As the Eagle Sauce fighter jets ascend, missiles are released from the silos, and the magnetic field disruptors operate at maximum power. In an instant, all signals vanish. The missiles lose control and plunge into the sea, while the fighter jets, unable even to maintain level flight, spiral down into the ocean. Concurrently, the spokesperson publicly releases footage of the missiles launching and the planes taking off. Chaos ensues across the globe as speculation mounts that S3 is about to commence. In the White House, pandemonium reigns, with representatives from various nations embroiled in heated disputes on the screens. Damn it! Who authorized James to initiate action? Connect me to him, the president exclaims. Sir, there is no response. We have lost contact. In the Pentagon, there are frantic inquiries. The president is losing his composure. Suddenly, all lights extinguish, and emergency lights flicker to life. Quickly, switch to backup power and engage the generators. Secret Service personnel tackle the president, urgently commanding the resolution of the power crisis. Mr. President, the Pentagon is also without power. How can this be possible? In the underground base, the leader orders, let them witness the turmoil unfolding everywhere. The screen in the Oval Office abruptly illuminates, revealing the aircraft carrier fleet. Why is there power to the television? The president shouts. Sir, it appears to be our fleet. Someone cautiously remarks. All eyes are fixated on the screen. Indeed, it is our fleet. The footage plays, and suddenly, an alarm blares from one of the aircraft carriers. The distressing sound accompanies the revelation. Leak detected. All compartments are flooding. Repairs. Urgently initiate repairs. There is no feasible solution. The hull appears as if it has been cleaved by a thermal weapon, leaving a gaping wound, rendering repairs impossible. Sal un hattes. Help me. Open the door. I'm still inside. Brigadier General, abandoned ship. It is expected to sink within 10 minutes. Who did this? Who is responsible? The clamor intensifies as the listing aircraft carrier casts a pall over the faces in the Oval Office. If this is true, who could be behind it? The screen suddenly splits, revealing a well-lit camp atop a snowy mountain, amidst the din of gunfire, explosions, and anguished cries. Where is this? The president inquires. Over there in Curry. Is this an attack from Huagua? The footage answers his question, showing no movement from the Huagua troops. Shifting back to the camp, 10 figures emanating a faint orange glow, akin to phantoms, wield various forms of laser weaponry, launching attacks on all armaments. Star Wars. Someone exclaims in astonishment. This is a ruse. It is all a deception. Utilize every means to ensure the aircraft from Hanbang Base take flight. Mr. President, where shall we head after takeoff? I will confirm the situation in both locations. The screen splits once more, revealing the Hanbang Base. 10 dark figures plummet swiftly from the sky, dividing into 2 small squads. As they approach the ground, they deftly maneuver and land with ease. The command center is engulfed in flames, with all aircraft, including the hangars, utterly destroyed. The White House is eerily silent, a reflection of the circumstances in other nations. Once the broadcast concludes, the screen goes dark. The president, after a moment of silence, suddenly bellows, "Restore power and re-establish communications." Chaos reigns in the White House, with no resolution in sight. Only the sound of impotent shouting filling the air. In the underground base, "Boss, everything proceeded smoothly and the strategic objectives have been successfully achieved." "Excellent. Commence the rescue operation and synchronize the subsequent plans to restore power and communications across all nations by tomorrow morning." "Understood." At sea, "Captain, did the enemy self-destruct as a result of your reprimand?" The first officer is utterly astonished by the scene before him. "Nonsense. I am far more terrifying than nuclear weapons." "Ma Ping, initiate the rescue." "The exercise center has issued the command." "Yes. Boss, did we orchestrate all of this?" "Do not inquire beyond what is necessary. In due time, you shall know." "Understood." The rescue operation commences as the video footage is simultaneously broadcasted. Information spreads like wildfire across Blue Star. A global blackout, aliens, mysterious forces. Everyone is engulfed in fear. Chapter 77. Comprehensive victory. Awaiting developments during this period, diplomatic channels were abuzz with updates, and the testimonials of the rescued individuals emerged. Notably, Major General James appeared almost deranged. The crushing defeat had left him disheartened, unable to even perceive the shadow of the enemy. He was entirely overwhelmed. "Tell me, is this the work of your nation?" James inquired, his military uniform askew, his voice barely above a whisper. Before Ma Ping's arrival, he had already received orders to await news until the following morning. "I cannot disclose that," James replied slowly, raising his eyes, bloodshot and weary. "If you have no rebuttal, it must be true. Did you seize an alien spacecraft?" "Speaking of seizing, it seems to align with the innate abilities of your people, doesn't it? A zero-cost acquisition." A bitter smile twisted James's lips. "You need not mock me. I am well aware of the tactics employed on the battlefield. I am not mocking you. I speak sincerely. Perhaps you misunderstand me. If you truly knew me, you would be the first to end my life." Ma Ping retorted, his words sharp and incisive, targeting James's vulnerabilities. The man, already devoid of faith and hope, now seethed with rage at the verbal onslaught. "Now, facing the camera, recount your crimes. Open fire first. Too bad your technology faltered, causing missiles to plunge into the sea and aircraft to dive. Impossible." James vehemently rejected the notion. "I know your daughter and your family's circumstances, particularly that elusive father of yours. Do you wish for me to reveal those secrets or make them public?" James's expression darkened, yet he stubbornly replied, "It matters not. No one will believe it. Once the revelations are made, who cares if they believe or not?" Ma Ping declared, turning to leave. James struggled fiercely, the handcuffs digging painfully in his flesh, blood seeping freely. "I will speak. I will speak," he gasped, as if deflating like a puncture balloon. Before long, the recording was complete. "You spoke the truth, yet you appear as if you have been ravaged by a brute." James suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with fury directed at Ma Ping. "Why does your nation produce soldiers like you? It is a disgrace to the very word. Spare me your rhetoric, invader. When confronting an enemy, one is left with only two choices, ferocity or cruelty." Ma Ping responded with newfound gravity. "Your actions have compelled me to choose cruelty. I shall not only annihilate your physical form, but also obliterate your very soul. Consider the 29 vessels you possess. I can easily send them to the depths of the sea." With that, Ma Ping turned and departed, disregarding the plight of this defeated aggressor. "Devils! You people from Hua are all devils." James's screams went unanswered. Upon reaching the bridge, the first officer observed Ma Ping furtively. "What are you staring at? Speak your mind." "Captain, you won't treat us this way in the future, will you?" "What do you mean? Your words are excessively caustic." "According to James, you are the very voice of Satan," the first officer remarked. Ma Ping's frustration boiled over. "Spare me your flowery language. Has your analysis yielded any results?" The first officer promptly produced a PAD. "Chief, take a look at these two video segments." The footage displayed is of team member Chen Bo, showcasing the scenes of the other two attacks. "How could this be possible?" Ma Ping was incredulous. "Do you recall the drills from a few hours ago?" The first officer inquired. You mean yes. The purpose of the drill center was to allow us to test the stealth capabilities of these enigmatic entities. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Ping seized the PAD, his gaze flickering as he scrutinized the intricate video. Is this our technology? Is it truly the technology we possess? Ma Ping incessantly questioned himself. Chief, think again. Why did such a colossal aircraft carrier sink so effortlessly, along with those erratic missiles and aircraft? The first officer presented further evidence. Why, with such advanced communication technology, are we resorting to semaphore? How could you communicate directly with James? To achieve such feats, the equipment aboard our vessels is utterly inadequate, even that of the next-generation ships. How do we explain this? Ma Ping raised his hand. You need not elaborate. I grasped the implications. A beggar, upon suddenly encountering a million before him, would surely doubt himself, though this analogy may be somewhat flawed. Did not the boss also state that everything hinges on tomorrow morning? We shall see then. Ma Ping composed himself and began addressing military matters. What are the commanders of the Eagle Nation's other vessels? They have been ordered to retreat 3 nautical miles. The admiral is in our hands, and they are currently disoriented, akin to headless flies, with communications entirely down. Remain vigilant. Yes, sir. In the underground base. The chief surveyed the results with great satisfaction. Academician Zhang, how goes the National Fitness Initiative? The 3rd phase of clinical trials has been successfully completed, with no side effects. Excellent. We shall proceed with nationwide free vaccinations tomorrow. Affirmative. Elder Zhou raised his hand. Chief, what shall we do about those internal saboteurs? We cannot let fear paralyze us. The chief replied. What if they manage to disseminate the agent using their bodies? Academician Zhang interjected. I would actually prefer they do. With the minuscule gene technology at play, we can extract it. As long as they are not part of our genetic lineage, they will all perish. I have been overly cautious. Elder Zhou shook his head, feeling the weight of age on his mind. Then you ought to consume more enhanced crystal cores, Academician Zhang jested. Everything will proceed as planned. In just over a day, we will contact Chu Feng. Such promising news must be conveyed to him. The chief rose and departed the conference room. In the vast battlefield of all realms, Chu Feng pondered whether to elevate his military rank. He had achieved level 80F, having eliminated all the royal flies, and now encountered 2 new species. One resembled a locust, possessing a massive abdomen capable of ejecting corrosive acid. The other was the sole non-flying variant, boasting formidable armor and offensive capabilities. Fortunately, with bullet time and void detection, dealing with these creatures was manageable. Chu Feng retained a portion of them to serve as training partners for his fitness regimen. Yet, he still could not find any trace of the golden armored beetle. That mother bug had become a thorn in Chu Feng's side. Must I elevate my military rank and expand my transport capacity, perhaps even request some rocket munitions from my homeland? The current pace seems rather sluggish. However, such thoughts are best left unpursued. My physique evidently has yet to reach its limits, and I must persist in my rigorous training. My crystal cores are ample. Yet true strength demands personal fortitude. Only by becoming formidable can I face any challenge without trepidation. Thus, I have revised my daily regimen. Aside from nourishment and slumber, I shall dedicate approximately 9 hours to productive endeavors, leaving 15 hours available, 10 of which will be devoted to consuming crystal cores and honing my physical prowess. I have devised a method for my training, engaging in close combat with the insects. The experience of life and death is invaluable. Wielding a firearm renders me overly secure, and the sergeant-level insects are hardly worthy adversaries. With my plan firmly established, I ascended the stairs in search of the insects. Before me stood a sergeant diligent beetle, its formidable horns resembling pincers, 6 legs, and a sleek black exterior. Its carapace has evolved into a robust armor for enhanced defense. I seized one of its massive horns and initiated a contest of strength. Truly, its power is immense. Chapter 78. Yet another setback with a resounding shout. The mighty beetle was toppled. As Chu Feng panted heavily, observing the struggling creature on its back, he realized that this exertion was far more taxing than his usual training. The sheer strength of this beast was remarkable. After a brief engagement, he felt a profound soreness throughout his body. The crystalline core he had consumed that morning had been fully digested, and he could sense a surge of power coursing through him, struggling to right itself. The beetle was soon joined by several others, charging towards Chu Feng. "Come, let's engage in a spirited contest today." At last, the skills of a close combat expert could be put to effective use, particularly the tactical maneuvers that enhanced his performance. Chu Feng's agile form darted gracefully between the creatures, evading their attacks while simultaneously honing his strength. Whenever his stamina waned, he would consume another strengthening crystalline core, akin to an eternal motion machine. After half an hour, 5 beetles lay prostrate before him, not for lack of will to defeat him, but rather due to their exhaustion. "You are not up to the task," he taunted, tossing another core into his mouth and summoning more of the creatures. The new arrivals emitted sounds that called forth even more companions. Chu Feng could sense their shared frustration. Soon, 5 or 6 additional beetles emerged from the staircase, prompting Chu Feng to commence a second round of training. By midday, he had thoroughly depleted 40 mighty beetles. "I shall spare you for now. We shall continue this afternoon." The beetles seemed to understand, trembling as they scurried back upstairs. Upon returning to camp, he tended to his personal hygiene, having perspired profusely throughout the morning. At that moment, an exceedingly tiny flying insect flitted past the window, its afterimage captured by Chu Feng's keen eyes. Quickly, he activated bullet time and void sensing, honing in on the creature's precise location. "Golden beetle, reconnaissance, corporal. How, is it already a corporal?" he mused. The diminutive insect moved with remarkable speed, its size reminiscent of a mosquito. He initially thought it would ascend to the upper floors, yet it veered downward, disappearing into another building. What could this signify? Chu Feng felt perplexed. Was it truly abandoning the structure to establish a new base elsewhere? This situation seemed amiss. After a moment's contemplation, he seized his firearm and leapt from the building, eager to investigate further. The edifice before him stood approximately 30 stories tall, draped in dense vines, and the humidity inside was palpable. Chu Feng intended to explore cautiously when sounds of battle and shrill cries echoed from above. Looking up, he witnessed several golden beetles plummeting from the sky, their green bodily fluids splattering across the air. He stepped back to avoid the mess, and once the chaos subsided, he approached to inspect the scene. The abdomen of a golden beetle had been sliced open with precision, revealing the sharpness of the weapon used. Upon closer examination, he noted numerous signs of corrosion on its innards. It was poisonous. The battle above raged on, revealing a colossal centipede slithering along the wall. The golden beetles sprang into action, launching an assault. Iron Thread, Centipede Corporal, Golden Beetle Sergeant. It appeared as though they were employing a strategy reminiscent of the adage ant swarms can overwhelm an elephant. Suddenly, the golden beetles took flight in unison, their venomous stingers piercing the centipede's body, extracting its innards along with the stinger itself. Bees? He had not anticipated such a self-destructive form of attack. The centipede's body trembled momentarily before regaining its ability to move. This strategy of using poison against poison is futile. Chu Feng remained composed as he lightly leapt to the second floor, surveying the remnants of battle strewn across the ground. To his astonishment, there were scorpions present. Was this a nest of venomous creatures? The traces on the ground suggested that numerous scorpion carcasses had vanished. Ascending to the third floor, he noted the abundance of blood and bodily fluids, yet there were no bodies in sight. This mother insect was indeed crafty, beginning to seize the spoils of battle. As he continued upward, the sounds of conflict grew increasingly intense. The 10th floor served as the principal battleground. It became clear to him that he had deciphered the current attack patterns of the golden-armored beetle. A swarm harassed from the air, while others mounted ground assaults. Should they fail to secure victory, several would resort to suicidal attacks. Even if they could only momentarily distract the enemy, the remaining squads could capitalize on the situation. Had they truly reached a critical point? Chu Feng was taken aback. The evolution of the golden-armored beetle was astonishingly rapid, particularly in how it absorbed experiences from its own battles and applied them to its kind, creating a unique combat system. The casualties on their side were substantial. often sacrificing a dozen lives to take down a single foe. After vanquishing an enemy, other insects swiftly remove the corpses. Following these creatures would undoubtedly lead him to the mother insect. Rather than ascending further, the golden-armored beetles dragged the bodies downward through a concealed elevator shaft. Chu Feng peered down curiously. Could they be underground? This was a possibility he had not considered. Activating full infrared vision, he discerned that the dimly lit passage ahead was densely carpeted with a red substance, fungal growth. It appeared they were indeed beneath the surface. After contemplating briefly, he opted not to leap directly down, but instead hurried back to the towering structure. He arrived at the spot where he had previously tested his strength, causing the floor to collapse. The ground bore signs of erosion from the fungal carpet. It was evident that he was in the right location. Gazing downward, he found no infrared readings, only an abyss of darkness. Activating night vision, he navigated the intricate underground passages toward the building embroiled in combat. The basement was interconnected. Surely, the entire city's subterranean network could not be linked, could it? Traces of the fungal carpet marred the ground, and directional signs indicated levels -2 and perhaps even -3. Suddenly, a silhouette darted into view, a golden-armored beetle. Just as Chu Feng was exploring, the beetles overhead abruptly altered their offensive strategy, launching a frenzied assault on the top floor. Hundreds of massive centipedes formed a defensive formation to block their advance. Yet, the golden-armored beetles were overwhelming, incessantly emerging from the elevator shaft. Moments later, they breached the defenses and swiftly retreated, each clutching an egg. Witnessing this, the centipedes emitted furious hisses as they pursued the egg thief down the elevator shaft. Chu Feng had already descended to the lower level, standing adjacent to the elevator shaft. Suddenly, a golden-armored beetle surged forth, startling him into retreat as he raised his weapon and fired. After unleashing a torrent of bullets, he realized the beetle was not charging at him, but rather fleeing deeper into the darkness. The fungal carpet on the ground was merely a facade, encompassing only a small section. The elevator shaft reverberated with fierce impacts and the sounds of enraged cries. Once again, he found himself being used as a pawn by this wretched creature. The enraged centipede, regardless of who stood before it, sought only to obliterate all that was deemed alien. Chu Feng raised his firearm and fired. These elite soldiers bore exoskeletons remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding tungsten steel bullets. The sound of ricocheting bullets echoed incessantly. The target swiftly shifted to the junction, and the bullets penetrated successfully. However, the centipede's form was overwhelmingly massive, and soon it was encircled by reinforcements surging forth from the elevator. From all directions, including above, the centipedes closed in. The cacophony of their numerous legs upon the ground produced an eerie sound, akin to the clashing of pincers. Chu Feng, filled with anxiety, continually altered his stance. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a faint glimmer where the golden-armored beetle had retreated. Golden-armored beetle, recon sergeant. The realization dawned upon him. If reconnaissance troops had sergeants, then surely other divisions would not be devoid of them. There was but one explanation. The low-grade soldiers were expendable, clearing the way for the production of higher-tier troops, while simultaneously eliminating Chu Feng, a significant threat. Just as he grasped the golden beetle's scheme, the centipede lunged forward. Chapter 79. Promotion in rank, new abilities with an intense focus. I no longer sought a safe distance. I placed the centipede close at hand, observing as its mandibles neared my flesh, and in that critical moment, I fired my weapon. The bullet effortlessly penetrated its head, claiming one life. The second and third met their demise just as they were about to collide with me. My heightened attention and skill application allowed the residual energy within me to circulate. The primary enhancement was not to the original organs, but to the newly evolved ones that developed from the biological magnetic field. These organs, akin to lymph nodes, were scattered throughout my body. Energy was insufficient for further enhancement. Thus, I consumed numerous crystal cores. The battle raged on, the amplification from the biological magnetic field growing ever stronger, with increasing control and practicality. Suddenly, a centipede, seemingly lifeless, lunged at me as I approached. The biological magnetic field and my battlefield instincts reacted simultaneously. Bioelectric currents surged into the old wounds, and energy erupted, causing its head to burst apart, truly dead beyond any doubt. The centipedes dwindled in number, and the battle became increasingly effortless. Ultimately, I set my weapon aside, relying solely on the biological magnetic field and hand-to-hand combat techniques. A massive centipede lay beneath my foot, torn asunder with primal force. What a delightful sensation this was. Electricity coursed through my body, invigorating every organ. I let out a blissful moan. I gazed into the darkness, faintly sensing the fury of the mother creature. Wait for me 2 days. I shall return, and perhaps we can converse, I declared before turning to leave. My body felt satiated. It was time for a rank advancement. Upon returning to the camp, I made thorough preparations. Promoted to sergeant. Sergeant rank unlocked. In an instant, a surge of immense energy flooded my body, providing comprehensive enhancement. I delved deeper within, into the space where the divine tree flourished. A third light beam emerged, representing a skill branch of the biological magnetic field, ascending along its pathways. This skill harbored greater potential than bullet time or void targeting. I guided the internal energy into it, effortlessly surpassing the first barrier, arriving at the lowest branch. A phantom leaf awaited illumination. The branches gradually materialized, their ancient bark radiating a vibrant contrast, and that solitary leaf blossomed into a lush green. Magnetic storm accumulates energy within the body, unleashing a tremendous burst of damage upon activation. This skill compensated for the simplicity of my offensive methods, ensuring that even without a firearm, I would not be at a disadvantage. The energy baptism swiftly concluded. Name: Chu Feng. Race: human. Rank: sergeant. Kill data: Sergeant 225441000. Corporal 100 342000. Title: Military Merit. 108132 can be exchanged for items in the military merit shop. The shop opens after accumulating 100 points of military merit. Battlefield skills: firearms expert, battlefield instinct, tactical movement expert, close combat specialist, biomagnetic field, self-awareness skills. Bullet time, void targeting. Magnetic storm. Equipment: QJZ-171 heavy machine gun, QLU 131 sniper grenade launcher, QJZ-171 electromagnetic modification, destroyer KBUD 1 electromagnetic rifle, QJZ-1 electromagnetic machine gun, CLUD 1 electromagnetic sniper grenade launcher. Various auxiliary equipment. Promotion in rank has significantly enhanced strength. 5 hours and 11 minutes until the next supply teleportation. Sergeant teleportation restrictions. Cooldown time: 4 days. Teleportation space: 7 cubic meters. The teleportation restrictions have indeed been relaxed. Soon, communication with the motherland will ensue, utilizing this idle time to master the magnetic storm. The more I use this skill, the more I adore it. Magnetic storm can transform into various shapes as per one's imagination. Swords, spears, fishing nets, bowls. Anything one can conceive. Initiating teleportation. Please hold on. The figure of the commander appeared before me, looking somewhat haggard after days of monitoring the large operation. Haven T, you rested well? Chu Feng inquired with concern. No worries, just dealing with some minor matters with him. The commander humbly replied. You little rascal. You nearly got me killed. Suddenly interjected Academician Zhang. What happened? Chu Feng asked. Your spatial folding technology upon your return, Academician Zhang recounted the situation. I truly had no idea. Even the contents within gave me a headache. Never anticipated such dangers. Chu Feng responded. By the way, how was it ultimately resolved? He inquired. Academician Zhang gestured towards Captain Chun Bai. It was Captain Chun who solved the issue. Captain Chun's expression was grave. Let us not. You all quickly think of another solution. My soldiers are nearly going mad. What's wrong? Chu Feng's curiosity was piqued. Captain Chun elaborated on the situation, leaving Chu Feng unsure whether to laugh or sympathize, even empathizing with the soldiers' plight, which must have been incredibly distressing. He felt deep sympathy for those soldiers. Let us get back to the matter at hand. The commander redirected the conversation. I'll take over, Academician Zhang interjected once more. Has something significant occurred? Chu Feng asked. The commander shook his head with a bitter smile. Let him speak. All right then. Academician Zhang took the floor and summoned a display screen. Allow me to explain everything from the beginning. Starting with the Eight-Nation Alliance. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was incensed and felt an urge to return immediately. The discussion then moved to the operational plan and associated equipment. Upon seeing the complete set of Yinglong armor, Chu Feng was exhilarated. This was the armor he had envisioned. Academician Zhang, can this armor be modified? I'll handle the enhancement core drive myself. It's quite simple. The strength can be adjusted according to your specific circumstances. We have prepared a high-end version for you, powerful yet demanding in its requirements. The enhanced crystal core energy output is far too stable, making it unsuitable for sudden bursts. Your circumstances may be more fitting. Excellent. I am in dire need of new equipment, exclaimed Chu Feng with great delight. Academician Zhang continued, by the way, what was the voltage of your biological magnetic field last time? Was it 20 kV? It is different now. My current peak should reach 2000 kV, replied Chu Feng. Oh, that is not much of an improvement. A slight modification should suffice. Zhang Academician was momentarily stunned. What did you just say? 2000 kV, goodness. 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 Zhang Academician exclaimed, leaping in astonishment. Are you even human? In a certain sense, I am no longer, replied Chu Feng. Chunbai displayed a look of yearning. Xiao Feng, if you can bring living beings over, choose me first. Certainly, I will choose you. Every warrior desires to grow stronger, especially since Chunbai and the others have already transcended humanity. You all continue your conversation. I am off to modify the equipment. This is splendid. As the latest research materials will now be utilized, Zhang Academician remarked before departing to upgrade Chu Feng's gear. Xiao Feng, we are preparing to execute a national fitness initiative. Do you have any thoughts? The leader laid out the specific plan. Chu Feng expressed genuine concern. What if other nations declare war on us simultaneously, or even resort to nuclear warfare? There is no need for worry. The technology you returned is sufficient to address such issues. Whether they can even detonate nuclear warheads is uncertain, and even if they do, nuclear radiation will no longer pose a problem. As long as you have a plan on your end, Chu Feng replied, retrieving a plethora of crystal cores from his spatial backpack. This batch is intended for research. I sense that our time in the Myriad Realms battlefield will not be prolonged. This statement ignited excitement among all. Xiao Feng, do not push yourself too hard, the leader advised. Rest assured, while awaiting Zhang Academician's equipment modifications, the alert devices set by Chu Feng suddenly blared with alarm. This is it. All of Academician Zhang's gear has been upgraded, including the complete set of combat equipment and a tailored set of electromagnetic firearms specifically for Chu Feng, along with ample ammunition. Among them was a firearm with an impressively large caliber, resembling that of an RPG. Transport now. There's a situation on Xiao Feng's side. Xiao Feng, see you in 4 days. Chapter 80. The Assault of the Golden Beetles. As the supply transfer concluded, the commotion both upstairs and downstairs intensified. The biological magnetic field radiated outward, sensing the presence of enemies. It was not merely a singular type of insect. This was a coalition of multiple races. Goodness gracious! Just as our homeland faces an 8-nation alliance, I too am besieged. I hurriedly donned my gear. Gazing at my reflection in the visor, I beheld the dark, luminous helmet, adorned with streams of orange energy. The booster, designed in a scale-like fashion, radiated light at my command. A harmonious blend of classical aesthetics and advanced technology. It exuded a cybernetic beauty reminiscent of antiquity. Dashing, utterly dashing. I stored the remaining supplies in my spatial backpack. An abundance of operational data flooded the helmet's display. With my promotion, my thoughts became remarkably agile, and I absorbed all the information in a remarkably short span. I leaped from the window, flames from my foot and palm thrusters erupting in rings of propulsion. The lights on the armor's boosters flickered rhythmically, maintaining my balance. Within the building, I observed nearly 1,000 discernible targets. These entities, each with distinctive forms, appear to be various insectoid species, yet they bore a singular name, Sergeant Golden Beetle. They resembled the royal fly, known for its rapid aerial maneuvers, and included the sharply footed scythe bug golden beetles. There were also centipede-like forms, but with 8 wings sprouting from their backs, the wire centipede golden beetles. Moreover, there existed diminutive beings, shaped like triangular prisms, yet their numbers were overwhelming, amalgamating into a singular, unprecedented golden beetle. Among the swarm, the majority showcased a blend of strengths, echoing the version most familiar to me, Chufeng. I was astonished to witness how rapidly the mother insect had evolved in merely a few days, exhibiting diverse forms and functions, a plethora of troop types. Clearly, it seemed intent on my demise. Drawing forth my new firearm, I felt an intrinsic connection. The grip allowed me to sense the components and a magnetic field intertwined, enabling adjustments to bullet velocity and firing rate at will. Such a simple upgrade had bestowed an entirely different sensation. If it seeks my death, let us see who perishes first. Thousands of flying golden beetles surged forth in an attempt to encircle me. I maximized the power of my magnetic field, and the boosters blazed brightly, instantly increasing the distance between us. My weapon roared as hundreds of rounds, crackling with arcs of electricity, obliterated the enemies. More insects encroached from all directions, compelling me to pivot and dive toward the lower building. The orange trail of flames danced in the air, spiraling, diving, and occasionally pausing to launch an attack. The entire area was bathed in orange hues. Each time I turned midair, a surge of electromagnetic energy would cause dozens, if not hundreds, of golden beetles to plummet to the ground. This is not a sustainable strategy. Dispatching this wave will surely lead to another. For as long as the mother insect possesses sufficient crystal cores, it can perpetually spawn new ones. The mother insect was determined to eliminate me without delay. The rear swarm quickly dispersed, taking cover in the surrounding buildings. The encircling horde began to drive me toward a trap. Goodness, are we to play this game? If you wish to play, I shall give you a grand spectacle. From my spatial backpack, I retrieved a long, dusty, black briefcase, thermal pressure bombs. Let me set a trap and determine whether it shall be my end or yours. Deliberately stepping into a trap, the surrounding insects proliferated, while Chufeng danced amidst the blades. Projectiles whizzed past him, and he endured a couple of moderate blows. His body swayed precariously, descending towards the ground. The mother insect, indeed, fell into the ruse, emitting a piercing shriek as the swarm charged forth with utmost speed to ensnare and annihilate. Chufeng intentionally slowed his pace, awaiting the encirclement by the insects from all directions. More, bring in more. The sky was darkened by a myriad of insects, their numbers unfathomable, leaving one to wonder what the mother insect had been up to produce such a multitude of offspring in recent days. The moment was ripe. With dual pistols in hand, he fired upon the horde, carving a path through them in a brief span. Utilizing magnetic field sensing, he pinpointed the most vigorous of the little creatures, the Sergeant Scout golden beetle. A little gift for you, he declared, tossing out a briefcase. The energy he had amassed over time erupted suddenly, as thrusters and all auxiliary devices emitted blinding radiance. An orange meteor instantaneously broke free from the encirclement, as bullets reversed their trajectory, penetrating the briefcase. At the instant Chufeng unveiled the briefcase, the mother insect sensed something amiss and retreated with a shriek. Yet time was not on her side. The incessant waves of insects surged forward, and any retreating creature was pushed onward by those behind. The relentless tide continued unabated. Chufeng chose his moment with exquisite precision, striking when the density was at its zenith, exacerbating the chaos. A blinding brilliance erupted as the mother insect merged with the scout, aiming to evade targeting, but this diminutive form offered no resistance. As the light flared, the air ignited, creating a fleeting vacuum and extreme temperatures. In an instant, every insect was vaporized, none surviving, not even those at the rear who managed to seek refuge behind cover. Reduced to ashes. At this juncture, Chufeng had already retreated to a shelter several hundred meters away. The surroundings glowed white, and even from such a distance, he felt the heat wave sweeping over him. The devastation was not limited to the golden beetles. Countless indigenous inhabitants within nearby structures also perished. Kill data: Sergeant 33, 077-1. 000, Lieutenant 18, 661-2, 000. Thousands of sergeants and lieutenants lay dead. As the brilliance subsided and the heat dissipated, he emerged from his shelter. The scene before him was a striking tableau of violent beauty, vividly illustrating the range and power of the thermobaric explosion. Adjusting his perspective, he beheld a circular expanse of approximately 200 meters in diameter, devoid of vegetation, shrouded in smoke, and tinged a charred brown. Truly a masterpiece. Chu Feng marveled at his creation. The ground and the spaces between buildings sparkled with luminous crystal cores. It was time for the black slave moment. Should he leave these behind for the mother insect to continue birthing? That would be a protracted ordeal, far more exhausting than exterminating the pests. Might it be worth experimenting with the magnetic storm's application? He thought and acted, transforming the magnetic field into a colossal broom and dustpan, gathering the crystal cores into the dustpan effortlessly. This was much more convenient. After a couple more sweeps, another idea struck him. No, at this moment, he ought to practice fine control instead. The magnetic storm transformed into countless tentacles, grasping the crystal cores and returning them. Chu Feng found himself ensnared in a curious yet tormenting predicament, akin to a burly man attempting to embroider with a delicate needle. The task felt exceedingly convoluted, rendering him with a sense of futility. Practice makes perfect. The more he collected the crystal cores, the more refined his control over the magnetic storm became. At last, he gathered every single one without exception, yielding a modest profit. He stuffed a few into his mouth and gazed at the ground. Little one, it's my turn to seek you out now. Make sure your rear is clean. He aimed his firearm at the ground and fired, then brought it down heavily, shattering the surface and revealing a dark, gaping basement below. Chapter 81. A change of plans. The mass displayed layers of scans, illuminating the entire basement as brightly as day, revealing even the hidden spaces behind the walls. Technology has indeed transformed life, rendering it so effortless. In the distance, a swarm of beetles was clearly discernible, retreating rapidly. Thinking of fleeing? I shall see where you attempt to escape. The thrusters emitted energy streams, swiftly closing the gap, prompting the beetles to scatter and hinder the pursuit. With deft control, Chu Feng skillfully maneuvered the dragon, effortlessly evading the oncoming insects. He fired his weapon twice at his discretion, and when he chose not to shoot, he left them trailing behind. No use running. You cannot escape, he taunted. As he drew closer, he observed how the fungal carpet moved. Countless tiny insects functioned like wheeled carts, dragging the carpet and the insects atop it along. Moving company? Chu Feng marveled at the ingenuity of the mother insect, finding the notion rather intriguing. He tossed a rudimentary grenade into the fray, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated a significant portion of the fungal mass. Still not stopping? Regardless of the damage inflicted, the insects continued to haul the carpet, resolutely fleeing and disregarding Chu Feng's voice. Something was amiss. Another handful of grenades shattered the fungal carpet into countless fragments, and upon closer inspection, aside from the crystal cores, nothing else remained. This was peculiar. It seemed the mother insect was absent. Was it possible that the mother was not even underground? These insects certainly know how to play the game of survival. After exterminating all the insects and thoroughly scouring the underground, Chu Feng found no further signs of existence. How could it be that he found nothing? Returning to the surface, he casually ascended a tall building. There, he encountered the colossal mantis he had seen upon his arrival. Elite mantis, indeed a formidable presence. The mantis charged at the intruding bipedal creature, wielding a luminous staff. Little did it anticipate that such a seemingly trivial morsel would swiftly bring about its demise. Chu Feng retrieved the crystal core, reflecting on the once mighty beast that had been so easily vanquished. It stirred a multitude of emotions within him. Standing atop the building, he scanned his surroundings. Since he could not locate the mother insect, he resolved to sever her roots and eliminate all the insects. Additionally, he aimed to cleanse the area, preparing it for future arrivals. With each promotion, Chu Feng increasingly felt that the time to reunite with his loved ones was drawing near. By pursuing this course of action, not only could he amass crystal cores and enhance his strength, but more importantly, he could fortify his physique. Determined, he executed his plan, beginning with the structure beneath him. The entire building served as a nest for the mantises, with the newly hatched larvae being mere sergeants. After slaying the majority, only a few elites remained. Chu Feng shed his gear and commenced a rigorous physical workout. An hour later, he was drenched in sweat, his body adorned with countless wounds. These mantises are armed to the teeth. My attack only results in self-inflicted injuries. Not far off, several mantises lay exhausted on the ground. You are truly pathetic. Your strength pales in comparison to that of the mighty beetles. What use are you? He dispatched them with a few well-aimed shots. Bending down, he picked up the crystal core and casually inserted a small object into the carcass of the cockroach, turning away without a glance as he set off towards another building. This structure resembled a colossal beehive, rotund and adorned with the black and yellow stripes of bumblebees, which showed no reaction to Chu Feng's arrival. Bumblebee Corporal. All bumblebees bore the rank of corporal, even the freshly hatched larvae. As the bumblebees approached Chu Feng out of curiosity, their instincts on the battlefield remained untroubled. After circling around him a few times, they returned to their own affairs. Intrigued, Chu Feng ascended the stairs, eager to ascertain the rank of the queen bee. Along the way, the bumblebees paid him their respects, and a few tiny larvae, roughly the same size as Chu Feng, approached him playfully. All right, go on and play. I shall seek out your mother," he remarked, gently pushing the young ones aside as he continued his ascent. Honey oozed from the beehive on the walls, its sweet aroma irresistibly enticing. Chu Feng removed his mask and scooped a piece with his finger, savoring its rich, robust flavor. The exquisite taste delighted his palate, awakening every pore of his body to the divine indulgence. "Absolutely delectable," he exclaimed, glancing back at the little ones trailing behind, their playful spirits igniting his inner glutton. He resolved that these treasures must be preserved. This honey was a true delicacy, and once his family arrived, they would feast upon it. Ascending further, he finally reached the uppermost level, where the queen bee was busy laying an astonishing number of eggs. But why, with so many eggs laid, are there so few offspring? Just then, a flurry of winged beats echoed from outside the building. The surrounding bumblebees swiftly exited the hive, and Chu Feng moved to the window to investigate. Outside, a swarm of wasps filled the air. Wasp Corporal. So the wasps are the natural predators of the bumblebees. The bumblebees' clumsy physique was no match for the wasps, and in their conflict, the casualties were staggering, at a ratio of 2-1. "These are my possessions, you accursed wasps." Chu Feng had already begun to consider the bumblebees as his own. He burst out of the building, gunfire ringing in the air. Minutes later, only a handful of wasps remained, fleeing in disarray. Chu Feng followed at a distance, determined to locate their nest. Weaving between buildings, he flew for hundreds of meters until a low structure appeared before him, entirely enveloped in beehives. Wasps swirled around it like black and yellow smoke, and the thunderous noise was indeed formidable. "Damn it, I need a weapon of mass destruction," he mused. In that brief span, he had witnessed numerous vast nests teeming with countless insects. It seems my initial assumptions were far too naive. Returning to the bumblebee hive, he gathered a significant amount of honey and set up several surveillance devices before retreating. Back at the camp, Chu Feng opened the map and meticulously marked everything he had discovered during his exploration. Here is a potential fitness area, there is a space to clear, and this location requires heavy weaponry. Ultimately, he concluded that the only course of action was to clear the buildings surrounding the skyscraper. With the skyscraper as the center, he drew 3 concentric circles. The inner circle encompasses 10 surrounding buildings, wherein the presence of insects is minimal, predominantly consisting of larger specimens. Within the central area, the insects become densely populated, with their strength primarily at the level of sergeants, necessitating substantial weaponry for the eradication of their nests. Beyond this lies an unexplored territory. Commencing tomorrow, we shall clear all structures within the inner circle in hopes of enticing the bumblebees from the central region to establish their abode here. On the map, a small point incessantly pulsates, darting around the city. I shall observe when it comes to a halt. Indeed, the remains of the mantis left by Chu Feng have been transported away by the golden beetles. In Blue Star, The news center's press conference hall is teeming with journalists from various nations, with a throng even gathering outside the entrance. Two foreign journalists within the venue converse in hushed tones. What kind of press conference is this, that even local media from Huagua have arrived? I am uncertain. It must pertain to something of extreme importance. Another Caucasian approaches. There is indeed significant news, something monumental. I have friends in the military who informed me that a conflict erupted last night in sensitive areas surrounding Huagua. What? At this moment, Mr. Sway enters the venue, and the flashes of cameras begin to flicker incessantly. Chapter 82. An unprecedented press conference. Elder Sway sat beside the podium, perusing his speech once more. The initial pages contained a thorough recounting and exposition of the events of the past few days. On the final page lay the research achievements of the Chu group. Observing the information, Elder Sway subtly shook his head, a gesture that did not go unnoticed. Look, the speaker is shaking his head. Could the situation truly be dire? Based on past developments, one would anticipate a subsequent wave of condemnation, fervent and unyielding. Would Huagua concede defeat this time, relinquishing interests from all fronts? It is difficult to ascertain. If multiple nations simultaneously launch an offensive, it could indeed become overwhelming. Let's observe the unfolding of events. The host ascended the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain silence. This press conference primarily addresses the heinous incidents that transpired around Huagua yesterday. Meanwhile, the event was being broadcast live across the internet. The chat room erupted with chaos. I'm a fisherman. I witnessed a shocking scene yesterday. What? Hurry and tell us. The two aircraft carrier groups of Eagle Sauce are positioned to our south, and we have only dispatched a handful of vessels in response. It's over. We are about to face condemnation once more, incessant condemnation. Fight back. Fight back? Are you suggesting we enlist in the military? Just like that? If only we could retaliate, I would be the first to enlist. Keep dreaming. Now, I will provide a briefing on the specific circumstances. Last night, at 1814, two aircraft carrier groups from Eagle Sauce entered our territorial waters, slandering our nation with baseless accusations, demanding territorial concessions and reparations. This is an affront to Huagua, an insult to our people. Simultaneously, in the Western Highlands, a combined brigade is stationed just beyond our borders. A similar situation unfolds in the Eastern Seas. Last night, at 1911, we issued a formal protest, only to receive mockery laden with slander in return. That is the gist of the matter. A more detailed report will follow the press conference. As the host concluded, the uproar online intensified. I knew it. I knew it would lead to yet another compromise. Such a grand civilization has been reduced to this, forced into submission by these surrounding monkeys. Heaven is blind. This is not divine blindness. It is sheer impotence, blatant impotence. Let's fight them, even if it leads to death. I would rather perish on the battlefield than suffer humiliation before the world. Everyone, please refrain from shouting. Have you not noticed? The comment section of the live stream remains open. What of it? They cannot bear to close it, having committed acts that betray our nation, yet they do not allow for criticism. The outcome is not yet determined. Why are those upstairs so anxious, as if they are mourning? Have you forgotten how things were before? The outcome has long been predetermined. Amidst the escalating chaos in the live stream, the staff hurriedly inquired, Elder Zoe, should we close the comments? We can no longer maintain control. Close what? The more they curse, the less sleep they will find tonight. Below, reporters fervently took notes, all raising their hands, eager to pose questions. We are not yet at the question and answer segment. Please hold on. I am a reporter from the New Law Society. May I inquire if the Huan Nation is contemplating lodging a complaint with the United Nations regarding this matter? Please, everyone take your seats. It is not yet time for questions, the host reiterated. I am from CCB. May I ask if the Huan Nation is disregarding public sentiment in pursuit of reparations? Furthermore, was last night's massive blackout in these countries instigated by the Huan Nation? This news is truly explosive, rendering the journalists below uncontrollable. Bring forth the security detail. Commanded Sui. A team clad in a simplified version of the Inglong armor entered the venue, having shed their helmets and skirts. Yet, the ominous black armor still exuded an air of intimidation. In the White House's Oval Office, a general with a head of white hair and a portly figure excitedly pointed at the security team displayed on the screen. Another monitor showcased the battlefield footage received after communications were restored this morning. The elite Inglong unit, armed solely with melee weapons, delivered a devastating blow to the Curry coalition despite facing bullets and even artillery shells without flinching. Nuclear war. We must initiate nuclear warfare, otherwise, our hegemonic status will be relinquished. The general bellowed frantically while the president sat behind the desk, his expression dark and silent. Your Excellency, do you wish to witness such a scenario? The general persisted relentlessly. At that moment, the telephone on the desk rang, and the president answered. Hello. I have a general understanding of the situation. Our families have reached a consensus. Stability must not be compromised. You must determine the course of action, whether to resign in disgrace or take another route. After finishing, the caller hung up. The president gripped the receiver tightly, his fingers turning pale. Enough, he shouted, shattering the phone. Everyone out. All were compelled to leave as the office filled with the sounds of destruction and curses. This is a grave matter. I shall become the scapegoat, you wretched vampires. The leaders of the two small eastern nations trembled in the office. It was these individuals who had assaulted the military base last night. Within 10 minutes, the commander was dead, and all aircraft were destroyed. Such an army, if it were to number in the thousands, would leave us utterly defenseless. Others pounded the table, shouting, We are all aware of this. Propose a solution. If the Huan nation rises, what shall we do? What else can be done? Historically, we would become vassals, paying tribute. The situations of these nations were largely similar, all contemplating how to quell the matter. Meanwhile, the Curry Nation's leader boasted, claiming victories surpassing even those of the Eagle Nation. The comprehensive national strength of the Curry Nation had now unequivocally eclipsed that of all others, claiming the title of the world's foremost power, celebrating nationwide for 30 days. In the news center, as the security team entered, the journalists fell silent. The host muttered softly, What a group of uncultured savages, rude and ignorant of decorum. The sound was not loud, yet it was captured by the microphone, and everyone heard it, their eyes ablaze with fury. The host, oblivious to the atmosphere, continued with the scheduled proceedings. Now, let us invite Minister Sui to speak. Elder Sui took the stage, first casting a glance at the host. Mind your words and actions. We cannot stoop to the level of rudeness displayed by others. One must not compare humans to beasts. The host immediately rose to apologize. My apologies. I mistook you all for civilized beings. The foreign journalists in the audience were momentarily taken aback, while the Chinese reporters erupted in gasps, incredulous that such words could be uttered at a global press conference. The sheer exhilaration was palpable, particularly as they observed the befuddled foreign correspondents, whose laughter echoed in response. Some reporters with an understanding of the Chinese language quickly grasped the implications, trembling with indignation. What did that mean? An apology? One inquired. He insulted us, suggesting we are not worthy of being called human. What? How dare he? I demand a protest. The foreign journalists were thrown into an uproar, prompting the security team to step forward, activating the energy system, with the Azure Dragon energy circuit illuminating in a brilliant blue. The journalists were momentarily stunned into silence. The broadcast room was engulfed in chaos. This was not an apology, it was a flagrant insult. Finally, they had shown some backbone. Observing those armored figures, one could hardly believe the strength they might possess if authentic. It seemed impossible. Given our technology, this was merely a spectacle for attention. How exhilarating. The spokesperson was still too cultured. He should have directly berated them. Elder Sui tapped the microphone. Silence, I wish to speak. The venue fell into immediate hush.